Chapter 1 The Qingming Ring. From a tender age Liuha, an orphan, had lived a solitary life, and Thystiar had just turned 18. On a sweltering midday Lu had caught 12 fish bethiversity and soft refuge in the factory, preparing for his meal. Ah, what is this? As Lu had deftly sliced upon the belly of tea fish with a sharpened stone, he encountered a hard object within. Upon extraction, he discovered an ancient ring of a hue. Contemplating its appearance, Luhi mused the type must be worth a considerable sum and could easily procure him several days' worth of sustenance if sold. Without hesitation, he slipped the ring onto his finger, only to find the perfect. However, to his astonishment, within mere breaths, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. As Lu had succumbed to unconsciousness, a violator brigade from Qingming Ring penetrated. After a while Lu had stirred back to consciousness, shaking his head and recalling Thieven sledding to his fainting. Glancing at the ring adorning his left middle finger, he realized it was the very object responsible for his dense one. Just as he contemplated removing it, two figures descended from Thesky. "Are you celestial beings?" Startled, Lu had scrambled to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement as he inquired. Having Galway shared tales of immortals, encountering them in person was an unprecedented dream come true. The newcomers, a man and a woman, exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the adoration they received. Did he owe activity Qingming Ring? The man regarded Lu Hu with an impassive demeanor, neither pleased nor displeased. The Qingming Ring? Lu was perplexed what was this Qingming Ring, he only understood the concept of Qingming festival. Is this the ring you speak of? He raised his left hand to show them the ring he wore. Indeed. Where the fourth generation disciples of Danxia sect, Luo Jing and Luo Pei 1. Wine video to join us at Danxia sect. Upon confirming the ring's authenticity, Luo Jing and Luo Pei 1's demeanor shifted, and they unceremoniously took Lu Hilong with them westward. As Thiessen dipped below the horizon, the trio arrived at Danxia Mountain. This mountain served as the abode of Danxia sect, and the told Lu hinted the grand old before departing. Gazing at the ancient and majestical, as well as the imposing archway had just entered, Lu had pondered whether he was fated to become an immortal. Justice was lost in thought. 3 elder women and 2 women entered the hall. The 5 approached the front of the hall, where an even Arab elder with snow white hair scrutinized Lu closely. "I am the master of Danxia sect, Shan Hezi. Are you the bearer of Qingming Ring?" Shan Hezi addressed Lu Hu with an authoritative tone. "Yes, I am Lu He." Lu Ha lifted a shanded doornet with Qingming Ring for Shan Hezi to see. Shan Hezi examined Qingming Ring closely and promptly confirmed its identity. The Qingming Ring is the Tokina Fentrito Danxia sect. Ta possess Qingming Ring is equivalent to Banga 3rd generation disciple of 4 sect. However, Nodal holds Qingming Ring required Tojo in Danxia sect. Liuha, surrender Qingming Ring. By doing so, you may become a disciple of Danxia sect and embark on the path of cultivation, or you may receive 100 taels of gold and depart the mountain on your own. Shan has presented Lu Hu with what choices. Lu Heffeltager Jofin decision had not anticipated that immortal ceremerly practitioners of cultivation. I am willing. After careful consideration, Lu had resolved to become a cultivator, for if ever released, I would spare him the daily worry of hunger. Even if he were to receive 100 taels of gold, he possessed nothing, and should other stake canadas, he would likely meet a swift demise. The path of cultivation defies fate and is fraught with peril unless the most resilient may endure. 100 taels of gold, if spent wisely, could sustain you for a lifetime. Liuha, you must think this through. Shan Hezi urged in Semmer. Master, he have made a decision. Having grizzled hoiskois, Lu he had no desire over. Very well, I shall honor your decision. Shan hesitated inwardly, lamenting through a stuffed he last available spot. Junior brothers and sisters, wo Manjao wishes to take him as a disciple? Shan Hezi addressed the 4 individuals beside him. Upon his words, the 4 elders vidiagerly for Lu He. Thildest elder Hui, the second elder Lulian, the third elder Ijoanchin, and fourth elder Luyuchuan each present have their own compelling reasons refusing Toyo Altuni another. Master, please provide our judgment. Ultimately Thifo or decided to let Shan Hazamaka the fanalkal call. Very well, let him first assess how man a petal soft spiritual flower she possesses. A faint smile graced Shan Haz's face, hinting at this amusement. Hathan produsta hexagonal crystal. Shan Hazatasid the crystal towered Luhi, channeling Gezer Jav spiritual nergent the stony. Instantly the crystal radiated light, enveloping Luhanit's glow. Luhimanate melted Judav starry glimmers, wick converged above he shed, forming a four-petaled spiritual flower. 4 petals. Shan Hazasolidly marveled, inwardly kuklin gatha turnof events eager to see how aldera compete now. As anticipated, the 4 elders discreetly stepped back, their intentions unmistakable. A four-petaled spiritual flower indicateth a minimum qualification for entering the realm of cultivation. Onipetals signified frailty, two-petals denoted normalcy, thripetals indicated strength, while 4 petals represented an ideal constitution for cultivation. 5 and 6 petals are considered average, 7 and 8 petals are deemed exceptional, and 9 petals are regarded as extraordinary. 10 petals sexisted online ligan nune had ever been known to possess such an endowment. Woe among them would wish to accept a discipline with merely 4 petal soft spiritual flowers? Chapter 2 Chi Refinement Stage. With the Zalance? Let Mamakathet decision. Shan has a chucklet inwardly bemused bethir sudden lack of contention. 5th junior sister Lu Heschel Beta Kanentoyer Ching Shan Pavilion. In the end, Shan Hezi assigned Lu Heteth 4th elder Lu Yuchuan. Master why? Lu Yuchuan immediately protested at Sima Dunfair for him to receive Lu Futrite. This is the master's decree. With facing the lestment, Shan has rendered Lu Yuchuan unable torfuse. The master shows favoritism. Having Jishuetis command, Shan has his decision was final Lu Yuchuan had na kois but to accept this new disciple. Leoha, you shall take Lu Yuchuan as your master. Yes, master. Thus, Lu He followed Lu Yuchuan to Qingshan Pavilion. Perketa top Dansha Mountain, Qingshan Pavilion ways encircled by towering green trees, Thuzier Ninjit's name. Lu Yuchuan Lu to the pavilion, which was not particularly large. Go fin de room and through a stand return to the main hall. Lu Yuchuan wore an expression of discontent, even displaying go in top disdain. Yes, master. Lu He responded with utmost respect, realizing he would be making this place his new home. In the west, he discovered a dastarage room and an empty camber. After tidying up the vacant room, Lu He returned to main hall, where Lu Yuchuan awaited him. In the main hall, a mesquite and tan blankets were laid out, alongside detwo sets of clothing. I pay my respects to master. Lu He recognized that these items were prepared for him. Upon joining Danxia sect, you must adhere to its regulations. In Danxia sect, you need only remember 3 rules. First, respect to your elders. Second, don't harm fellow disciples. Third, assist the world. Lu Yuchuan stated succinctly. Understood, I shall remember. Lu Hezeland like committeth these 3 points to memory. Among the 3 rules, the first holds the utmost importance. Lu Yuchuan added. Yes, master. Lu inwardly scoffed, questioning the notion of he first rule being paramount. Was it not merely a reflection of the principle that strength dictates authority? Today, be accepted as a disciple, you become a member of Qingshan Pavilion. The master and disciple performed a simple bowing ceremony, marking Lu He's official status as Lu Yuchuan student. Next, let him share some fundamental knowledge about cultivation. Lu Yuchuan spoke earnestly to Lu He. In the realm of cultivation, every practitioner is assigned a specific rank. These ranks include Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Valley Opening, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Void Refinement, Integration, Tribulation Crossing, and Great Ascension. Once a practitioner reaches Valley Opening stage, they no longer require sustenance. Upon attaining Nascent Soul stage, one may preserve a thyreothine indefinitely. Most femmolecultivator stop for this, while mole practitioners tend to net about such matters. Their region they inhabited was referred to as the lower realm. Aboveth is realm lay a place known as the upper realm. Upon reaching void refinement stage, one may ascend to the upper realm for further cultivation. However, those from the upper realm wishing to descend must suppress their cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Lu hebsorb Lu Yuchuan's words, yet sensed an underlying notion that cultivators were anatus nabo st appeared. Human lifespan is limited o defifatian persi cultivation, one must brain I through with an ascertained time aframi otherwise, they will perish. Thus, individual synthi cultivation realm cherish their time envy for resources. As a nukamerdo dansha sect, you must train delay in martial arts and see our body I attuned, you may attempt to enter the refinement stage. This dansha sword technique that every member of the sect must learn. Each discipline possesses an identity which records personal information and contribution points. Dropadra pafludentoit. Lu Yuchuan held Lu has identity canine hand while grasping Lu Hessian with ether, making small incision to allow drop off blood to see pintathy token. Immediately thereafter, Lu Yuchuan infused the token with a stream of spiritual energy, causing Jito and Matakram zone Arasit departed from Qingshan Pavilion. Very well, the spiritual Nurga thought just sort of way will find its way into an empty soulstone serving to record your life. Now, your weapon can be found in the storeroom. Having imparted these instructions, Lu Yuchuan casual attested to me untothable before racing to depart. Master, could I you first teach me how to orphan Mickey? Lu ha promptly called out to Lu Yuchuan. That is permissible. Every novice embark in Ganthapath of cultivation harbors such aspirations, and Lu Yuchuan deemed beneficial for Lu Hito be disillusioned. Given Lu has aptitude, entering the refinement stage would be unattainable without 3 to 5 years of dedication. Since Lu Hu shed to Jivatry, Lu Yuchuan proceeded to inform him of the requisite performance static stage. Sit cross-legged on the ground and close the hour eyes. Take a deep breath and hold it, then perceiveth the flowfsa within your body. If you can sense the akaranto fenergine yordention, attempt to control a tanlet itirculate through our entire being. Guide diener guide traverse our body and a complete a circuitife ophilas latex pension in yordention, it signifies your entrian toth refinement stage. With that, Lu Yuchuan departed, awaiting news of Lu has failure. Lu immediately followed Lu Yuchuan's instructions, holding his breath and feeling quite uncomfortable, yet he could perceive a flowfsa within yistintion. Butho to control it? Lu heckled and think inwardly, urging Thiener guide a circulate outward. This thought unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to sports car speeding down the highway, careening wildly within his body. Lu had quickly envisioned slowing Thiener spacey and guiding jitkinly. Thiener responded obediently, conforming to Lu Hess and Tontasit flowed through his body. At that moment, Lu Yuchuan, who had just stepped outside, halted abruptly, sensing themodment of spiritual energy. Thepa center of Theisner Geiflo was noniather than Luhi. Could it be that Lu had entered the refinement stage? How could it possibly achieve Dutch progress so swiftly? It is known that an lighthouse with an Eptal foundation can attain such an effect. Lu Yuchuan swift layer turned to confirm that Lu had indeed entered the refinement stage. A have struck gold, a have struck gold. Azure job delight surged within Lu Yuchuan. From now on, he must diligently instruct his disciple. No, it must note Lethem become overly proud in their moth cultivation, arrogance is most detestable. Lu Yuchuan concealed his elation, adopting Estoas expression a share sumi deceit. Lu he exerted rita for to control thick emanating from mistintion, allowing jita traverse them meridians in a complete a circuit. After completing the circuit, Lu he felt utterly exhausted. The energy had circulated fully, and with eslatek pension in histintion, he had successfully entered the refinement stage. In the next instant, Lu had found himself amidst avast of stars. Where is this? He spun around, surveying surroundings. Lioha, thizist wujishan pearl. It was a matria surd artifact from my earspast. From Thisman forth, it belongs to you. You may unearth appeal with the our consciousness or unsaid our physica form, beauty our body cannot remain here for long. The pearl possesses immense power and numerous practical applications, so you must explore its depths at your own pace. A voice resonated throughout history expanse, and sun thesters begin to ascend, forming a celestial canopy, revealing the ground beneath, where Luhigent lit ascended and stood firmly. Within the Wajishan pearl, Luheku distinctly feel the earth beneath him, along with the spiritual Nergathatways exponential lit insert hanthat of the outside world. Is such a magnificent treasure a true liming form? And hoist the onigrantinct? Wario? What exactly is the Wajishan pearl? Please, enlighten. Lu heckled out loudly, bewildered Bethelak of clarity. After his inquiries, silence ensued, as if Nuna had spoken at all. With new third course, Lu had resolved to explore as a mystery further in the future. Asha contemplated leaving, Thesson shifted, and Lu had found himself seated in the main hall, just in Timatosi Lu Yuchuan. Master, if the party out-aparted. Lu hesmuld at Lu Yuchuan. His intuition warned them that the matter of Wajishan pearl must remain and disclose it to Lu Yuchuan. To attempt to die for the first time, of course, he had to observe. If our attempt was unsuccessful, do not be disheartened, the path of cultivation is not achieved an amazing leap. After all, your spiritual ruthless and live forpitals, perhaps in due time, you might try again. Lu Yuchuan feigned nonchalance, well aware that Lu had already entered the refinement stage. Chapter 3, The Master and the Grandmaster. Master, it seems I have entered the Qi refinement stage, Lu has said, a hint of displeasure in his heart. Indeed, the Qingming ring has been fully assembled. In a month's time, the Qingming secret realm will be opened. You are one of the chosen ones. Lu Yuchuan's expression was as inscrutable as ever, seemingly indifferent to Lu's achievement in entering the Qi refinement stage. Master, what is the Qingming secret realm? Lu Ha pondered, finding such a master quite baffling. Despite his remarkable success in entering the Qi refinement stage on his first attempt, he was met with a cold demeanor. However, Lu Ha felt a flicker of curiosity about the Qingming secret realm that Lu Yuchuan spoke of. The Qingming secret realm is a domain accessible only with the Qingming ring. It is filled with countless celestial materials and earthly treasures, which we can use for alchemy and crafting spiritual artifacts. A millennium ago, due to excessive exploitation, the realm underwent catastrophic changes, leading to the emergence of chaotic currents. These currents are spatial rifts that manifest when the realm is unstable. Not a single disciple who entered returned alive. The founding master, King Mingzi, employed a secret technique to seal it, using the Qingming ring as the key. When all three rings are gathered, the Qingming secret realm will once again be accessible. The one who retrieves a Qingming ring holds a place to enter. There are 3 rings in total, and before you 2 have already returned to the sect. Unfortunately, those 2 have since perished. Master, is it dangerous inside? I have just entered the Qi refinement stage. Will I be killed by the chaotic currents? Lu Ha was reluctant to venture into the Qingming secret realm. The memory of his near-fatal leap from a building still lingered vividly in his mind. He felt that avoiding the Qingming secret realm would be the wiser choice. After a millennium of recuperation, the Qingming secret realm has stabilized, and the chaotic currents have dissipated. When the time comes, you need only focus on preserving your life. Lu Yuchuan mused, hoping Lu Ha would grasp the implications. If Lu Ha had not entered the Qi refinement stage, he would surely perish inside, but now that he had, survival should not be overly difficult as long as he remained cautious. You have now entered the Qi refinement stage. Go to the library and select a cultivation method and a spiritual technique. Lu Yuchuan concluded, leaving Lu Ha to his thoughts. As Lu Ha watched Lu Yuchuan depart, he reflected on the path of cultivation. Hearing about it from others was futile. One must experience it personally. If he could survive the Qingming secret realm, there would be future prospects to discuss. If not, then, descending from the Qingshan pavilion, Lu Ha scanned his surroundings on the main road. Where is the library? A large question mark loomed above his head. Having just arrived at Danxia sect, he was unfamiliar with the layout. Just then, a passerby caught his eye, and Lu Ha approached with a smile. Excuse me, senior brother, do you know where the library is located? Never seen you before. Who are you? How can you not know where the library is? The young man looked at Lu Ha in bewilderment. How can someone in Danxia sect not know such a basic thing? Upon entering the Danxia sect, the number of times one could access the library was limited and came with a cost. One could only enter for free after advancing a major stage. At other times, one had to exchange contribution points. Thus, access to the library was highly coveted, and naturally, everyone knew its whereabouts. I'm new to the sect. So I don't know where the library is. Lu Ha remained calm despite the unkind tone, knowing that one must maintain a demeanor of humility when asking for help. A newcomer, you must be Lu Ha. Yang Hang, recalling his encounter with the Grandmaster, immediately recognized Lu Ha. Having heard that Danxia sect had recently accepted a disciple with the Qingming ring, Lu Ha had become the disciple of the fourth elder, thus making him a third-generation disciple. In Danxia sect, second-generation disciples were already elders or masters, while third-generation disciples were considered granduncles or grandaunts. Yang Hang, would you mind showing me to the library? Lu Ha was surprised to discover that the person before him was of a lower generation. This made things much easier. I would be honored to assist my granduncle, Yang Hang replied, showing utmost respect. Having just joined the sect and already receiving an opportunity to visit the library was nothing like the rumors suggested. He was not merely a disciple with 4 petals of spiritual roots. Recognizing Lu He's talent, Yang Hang resolved to follow closely, hoping to gain more resources in the future. The two then made their way to the library together. Ah, if it isn't Yang Hang, what brings you? Having just entered the foundation establishment stage to the library, as they approached the library, a particularly boisterous voice pierced through the air, reaching Lu Ha and Yang Hang's ears. Cui Zhuang, do not overstep your bounds. Do you know who I am with? Yang Hang shot back, emboldened by his association. Oh, found yourself a helper, have you? You've been a Danxia sect for 5 years and yet you still claim to possess only 4 petals of spiritual roots. Barely at the Qi refinement mid-stage, Cui Zhuang and his companions mocked Yang Hang. Of course, what can you expect from someone who associates with a waste? Cui Zhuang cast a dismissive glance at Lu Ha. Clearly underestimating him. Cui Zhuang, do not be arrogant. This is my granduncle Lu Ha. Yang Hang was eager to remind Cui Zhuang of Lu He's status, as it would allow him to hold Cui Zhuang accountable for his disrespect. Lu Ha, ye granduncle. I see, Cui Zhuang has met the granduncle. Cui Zhuang, initially caught off guard, quickly realized who Lu Ha was, recalling the newcomer who had just joined the sect. Indeed, Cui Zhuang, being young and brash, it would be wise to temper your attitude. As fellow disciples, we should support one another. Lu Ha smiled as he imparted this gentle admonition to Cui Zhuang. Yang Hang understood Lu He's intention. He sought to use his granduncle's identity to teach Cui Zhuang a lesson. However, Lu Ha preferred not to dwell on it, as Cui Zhuang truly seemed to deserve a reprimand. Without further orders from the granduncle, we shall take our leave. Recognizing Lu He's status, Cui Zhuang dared not act insolently. The Danxia sect imposes severe penalties on disciples who disrespect their elders. Once Cui Zhuang and his companions departed, Lu Ha and Yang Hang entered the library. The guardian at the entrance was none other than Elder Lu Lian. Grandnephew Lu Ha respectfully greeted Lu Lian with a bow. Lu Ha, what brings you to the library? Did your master not clarify the rules for entering? Lu Lian was quite astonished to see Lu Ha. According to protocol, Lu Ha should not have arrived at the library for at least another 3 years. How was he here so soon? Reporting to my granduncle, it was my master who sent me here. Lu Ha was surprised to learn there were rules for entering the library. Oh, it seems your master neglected to inform you. Allow me to explain. Lu Lian shook his head, disapproving of Lu Yuchuan's oversight. Even if he did not wish to take Lu Ha as a disciple, he still had certain responsibilities. Subsequently, Lu Lian elucidated the library's rules to Lu Ha. Thank you for the guidance, granduncle. I have already reached the Qi refinement stage. Lu Ha understood that one must possess sufficient cultivation to enter the library. What? You have already entered the Qi refinement stage? If Lu Lian had been merely surprised before, he was now utterly astounded. With 4 petals of spiritual roots, one barely qualified for entry into the sect, yet Lu Ha had rapidly advanced to the Qi refinement stage. Such prodigious talent in cultivation was exceedingly rare throughout history. How had Lu Ha achieved this with only 4 petals of spiritual roots? Chapter 4. The fragmented scroll. Lu Ha was well aware that Lu Lian would likely not believe him. He immediately circulated his internal spiritual power, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to flow gently around him. Indeed, it is the Qi refinement stage. Oh dear, had I known this, I would not have entrusted it to that unreliable 5th junior sister. Lu Lian lamented, feeling regretful as he witnessed Lu Ha's genuine advancement to the Qi refinement stage. Granduncle, may I enter now? Go ahead, but what a pity. Lu Lian sighed deeply, resigned to the fact that Lu Ha was already Lu Yuchuan's disciple, and he could not intervene. Entering the library alone, Lu Ha found that the collection of books was rather sparse. Each shelf held only a handful of volumes, totaling just over 100. Lu Ha meticulously examined the shelves labeled with cultivation methods. Discovering titles such as the Thunder God Technique, Spirit Artifact Technique, Treasure Command Technique, and Ziyang Technique, the books were free of dust, indicating that those who came to select cultivation methods primarily chose these popular titles. Lu Ha casually flipped through them, noticing that the methods were largely similar, and he did not wish to follow the crowd. An awkward realization dawned upon him: his literacy was quite limited. Having secretly learned a bit in his childhood, he could only recognize a few characters. Eventually, in the far corner of the lowest shelf, he uncovered a dusty volume titled Woji Dharma Aspect, Volume 1. After brushing off the dust, he opened it to find that he could not comprehend a single character inside. It was merely a fragment of a scroll indicating that it had gone unpracticed. Hence the dust accumulation. However, the outline suggested that if one could complete the cultivation, their power would be formidable. Once one mastered the Woji Dharma aspect, they could perceive others' spiritual power and transform their appearance. Provided the disparity in strength was not too great, one would remain undetected. Additionally, the Woji Dharma aspect offered immense spiritual power, allowing for a significantly faster absorption of spiritual energy compared to the methods Lu Ha had seen before. Lu Ha decided to select this particular volume. After all, he could recognize all the characters in it, whereas he could not fully comprehend the others. If he were to mispractice, the consequences could be dire. Next, Lu Ha explored the shelves dedicated to spiritual techniques, ultimately choosing two, the Wind Hate Leg and the Wind God Blade. He selected these because they comprised a series of movement and attack techniques. Preserving his life was paramount, so he opted for the Wind Hate Leg. For any unfamiliar characters, he would consult Lu Yuchuan. Master, I have made my choice. Lu Ha approached Lu Lian, presenting him with the martial arts manual and spiritual techniques. You chose this? Lu Lian furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Ha select the Wajifa Xiang. Indeed, Lu Ha replied with certainty. Lu Ha, you must understand that this is a fragmented scroll, not a complete text. If you cultivate this and cannot find the next volume, your progress will stagnate. Lu Lian, acting out of goodwill, cautioned Lu Ha, but I wish to choose this one. Lu Ha insisted. Well, since you have opted for a fragmented scroll, as compensation, you may select an additional spiritual technique. Lu Lian relented, genuinely wishing to see such talent not go to waste. Thank you, Master. Lu Ha was pleasantly surprised by this additional benefit and promptly took out the Fengshen blade. You must transcribe it. The original cannot leave this place. Lu Lian indicated the desk across from him, suggesting Lu Ha begin copying. The text of the martial arts and spiritual techniques was not extensive, and within a quarter of an hour Lu Ha had completed his transcription. However, Lu Ha noticed something peculiar. His memory seemed to have improved significantly of the Wajifa Xiang, Feng Hen Leg, and Fengshen Blade. He remembered them all after only one transcription. As if etched into his mind, naturally, Lu Ha was delighted by this fortunate turn of events. After returning the original, he headed back to the Qingshan Pavilion. Are you foolish to choose a fragmented scroll? Lu Yuchuan, exasperated, tossed the transcribed Wajifa Xiang at Lu Yi's head. The power described in the fragmented scroll was enticing, yet many knew that practicing from such a scroll would lead to no future. Master, what if I managed to gather them all? Lu Ha retorted, bewildered by everyone's similar thoughts. On the way back, Yang Heng shared the same sentiment, deeming himself insane. What if? There are not that many what ifs. Do you understand that the path of cultivation is about seizing the present? What you can obtain and what guarantees you success is what is most suitable. Moreover, how many years do you have to gather these? Lu Yuchuan was left utterly speechless, questioning whether the disciple he took in was a genius or a fool. She never anticipated that Lu Ha would sever his own path from the very beginning. Master, please don't think like that. You yourself said that cultivation is a defiance of fate. Isn't my choice an act of defiance? Lu Ha sought to persuade Lu Yuchuan, determined to take responsibility for his own choices. I care not. Should you face difficulties in the future, do not say I did not warn you, Lu Yuchuan exclaimed, flicking her sleeve in preparation to leave him. Master, please don't go yet. There are some characters I do not recognize. Please teach me. Lu Ha urgently grasped Lu Yuchuan's sleeve, pleading earnestly. Lu Yuchuan, with no choice but to oblige, began teaching him to read. Within the Danxia sect, news of Lu Yi's visit to the library spread rapidly. In no time, everyone regarded Lu Ha as a prodigy in cultivation, believing that the four-petal spirit flower could not hinder his innate talent. Regardless of the rumors circulating within the sect, Lu Ha continued to learn to read while practicing. The first volume of the Wajifa Xiang included not only the general principles of cultivation but also the first and second layers of the Wajifa Xiang. The general principles stated that the Wajifa Xiang comprised 5 layers in total. The first volume contained only the first 2 layers, while the other 2 layers were found in the middle and last volumes. This indicated that for Lu Ha to cultivate fully, he would need to collect the remaining 2 volumes. The first volume could support Lu Ha's cultivation only up to the golden core stage. To continue his progress, he needed to find the middle volume. otherwise his cultivation would stagnate until his lifespan waned. For now, he could only focus on practicing the content of the first volume while searching for the other two. Lu Ha directed the spiritual energy within him to circulate autonomously, following the cultivation methods outlined in the Wajifa Xiang. However, during this brief process, Lu Ha discovered that allowing the spiritual energy to circulate autonomously could also absorb external spiritual energy, thereby enhancing his cultivation. If that were the case, why bother practicing the martial arts? Lu Ha found himself perplexed. Setting aside this question, he began to control the spiritual energy as it flowed through various parts of his body according to the methods of the Wajifa Xiang. After completing a cycle, Lu Ha recognized the purpose of the martial arts. It turned out that while circulating spiritual energy autonomously could increase his cultivation, the process was relatively slow. If he employed the martial arts to guide the spiritual energy's circulation as recorded, the rate of spiritual energy absorption would be significantly accelerated. Perhaps this was the true essence of martial arts. Following the path outlined in the Wajifa Xiang, Lu Ha noticed that a mist-like substance began to form in his Dantian Qi Si. When Lu Ha first entered the Qi refinement stage, he had merely felt a slight distension in his Dantian Qi Si, with a faint flow of energy, but had not encountered such mist before. According to Lu Yuchuan's teachings, this indicated that he had entered the initial phase of Qi refinement. Subsequently, Lu Ha continued to operate the spiritual energy along the trajectory of the Wajifa Xiang. He soon realized that with each cycle of circulation, the mist in his Dantian Qi Si thickened incrementally. If he continued in this manner, he would gradually reach the intermediate stage of Qi refinement. Chapter 5. The Qingming Secret Realm. Days passed steadily, and Lu Ha practiced diligently each day, only pausing when utterly fatigued. He vividly recalled Lu Yuchuan's words: "The path of cultivation defies fate and should not waste a moment." Enhancing one's cultivation and strength was paramount. Thus, when he could no longer continue cultivating, he turned to studying the Feng Han leg and Fengshan blade. The Feng Han leg emphasized speed in body movement, while the Fengshan blade focused on gathering spiritual energy, compressing the wind force to attack adversaries. Lu Ha decided to master the Feng Han leg first before proceeding to the Fengshan blade. Occasionally, Lu Yuchuan would check on Lui's progress. Each time she visited, she would leave behind some materials such as spirit herb manuals, spiritual beast collections, and talisman inscriptions. Typically, newly initiated disciples were required to practice martial arts daily, prepare for Qi refinement, and study topics such as artifact refining, formations, talismans, and herbal knowledge. However, Lu Ha was a special case. Lu Yuchuan merely provided the materials without requiring a systematic study from him, since Lu Ha could not read, and with the Qingming Secret Realm about to open, any further learning would have to wait until Lu Ha emerged from the Secret Realm. A month passed, and Lui's cultivation ultimately remained at the initial stage of Qi refinement, never advancing to the intermediate stage. During this month, he had learned to recognize nearly all the common characters. This morning, Lu Ha donned the disciple robes of the Qingshan Pavilion and followed Lu Yuchuan to the back mountain of the Danxia sect. Besides a few elders, there were also 9 others preparing to enter the crucial secret realm. Among them, Lu Ha recognized someone. Luo Jing. "Master, are they all here to enter the Qingming secret realm?" Lu Ha quietly inquired. Glancing at them, "Indeed, they are all here to enter the Qingming secret realm. All are in the foundation establishment stage. Thus, I must remind you, once inside, should you encounter any treasures, do not compete with them. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable." Lu Yuchuan expressed her concerns, knowing that Lu Ha had just embarked on the path of cultivation. If his temperament was not sound and he quarreled with others over treasures, it could lead to dire outcomes. "Master, I understand." Lu Ha nodded. Even if Lu Yuchuan said nothing, he would exercise utmost caution. Today marked the grand day of the Qingming Secret Realm's reopening. You 10 disciples will enter to explore for a month. Any spiritual herbs or treasures obtained within the secret realm must be submitted to the sect. Surrender your storage rings and take the sect's designated storage rings. The rings provided by the sect contain daily necessities and a spiritual sword, sufficient for you to survive in the secret realm for a month. Upon your return, your contributions will be counted based on the spiritual herbs and treasures you collect, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources. Contribution points will be calculated as per previous standards. Any special items will be valued separately. Once everyone was in position, Shan Hezi outlined the rules for entering the Qingming secret realm. Simultaneously, every individual who successfully exited would receive 100 contribution points. Without further delay, it was time to enter the secret realm. "We shall meet you here a month hence." With that, Shan Hezi produced 3 Qingming rings and tossed them into the air. The other 4 elders Seeing this, infused their spiritual energy into the Qingming rings. With their support, the rings began to dance in a specific pattern. After a brief display, they settled into a triangular formation, two beneath and one above. Within the area encompassed by the three rings, a scene of chaotic stars materialized to enter. Shan Hezi commanded as the Qingming secret realm opened, prompting the 10 individuals, including Lu He, to rush into the starry realm. Upon entering, Lu He instantly felt dizzy but quickly landed on the ground. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by towering ancient trees, with waist-high weeds nearly obscuring him. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Qingming secret realm was at least 10 times greater than that of the outside world. If he could cultivate continuously here, his progress would be rapid. However, given that the secret realm had not opened for so long, one could not afford to cultivate here carelessly. Lu He looked around but did not see anyone who had entered with him. They must have dispersed upon arrival. He then scanned the surroundings to confirm safety before retrieving the Spirit Herb Manual, Spiritual Beast Collection, and other materials Lu Yuchuan had previously given him. He had not had the chance to review them before. But now it was imperative to do so. Finding a suitable low branch on a tree, Lu He began to read. Fortunately, with his enhanced memory, he would not take an entire month to finish this thick volume. As he perused the illustrated manual, Lu He felt deeply the intricacies of this world. The ability to create life from death, to transform flesh into bone, was once unimaginable to him, yet here it was possible. To revive a recently deceased individual and regenerate severed limbs, there exist corresponding elixirs and pills. Chapter 6, The Spirit Beasts in the Secret Realm. As the sun began to set, Lu He perused the compendium of spiritual herbs. Committing the recorded medicinal plants to memory, his next priority was to ensure his own safety before embarking on the quest for more herbs. Just as Lu He was about to leap from the tree branch to commence his search, he suddenly heard a hissing sound. Instinctively, Lu He ducked and rolled onto the ground. To his astonishment, a python as thick as a water barrel appeared. The serpent was cloaked in a grayish-red scale armor. With its head entirely crimson, exuding an aura of ferocity, this was a red-headed snake, possessing strength comparable to that of a cultivator at the peak of chi refinement, making it one of the stronger first-tier spirit beasts. Without a second thought, Lu He turned and fled, even forgetting to utilize his special escape technique, the wind-repelling legs. The red-headed snake, having spotted fresh prey, would not let Lu He escape easily. It whipped its tail and swiftly descended from the tree. Pursuing Lu He, seeing the relentless chase of the snake filled Lu He with dread. Being merely at the initial stage of chi refinement, capture meant certain death. What to do? What to do? In a moment of panic, Lu He recalled Shan Hezi's words about a spirit sword stored within his spatial ring. The thought of the spirit sword did not inspire a desire to engage in combat with the snake. Rather, he aimed to outsmart it. With the serpent still several paces behind, Lu He hastily plunged the sword's hilt into the soft earth. However, he did not anticipate the ground's softness, and the hilt sank in completely. With no time to ponder the reason, Lu He swiftly drew the sword from its sheath and resumed his flight. The red-headed snake was oblivious to the trap Lu He had set, continuing its pursuit with fervor. Yet, as it passed the sharp spirit sword, it failed to notice and was severed in two, the rear half thrashing on the ground while the front half continued its chase. It was only after crawling several dozen meters that the snake realized its predicament, its severed body convulsing a few times before becoming still. Lu He, hearing the silence behind him, turned and saw the red-headed snake ensnared in his trap. Prompting a smile to spread across his face, returning, Lu He retrieved the spirit sword and approached the severed head of the snake. Previously, while reading novels, he had encountered the notion that spirit beasts possess inner cores within their heads. But he wondered if it were true. Gripping the spirit sword with both hands, he struck down upon the snake's head, cleaving it cleanly in two. Nothing? Is this a trick? Lu He shook his head, lamenting the fabrications of those novels that misled him. In truth, the red-headed snake did possess an inner core, but it was not situated in its head. Rather, it resided at the point 7 inches down its length. Lu He, unaware of the reason, cursed his luck. Alas, how foolish of him not to have employed the wind-repelling legs earlier. After sheathing the spirit sword, Lu He slapped his forehead, finally recalling the spiritual techniques he had learned. Fortunately, the red-headed snake was rather dull. Had he encountered a swifter, more cunning spirit beast, he might have met his end. Observing the dimming twilight, Lu He resolved to find a place to spend the night. Initially believing that the tree would offer safety, he reconsidered, as the red-headed snake had provided a harsh lesson. Subsequently, Lu He used the spirit sword to clear a patch of land and kindled a fire. He decided to encamp around the fire for the night. Later, after consuming a fasting pill and a bit of dry rations, Luha succumbed to drowsiness. In the distance, amidst the rustling grass, pairs of green eyes emerged. Wolves. Luha shuddered and quickly got to his feet. Wind-repelling legs. Luha executed his technique and turned to flee. The wolves, their eyes glinting with green light, immediately pursued him. However, the speed of the wind-repelling legs was extraordinary, leaving the pursuing wolves scrambling behind. Yet, these were no ordinary beasts. They were the spirit beasts known as the Shadow Wolves. When the Wolf King realized it could not catch its quarry, it let out a howl. Rallying the other wolves around it, the combined strength of over 10 wolves surged into the Wolf King, enhancing its power exponentially. With a powerful leap, the Wolf King sprang forward, covering a distance of 40 to 50 meters. This speed surpassed even that of the wind-repelling legs. Luha thought he had escaped the pack's pursuit, only to hear the wind whistling behind him, growing ever closer. They are closing in. Luha turned anxiously, spotting the Wolf King rapidly advancing toward him. Stay calm, stay calm. I still have a bit of time before it catches up. Think of something, think of something. Yes, the wind god blade. Luha quickly gathered his spiritual energy in both hands, preparing to strike at the Wolf King. Since he had begun cultivating the wind god blade, Luha had scarcely hit a target. Now, as he faced an opponent for the first time, he was uncertain of his accuracy. The Wolf King sensed the impending threat, yet as it watched the wind god blade soar past, a smirk appeared at the corner of its mouth, as if mocking Luha. This slight smirk provoked Luha. How dare you, beast, mock me? Luha was incensed. In modern times, he had been trampled upon, nearly losing his life. Now, even a mere beast sought to bully him. Did they think he was devoid of spirit? You shall perish. Luha summoned 3 wind god blades, launching them at the Wolf King. Regardless of accuracy, the Wolf King deftly evaded each attack. Luha was taken aback. He had not hit a single one. It was well known that inaccurate attacks often result in accidental hits during evasive maneuvers. This indicated the Wolf King's agility had reached an unimaginable level. Meanwhile, the Wolf King continued its relentless pursuit of Luha. Had it not been for the distractions caused by the wind god blade's attacks, Luha would likely have met his demise in the Wolf King's jaws. Simultaneously, Luha concluded that the Wolf King's evasiveness demonstrated that his wind god blades posed a genuine threat. Since escape was futile, he resolved to confront it head-on. Luha made the boldest decision since arriving in this world. The Wolf King was able to evade the wind god blades with its remarkable agility. But what if it could not dodge? With determination, Luha turned to face the Wolf King. In his hands, the wind god blades continued to coalesce, yet he refrained from launching them. The Wolf King, seeing its prey stand firm, felt exhilarated. It aimed to seize Louis's head in one swift bite. After gathering 6 wind god blades, Luha finally faced the Wolf King. In a moment, all 6 blades surged toward the Wolf King's mouth, which widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, sending Luha flying in another direction. Something else was propelled backward, the Wolf King's skull. Cough, cough, cough. Luha sprawled on the ground, clutched his chest and coughed violently. The force of the impact was tremendous. Had it not been for the enhanced strength from his training, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. After catching his breath, Luha approached the lifeless Wolf King. Chapter 7. An unwelcome encounter. As Luha approached the corpse of the giant wolf, he realized it was a shadow wolf, a first-tier spirit beast known for its pack mentality and speed. Moments ago, during the chase, they had seemed so jovial, yet now, with only half a head remaining, did it dare to mock him? Luha searched the wolf's body but found no inner core. After some contemplation, he turned to the severed skull, knowing the core was likely contained within. The inner core of the shadow wolf was purple and roughly the size of chopsticks. It emitted a faint purple glow. Surrounded by a layer of lingering spiritual energy, Luha stored the inner core and sought out a different location to rest. After 2 encounters with spirit beasts, Luha was on high alert. Struggling to sleep, it was not until dawn that he finally managed to drift off. Luha did not sleep for long. The dangers of the secret realm were unpredictable, and he feared that if he fell deeply asleep, he might vanish. Following this, Luha tread cautiously through the secret realm, balancing self-preservation with the search for spiritual herbs. By the end of the day, he finally encountered another person who had entered the realm. Luha initially intended to approach and greet him, inquiring about the situation. However, he quickly changed his mind, recalling Lu Yuchuan's earlier advice: resources for cultivation must be claimed through one's own efforts, and the contribution points were meant to secure these resources. Given that his own cultivation was the lowest among the group, with the 9 others each possessing foundational cultivation, approaching them could invite coercion and theft of his herbs, leaving him powerless to defend himself or seek justice due to a lack of evidence. Having realized this, Luha squatted down and slowly retreated, attempting to leave the area. Just then, someone approached from behind Luha. Lu Shu, what are you doing? The speaker was Luo Jing, someone Luha had met briefly before entering. Shu, Luha quickly gestured for silence, urging him not to speak. Luo Jing, confused, inquired, who? In the distance, the disciple from the Danxia sect, busy harvesting spiritual herbs, soon noticed Luha and Luo Jing. So it is junior brother Luo and senior uncle Lu. The Danxia disciple felt relieved upon recognizing them. Luo Jing's cultivation was lower than his own, and Luha was merely at the qi refinement stage. Senior brother son, Luo Jing immediately bowed to the disciple. Senior uncle Lu, this is Sun Kai, the disciple under the second elder, at the peak of foundation establishment. Luo Jing, aware that Luha was unfamiliar with this individual, quickly introduced him. So you are Sun Shitzi. Luha laughed heartily in response. Senior uncle, how did you and junior brother Luo come to be together? What a serendipitous encounter. Luha hastily continued the conversation, insisting that Sun Kai must not learn of his earlier act of surveillance. Luo Shidi, did you glean any insights yesterday? Sun Kai inquired with a smile, turning his attention to Luo Jing. Sun Shixiang, I encountered several spirit beasts within the secret realm, but due to the urgency of the situation, I obtained nothing. Luo Jing replied, shaking his head. On my first day here, what could I possibly achieve? The secret realm is fraught with unfamiliar dangers. Without first grasping the general circumstances here, how could one possibly have the leisure to gather spiritual herbs? Alas, my foolish brother is in the same plight. Fortunately, I stumbled upon this location just this morning. Sun Kai sighed in agreement, expressing his lack of gains as well, listening to the two men's fabrications. Luha felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had encountered two individuals rather than just one. Had he met only one, he wondered if he could have maintained his composure in conversation. My esteemed nephews, you both must have secured some measure of success. As for your humble uncle, I have obtained nothing at all. Last night, I nearly perished at the jaws of a ghostly wolf. Luha interjected, revealing his own lack of fortune. Otherwise, the two might have conspired against him, leaving him without recourse. Shixiang Shushu, shall we search together or separate? Luo Jing glanced at Luha and then at Sun Kai. Luha observed Luo Jing, uncertain of his thoughts. The secret realm had been sealed for over a millennium, and they knew not what lay within. Should they part ways, encountering peril would leave them isolated and defenseless. I propose we explore the secret realm together, Sun Kai declared, noting that both of his companions were not as skilled as he. But how shall we divide any spiritual herbs we find? Luo Jing queried. The likelihood of overcoming crises increased considerably with three individuals united. However, Luha remained acutely aware of their purpose: to explore the secret realm, gather spiritual herbs, and earn contribution points. The paramount concern was survival, and the most perilous aspect was the spiritual herbs. If they did not establish clear agreements, disputes were inevitable. Since we are three, let us divide everything equally. What do you think? Shixiang and Shushu, Luo Jing proposed, suggesting that Luha would benefit by seniority, while Sun Kai would gain by skill. It is better to split evenly. I have no objections. What say you, Sun Shizhi? Luha naturally had no reason to oppose this arrangement. Let us heed Luo Shidi's suggestion. Sun Kai pondered, realizing that this method of division might not favor him. Nevertheless, in the face of danger, having companions to test the waters was advantageous. After they journeyed together without encountering any threats, they fortuitously stumbled upon numerous spiritual herbs. For a time, the three were filled with joy, yet, this streak of good fortune did not endure. Just 2 days later, they encountered trouble. A second-tier spirit beast, the blood-sucking flower. The blood-sucking flower was massive, adorned with hundreds of vibrant blossoms. An adult blood-sucking flower possessed power comparable to that of a perfected foundation establishment practitioner. It could shoot tendrils to drag its prey into its enormous blooms, whereupon the victim would be drained of blood, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Had the situation been so simple, Luha and his companions would not have perceived it as a problem. They merely needed to avoid proximity to the blood-sucking flower. However, the blood-sucking flower was accompanied by a parasitic spirit beast, the flesh-eating maggot. Though the flesh-eating maggot was among the weaker first-tier spirit beasts, it typically gathered in hordes, numbering in the hundreds. The corpses drained by the blood-sucking flower served as prime sustenance for the flesh-eating maggots. At that moment, Luha and his companions found themselves surrounded by these grotesque creatures, having initially only seen the blood-sucking flower. Sun Shixiang, what shall we do? The flesh-eating maggots are numerous. We may not be able to handle them. Initially, the trio had not noticed the flesh-eating maggots, their focus solely on the blood-sucking flower. They had hoped to obtain its inner core, which could yield substantial contribution points. Little did they anticipate the overwhelming number of flesh-eating maggots. Then we must fight, Sun Kai declared, undeterred by the multitude of flesh-eating maggots. As long as they kept their distance from the blood-sucking flower's attack range, they would be safe. However, Luo Jing and Lu He were less fortunate. Once they perished, their spiritual herbs would belong to Sun Kai. Chapter 8, Spirit Moon Essence. Lu He gazed at the swarms of flesh-eating maggots, his scalp prickling in terror. Never had he encountered such grotesque creatures. Yet, after overhearing the conversation between Luo Jing and Sun Kai, Lu He understood that they would not concern themselves with his safety. Watching Sun Kai falter against the onslaught of flesh-eating maggots, he felt a sense of disdain for his act. What a charade! Lu He resolved that to remain would be folly. In the blink of an eye, as Sun Kai and Luo Jing confronted the flesh-eating maggots, Lu He infused his legs with spiritual energy, executing the wind-hate leg technique. In an instant, he escaped the reach of the flesh-eating maggots. He actually ran. Luo Jing's eyes widened. He had never anticipated Lu He, as an uncle, would be the first to flee. How shameless! Once Lu He had taken flight, Luo Jing followed suit, carving a path through the throng. Sun Kai, witnessing their escape, smirked. Good, now there's no one to split the spoils with. Earlier, he had hesitated to unleash his full strength, fearing that Luo Jing and Lu He, especially Lu He, would gain undeserved advantages. Sun Kai had even contemplated leaving them behind. After Lu He fled, he quickly sought refuge. This is far too perilous. What a cursed secret realm! I must not only contend with these spirit beasts but also with humans, Lu He muttered under his breath, careful to keep his voice low to avoid attracting other spirit beasts. He was well aware of Sun Kai's intentions. It was implausible that a late Foundation establishment practitioner could not handle a few flesh-eating maggots. Who would believe such a tale? After hiding for a time, Lu He confirmed that no one was pursuing him and ventured forth to continue his search for spiritual herbs. However, inexplicably, since parting from Luo Jing and Sun Kai, his luck had soured. As night fell, he had yet to encounter any worthwhile spiritual herbs, only managing to gather a few scattered blood-stanching grasses. I must find a place to rest for the night. Lu He retracted his head, surveying the area. He found himself in a stony grove with little vegetation. It seemed a safe spot to pass the night without encountering any spirit beasts. Having prepared a resting place, Lu He reignited a fire and retrieved some provisions. Chewing slowly, his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. After some time, having satiated his hunger, Lu He noted that the vicinity held neither humans nor spirit beasts. Leaning against a rock, he prepared to rest in peace. Suddenly, the ground erupted with myriad flickering lights scattered across the terrain. What on earth is this? Lu He exclaimed, drawing his sword and swinging it wildly. Yet, he soon discovered that these glimmers were merely flickering, showing no other signs of threat. In the next moment, the moonlight transformed into ethereal strands that flowed into the lights. This sight seemed familiar. Spirit Moon Essence, Lu He recalled, realizing that this was a second-tier spirit beast. The Spirit Moon Essence. Each adult Spirit Moon Essence possessed the power of a novice Foundation establishment practitioner. Typically, they lived in groups led by a dominant figure whose cultivation often reached the late Foundation establishment stage or even perfection. During the day, the Spirit Moon Essences concealed themselves underground, emerging at night to absorb moonlight. At the full moon, they would leap from their burrows, though the emerging Spirit Moon Essences generally posed no threat to humans. Their behavior was unpredictable. Remembering the specifics of the Spirit Moon Essence, Lu He felt a chill, for he noticed the moon was particularly round. Today was the 15th. This meant that the Spirit Moon Essences would soon emerge from the ground. With so many Spirit Moon Essences about, he would surely be devoured. Lu He sheathed his sword and fled, but it was already too late. The Spirit Moon Essences had surfaced, blocking his path and surrounding him. Each Spirit Moon Essence resembled a human, with 2 arms and 2 legs, and distinct features. Though their skin was a pale blue above their heads, they bore a single antenna, used for absorbing moonlight. Please don't come any closer. Lu He brandished his sword, attempting to intimidate the Spirit Moon Essences, yet they seemed utterly unfazed by his threats, extending their hands and shooting blue tendrils in an attempt to ensnare him. Lu He summoned the scant spiritual energy within him, pouring all his strength into severing the advancing tendrils. The tendrils proved remarkably resilient. He could not sever them, only managed to deflect their approach. With each strike, his grip nearly shattered, enduring the pain radiating from his hands. Lu He continued to fend off the relentless assault of the Spirit Moon Essences. After numerous attempts to cleave through the tendrils, Lu He found himself unable to continue, just as the sturdy tendrils were about to ensnare him. They suddenly ceased their advance and retracted, the Spirit Moon Essences retreating to engage in their own activities. That was close. Lu He exhaled in relief, thankful that the Spirit Moon Essences had chosen to spare him. Otherwise, next year on this day would mark his demise. Greetings, human. What is your name? A man's voice pierced through the air just as Luha was about to make his escape. Who are you? Luha raised his sword defensively, preparing for a confrontation. If fear not, I harbor no ill intent. My children were merely playing with you. The man chuckled, his smile betraying no malice. Your children? You are their father? You are also a spirit moon essence. Luha scrutinized the figure before him, realizing that though he bore a human-like appearance, his pale blue skin revealed he was not human. Chapter 9, Assistance and Gifts Indeed. I am their progenitor. I am the lord of this fragmented stone forest. Simultaneously, I am also a Lingua spirit. The man found the individual before him quite intriguing. Did you come to seek me? Luha sensed that the leader of the Lingua spirits was unlikely to be here merely for a simple inquiry. Perhaps he wished to extract information from him before deciding to end his life. Luha contemplated that it would be prudent to be honest, answering any questions posed. If he were to be anything less than forthright, he could easily meet his demise, perhaps by being straightforward. He might even manage to survive. I am Luha. I have only just arrived here a few days ago. After formulating his thoughts, Luha promptly stated, Luha, I suppose I have come looking for you. What cultivation method are you practicing? The leader of the Lingua spirits committed Luha's name to memory and then inquired. I am cultivating a flawed technique known as the Wajihua Siang. Luha's eyes flickered. Could it be that the leader of the Lingua spirits recognized the Wajihua Siang? Perhaps he intended to offer him the remaining volumes? Luha entertained the notion delightfully. Yet he deemed it improbable. Oh, Wajihua Siang, the leader of the Lingua spirits furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Can you elaborate on the fundamental mantra of Wajihua Siang? Certainly. Luha readily divulged the essence of the mantra to the leader of the Lingua spirits, pondering that it might yield unexpected outcomes. After all, before the leader of the Lingua spirits, he felt utterly insignificant, devoid of any opportunity for resistance. Speaking candidly, even if it led to his execution, it might afford him a more merciful end. It appears to be true. The leader of the Lingua spirits nodded, as if validating something with Luhi. In truth, this technique is not called Wajihua Siang, but rather Wujishinju. It is a top-tier cultivation method from the celestial realm. And my master is the founder of this technique. What, Wujishinju, your master? Luha was immediately astounded. No wonder the leader had sought him out to inquire about his cultivation method. Perhaps he sensed something familiar. Prompting his appearance. What level have you cultivated it? I am merely a novice, barely completing the first layer. Luha mused that the leader of the Lingua spirits would likely spare his life. Sharing the same cultivation method as his master, they might indeed be of the same origin, and perhaps he could help him complete the missing parts. Indeed, you are at the initial stage of chi refinement. You have likely not completed the first layer. The leader of the Lingua spirits realized he had overthought the situation. However, the Wajihua Siang I practice is incomplete, possessing only the upper volume, lacking the middle and lower sections. Do you possess the middle and lower volumes? Luha seized the opportunity to inquire. I am aware of the upper and middle volumes, but not the lower. However, Wujishinju is not merely divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. You are cultivating the upper section, which is divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 volumes, totaling 5 layers. The lower section is divided into upper and lower 2 volumes, totaling 4 layers. Each section constitutes a distinct system. In the past, my master taught me the upper and middle volumes of the upper section, but he did not teach me the lower volume, claiming that without comprehending the upper and middle volumes, there was no need to study the lower volume. The leader of the Lingua spirits chuckled, then spoke a few unintelligible words to the Lingua spirits behind him. One of them burrowed into the ground and re-emerged, presenting 2 books. This book contains the upper and middle volumes of Wujishinju, and this one is a corresponding spirit technique. The leader of the Lingua spirits handed the 2 books to Luha. For me, are you seeking my assistance? Luha understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The leader of the Lingua spirits would certainly not aid him without reason. Clever, I require your help to rescue my master, the leader of the Lingua spirits said with a smile, clearly enjoying the discourse with someone who comprehended the situation. Who is your master, and where is he? If you wish for me to assist in his rescue, I must at least know some pertinent information about him. Moreover, regarding my cultivation, Luha was not concerned with anything else and readily agreed. Should an opportunity arise where he could assist, he would do so. It matters not. Cultivation can be gradually improved. My master is named Ingwuj, known among the celestial beings as Wuj Shinzuan. My master was secretly harmed and is currently missing. Yet I can sense that he is still alive, albeit trapped and unable to escape the celestial realm. Luha was at a loss for words. He was currently in the lower realm and was only aware of the existence of the upper realm. Where then is the celestial realm? No matter, it has been many years. You may take your time. If you rescue my master, I shall bestow a gift upon you. The leader of the Lingua spirits understood Lu Ha would undoubtedly have questions and recognized the difficulties involved. However, as long as Lu Ha kept this matter in mind, that would suffice. Very well, if I have the opportunity to venture into the celestial realm, I shall search for him. If my cultivation is sufficient, I will assist in his rescue. Lu Ha could only verbally acquiesce, for who could predict whether he would live to see that day. Subsequently, Lu Ha accepted the 2 books from the leader of the Lingua spirits and began to peruse them. Regardless of whether he could master them, he resolved to memorize their contents first. The leader of the Lingua spirits smiled slightly, choosing not to disturb Lu Ha further, and spoke a few words to the surrounding Lingua spirits, who then dispersed. Lu Ha remained absorbed in reading until dawn, committing the contents of the 2 books to memory. Had it not been for the spirit techniques provided by the leader of the Lingua spirits, he would have been oblivious to the various applications of the Wujihua Xiang. Lu Ha selected a relatively simple defensive spirit technique, Wujiden. Wujiden is quite straightforward. With minimal practice, one can master it. First, one must circulate their inherent spiritual energy according to the principles of Wujihua Xiang. Then arrange it in a certain sequence to gently draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy, thus forming the Wujiden. Not bad. Lu Ha attempted to invoke it, and a plain patterned shield of spiritual energy materialized before him, filling him with delight. However, before Lu Ha could bask in his joy for more than 10 breaths, he felt a profound weakness wash over him, as if his spiritual energy was being rapidly drained. Alas, my cultivation is still too low, Lu Ha sighed, looking up to see, not far ahead, a number of spiritual herbs lying about. They must be a gift from the leader of the Lingua spirits. Lu Ha approached and discovered a total of 10 spiritual herbs, all of excellent quality, which he hastily stored in his spatial ring. Chapter 10. Tanjua. Lu Ha immediately pondered a pressing concern. After exiting the secret realm, the spatial ring would need to be surrendered. They would undoubtedly discover the techniques and spirit techniques of Wujihua Xiang. How would he explain that? Furthermore, the spiritual herbs gifted by the leader of the Lingua spirits were all 4th tier. Exceedingly precious, no good. Even if he could rationalize the herbs, he could not retain the techniques. Consequently, Lu Ha resolved that since he had already memorized them, he would destroy them. Once outside, he could transcribe them from memory. As for the remaining herbs, he selected 3 that could be consumed raw and promptly stuffed them into his mouth. The other 7 would require refinement to be made into pills before they could be ingested. So he paid them no mind. Upon consuming the 3 spiritual herbs, he chewed them thoroughly, and the potent essence flowed into his abdomen, causing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy to radiate forth. In an instant, Lu Ha felt his stomach swell as if he were a woman about to give birth. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Lu Ha hurriedly sat down to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the herbs. As he absorbed their essence, his stomach gradually began to deflate. Fortunately, this intense surge only occurred at the beginning. Otherwise, he might have burst from the influx of spiritual energy. 4th tier spiritual herbs are indeed valuable, and their potency should not be underestimated. For the next day, Lu Ha remained motionless, continuously absorbing the medicinal power. A tremendous transformation occurred within his dantian. The initial cloud of mist began to slowly settle, forming tiny droplets of water. Lu Ha advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. The potency of the 3 spiritual herbs continued to radiate, and Lu Ha was unaware of whether he could leverage a few more herbs to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. As night fell, the Lingua spirits began to extend their tentacles, absorbing the moonlight. As the month waxed, the Lingua spirits did not emerge that night. It was not until the following day that Lu Ha finally absorbed all the medicinal power. His cultivation was merely a step away from entering the late stage of qi refinement. Truly, 4th tier spiritual herbs are extraordinary. Lu Ha also recognized that such remarkable effects were largely due to his low cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have experienced such a significant improvement. He had wasted some potency by consuming them raw. Otherwise, he might have achieved even greater advancements. After consuming some provisions, Lu Ha continued his exploration of the secret realm. As he walked, Lu Ha reflected on the fact that 10 individuals had entered alongside him. Aside from the encountered Luo Jing and Sun Kai, he was uncertain of the status of the others. Had they perished in the scramble for spiritual herbs? After all, spiritual herbs equate to contribution points, and with contribution points, one can exchange for spirit techniques and pills. With spirit techniques and pills, one can enhance their strength, and with strength, one can acquire more cultivation resources. Recalling what Lu Yuchuan had told him, Lu Ha felt this was highly plausible. Continuing to wander aimlessly within the secret realm, Lu Ha no longer sought any spiritual herbs. With the 7 spiritual herbs gifted by the leader of the Lingua spirits, he deemed himself sufficiently equipped. Lu Ha safely traversed 20 days, with minimal gains. Only 3 days remained until he could exit. On this day, Lu Ha finally encountered a stroke of luck, discovering a patch of first-tier Huiling grass. Once he had gathered it all, he heard the sounds of combat. That's right, Huiling grass can gather spiritual energy. Perhaps there are more spiritual herbs nearby. The sounds of conflict must be due to a struggle over the spiritual herbs. Lu Ha quickly deduced this, yet he had no intention of venturing forth to witness the fray. His cultivation was the lowest among those who had entered the secret realm. The others were at least at the foundational stage. To approach would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Lu Ha swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction of the battle, attempting to distance himself as much as possible. However, contrary to his intentions, he had scarcely made any headway. The sounds of combat abruptly ceased. As an individual, standing atop a flying sword obstructed Louis's path. This person bore a pallid complexion, his body smeared with blood, and a conspicuous wound on his chest continued to ooze crimson. It was likely he had discovered Lu Ha. Leaving him no time to staunch the bleeding. Engaging in murder and robbery, it is best to silence witnesses. Dear disciple, what sort of spirit beast have you encountered to sustain such injuries? Lu Ha inquired with feigned ignorance. His tone laced with concern. Are you Lu Ha, Master Lu? Indeed, I happened to be passing by. Lu Ha nodded vigorously, careful not to disclose that he had heard the sounds of the struggle. Tanjua. Having encountered Lu Ha before, explained, I just had an unfortunate encounter with a pack of spectral wolves and sustained injuries. I beseech you, Master, for your assistance. Tanjua's expression remained devoid of any hint of distress as he bowed to Lu Ha. Oh, assistance, how may I help? Lu Ha was skeptical of the young man's tale, recognizing that the wound on his chest was evidently inflicted by a sword. Help me staunch the bleeding. Very well, very well. Lu Ha promptly sheathed his sword at his waist, retrieving bandages and hemostatic medicine from his storage ring as he approached Tanjua. Tanjua's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Ha, who wore a smile that suggested he was merely tending to the wound. Just as Lu Ha was a step away from Tanjua, the latter swiftly struck out with his sword. Wuji Shield. Lu Ha raised his left hand, summoning the Wuji Shield that deflected Tanjua's attack. Meanwhile, Lui's right hand drew the sword from his waist and lunged toward Tanjua, caught off guard by Lui's formidable defense. Tanjua, having just executed a strike, was utterly unprepared, and Lui's sword found its mark in his chest. Following the successful thrust, Lu Ha released the sword, rolling backward as the wind god blade materialized in his grasp. Aimed at Tanjua's head, injured and struck again by Lui's blade, Tanjua had no time to evade, resulting in a direct hit. His head was instantly severed from his body. Lu Ha was taken aback by the fountain of blood that erupted from Tanjua's corpse. Chapter 11. Entering the secret realm. A few breaths later, as Tanjua's lifeless form lay still, Lu Ha cautiously approached. He kicked Tanjua's body and spat in disdain, wounded yet still intent on killing me. Greed truly leads to one's demise. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Ha hurriedly retrieved the spirit herbs from Tanjua's storage ring, cramming them into his own without pausing to count their number. Intending to assess their worth only once he was safe, after some time, Lu Ha finally reached a relatively secure location and concealed himself in a stone cave. He then laid out all the spirit herbs and inner elixirs he had collected, meticulously calculating their contribution value. First-grade spirit herbs yielded 1 point of contribution value, second-grade herbs 2 points, third-grade herbs 5 points, and fourth-grade herbs 20 points. According to Sean Heasy's pre-entrance briefing, contributions were calculated in this manner. Lu Ha counted 320 first-grade herbs, 52 second-grade, 12 third-grade, and 7 fourth-grade herbs. In total, he amassed 624 contribution points. Adding the 100 points promised upon entry, his total reached 724 points. As for the inner elixirs, there were 18 first-grade elixirs, each worth 2 points, and 2 second-grade elixirs, each worth 5 points. In total, this amounted to 770 points. What a remarkable profit! Lu Ha gleefully stored the spirit herbs in his ring and settled in the cave to await the expiration of his time limit. It seemed he had forgotten something. Lu Ha suddenly recalled the bioluminescent flowers he had planted within the Wuji celestial pearl. Upon entering the pearl, he was astonished to find that the flowers, having been nurtured for around 20 days, not only thrived but had also sprouted branches. In light of this, he decided to plant more. Lu Ha promptly retrieved all the spirit grasses from his storage ring and planted one of each variety. Observing the flourishing array of spirit herbs before him, he recalculated his contribution points, noting that he was left with just over 300 points, consisting solely of first and second grade herbs. Subsequently, Lu Ha tested how long he could remain within the Wuji celestial pearl. discovering that he could linger for just over an hour. Beyond that, he risked perishing within. The reason for this eluded him. Finally, the month-long limit arrived. A portal materialized within the stone cave, and Luha stepped through. After a brief passage through darkness, light returned, revealing that he had emerged at the back mountain of the Danxia sect. "Master, I have returned." Upon his emergence, Luha spotted Lu Yuchuan and promptly removed his storage ring. Handing it to her. "It is good that you are back, good that you are back." Lu Yuchuan inspected Lui's condition, finding him unscathed, which eased her worries. She then noted Lui's cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Nearing the late stage, which filled her with joy, Luha glanced around at the group, noting that 6 had emerged, himself being the 5th. Luo Jing and Sun Kai had also exited the secret realm. Yet 4 individuals remained unaccounted for. He could not ascertain whether they would return, however, he was certain that at least 2 would not. "Everyone, please retrieve the items from your storage rings," Lu Yuchuan instructed. "We shall await the others while recording our contribution values." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Shan Heezy deemed the time sufficient. Those who could emerge had done so, and those who hadn't likely would not. "Hui, please record the contributions and make adjustments for those who have emerged," he commanded. The 6 disciples who had exited proceeded to extract the contents of their storage rings, counting and documenting their respective contribution values. "Quite commendable, the quantity gathered is satisfactory," Lu Yuchuan remarked as she counted Lui's spirit herbs, considering the haul to be rather reasonable given his mid-stage qi refinement cultivation. Successfully acquiring such herbs and emerging safely was indeed fortunate. "Master, there are still 4 individuals who have not yet emerged. Could it be that they will not return?" Luha inquired softly, surveying his surroundings. "Alas, it is difficult to say, after so many years without opening. The secret realm harbors unknown dangers, unexpected events are unfortunately inevitable," Lu Yuchuan replied, her expression shifting momentarily before regaining composure, crafting a plausible rationale. "Did you encounter any dangers within?" Lu Yuchuan asked pointedly. "Indeed, there were fierce spirit beasts. However, I managed to eliminate them without peril." Luha discerned Lu Yuchuan's insinuation and provided a suitably vague explanation. "As long as you are unharmed," Lu Yuchuan replied. "Upon our return, recount to me all that transpired in the secret realm and any discoveries made, so that we may prepare for future expeditions." Lu Yuchuan nodded, indicating that the specifics of Lui's experiences would be discussed further upon their return to Qingshan Pavilion. Chapter 12. The Confession. The contributions gained from the secret realm, combined with the 100 points awarded, amounted to 435 points for Luha. The group continued to wait by the exit of the secret realm for another quarter of an hour. Yet no additional individuals emerged. Ultimately, Shan Heezy instructed the elder Hui to examine the status of the soul stones in the soul stone hall. The 4 who had not emerged had their soul stones shattered, indicating their demise within the secret realm. Among the 10 who had ventured into the secret realm, it was already considered a highly favorable outcome to have half return, with 6 individuals having emerged. This was indeed a commendable result. You 6, upon your return, meticulously document all that you have witnessed and experienced in the secret realm, submitting your accounts to the elder for our future explorations. After Shan Heezy's remarks, the group dispersed. Luha followed Lu Yuchuan back to Qingshan Pavilion, where the master and disciple sat in the hall as Luha recounted his experiences in the secret realm. While Lu Yuchuan transcribed, naturally, Luha omitted any mention of the luminous spirit and the slaying of Tanzhuo. "Master, that is all. I did not uncover much during my time in the secret realm," Luha stated earnestly, his sincerity almost convincing enough to deceive an ordinary person. "Indeed, prioritizing survival in the secret realm is paramount. You made the right choice." Lu Yuchuan nodded, acknowledging Luhi's decision to flee from the flesh-eating maggots as a natural instinct, rather than recklessly charging to his doom with insufficient power. "However, what I mentioned is intended for submission to the sect. Now, please share with me the true events you encountered within the secret realm." Lu Yuchuan's gaze fixed intently upon Luha, her expression growing serious. "Master, this is indeed what I genuinely experienced in the secret realm." Luha felt a twinge of anxiety, surprised that his well-crafted narrative had aroused Lu Yuchuan's suspicion. "Is that so? Please enlighten me on the origin of your second-grade inner elixirs," Lu Yuchuan inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I happened upon a skirmish between 2 second-grade spirit beasts and seized the opportunity." Luha had long prepared this explanation. "Perhaps you remain unaware of the nature of spirit beasts." Lu Yuchuan chuckled, finding Luhi's crude fabrication utterly unconvincing. "Fights between spirit beasts rarely result in mutual destruction unless one is assured of victory. The strength of a second-grade spirit beast is comparable to that of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, if not superior, even if you were to encounter a single dying spirit beast. It would not be as simple as you presume. In its dying moments, a spirit beast will retaliate fiercely, and a cultivator of equal rank would likely suffer grave harm. Moreover, your own strength is inferior to that of the spirit beasts. Given Louis's cultivation and prowess, he would be unable to withstand a spirit beast's final counterattack. Lu Ha looked at Lu Yuchuan, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly at a loss for words. His excuses held no weight before Lu Yuchuan should he reveal the true events that transpired. What would Lu Yuchuan do? Would she turn him in, or would she assist him in resolving the predicament? In the depths of Lu Hai's heart, he found himself unable to make a decision, vividly recalling the words spoken to him by Lu Yuchuan. Lu Ha, I am your master in the realm of cultivation. While others may not be trustworthy, your master is someone you can rely upon. Observing the expression on Lu Hai's face, Lu Yuchuan discerned the turmoil within his mind. Master, must you inquire further? Lu Ha pleaded with his eyes, uncertain of the consequences that might follow his words. He genuinely wished to remain silent, although he was justified in his actions regarding Tanjua's death. The world of cultivation was not governed by reason but rather by strength. Lu Yuchuan represented an unpredictable variable, one in whom Lu Ha lacked faith. Even during past hunting expeditions, he had remained cautious around other hunters, guarding the methods of his own pursuits. The current predicament bore striking similarities. Lu Ha, I do not wish to pressure you among the four who did not emerge. One is a talented disciple under the sect leader, named Tanjua, who has already achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The fates of the others are of little concern to anyone in the path of cultivation. It is a matter of life and death, relying solely on one's own abilities. However, the death of Tanjua will undoubtedly be scrutinized, both overtly and covertly. I believe that every disciple emerging from the secret realm will be summoned to the Grand Elder for questioning. If I remain oblivious to the circumstances, how can I assist you? Lu Yuchuan understood the gravity of Tanjua's demise. Should any connection to Lu Ha be uncovered, the character of Tanjua's master would ensure that there would be no leniency. Master, it was I who killed him. In an instant, Lu Ha comprehended the situation. After Lu Yuchuan's narration, regardless of whether he spoke or remained silent, others would inevitably extract information from various sources. Once the answers emerged, without Lu Yuchuan's support, he feared the repercussions. I take it to mean that those two second-tier spirit beast cores also belong to Tanjua, correct? Lu Hai's willingness to speak the truth finally relieved Lu Yuchuan. Indeed, subsequently Lu Ha recounted in detail the events leading to Tanjua's death, explaining that the Wuji shield was an application of the Wuji method, a self-created spiritual technique. I see. Lu Yuchuan grasped the entire context and formulated a counter-strategy. When questioned about Tanjua, do not fear, simply articulate the entire sequence of events. With my presence, they will not dare to harm you. Lu Yuchuan's furrowed brow and piercing gaze instilled a sense of warmth in Lu Hai's heart. Yes, master. As he gazed at Lu Yuchuan's expression and listened to his words, Lu Ha felt a comforting warmth within him. Chapter 13. The heartfelt protection from a master. Shortly after Lu Ha conversed with Lu Yuchuan, a messenger from the law hall, where Grand Elder Hui resided, arrived to summon Lu Ha. You are to return and report to the Grand Elder. Lu Ha complied promptly. Lu Yuchuan dismissed the messenger with a single phrase. Remember, when the time comes, speak the truth without hesitation. Lu Yuchuan reiterated, Master, will you accompany me? Lu Ha felt a lingering fear. I will protect you. Lu Yuchuan reassured him, locking eyes with Lu Ha. Lu Ha felt deeply moved. Since the passing of his parents, no one had shown concern for him. He resolved that henceforth, he would never withhold anything from Lu Yuchuan. Whenever inquiries arose, they proceeded to the discipline hall, where several elders were already gathered, along with the disciples who had entered the secret realm. The elders presented the accounts of their respective disciples to Hui, who was meticulously reviewing them. You have been called here not only to discuss the circumstances within the secret realm but also regarding another matter. Have any of you encountered the four who perished inside? After scrutinizing the statements, Grand Elder Hui fixed a serious gaze upon the six who emerged from the secret realm. Each began recounting their encounters with various individuals within the realm, until it was Lu Hai's turn. Sun Kai and Luo Jing's accounts aligned with Lu Hai's narrative. When Lu Ha detailed the process of Tanjua's death, the expressions of those present varied significantly. How could it be you who killed my disciple? An elder who had been silent until this moment exclaimed in fury upon learning that Lu Ha was responsible for Tanjua's death. Preparing to take action, Lu Ha instinctively recoiled, but Lu Yuchuan quickly stepped in front of him. Preventing any rash movements from the elder, the sense of protection thrilled Lu Ha. What, Zhangjin, are you suggesting that Tan Zhua, who disrespected his elders and sought his own demise, can lay blame upon others? Lu Yuchuan glared at the speaker. Zhangjin, the third disciple of Shan Hizi, was already at the early stage of nascent soul and notoriously arrogant, particularly given Tan Zhua's exceptional talents and the sect's investment in his development. Fifth junior sister, that is not my intention, Zhangjin quickly backtracked, aware that disrespecting an elder in the discipline hall was tantamount to courting disaster, but why kill him when he was already gravely injured? Could you not have subdued him, or perhaps Lu Ha had merely wished to kill Tan Zhuo to seize his gathered spiritual herbs and cores, though he feigned submission. Zhangjin harbored resentment. The one who killed his precious disciple must face consequences. How absurd, to be ambushed and still expected to show mercy. Zhangjin, do you take others for fools? Lu Ha is merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. While Tan Zhuo had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, one misstep and Lu Ha would be dead. In such moments, who would hold back, or is it that your disciple's life is paramount while mine is not? Lu Yuchuan retorted sternly. Zhangjin, heed my warning, this is the discipline hall, not your Lin Qi hall, and you have no authority to dictate terms. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of the sect leader. With that, Lu Yuchuan unleashed his formidable aura, revealing his mid-stage nascent soul prowess, pressing down on Zhangjin. Fifth junior sister, do not be agitated, Hui interjected, shielding Zhangjin from Lu Yuchuan's oppressive presence. Although Lu Yuchuan was merely at the mid-stage of nascent soul, his true strength far exceeded that classification. Second junior brother, you are the head of the discipline hall, I hope you will adjudicate fairly. Lu Yuchuan granted Hui face, retracting his aura, yet the implication was clear. Should Hui fail to handle the matter justly, it would not end here. Rest assured, the matter has been clarified. Tan Zhuo, having disrespected his elders and disregarded sect rules, inflicted harm upon his fellow disciples and attempted to assassinate an elder. He reaped what he sowed. You six must keep this in mind. Upon grasping the situation, Hui announced the verdict to all present: unjust. Lu Ha is the one who killed him. He must bear the guilt and face death. Zhangjin shouted vehemently, but as he recalled that 4 elders were present, he quickly quelled his uproar. I shall seek my master for justice. With that, Zhangjin stormed out of the law hall, the second elder Lu Lian, and the third elder Zhou Wenchen, after the conclusion of the proceedings, led their disciples back home. A fifth junior sister, I will explain the circumstances to the sect leader. For now, take Lu Ha back and remain vigilant. Given Zhangjin's temperament, he may resort to underhanded tactics. Hui earnestly advised Lu Yuchuan. Thank you, second junior brother. Chapter 14, Shan Hizi's concerns. Upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Ha exhaled in relief, feeling that he had passed this trial within the sect. Lu Ha, in the future, unless necessary, try not to leave the sect, Lu Yuchuan cautioned. I understand, master. Lu Ha acknowledged. He had overheard Hui's final words to Lu Yuchuan and realized that, on the surface, the matter seemed resolved. But beneath, it was merely the beginning. You have now officially entered the realm of cultivation. Henceforth, you must pursue the knowledge essential for your growth. Grand Elder Hui, at the late stage of nascent soul, oversaw the sect's regulations. The second elder Lu Lian, also at the late stage, managed the transmission of teachings, while the third elder Zhou Wenchen, also at the late stage, was responsible for alchemy, talismans, formations, and the crafting of personal spiritual weapons. The fourth elder, myself, oversees external affairs. For relevant matters, seek out the appropriate individuals. When you have time, you may explore the outer sect and select some individuals as your attendants. Additionally, although you are merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, you must begin preparing for the crafting of your personal spiritual weapon. Once you enter foundation establishment, you must forge your own. Lu Yuchuan elaborated, concluding with a query: how is your literacy? Have you made progress with the texts I provided? Master, I can recognize most characters now, and I have no trouble comprehending those texts. In fact, I have memorized them all, Lu Ha replied with a smile, feeling warmth from Lu Yuchuan's concern. This master was truly wonderful. That is splendid. Now go forth and cultivate. Within the sect leader's residence, Zhangjin was visibly agitated, indignantly recounting the events surrounding Tan Zhuo's death to Shan Hizi. Master, is it truly acceptable for Lu Ha to have killed Tan Zhuo without consequence? Tan Zhuo possessed the rare talent of the 8-petal spirit flower. Zhangjin spoke passionately for quite some time, yet Shan Hizi remained silent. Have you finished speaking? Shan Hizi finally addressed Zhangjin with a calm demeanor. Master, I have concluded. Zhangjin promptly fell silent upon hearing Shan Hizi's response. Tan Zhuo was at fault. No matter where it occurs, if one is killed, there are no justifications for the side at fault. If it were the case that someone from another sect had taken the life of Tan Zhua, we might consider seeking justice on his behalf. However, this is a matter that pertains solely to our own sect. If Tan Zhua commits murder and is subsequently killed, should we then seek to vindicate him? What would the other disciples think? If we were to proceed in such a manner, it would not be long before the Danxia sect faced utter annihilation. Shan Hezi spoke with heartfelt earnestness. Zhang Jin is indeed a gifted individual, but he possesses a narrow mind and lacks the capacity for magnanimity. Seeing his ascension imminent, he realizes that if he departs, his days may be numbered. Yes, the master's words hold merit. Zhang Jin comprehended that Shan Hezi would not advocate for Tan Zhua. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Master, I take my leave. With deliberate steps, Zhang Jin exited, his resolve unwavering. Alas, Shan Hezi was at a loss for words. While the Danxia sect appeared to be harmonious on the surface, beneath it surged a torrent of undercurrents. Hui and Lu Lian were at odds, while Zhao Wenqian and Lu Yuchuan engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. Once he ascended to the upper realm, what transformation might the Danxia sect undergo? Besides the internal issues, there loomed external threats as well. Among the cultivation sects in the lower realm, three formidable factions prevailed: the Jingang sect, the Sword Pavilion, and the Divine Thunder sect. Should he depart, the Danxia sect would lose its pillar of strength, and it would not be long before their foundation was seized. Contemplating these matters, Shan Hezi could not help but feel apprehensive for the Danxia sect. Chapter 15. The outer sect. Lu Ha heeded Lu Yuchuan's instructions and diligently practiced for several days, solidifying his newly attained mid-stage qi refining. Following Lu Yuchuan's advice, he decided to explore the outer sect, seeking individuals to assist at the Qingshan Pavilion. Upon Lu Ha's arrival at the outer sect, the duty elder hastily came forth to greet him. Although the duty elder of the Danxia sect bore the title of elder, his status was not particularly elevated, often falling short even of the third-generation disciples, especially those within the outer sect. The outer sect was the least esteemed within the entire Danxia sect. The practitioners there exhibited varying levels of cultivation, generally remaining at lower tiers. Furthermore, the duty elder, tasked with managing these individuals, wielded minimal authority and was regarded as inferior to other duty elders. Hence, when Lu Ha, the sole direct disciple of the elder, arrived, the duty elder dared not show any negligence. The fourth elder seldom visited the outer sect, but should he disrespect Lu Ha, he would surely face dire consequences should Lu Yuchuan learn of it. Su Haping, the duty elder, greeted Lu Shixiang. What brings you to the outer sect today? His tone was infused with profound humility. You are overly courteous, Su Shixiang. Simply call me Lu Shidi. Lu Ho was taken aback by Su Haping's enthusiasm. Though he was a third-generation disciple, it felt unwarranted for a duty elder to refer to him as Shixiang. Su Haping hesitated, contemplating Lu Hai's words, and decided to acquiesce. I am a few years older, so I shall take a small advantage here. Lu Shidi, is there something you require assistance with? Should you need help, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Su Haping, pleased by the respect bestowed upon him, became even more cordial towards Lu Ha. There is nothing pressing. My master oversees the outer sect, but her responsibilities are numerous, leaving her little time. Thus, I came to take a look. Lu Ha stated with a smile. This was merely a casual remark, yet to Su Haping it bore a different significance. Lu Shidi, have I committed some offense that warrants the removal of my position as duty elder? Su Haping's face turned pale, his speech becoming agitated. Not at all, Lu Ha exclaimed in astonishment. He had said nothing to incite such a reaction. I merely came to observe. I harbor no ulterior motives. You remain the duty elder, however. As my master's direct disciple and a member of our own sect, I must be informed to some extent, otherwise, if questioned, I would be at a loss for words, which would tarnish my master's reputation. Lu Ho was bewildered by Su Haping's distress. Had his words truly carried such weight? That is good to hear. Lu Shidi, in the future, please avoid ambiguous statements. They can be quite alarming. Over the years, Su Haping had endured considerable bullying and pressure. How could he not be unsettled by Lu Ha's vague remarks? Su Shixiang, is there an individual named Yang Hang among the outer disciples? Lu Ho wished to shift the conversation, fearing that Su Haping might misunderstand again, leading to an awkward situation. Yes, indeed, Su Haping recalled Yang Hang vividly, a promising youth who had remained in the outer sect for many years yet only reached the mid-stage of qi refining. Upon my departure, could he accompany me to the Qingshan Pavilion? Lu Ha inquired tentatively. Absolutely, just say the word, and I will ensure he comes. Su Haping responded without hesitation. Thank you, Shixiang. By the way, how do the outer disciples typically cultivate? Lu He, having devoted himself solely to cultivation since joining the sect, was unaware of the practices in the outer sect. Though he did not consider himself particularly wise, he understood that knowledge is akin to hunting. The more one knows, the easier it becomes to capture prey. Since Lu Shidi is interested, I shall enlighten you. Su Heping lamented the challenges of cultivating in the outer sect. There were a total of 982 outer disciples. Nearly 1,000, in contrast, the disciples of the elders totaled fewer than 100, receiving 3 spirit pills each month to expedite their cultivation and enhance their prowess. Conversely, outer disciples received only 10 spirit pellets monthly. While the numbers favored the outer disciples, the potency of 10 spirit pellets could not compare to a single spirit pill. To put it plainly, spirit pellets could be regarded as failed spirit pills, or even mere dregs. Furthermore, the spiritual flowers of outer disciples predominantly bore 4 or 5 petals, whereas those under the elders' tutelage typically began with 6 petals. Of course, Lu He was an exception. Additionally, outer disciples only received a lecture from the elders once every 6 months. Unlike the disciples of the elders who could inquire whenever they had questions, the disparity in resource allocation became evident upon comparison. Moreover, outer disciples often lacked unity, engaging in conflicts amongst themselves. Following the distribution of spirit pellets, they would compete for them. In summary, Su Heping, having managed the outer sect for years, had observed far too much and understood far too well. Chapter 16. The Master's ramblings. Is that so? Lu He felt a deep sense of sympathy but remained merely sympathetic. The path of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. If one is weak, others will naturally take advantage. Though he was a direct disciple, Lu He was unwilling to meddle in the affairs of the outer sect. If the outer sect could continue on its current trajectory, there must be a reason for it. Thank you for enlightening me, Su Shixiang. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, Lu He expressed with a polite remark. Lu Shidi, I shall summon Yang Hang immediately. Su Heping, understanding the situation, promptly dispatched someone to find Yang Hang. Shortly thereafter, Yang Hang was brought forth. Shuzu. Yang Hang felt a twinge of trepidation upon being summoned by the duty elder, but his anxiety eased upon seeing Lu He. Indeed, Lu He remained silent, trusting Su Heping to manage the details. Yang Hang, from now on, you shall accompany Lu Shidi. Ensure that he is well cared for. Should anything happen to Lu Shidi, you know the consequences, Su Heping warned sternly. Yes, I shall obey the elder's orders, Yang Hang responded dutifully. Subsequently, Lu He led Yang Hang back to the Qingshan pavilion. Yet within the modest confines of the pavilion, there was no vacant room. It would not do to have Yang Hang occupy the storeroom, and there was no place for the storeroom's contents to go. Thus, Lu He instructed Yang Hang to construct a small dwelling beside the Qingshan pavilion as a temporary residence. Is it just you? Lu Yuchuan observed Yang Hang laboring alone, finding him somewhat familiar and curious. Only him, Lu He replied. Earlier, when I visited the library, he was the one who guided me. Master, what about my spirit pills? Lu He inquired with a cheerful demeanor, having been in the sect for a month and a half. You should have received 3 spirit pills by now. Do not rush. Now is the time to lay a solid foundation. If you rely on spirit pills for cultivation, advancing to the foundation establishment stage will prove exceedingly challenging. Once you achieve the peak of qi refining, consuming a foundation establishment pill in conjunction with spirit pills will enable you to break through the barriers. Therefore, I will hold on to your spirit pills for now. Lu Yuchuan reasoned, suspecting that Su Heping had communicated this to Lu He. Oh, I see, Master. How can I obtain one of those storage rings you utilize? Since Lu Yuchuan had not provided one, Lu He sought an alternative. In truth, he had long desired a storage ring but was unsure how to acquire one. Lu He, many of the items we use for cultivation can be exchanged for contribution points. You can go to the third elder to obtain a list detailing the items available for exchange and their respective contribution point costs. Lu Yuchuan observed Lu He's eager expression with amusement. By the way, you must attend the lectures on the fundamentals of formations and talismans when the third elder holds her sessions. Despite our usual differences, she possesses a wealth of knowledge in formations and talismans. Lu Yuchuan once again admonished Lu He. How is your cultivation progressing? In the realm of immortality, one must be diligent and avoid idleness. Furthermore, your spiritual techniques require more practice. How is your accuracy with the Wind God Blade? In response to Lu Yuchuan's incessant chatter, Lu He felt no irritation. Rather, he relished the attention. For many years, few had shown such concern for him. The caring from others stirred an indescribable emotion within Lu's heart, slowly blossoming. After listening to Lu Yuchuan's teachings, Lu He instructed Yang Hang to inquire about the lecture schedule of the third elder. Zhao Wenxian. He learned that Zhao Wenxian would lecture once a month at an unpredictable time, but notifications would be sent 3 days in advance. The next lecture would take place the day after tomorrow. With a little over a day's time remaining, Lu Ha reviewed the talismans and formations that Lu Yuchuan had provided. The first time, he was captivated by their essence, marveling at the wonders of the formations and talismans. This time, however, he truly engaged in learning, discovering something entirely different within Yang Hang. While I attend the Third Elder's lecture, could you fetch a list of items available for contribution value exchange? Lu Ha dedicated a day to thoroughly reading both books. Feeling he had gained much, yet still burdened with numerous unanswered questions, conveniently, as an outer disciple, Yang Hang lacked the qualifications to attend Zhao Wenxian's lectures, making this task ideal for him. Uncle Master, how much contribution value do you currently possess? Yang Hang was aware of Lu He's entrance into the Qingming secret realm and had always been curious about the contribution value Lu Ha had acquired there. Simultaneously, he pondered when he might also have the opportunity to enter and accumulate some contribution value for himself. Not much, only a few hundred, Lu Ha replied. And you? When the topic of contribution value arose, Lu Ha considered how outer disciples could acquire it. I have just over 10 points, Yang Hang said, his face tinged with embarrassment. No worries, I will take you to earn contribution value in the future. Chapter 17. Learning today marked the day of the Third Elder Zhao Wenxian's lecture. Lu Ha and Yang Hang arrived early at the Sex Plaza, where a multitude of individuals had already gathered, all disciples of various elders, along with their followers. Shortly after, the Third Elder Zhao Wenxian arrived, but Lu Ha noticed that the followers seemed reluctant to leave, indicating their intention to listen to Zhao Wenxian's lecture. Could it be that once outer disciples became followers, they gained the right to attend? If so, Yang Hang could stay as well. Uncle Master, I have obtained the list of exchangeable contribution items. Just as Lu Ha contemplated whether Yang Hang could remain, Yang Hang returned, having completed his task. Yang Hang, those individuals appear to be in the same position as you, yet they have not departed. Lu Ha remarked, Uncle Master, indeed, as long as we become followers of an elder's disciples, with our master's consent, we can enjoy the same privileges as them. However, the resources provided by the sect remain unchanged. Yang Hang explained in a hushed tone. I understand, then you may stay here. After their discussion, the Third Elder Zhao Wenxian commenced her explanation of the formations. After a period of instruction, Zhao Wenxian summarized briefly. In essence, formations do not have a strict hierarchy. The power of a formation varies greatly depending on who arranges it. However, one thing is certain, the methods employed by each individual may differ. Yet they all converge towards the same goal, utilizing various items and spiritual energy to draw upon the world as spiritual essence, achieving specific effects. If one's methods are sufficiently sophisticated, we can manifest all that we can imagine. Thus concluded the lecture on formations. After finishing, Zhao Wenxian departed with her disciples. Lu Ha remained, pondering deeply over Zhao Wenxian's teachings. Let us return and experiment. After a moment of contemplation, feeling a sense of enlightenment, he called out to Yang Hang and hurried towards the Qingshan Pavilion. Upon reaching the Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Ha immediately made his way to the storage room, rummaging through its contents. Uncle Master, what are you searching for? Yang Hang asked, bewildered. Zhao Wenxian's explanation of the formations had been rather vague, leaving him quite confused. Wait for me outside. I will be ready shortly. Lu Ha continued to search, eventually retrieving several items, including the skulls and bodies of spirit beasts. Once gathered, Lu Ha cradled these objects and stepped outside the Qingshan Pavilion. Uncle Master, do you need my assistance? Yang Hang inquired. Observing Lu Ha busily toiling away to no, just observe, Lu Ha began to piece the bones together, crafting what resembled a peculiar skeleton of a spirit beast. He then took up a brush and cinnabar. Ah, spirit beast blood, let me try using my own blood. Lu Ha promptly pricked his finger, mixing a few drops of blood with the cinnabar. Dipping the brush into the sanguine mixture, he began to inscribe upon the assembled skeleton. After about half an hour, he finally completed his work. Uncle Master, what is this? Yang Hang gazed at the skeleton adorned with intricate symbols, feeling an eerie aura emanating from it. What effect does this have? You will find out shortly, Lu Ha declared, channeling his spiritual energy into each bone. The cinnabar, now infused with his blood and stimulated by the energy, emitted a faint glow before vanishing into the bones. Rise, Lu Ha shouted, seizing the moment, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy towards the assembled skeleton. Instantly, the joints of the skeleton melded together autonomously, and it rose from the ground. Chapter 18, Talent. Uncle Master, you have mastered it. Yang Hang was utterly astonished. Lu Ha had succeeded after merely a single reading and listening session, almost, but it is merely a rudimentary attempt. I must continue to learn. Lu Ha skillfully controlled the bizarre skeleton, performing various movements with great satisfaction. Uncle Master, does this require the addition of human blood? Yang Hang recalled seeing Lu Ha mix his own blood with the cinnabar just moments ago. This was merely a small experiment. If he were to truly arrange a formation, the stakes would be much higher. Wouldn't that drain all of his blood? Using my own blood is not a feasible option. Typically, spirit beast blood is utilized, blended with the materials for talismans, which is the fundamental method for crafting talismans. However, I currently lack spirit beast blood. I considered that spirit beast blood contains a certain amount of spiritual energy, and naturally, our blood as cultivators does as well. Thus for now, I am substituting my blood for spirit beast blood. The ability of this skeleton to merge and move is a result of combining talismans and formations. After attending the Third Elder's lecture today, I feel that talismans and formations are intrinsically linked in many ways. The only distinction between them lies in the different realms of their application. Formations, leveraging the space of heaven and earth, draw upon the forces of the cosmos. Conversely, talismans, crafted from a small piece of spirit beast hide, combined with unique symbols, also invoke the powers of the universe. Formations, due to their expansive application space, can endure greater cosmic forces, thus possessing greater power. However, they cannot be carried. Talismans, with their limited space, can only harness a fraction of the cosmic forces, yet they can be easily carried. Each method possesses its own merits. Lu Ha articulated his insights, feeling he had gained profound understanding, lacking only experience. Uncle Master, you are remarkable. Yang Hang listened in awe, his admiration for Lu Ha growing. This was no ordinary four-petal spiritual flower talent. Perhaps even a 9-petal spiritual flower would pale in comparison to such perceptiveness. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. While today's trial was successful, arranging a true formation is no simple feat. Lu Ha smiled slightly, remaining humble. There were many who surpassed him. Take, for instance, the Third Elder Zhao Wenshan. His modest skills would be inconsequential before her, yet that is still quite impressive. Yang Hang disagreed, convinced of Lu He's extraordinary abilities. Let us return to our cultivation and strive for early foundation establishment. In the distance, amidst the trees, Lu Yuchuan observed Lu Yi's recent actions with keen clarity. She too was deeply astonished. Her disciple had never studied formations or talismans, yet managed to learn them independently after just one lecture. Such talent was truly exceptional. Nevertheless, despite her admiration, Lu Yuchuan harbored some concerns. While formations and talismans could indeed enhance combat prowess, they offered little assistance in terms of cultivation. If Lu Ha became overly enamored with them, it could be detrimental to his future. The realms of formations and talismans are infinite, yet human lifespans are limited. Placing excessive focus on them would not be prudent. Lu Yuchuan resolved to closely monitor Lu Ha's progress moving forward. If he truly became infatuated, she would need to intervene decisively. After his experimentation, Lu Ha parted ways with Yang Hang and returned to his chamber. Entering the Wuji Tianzhu, upon witnessing the spirit herbs flourishing in the Tianzhu's fertile soil, he felt an immense sense of comfort. These herbs thrived rapidly in the dense spiritual energy of the Tianzhu, many having already bloomed and borne seeds that fell to the ground, sprouting fresh shoots. The only drawback was the current limited variety of spirit herbs. Furthermore, these herbs could not be consumed raw. They required refinement into elixirs to unlock their medicinal potency. Lu Ha mused that it was time to seek out an alchemy furnace and delve into the art of alchemy. Chapter 19. Preparations. Before departure, Lu Ha contemplated that in addition to acquiring an alchemy furnace, he should also diversify the types of spiritual herbs he possessed. This was to avoid a future predicament where he lacked the necessary materials for alchemy. Yet, where could he possibly find these spiritual herbs? Yang Hang. Lu Ha immediately devised a solution. Although Yang Hang had only accumulated a little over 10 contribution points, it was evident that he must have sought spiritual herbs at some point. First, he decided to see what could be exchanged for his contribution points. Lu Ha cautiously checked the surroundings from within the Wajishan Pearl, confirming that no one was nearby before stepping out. He picked up the contribution points exchange list that lay beside him, and his eyes widened as he discovered the exchange value for a spatial ring, 1,000 points. Lu Ha exclaimed in astonishment. How many spiritual herbs must one collect for that? Yes, the alchemy furnace, the alchemy furnace. Lu Ha quickly searched for the exchange value of the furnace, only to find himself speechless, his mouth agape. A single alchemy furnace required a staggering 5,000 contribution points. It was likely that very few could afford such high-value items. Why are you making such a fuss? At that moment, Lu Yuchuan appeared at the doorway, his tone laced with disdain. Master, the spatial ring costs 1,000 contribution points. It's exorbitant, Lu Yuchuan replied. Do you think such items are accessible to everyone? Each personal spiritual tool requires a master to be recognized and must bear one's own soul imprint, thus if you desire such things, focus on your cultivation. As your skills improve, everything else will naturally follow. Do not overthink it. Seeing Lu Ha distress over the spatial ring, Lu Yuchuan felt relieved that he was not distracted by the formations and talismans. Yes, master, I will train diligently, Lu Ha responded eagerly, although in his heart, he pondered when he could convince Yang Heng to accompany him in gathering spiritual herbs. However, before embarking on that journey, thorough preparation was essential. After Lu Yuchuan departed, Lu Ha examined the other items available for exchange. He was delighted to discover that materials for crafting talismans and finished talismans could also be exchanged, as long as he gathered these items before heading out. It would surely enhance his chances of success. Furthermore, the talisman seals provided by Lu Yuchuan contained numerous foundational symbols, which he could easily replicate. More than a month later, Lui's cultivation steadily progressed. Yet he remained in the mid-stage of qi refinement. He finally recognized the significance of innate talent. The four-petal spirit flower's absorption of spiritual energy was indeed feeble. Master Uncle, I have leveled up. I have leveled up. Yang Heng rushed into Lui's room, brimming with excitement. Master Uncle, I have reached the late stage of qi refinement. Late stage? Congratulations, Lu Ha mused, feeling a mix of joy and concern. Master Uncle, why do you seem so unenthusiastic? Yang Heng noticed the lack of joy on Lui's face and quickly concealed his own excitement. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Earn some contribution points, Lu Ha suggested, and given that Yang Heng had now reached the late stage of qi refinement, he felt that they would be better equipped to face any dangers that might arise. Especially with talismans in hand. Go out, earn contribution points. Yang Heng was taken aback. How could Lu Ha be so audacious? He was only in the mid-stage of qi refinement, while he himself had just reached the late stage. Did Lu Ha dare to venture outside? I'll say at once. Are we going or not? Lu Ha, noticing Yang Heng's hesitation, spoke with irritation. Fine. Yang Heng gritted his teeth, making a significant decision. For years, he had hesitated, never daring to take a bold step. Alright, we agreed to tomorrow. You'll take me with you. After solidifying their plans, Lu Ha promptly headed to the contribution hall to exchange for the necessary items. Greetings, junior brother. What would you like to exchange for? Asked a disciple on duty in the contribution hall with a customary smile. I am Lu Ha, Lu Ha replied with a slight grin, wondering if anyone could simply call him junior brother. Ah, my apologies, Master Uncle. The disciple, Cheng Mingho, quickly corrected himself upon realizing his mistake. Master Uncle, please state your needs directly. Cheng Mingho inquired enthusiastically. I require some spiritual beast hides and blood for crafting talismans, Lu Ha stated. Are you making talismans, Master Uncle? We have finished talismans available for immediate exchange. Cheng Mingho, curious, noted that most disciples came to the contribution hall to exchange for finished talismans rather than materials. Alas, junior disciple, you are unaware, my contribution points are insufficient. I must attempt to draw a few myself, even if they are barely usable. Lu Ha sighed in lament. Very well, as long as you are satisfied, Master Uncle. Cheng Mingho remarked, astonished. Didn't you just enter the Qingming secret realm? How could you possibly lack contribution points? But this was Lu Ha's decision, so Cheng Mingho did not press further. Lu Ha then spent 25 contribution points to acquire 200 sheets of spiritual beast hide, 2 vials of spiritual beast blood, a jar of vermilion, and a jar of yellow sand. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Ha joyfully embraced these items, preparing to return to Qingshan Pavilion. Master Uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Cheng Mingho pulled Lu Ha aside, who looked at him in confusion. Master Uncle, if you have any surplus talismans, you can bring them to the contribution hall to exchange for contribution points. Our Danxia sect allows not only the collection of spiritual herbs and inner elixirs for contribution points but also the exchange of crafted talismans and refined pills. However, generally, not many possess such capabilities. Here is the manual for exchanging contribution points. Master Uncle, if you are interested, you may give it a try, Cheng Mingho explained in detail. Really, such a thing exists? Lu Ha felt a surge of joy. This meant another method to acquire contribution points had emerged, and he could almost envision the spatial ring and alchemy furnace beckoning to him. Upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Ha set aside the items Cheng Mingho provided and began crafting talismans. The simplest talisman, the concealment talisman, was where he commenced his efforts. Mixing the spiritual beast blood with vermilion, he dipped his brush, infused it with spiritual energy, and began drawing the talisman. Chapter 20. Trial of the talisman. As Lu Ha completed the final stroke of the talisman, The spiritual beast hide ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes. Alas, the failure, Lu Ha sighed, feeling a twinge of anxiety. A mistake had occurred midway. In his haste, the output of spiritual energy had been uneven, causing two strokes to merge. Clearly he needed more practice. Undeterred, Lu Ha proceeded to draw another talisman. Armed with the experience of his previous failure, he approached this attempt with a calm demeanor, maintaining a steady output of spiritual energy. Upon completing the last stroke, the red symbols on the spiritual beast hide flashed, appearing as if they were affixed to it. Success! With the completion of his first talisman, Louis's confidence soared, and he continued to succeed in crafting several more. By the time night fell and he had exhausted his spiritual energy, he paused to admire the array of talismans he had created. In total, he had used 100 sheets of spiritual beast hide, successfully crafting over 80 talismans while failing a little over 10. The talismans included the concealment talisman, the avoidance talisman, the binding talisman, and the earth binding talisman, with the concealment talisman being the most numerous. However, all of these were low-tier talismans. Lu Ha hesitated to attempt mid-tier and high-tier talismans, fearing his spiritual energy would fall short. What if something unexpected occurs when I need to use them? That would be disastrous. After recovering a bit of spiritual energy, Lu Ha activated a concealment talisman and an avoidance talisman. Then, grinning mischievously, he stepped outside, making his way toward Lu Yuchuan's room. Having been at Qingshan Pavilion for so long, he had never entered Lu Yuchuan's quarters. In fact, throughout his life, he had never glimpsed a woman's boudoir. Today, seizing the opportunity to test his talismans, he decided to take a look, quietly approaching Lu Yuchuan's door. He pressed his ear against it, using the concealment and avoidance talismans to bolster his courage as he listened for any sounds within. No noise, no one. Realizing that the room was empty, he proceeded to another room. Continuing to listen intently, water sounds. He heard the splashing of water and felt a surge of curiosity. Gently, he pushed open the door and slipped inside. Seeing a shadow behind the screen, Lu Ha recognized it to be Lu Yuchuan. He reasoned that given his master's strength, the two talismans should pose little threat to her, and trouble was unlikely. Swiftly, he activated the earth binding talisman and the binding talisman, aiming them toward the shadow behind the screen. "Who goes there?" a soft voice called out from behind the screen, unmistakably Lu Yuchuan's. In an instant, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, dispelling the effects of the earth binding talisman and the binding talisman. At the same time, the screen before Lu Ha was blown away by the force of the energy. Lu Ha was struck by the screen and fell to the ground, the effects of the concealment and avoidance talismans fading. As he rose to his feet and lifted the garment that had fallen over his head, he was met with a most startling sight. Lu Yuchuan, her hair damp and cascading down her shoulders, emerged from behind the screen. "Master, I did not mean to," Lu Ha stammered, hastily explaining that he had never entered Lu Yuchuan's room and had no way of knowing it was her bathing area. "Humph, you are becoming increasingly audacious." Lu Yuchuan shot him a cold glare, her heart brimming with the urge to reprimand him. "What is happening? What is happening?" At that moment, Yang Hang, alerted by the commotion, dashed inside. Initially thinking someone had attacked Lu Ha, he was taken aback to find the two of them locked in a stunned stare. "Master Uncle, why are you bleeding from your nose?" Yang Hang asked curiously, noticing the blood trickling from Lu Ha's nose in the moonlight. But the next moment, he caught sight of Lu Yuchuan's wet hair and seemed to understand the situation. In that moment, Lu Ha could not help but give a thumbs up to Lu Yuchuan. Yang Hang, perceptive as ever, wisely withdrew, leaving the matter between the master and disciple to resolve on their own. Chapter 21, Nanming Mountain. Initially, upon seeing Yang Hang rush into, Lu Ha had thought he had found his savior. However, to his dismay, Yang Hang, fearing the situation, immediately retreated. Suddenly Lu Ha felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Opposite him, Lu Yuchuan, with his damp hair still dripping, gazed at his beloved disciple, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Master, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Just moments ago, I successfully drew several talismans and wished to test them. However, given Yang Hang's insufficient cultivation, I feared it would not work, hence I sought your assistance. Master, please have mercy on me. I genuinely did not mean any harm." Lu Ha knelt before Lu Yuchuan, pleading earnestly. Curiosity can lead to peril. Had he known better, he would not have sought Lu Yuchuan's help. "Get out." Lu Yuchuan uttered a single command before swiftly entering the room and closing the door. "Thank you, master, thank you," Lu Ha persisted, bowing fervently towards the room Lu Yuchuan had entered. Upon returning to his own quarters, he collapsed in fright, nearly paralyzed on the ground. What a close call. Lu Ha wiped the blood from his nose and stared at the crimson stains on his hand. Realizing an undeniable truth, indeed, men do bleed upon encountering women, reflecting on the earlier scene, Luha could not help but smile foolishly. Master, how beautiful, he chuckled. Luha felt invigorated, seizing the spirit beast hide nearby to continue crafting talismans. The following morning, Luha stealthily departed from Qingshan Pavilion and opened Yang Hang's door. Uncle Master, why do you look like a thief? Yang Hang was busy organizing his belongings, preparing to seek Luha. I am not a thief, Luha replied, his gaze flickering, unwilling to admit such a thing. Are you ready? We must leave while my master is still asleep. All right, I will be ready to depart shortly. Thus, the two stealthily descended the cliffs from the back of Qingshan Pavilion. What are those two little rascals up to? Lu Yuchuan soared above, observing the distant figures of Luha and Yang Hang in a mad dash. Just as Lu Yuchuan watched them exit Dansha Mountain, three individuals trailed behind at a distance. Frowning, Lu Yuchuan decided to follow. Yang Hang, where did you collect the spirit herbs before? Luha inquired while running. Previously, during our days off, I and several outer disciples ventured to Manming Mountain, which is about 300 miles away, Yang Hang replied, a hint of resentment in his tone. You went with Cui Zhuang and the others? Luha speculated, quickly deducing Yang Hang's companions. Yes, along with Ruo Huai and Ruo Kong. We agreed to share the spirit herbs equally. However, once we gathered them, they joined forces to seize my share. Ever since, they have taken all the spirit energy pills distributed to the outer disciples. Although Yang Hang initially did not wish to recount this incident, the thought of returning to Manming Mountain stirred up old grievances. Rest assured, such occurrences will never happen again. If they do, we shall simply take from others. Luha consoled him, aware that this was indeed an unpleasant memory. With Uncle Master by my side, I feel reassured. Yang Hang smiled, pondering how a mid-stage chi refining cultivator and a late-stage one could protect their possessions. Yang Hang, I do not jest, as long as we can continue along the path of cultivation, we will eventually return every grievance dealt to us. Indeed, Uncle Master speaks wisely. The two continued their journey, and after 2 days, they finally reached the foot of Manming Mountain. By evening, after resting for a night, they entered the mountain early the next day. Upon entering, Luha was momentarily speechless at the sight before him. The spiritual energy was sparse, the trees stunted, and weeds grew abundantly. In such a barren place, could spirit herbs truly thrive? Yang Hang, are you certain spirit herbs grow in Manming Mountain? Uncle Master, do not be deceived by this seemingly desolate exterior. Deep within the mountain lies a realm of its own. For reasons unknown, there exists a location with concentrated spiritual energy, where spirit herbs abound. Yang Hang anticipated Lu's skepticism. Anyone witnessing such a barren landscape would undoubtedly think the same. Last time I visited Manming Mountain, I searched extensively, almost overturning the entire mountain, before I discovered that hidden spot. So it is, then let us not delay, we must head there directly. Luha mused, sensing that the area with concentrated spiritual energy likely harbored some secrets. Perhaps the reason for the abundant spiritual energy was the presence of treasures. Chapter 22, the roadblock. With a clear objective, they hastened towards their destination. Time was of the essence. After gathering the spirit herbs, they aimed to return to Dansha Gate without alerting Lu Yuchuan. The mountain paths were treacherous, and after 3 days of navigating the dense underbrush, they finally arrived at the location Yang Hang had described. Luha gazed ahead, and indeed, as Yang Hang had said, numerous spirit herbs flourished here. Not only were there first-grade spirit herbs, but also second, third, and even fourth-grade ones. Moreover, the spiritual energy was far denser than outside the mountain. Every 10 paces or so a spirit herb would emerge from the ground. What an incredible place, Luha could not help but exclaim. If we could return here periodically to harvest, we would surely prosper. Truly, this was a remarkable location. It was one of the few undiscovered sites for spirit herb cultivation, allowing for frequent harvesting. However, the growth cycle of spirit herbs meant they could not return every year. Uncle Master, let us act swiftly and return home soon, Yang Hang said, squatting down to uproot a mature spirit herb from the ground. Luha joined in, eager to gather the herbs. As the two joyfully collected spirit herbs, 3 individuals stealthily approached. Observing their actions, Lu Yuchuan hovered above, a cold smile gracing his face as he surveyed the scene below, silently remarking, it seems Zhangjin is far from giving up, having gathered all the spirit herbs they could. Luha and Yang Hang filled 2 bags, which if exchanged for contribution points, would yield no less than 500 points. Filled with excitement, they exchanged triumphant smiles. After concluding their harvest, the duo prepared to return to Dansha Gate. Luha glanced around, having been observant during their gathering, attempting to uncover the reason for the concentrated spiritual energy, but yielded no results. The entirety of Manming Mountain was devoid of spiritual energy. Yet here it flourished. Lu Ha suspected that this area might possess a natural formation that gathered energy from the surroundings. Whether natural or man-made, formations require a focal point. In man-made formations, any object could serve as the focal point. Conversely, natural formations possess focal points that are typically treasures with specific attributes, yet, Lu Ha could not discern any sign of a natural formation or any potential focal treasures. Could it be that his conjecture was flawed? Or was the formation so profound that he could not perceive it? Uncle Master, what are you looking at? Yang Hang inquired, noticing Louis's wandering gaze as if searching for something. Nothing in particular. Let us return. Lu Ha decided that if he could not uncover the reason this time, he would return alone in the future to thoroughly investigate the mysteries here. As the two prepared to descend the mountain with their bags, the three individuals trailing them suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Uncle Lu, Nephew Yang, it seems you have had a fruitful harvest. The leader of the trio smiled with ill intent. Liang Qiuxing, Liang Qiuha, Liang Qiuyuan, what are you doing here? Yang Hang instantly recognized the three. They were followers of Zhangjin, notorious for their unsavory reputation, often bullying the outer disciples. Why can't we be here? We've followed you for several days and finally witnessed your bounty. Hand over your spoils, and you can keep your lives, Liang Qiuxing said with a grin. Not if you want to rob us, just say so without all this nonsense, Yang Hang declared, placing himself protectively in front of Lu Ha. Yang Hang, there is no need to shield me, even if you were a prince it matters not. Here, we care not for your royal lineage. Liang Qiuha waved dismissively, intent on ensuring they would rue the day. Liang Qiuha, do you not fear the iron hooves of the great Sui dynasty trampling Danxia mountain? Yang Hang narrowed his eyes, knowing that if the Liang brothers dared to act recklessly he would not hesitate to retaliate. Ha ha, how laughable, Liang Qiuyuan burst into laughter, finding Yang Hang's words absurd. You, a second prince, oh, a discarded second prince, think the great Sui would trample Danxia for your sake? Brother, stop wasting breath on them, attack, kill them and take their belongings. Then report back, Liang Qiuha urged. Liang Qiuxing agreed. Let us go. Liang Qiuxing nodded, drawing his sword and charging at Yang Hang. Liang Qiuha and Liang Qiuyuan followed suit, attacking Lu Ha. Lu Ha, not one to hesitate, realized he could only abandon the bags filled with spirit herbs and flee in the face of late-stage qi refining cultivators. Chapter 23, Escaping Danger. Yang Hang faced Liang Qiuxing alone. Both were at the late stage of qi refinement, their strengths evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Liang Qiuha and Liang Qiuyuan, also at the same level of cultivation, were relentlessly pursuing Lu Ha. Lu Ha executed the wind-hate leg technique, and they could not keep up. After a while, realizing they could not catch him, they decided to deal with Yang Hang first before returning to pursue Lu Ha. As a mid-stage weapon refiner, Lu Ha used his spiritual techniques to escape, but he could not run far without exhausting his spiritual energy. When that moment came, pursuing him would yield little reward. Thus, Yang Hang found himself alone, contending against the three. The struggle was arduous. Had it not been for his frequent skirmishes and accrued experience, he might have already perished at their hands. He bore no resentment towards Lu Ha for fleeing. Survival instinct was natural, therefore, Lu Ha's retreat was entirely justifiable. If both he and Lu Ha managed to survive this battle, following Lu Ha in the future would surely pave a smooth path ahead. Just as Yang Hang contemplated this, he was inadvertently struck by Liang Qiuxing's sword across his back. Then, Liang Qiuha delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Liang Qiuyuan leapt forward, aiming to cleave Yang Hang in two. As the sword descended, Yang Hang summoned all his strength and shifted half a step back just in time. Liang Qiuyuan's sword struck the ground, and he attempted to sweep his blade horizontally to behead Yang Hang. At that moment, an invisible force emanated from the positions of Liang Qiuxing, Liang Qiuha, and Liang Qiuyuan, binding their movements. In an instant, the three were immobilized, unable to move immediately after three beams of light shot towards them. However, Liang Qiuxing forcefully channeled his spiritual energy, swinging his sword to disperse the lights, while Liang Qiuha and Liang Qiuyuan were struck directly. Upon witnessing this, Yang Hang hurriedly evaded Liang Qiuyuan's attack range. Yang Hang, what are you doing? Disarm them and counterattack, Lu Ha shouted, breathless from his escape, having expended more than half of his spiritual energy using the wind-hate leg technique and activating 6 talismans in succession. Lu Ha felt his reserves dwindling. Yes, Master Uncle. Yang Hang disregarded his injuries and seized the nearest sword from Liang Qiuyuan, decapitating him before charging at Liang Qiuha. Bound by the dual talismans, Liang Qiuha could only watch helplessly as Yang Hang's sword drew nearer. After dispatching Liang Qiuha, Yang Hang rushed towards Liang Qiuxing, the strongest among the three brothers. By the time Yang Hang reached him, Liang Qiuxing had already broken free from the bindings and met Yang Hang head-on. reigniting their fierce battle. Meanwhile, Lu Ha, seeing Yang Hang take down two of the foes and momentarily holding Liang Qiuxing at bay, quickly sought to restore his spiritual energy on the ground. Yang Hang was already injured and could not last much longer. If he were to be defeated, both would perish here. Indeed, after several dozen exchanges, Yang Hang found himself at a disadvantage, thoroughly overwhelmed. Without assistance, he would soon fall beneath Liang Qiuxing's sword. Just as Yang Hang felt the end was near, he heard the rush of wind behind him. Get down, Lu Ha's voice rang out, and without hesitation Yang Hang dropped to the ground, but he did not merely lie flat, as he made contact with the earth. He swung his sword at Liang Qiuxing's ankle. Liang Qiuxing, seeing Lu's impending attack, attempted to drop down to evade it, but it was too late. Reluctantly, he could only brace himself against Lu Ha's wind deity blade. Meanwhile, Yang Hang's strike at his feet was beyond his capacity to counter. Liang Qiuxing's sword intercepted the wind deity blade, but his legs were severed by Yang Hang's blow, and he collapsed. Blood gushing forth, seizing the opportunity, Yang Hang channeled all his remaining spiritual energy and thrust his sword directly into Liang Qiuxing's lower body. Liang Qiuxing fell lifeless. With all three adversaries vanquished, Yang Hang and Lu Ha exhaled in relief. Lu Ha approached Yang Hang and helped him to his feet. How are you? Is your injury severe? Not too bad, just a bit painful. After the battle concluded, the pain surged through Yang Hang's body, and he felt excruciating discomfort in his back. Fortunately, it was merely a surface wound. Nothing vital had been struck. Lu Ha examined him and confirmed it was only a flesh wound, given their cultivator constitutions. It would heal in a few days. Master Uncle, see if they have anything useful on them. Yang Hang looked at the three corpses, anticipating the discovery of some valuable items. Lu Ha rummaged through the bodies but found little of worth, only a letter and a small vial containing pills. Conveniently, the vial held healing medicine. Lu Ha tossed the vial to Yang Hang and opened the letter, his rage igniting. It turned out that the three had been sent by Zhang Jin to kill him. They had been surveilling him outside the Qingshan Pavilion for some time. After descending from Danxia Mountain, they had followed closely behind. Upon reaching Manning Mountain, they felt it was the right moment to strike. Lu Ha resolved silently that once he attained sufficient strength, he would avenge today's grievances, but for now the priority was survival. As long as he lived, he would have the chance for revenge. High above, Lu Yuchuan observed everything unfold. He had initially intended to assist Lu Ha and Yang Hang when they found themselves in dire straits. However, he did not anticipate that the two youngsters would cooperate so effectively to defeat three late-stage qi refiners. Chapter 24. The difficulty of obtaining a spatial ring. Liang Qiuxing and his companions had been monitoring Lu Ha near Qingshan Pavilion, and Lu Yuchuan was already aware of their intentions. Yet, he chose not to drive them away. He wanted to see how Lu Ha would respond and allow him to experience the perils of the cultivation world. Naturally, Lu Yuchuan could not be entirely unconcerned about their safety. However, given Lu Ha and Yang Hang's commendable handling of the situation, Lu Yuchuan felt quite satisfied. How domineering! Yang Hang, after reading the letter handed to him by Lu Ha and hearing his recounting of events, exclaimed in anger, "There is nothing we can do, their strength surpasses ours. We must be more vigilant in the future." As Lu Ha spoke, he scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. Lu Yuchuan would surely have noticed if Liang Qiuxing and his companions were watching. Lu Ha thought perhaps they had been discovered by Lu Yuchuan and that she had followed them, but now, seeing no sign of her, he wondered if he had been overthinking it. Master Uncle, let us hurry back. If more people appear, we won't be able to handle them, Yang Hang urged, eager to leave this perilous place. Not long after, the two made their way down Manming Mountain. Due to Yang Hang's back injury, it was already half a month by the time they returned to Danxia Mountain. During this time, Yang Hang's wounds had nearly healed. Master Uncle, shall we go exchange our contribution points now? Yang Hang asked, carrying a bag of spiritual herbs. If they delayed any longer, they might rot. You go ahead. I need to rest for a bit. I'll go in a few days, Lu Ha replied before retreating to his room to organize the herbs. Fine, Master Uncle, but if the herbs spoil, don't blame me for not warning you, Yang Hang called after him. Choosing not to dwell further on it, Lu Ha tossed the bag into his room and walked to the east side of the courtyard. Knocking on Lu Yuchuan's door. "Master, are you there?" he called, but no response came. After a long pause, "Not here." Lu Ha scratched his head, pondering whether Lu Yuchuan had followed him to Manming Mountain. He thought that given Lu Yuchuan's mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, if she did not wish to be found, he would be none the wiser upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion. He intended to verify Lu Yuchuan's whereabouts. If she was absent, it was possible she had indeed accompanied them. If that were the case, she would have witnessed the events unfold at Manming Mountain clearly. Never mind, Master, shouldn't he expose me? Lu Ha shook his head and returned to his room, unloading the spiritual herbs from the bag and categorizing them meticulously. Some of the herbs showed signs of decay, just as Yang Hang had warned. If they did not exchange them soon, they would surely rot. In that moment, Lu Ha thought how splendid it would be to possess a spatial ring. In a spatial ring, the herbs would not spoil regardless of how long they were stored. After a brief sigh, Lu Ha entered the space within the Wuji Tianzhu, planting each type of herb carefully and placing those intended for contribution exchange in a separate area. After counting the varieties of herbs within the Wuji Tianzhu, including the previous batch, he found a total of 120 types, feeling a sense of great accomplishment. In due time, as the herbs grew and multiplied, he would be able to continuously exchange them for contribution points. Talismans. Since talismans can also be exchanged for contribution points, I should craft more. Lu Ha recalled the unused talismans from their trip to Manming Mountain and planned to include them in the exchange as well. Upon exiting the Tianzhu, Lu Ha took out the talismans from his waist pouch and matched them with the booklet Cheng Mingho had given him. What a bargain, Lu Ha exclaimed, astonished. 5 basic talismans could only be exchanged for a meager amount of contribution points. At this rate, how long would it take to exchange for a single spatial ring? As for a pill furnace, that was even more unattainable. Chapter 25. Contribution points. Days passed, and Lu Ha still had not caught sight of Lu Yuchuan. Lu Yuchuan's whereabouts did not concern Lu Ha much. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Lu Ha had been busy in the Wuji Tianzhu for quite some time, leaving one of each type of herb behind in the Tianzhu while harvesting the rest. He filled a large bag with the gathered herbs and set off towards the contribution hall. Uncle Master, you have arrived. Are you here to exchange for talismans? Upon seeing Lu Ha, Cheng Mingho immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Indeed, I have brought some spiritual herbs as well. Please take a look. Lu Ha presented the herbs from his bag to Cheng Mingho, then retrieved the talismans from his waist pouch and handed them over. So many? Cheng Mingho was taken aback, as it was usually only during significant events that someone would bring such a large quantity of spiritual herbs. Help me count them. Lu Ha preferred not to explain. After all, these spiritual herbs were not obtained through nefarious means. Alright. Soon Cheng Mingho sorted the herbs into categories of first and second grade. Uncle Master, there are 658 first grade spiritual herbs and 232 second grade ones. That totals to 1,122 contribution points. Additionally, there are 135 talismans, all of which are of the basic level. That adds another 27 points. In total, you have gained 1,149 points. Cheng Mingho calculated the contribution points and updated Lu Ha's token accordingly. Cheng, I wish to exchange for a spatial ring. Lu Ha glanced at his contribution points, which amounted to 1,554. Feeling quite delighted, the spatial ring was finally within reach. Thanks to the rapid growth of the bleeding grass and spirit-replenishing grass from the Wuji Tianzhu, he had managed to cultivate several new specimens in a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have amassed such a significant amount of contribution points. Certainly, the most basic spatial ring requires 1,000 points and offers just 1 cubic meter of space, a better one, providing 3 cubic meters. Costs 2,500 points. The more advanced models are even pricier. Cheng Mingho explained the details to prevent any potential dissatisfaction from Lu Ha later on. Alright, I will take the 1 cubic meter ring. Upon hearing the price, Lu Ha felt a pang of regret. He hadn't anticipated it would be so costly. It seemed imperative to gather more information beforehand to fully understand the situation. Good choice, Uncle Master. Should you wish to redeem it later, feel free to come and find me. Cheng Mingho approached a drawer in the wall, performed a hand gesture, and the drawer opened automatically. Uncle Master. Cheng Mingho handed the spatial ring to Lu Ha. You just need to drop a drop of blood on it and infuse it with spiritual energy, and it will be yours. Lu Ha quickly followed Cheng Mingho's instructions to bond with the spatial ring. Thank you, Cheng Uncle Master. Please also provide me with 1,000 sheets of spirit beast skin, along with a share of vermilion and yellow sand. Lu Ha donned the spatial ring, delighted beyond measure. However, he knew he could not cease earning contribution points, as he still coveted a Dan furnace. Excellent. Cheng Mingho was thrilled, as talismans were inexpensive and always in high demand. Disciples venturing out would invariably purchase a few, and now, aside from the few disciples under the third elder who were continuously crafting, there was now one more to join them, which would surely lead to an increase in talisman production. After purchasing the spatial ring and materials for talisman crafting, Lu Ha was left with 540 points. Yet, he felt it was worth it. After completing his transactions, Lu Ha returned to the Qingshan Pavilion, feeling both joyful and regretful. Uncle Grandmaster, upon seeing Lu Ha, Yang Hang immediately noticed the spatial ring adorning Lui's hand. Impressive, Yang Hang gave Lu Ha a thumbs up. Just average. Lu Ha smiled, a feeling that it was best to remain humble despite his new acquisition. How many contribution points do you have now? Lu Ha inquired eagerly. Curious about Yang Hang's gains from the recent expedition to Manming Mountain, I have a total of 468 points, however, I exchanged them for 18 spirit energy pills, leaving me with barely any left. Yang Hang shook his head. I originally wanted to trade for a foundation building pill, but it requires 500 contribution points. Such a foundation building pill is indeed pricey. Lu Ha consoled him. No rush, take your time. Once you reach the peak of the chi refinement stage, the sect will reward you with a foundation building pill, and you might succeed in one go. Lu Ha mused, knowing that with Yang Hang's spirit energy pills, he would soon reach the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. Lu Ha felt the urgency to accelerate his own cultivation as well. Chapter 26, Return from Injury after parting ways with Yang Hang. Lu Ha hastened back to his room to cultivate. Time swiftly passed, and a month slipped away unnoticed. Throughout this month, Lu Ha dedicated himself to his training, yet his cultivation remained stagnant at the mid-chi refinement stage, showing little progress. Meanwhile, during this time, Lu Yuchuan had not made an appearance at the Qingshan Pavilion, leaving Lu Ha curious about her whereabouts. Lu Ha was not overly concerned for Lu Yuchuan, with her formidable cultivation. Very few could pose a threat to her. However, with Lu Yuchuan absent for a month, Lu Ha claimed his spirit energy pills. Initially, he intended to heed Lu Yuchuan's advice to save them for his breakthrough to foundation building. Yet, upon witnessing Yang Hang's rapid advancement, Lu Ha could not suppress his impatience. Yang Hang had already consumed 10 of the 18 spirit energy pills and was on the verge of reaching the peak of the chi refinement stage. Watching others ascend while he remained stagnant filled Lu Ha with anxiety. He held 3 spirit energy pills in his hand and ultimately succumbed to temptation, swallowing one. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through him. Lu Ha hurriedly stored the remaining 2 pills in his spatial ring, eager to absorb the energy from the pill. After a day, Lu Ha paused. Having nearly absorbed all the medicinal energy, he was astonished by the potency of the spirit energy pill. Just one had significantly advanced his cultivation, leaving him on the brink of entering the late chi refinement stage. No wonder the disciples under the elders were predominantly at the foundation building stage. With such powerful spirit energy pills, if one could not reach the chi refinement stage, they would truly be deemed inept. What Lu Ha did not realize was that while the spirit energy pills were indeed powerful, not everyone could achieve such remarkable gains. Lu Ha's rapid progress stemmed from the prior consumption of high-grade spiritual herbs provided by Lingyue Jing. It was essential to note that those were 4th-grade spiritual herbs, and the ones given to him were carefully selected premium quality. Since the medicinal energy had not been fully absorbed, a portion remained in his body. As Lu Ha's cultivation advanced, he would gradually assimilate it. This time, by consuming the spirit energy pill, he activated that residual energy, leading to such substantial enhancement. However, Lu Ha remained oblivious to these underlying truths. Having tasted the sweetness of the spirit energy pills, Lu Ha could not resist and retrieved another pill from his spatial ring, consuming it once more. As the medicinal energy spread through him, Lu Ha's cultivation surged rapidly. After another day of absorption, he still had not entered the late chi refinement stage. After the first pill, he was almost there. After the second, he was merely a step away. Lu Ha yearned desperately for the advancement of his cultivation, and without hesitation, he took out the last spirit energy pill and swallowed it whole. Half a day later, Lu Ha felt a profound clarity. As if he were filled with boundless strength. He had finally entered the late chi refinement stage. With his cultivation elevated, Lu Ha did not cease his practice, for the medicinal energy from the spirit energy pill continued to circulate within him. He knew that if he did not stabilize his newly attained strength, he risked falling back to his previous state. Lu Ha continued his training in his room, working to solidify his cultivation. After 5 days, he managed to temporarily stabilize his progress before finally stopping. Having gone nearly 10 days without food or drink, Lu Ha felt ravenously hungry, reaching his limit. Had it not been for his cultivation boost, he might have succumbed to starvation by now. Exiting his room, Lu Ha rushed to the hall and ravenously devoured the meal prepared by Yang Hang. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Ha leaned back in his chair, contemplating his future plans. Now that he had entered the late chi refinement stage, the next step was to thoroughly solidify his cultivation and strive for the peak. Simultaneously, he needed to prioritize acquiring a Dan furnace. If all went smoothly, entering the foundation building stage would be merely a matter of time. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing in the courtyard. It was none other than Lu Yuchuan. Master, Lu Ha exclaimed as he rushed towards Lu Yuchuan. Upon his arrival, Lu Yuchuan's face was flushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master, you are injured. Lu Ha rushed forward to support him. Take me inside. After expelling the blood, Lu Yuchuan's face turned pale, clearly indicating a serious injury. Chapter 27, Beast Taming Valley Master, who has inflicted such injuries upon you? Lu Ha assisted Lu Yuchuan into the room and promptly poured him a cup of tea. Observing Lu Yuchuan's ghastly complexion, Lu Ha felt a surge of worry. This was the first time he had seen Lu Yuchuan in such a state. It's nothing. Focus on your own cultivation. My matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Lu Yuchuan sipped the tea and glanced at Lu Ha. Tomorrow, summon second elder Lu Lian to the Qingshan Pavilion. I have important matters to discuss with him. Lu Yuchuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to have Lu Ha invite Lu Lian over. Understood, Master. If there is anything else you require, do not hesitate to command. Lu Ha, seeing that Lu Yuchuan was unwilling to divulge more, refrained from pressing further. Go back and cultivate. Lu Yuchuan waved his hand, signaling Lu Ha to leave. Lu Ha did not linger. He obeyed Lu Yuchuan's wishes and departed. As he reached the door, he glanced back and noticed a stain of blood on Lu Yuchuan's lower back. Concern flooded Lu Ha's heart, yet he remembered that Lu Yuchuan had chosen not to share anything with him, so he refrained from probing further. Deep down, Lu Ha sensed that the situation was far from simple, and he vowed that whoever had harmed Lu Yuchuan would pay dearly for their actions. Once Lu Ha departed, Lu Yuchuan closed the door, shed his clothing, and inspected his injuries. To resort to assassination against a sect elder for the sake of rankings. Their audacity knows no bounds. Lu Yuchuan administered medicine to himself, harboring resentment as he spoke of the following morning. Lu Ha, following Lu Yuchuan's instructions, made his way to the library and sought out the second elder. Lu Lian, second master, my master is looking for you and wishes to request your presence at Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Ha announced directly to Lu Lian upon his arrival. Oh, Yuchuan is seeking me? Lu Lian expressed his surprise, puzzled as to why Lu Yuchuan would call upon him. Indeed, my master mentioned that there is an important matter to discuss with you. Very well, let us not delay. We must attend to this matter promptly. Lu Lian, understanding the gravity of the situation, wasted no time. Soon after, Lu Lian and Lu Ha hurried to Qingshan Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, Yang Hang observed their hurried demeanor. Filled with curiosity, Master, I've brought the second elder. Lu Ha called out loudly from outside, come in. Upon entering, they found Lu Yuchuan seated at the table in his plain attire, his complexion still pale. Fifth junior sister. What has happened to you? Lu Lian inquired, concern etched upon his face. It's nothing. My injuries have stabilized. A few days of rest will suffice, Lu Yuchuan replied, casting a glance at Lu Ha. Master, second master, please continue your discussion. I shall step outside for a moment. Lu Ha, understanding the unspoken need for privacy, poured tea for the two and discreetly excused himself. Sit down and listen, you must be cautious in the future. Lu Yuchuan resolved to share some of the pertinent information with Lu Ha. Thank you, master, Lu Ha responded with a smile, taking a seat beside Lu Yuchuan's senior brother. I recently ventured out and patrolled the vicinity of our Danxia mountain. I uncovered something significant. What is it? Lu Lian asked, his brow furrowed in anticipation. There are individuals targeting our Danxia sect disciples. What? Both Lu Ha and Lu Lian exclaimed in shock. All the soul stones belonging to our sect members are in the Soul Stone Hall, under the care of second brother. I have no idea how many disciples have been killed. Did second brother notice anything? Lu Yuchuan's expression turned grave. In any sect, aside from the high-ranking elders, the disciples themselves are paramount. A sect can only be deemed a sect if it has disciples. Should they inexplicably disappear or perish, the sect would gradually crumble. Therefore, the assassination of disciples within the sect signifies a dire threat to Danxia's sect. Sister, could it be that among those who came there are elder-level individuals? Upon reaching this point, Lu Lian realized the source of Lu Yuchuan's injuries. Ordinary cultivators were no match for Lu Yuchuan. Even he would have only a 30-70 chance against her. There were more than one, Lu Yuchuan remarked with a solemn expression. 5 mid-stage Yuaning elders from the Beastmaster Valley have arrived. If not for their presence, she would not have sustained such grave injuries. So it was the Beastmaster Valley, Lu Lian exclaimed, astonished. Do they not fear the wrath of Shan Hezi? The sect ranking competition is still 2 years away. Are they preparing ahead of time, once the time comes for Danxia sect to compete? I must participate. If I am severely injured or perish, I will not be able to take the field. Should that happen, the chances of the Beastmaster Valley entering the top 3 will greatly increase. I believe we are not the only ones. Likely Latian sect and even Sword Pavilion and the Diamond sect have also suffered assassination attempts by the Beastmaster Valley. Senior brother, I am not overly concerned about the assassinations. As long as we devise appropriate strategies upon discovery, we can ensnare them all. My current worry is whether there are any internal threats within our sect, Lu Yuchuan hinted, directing her words towards Lu Lian. Do not worry, sister, I shall promptly check the soul stone hall. If there are indeed numerous shattered soul stones, I am confident that Master Brother will not turn a blind eye, Lu Lian spoke partially. Leaving some thoughts unvoiced, Senior Brother, please be cautious. After their exchange, Lu Ha accompanied Lu Lian out of Qingshan Pavilion. Chapter 28, The Cultivation World Master, Third Master has departed, Lu Ha respectfully informed Lu Yuchuan upon returning indoors. Indeed, you heard what was discussed earlier. Despite being mid-stage Yuaning, the threat of falling is ever present. In the future, when you leave the sect, you must exercise extreme caution, Lu Yuchuan earnestly advised Lu Ha. Wishing for him to advance further on his cultivation journey. Thank you for your concern, Master. By the way, what kind of sect is the Beastmaster Valley, and why do they act so maliciously, Lu Ha? Embarking on the path of cultivation, found himself lacking in knowledge about the intricacies of the cultivation world. He had little understanding of the prominent figures within it. The audacity of the Beastmaster Valley to assassinate Lu Yuchuan was a debt he vowed to remember. Thankfully, Lu Yuchuan was powerful, otherwise, the only person in this world who cared for him could have perished at their hands. Well, now that you have embarked on this path, it is only fitting that I share some insights about the cultivation world with you. There are three major sects: the Diamond Sect, Sword Pavilion, and Laishan Sect. Each of these sects possesses one or two fully realized Yuaning experts. The elders within these sects number over a dozen. While the Diamond Sect boasts more than 20. Sword Pavilion and Laishan Sect are slightly weaker but still rank above Danxia Sect. Danxia Sect's comprehensive strength places it fourth among the sects. While the Beastmaster Valley, known for targeting Danxia Sect disciples, ranks fifth overall, their strengths are quite similar, the only distinction being that the Beastmaster Valley lacks a fully realized Yuaning master, beyond the Celestial Gates. In the lower realms, there exist two great empires, the Great Sui Empire and the Great Yan Empire, each dominating half of the lower realm, equally matched in their power. The experts within each empire surpass those of any celestial sect. However, the two empires and the celestial sects maintain a mutual non-interference policy, avoiding conflicts. The assassinations orchestrated by the Beastmaster Valley against the Danxia sect are motivated by the upcoming sect ranking competition in 2 years. Outside the territories of the two empires lie unclaimed lands, inhabited by formidable spirit beasts and rich in spirit herbs, presenting significant dangers. A careless individual venturing there could easily meet a grim fate. The two empires disdain to exert control over such areas, as they can secure resources in safer locales without the need for conflict. Thus, these lands have become battlegrounds for various sections. The major sects divide these unclaimed territories among themselves, allocating regions based on their strength. The higher-ranking sects gain access to richer resources, while the lower-ranking sects are relegated to the periphery, with scant resources for cultivation. Consequently, to strengthen a sect, it is imperative to rank highly and secure management rights over these territories, subsequently dispatching individuals to develop and harvest resources, thereby significantly enhancing the sect's power. The sect rankings occur every 20 years. Missing this opportunity means waiting another 20 years. This urgency explains the Beastmaster Valley's reckless actions. They are courting their own destruction by assassinating elders and disciples of other sects. In truth, once our Master Brother ascends, Danxia sect will no longer be a match for the Beastmaster Valley. Lu Yuchuan lamented the folly of their actions. I asked the Master Brother on the verge of ascending, Lu Ha asked in astonishment, wondering at the strength of Shan Hezi. Yes, 10 years ago, Master Brother could have ascended to the upper realms. But out of concern for the sect's stability post-departure, he has suppressed his cultivation, waiting to navigate through the sect rankings before making his ascent. I hope the results of this upcoming ranking will honor Master Brother's dedication. Lu Yuchuan felt a pang of sorrow, recognizing Shan Hezi as a responsible elder, deeply invested in the sect's well-being. Yet, while he contemplated external threats, he might not fully grasp the internal turmoil brewing within the sect. Chapter 29, The Cultivation of Others. Master, are you on good terms with Third Master? Given the circumstances, should we not inform the Master? Lu Ha, now uninterested in the strength of other sects, sought to understand the internal dynamics of Danxia sect. Alas, Lu Ha, my actions are driven by my own reasons. The situation within Danxia sect is complex. It is not the time to elaborate further, but remember this: following the sect rankings, we will undoubtedly face a significant upheaval. Therefore, focus on your cultivation. Your strength and skills will be our greatest reliance, Lu Yuchuan advised Lu Ha, acknowledging that some matters could not be conveyed in mere words. I understand, Master, although Lu Yuchuan's explanations were vague. Lu Ha grasped the underlying message. He was well aware of the internal power struggles, having experienced similar dynamics during hunts in the past. 2 years from now, you, as my direct disciple, will surely accompany me to the sect rankings. Should you reach the foundation establishment stage by then, you will also take part in the competition against disciples from other sects, thus, you must strive diligently in your cultivation over these next 2 years. Lu Yuchuan felt a mix of hope and anxiety, wishing that Lu Ha would not reach the foundation establishment stage during this period. Master, rest assured, I have already reached the late stage of qi refinement. After 2 years, I should be able to advance, right? Immediately Lu Ha informed Lu Yuchuan about his consumption of spirit qi pills. No worries, spirit qi pills can provide a substantial amount of spiritual energy. And few can resist their temptation. However, I still hope that you will minimize their usage before reaching the foundation establishment stage, preferably abstaining altogether. Lu Yuchuan knew that during the month he was absent, Lu Ha would undoubtedly resort to the spirit qi pills. Master, I understand. Lu Ha lowered his head, as if he had committed a wrongdoing. Alright, it's nothing, return to your cultivation. Master needs to heal. After returning to his room, Lu Ha pondered Lu Yuchuan's words, finding them quite reasonable. Strengthening oneself renders all schemes and plots ineffective. However, Lu Ha soon recalled the events that transpired at Nanming Mountain. Did Lu Yuchuan know about them? If he did, why did they not come up during their earlier conversation? If he didn't know, then why did it seem as if Lu Yuchuan was subtly reminding him? Lu Ha found it perplexing to decipher Lu Yuchuan's intentions. In any case, cultivation remained paramount. As time flew by, 6 months passed. Lu Ha had been diligently cultivating and crafting talismans. Still at the late stage of qi refinement, he had made some progress in practicing the boundless methods bestowed by the leader of Lingyue. Unfortunately, Lu Ha's spiritual power was limited, and with his current strength at the late stage of qi refinement, he could barely wield 3 skills from it: the boundless shield, boundless sword, and could just manage to manifest the boundless true body. Yet, the boundless true body could only be sustained for 5 breaths. If he could not resolve the conflict within that time, he might as well await his demise. In short, his cultivation had seen little advancement. While his spiritual techniques barely sufficed, others however were not in the same boat. For instance, Yang Hang was exuberantly rushing to find Lu Ha. Master Uncle, I have received the foundation establishment pill today. Yang Hang entered Lu Ha's room without even knocking. Have you reached great perfection? Lu Ha frowned, thinking it unnecessary for every promotion to be flaunted before him. Was the difference really that vast just because of 7-petal spiritual flowers? Yes, I entered great perfection yesterday. And today I collected the foundation establishment pill. Master Uncle, should I attempt to break through now or wait a while longer? Yang Hang, entirely oblivious to Lu Ha's thoughts, was brimming with excitement. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait a bit longer. Stabilizing your great perfection stage will enhance your chances of successfully breaking through the foundation establishment barrier, Lu Ha replied, infused with a hint of jealousy and self-interest. Since your cultivation is advancing so rapidly, I suggest you take it slow. Alright, I will heed Master Uncle's advice. I'll go solidify my cultivation now. With that, Yang Hang hurriedly dashed back. Lu Ha watched Yang Hang's retreating figure with a pang of bitterness. Silently sitting down to continue his cultivation, the next day, while cultivating in his room, Lu Ha felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy resonate throughout the entire Qingshan pavilion. Is this the fluctuation of foundation establishment? Lu Ha sat in astonishment, speechless. Did we not agree to wait until stabilization to break through? How could it happen so silently? After a while, Yang Hang once again rushed into Lu Ha's room. Master Uncle, I have entered the foundation establishment stage. Yang Hang looked at Lu Ha with excitement, eagerly awaiting praise. Oh, Lu Ha rolled his eyes, offering a perfunctory response. Aren't you happy for me, Master Uncle? Yang Hang was stung by Lu Ha's reaction. Why should I be happy for you? Since you left the outer sect and followed me, your cultivation has soared. While I remain stagnant, how could I possibly rejoice? Lu Ha sighed. Forget it, let us not discuss it. You should focus on solidifying your foundation establishment cultivation to prevent any setbacks. With that, Lu Ha promptly ushered Yang Hang out. Bang! Hearing the door slam, Yang Hang froze for a moment before breaking into a grin. Lu Ha was right. While his cultivation continually advanced, Lu Ha had seen little progress, which indeed dampened his spirits. Shaking his head, Yang Hang returned to his small wooden house. Inside, Lu Ha let out a deep sigh. Alas, others' cultivation levels are so high. Lu Ha quietly took out the spirit qi pills he had saved over the past 6 months, feeling a profound hesitation. Chapter 30, The Shen-Tian Trial. It's better to first reach great perfection. Lu Ha gazed at the 15 spirit qi pills in his hand, deciding to consume 8 of them, while putting the remaining 7 back into his storage ring. Resolute, Lu Ha planned to take one pill every other day. A few days later, Lu Yuchuan observed Lu Ha's recent behavior with a growing sense of disappointment. Lu Ha could not resist the allure of the spirit chi pills. Since Lu Ha chose to use the pills eager to elevate his cultivation, Lu Yuchuan felt compelled to take some action. Their Qingshan Pavilion only had 3 members in total. Once Shan he ascended, the Qingshan Pavilion would become the weakest sect in the entire alliance, and Lu Yuchuan had to plan for the future. Thus Lu Yuchuan left Qingshan Pavilion once more. Lu Ha remained engrossed in his cultivation, entirely oblivious to events unfolding in the outside world. Meanwhile, within Danxia's sect, a conspiracy against Lu Ha was meticulously being orchestrated. 5 days later, the Law Hall organized a sect trial known as the Xintian trial. The purpose of the trial was to assess the abilities of the sect disciples and to gather resources from the Xintian mountain range. The trial location was the Danxia sect's Station mountain range. The Xintian mountain range, all participants were disciples under each elder, with every elder dispatching 5 individuals. However, the 4th elder, Lu Yuchuan, had only one disciple, Lu Ha. Upon receiving the notification, Lu Ha immediately requested for Yang Hang to accompany him. Given the scarcity of disciples under the 4th elder and the fact that the outer sect also fell under the 4th elder's jurisdiction, it was only logical for Yang Hang to participate. The proposal met with little hesitation from the Grand Elder, who readily agreed. It would be unreasonable to allow a single disciple to partake in the trial alone, once the selections were finalized. Grand Elder Hui personally led the 22 participants to the Xintian mountain range. Esteemed disciples of the sect, you are the future of Danxia sect. This trial at Xintian mountain range is to test your abilities and contribute to the sect. He announced, the Xintian mountain range is home to numerous spiritual beasts and herbs. If you have the capability to slay spiritual beasts and obtain their inner cores, traverse perilous terrains, and collect spiritual herbs, it will not be difficult. This is also a splendid opportunity for you to earn contribution points, so cherish it. However, I warn you, do not sacrifice your lives for contribution points. Preserve your lives, return safely, and you will have the chance to exchange contribution points for sect resources to enhance your cultivation. Following this, they were grouped according to their respective elders, and Hui prepared to escort them into the mountain range. After Hui had concluded his instructions, the 22 individuals quickly sorted themselves into teams. Only the area where Lu Ha and Yang Hang stood appeared rather solitary. Let us depart, Hui declared. Subsequently, he produced 5 talismans from his storage ring and activated them with his spiritual power. The talismans soared above the 5 groups, emitting a radiant glow that enveloped the individuals, causing them to vanish from sight. Once the disciples had disappeared, Zhang Jin appeared before Hui. Thank you, Master Uncle. Zhang Jin bowed to Hui, though his reverence was lacking. There is little more I can do. Whether you succeed depends solely on you. Hui cast Zhang Jin a disdainful glance. Rest assured, whether I succeed or not, this matter has nothing to do with you, Zhang Jin retorted before flying into the Xintian mountain range. Hui squinted slightly, watching Zhang Jin's departing figure. And Master, why help him? Can such a petty person truly be allowed to lead? A young man approached, his tone dripping with disdain for Zhang Jin. Teng Fei, while Zhang Jin may not necessarily become the leader, he is willing to assist me in weakening a potential rival without me lifting a finger. Why not accept his help? Hui turned, a smile gracing his face as he regarded his beloved disciple. Wang Tingfei. Among Hui's 3 disciples, Wang Tingfei was the youngest, yet he had already reached the late stage of golden core. With a rare talent possessing 9-petal spiritual flowers, Wang Tingfei was quite exceptional within the sect. Had he not been so young, the other nascent soul 3rd-generation disciples in the sect would not have stood a chance against him. Chapter 31, Gold. What Master said is indeed reasonable. However, if 5th Master Uncle discovers that Zhang Jin killed Lu Ha, would he not go mad? Wang Tingfei was not particularly fond of Hui's style, but he could understand his motives. Moreover, since Hui was his master, Wang Tingfei could only comply quietly. Do not worry, even if 5th Master Sister finds out, the trouble will only be for Zhang Jin. It has nothing to do with us. Besides, with the sect leaders still present, 5th Master Sister would not dare to act recklessly. Hui was confident, having considered every possible outcome concerning Lu Yuchuan and Zhang Jin. He was certain that the flames of trouble would not reach him. Wang Tingfei listened to Hui's words, remaining silent and offering no commentary. Teng Fei, guard the Xintian mountain range well during this period. Before the sect ranking, all resources should be gathered from the Xintian mountain range. Yes, Master. After Hui departed, Wang Tingfei cast a glance at the Xintian mountain range. Must the path of cultivation truly be a struggle of life and death? On the other side, through the teleportation spell, Lu Ha and Yang Hang entered the Xintian mountain range and landed in a desolate thicket. Yang Hang, let us seek out the spiritual herbs, Lu Ha exclaimed, casting a glance around and noting the absence of any onlookers. His eagerness to enrich his Tianju with spiritual herbs palpable. Master Uncle, we must exercise caution here. I have heard from others within this sect that the Xintian mountain range is teeming with formidable spirit beasts. The number of 3rd and 4th tier spirit beasts is countless, and even 5th tier spirit beasts are not scarce. Yang Hang surveyed the surroundings with utmost vigilance. There is no need to rush, we are likely situated at the periphery of the Xintian mountain range. The Grand Elder would surely not send us directly into the depths of the mountains, as that would be tantamount to sending us to our doom. Lu Ha was unperturbed by the presence of spirit beasts. For the outskirts only housed 1st and 2nd tier creatures. With their combined strength, he and Yang Hang could easily manage the situation. If they were unable to contend with them, they could always retreat. Adopting a more cautious approach and leaving everything behind, what truly troubled Lu Ha was the possibility of encountering Zhang Jin's machinations within the Xintian mountain range, as dying in the mountains would leave no evidence, a perfect cover. Master Uncle is right, let us not venture deeper but instead search along the periphery. Yang Hang wholeheartedly agreed, for in the face of their lives nothing else mattered. Thus, the two began their quest for spiritual herbs at the outskirts. Lu Ha handed over the spiritual herb atlas from his storage ring to Yang Hang. Master Uncle, won't you use this? Yang Hang inquired as he received the thick volume, finding it challenging to match the herbs with their descriptions. I shall memorize it, Lu Ha replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the ground in search of herbs. What, memorize it? Yang Hang gasped in surprise, astonished that Lu Ha could commit such a thick book to memory. Stop dawdling, quickly take note of the 1st and 2nd tier herbs, Lu Ha exclaimed as he discovered a summer insect flower, elatedly collecting it and placing it into his storage ring. By the way, Yang Hang, for each type of spiritual herb, I only need one specimen, the rest are yours. Thank you, Master Uncle, Yang Hang replied without hesitation. The two searched for spiritual herbs throughout the day, and as night fell, Lu Ha and Yang Hang prepared to rest. It is far too perilous to be active at night. A rabbit, Yang Hang, seated on the ground, inadvertently spotted a small tail peeking from the bushes and exclaimed with joy. Dried rations can never compare to fresh rabbit meat. Let's act quickly, Lu Ha urged, already conjuring the wind blade, ready to launch. Master Uncle, shall we see who can hit the target accurately? Yang Hang knew Lu Ha's wind blade was powerful. Yet it rarely struck true in his hands. Very well, the loser shall prepare the meat, Lu Ha agreed, determined to turn the tables. Begin, Yang Hang declared, releasing his sword while Lu Ha unleashed the wind blade. Almost simultaneously their attacks struck the rabbit. However, they were utterly unprepared for the outcome. Their disparate assaults converged upon a single point. Lu Ha's wind blade not only felled the rabbit but also drove it into the earth. Revealing a glint of gold, the two rushed over, their eyes widening in astonishment. This is gold, Lu Ha marveled as he touched the gleaming metal concealed beneath the soil, having never encountered gold before. He was unaware of its authenticity. Master Uncle, it appears to be gold, Yang Hang confirmed after inspecting it as well. Let us dig it up, Lu Ha exclaimed, immediately consumed by excitement, and began to excavate the earth with his bare hands. Having never seen gold, Lu Ha recalled his past and was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Rabbit meat lost all appeal. Yang Hang hesitated, uncertain whether to dig. Gold seemed of little use to him, and he had no shortage of it. Nevertheless, to placate Lu Ha, he joined in the excavation. After a considerable time, the entirety of the gold was unveiled. The ground was entirely composed of gold. Master Uncle, it appears we cannot take it with us, Yang Hang remarked awkwardly, realizing their efforts would ultimately yield nothing. No matter. We shall take a piece, the rest we can retrieve later. Lu Ha picked up the sword he had discarded and plunged it into the massive gold block. Carving a circle around it, with great joy, he extracted a chunk larger than his own head. By the way, Yang Hang, I heard you are the second prince of the Great Sui. Will you return to the Great Sui dynasty in the future? This gold could be quite beneficial for you, Lu Ha said, placing the gold into his storage ring. Master Uncle, let us discuss this later, Yang Hang replied, a touch of melancholy in his voice. Lu Ha was right. So much gold could easily enable him to assemble a formidable army, yet, what were the prospects of returning to the Great Sui? After securing the gold, Lu Ha buried the excavated soil, thinking they could return for more later. Chapter 32, The Peril of Silence. Lu Ha mused that if Yang Hang, the second prince of the Great Sui dynasty, ever had the chance to ascend to the throne, it would bode well for him. By treating Yang Hang favorably now, he could ensure a potential ally in the future. Master Uncle, with my elder brother in the Great Sui, my chances of returning are slim, if I could reach the golden core stage. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope, but for now, I am uncertain. The mere thought of the great Sui dynasty filled Yang Hang with sorrow. Let us not dwell on this. Please compact the ground so that others do not discover our presence. Lu Ha noted Yang Hang's somber demeanor and chose not to continue the conversation. He jumped on the spot, trampling the disturbed earth before reseeding the grass he had uprooted. After completing these tasks, Lu Ha picked up the sword he had discarded and struck a nearby tree, leaving a deep mark. He then glanced at the setting sun, committing the direction to memory. Yang Hang observed Lu Ha's avaricious demeanor. Uncertain how to respond. As a cultivator, gold seemed of little use. Why place such importance on it? After finalizing their actions, the two departed the area in search of a place to spend the night. They passed the night safely, and the next morning Lu Ha and Yang Hang resumed their quest for spiritual herbs within the Xintian mountain range. Walking through the forest, they sought out spiritual herbs. Although their findings were modest, they did manage to locate 3 second-tier herbs. However, the further they ventured in this direction, the more uneasy Lu Ha felt. Yang Hang, do you sense something amiss? Why is it so eerily quiet? There isn't even a chirp from the birds. Lu Ha continually scanned the surroundings, failing to detect anything unusual. It does seem odd. Upon Lu Ha's prompting, Yang Hang also recognized the disquieting atmosphere. In my hunting days, when someone approached, the surrounding birds would take flight before a person arrived. This area was devoid of sound. Could it be that danger lurked nearby, concealed from view? Lu Ha halted, his eyes widening as he gazed at Yang Hang. Master Uncle, you can't be serious. Yang Hang dismissed the notion, unable to fathom how silence could equate to danger. Indeed, before I joined the sect, I survived by hunting. Many insights were drawn from my own experiences with life and death. Let us leave hastily, Lu Ha declared, turning on his heel to flee. Suddenly, the earth stirred, and countless vines erupted from the ground. Lu Ha tripped over a vine, and Yang Hang, unable to escape, met the same fate. The intertwining vines formed a series of cages, ensnaring the two within a confined space. Acting quickly, Yang Hang drew his sword and began slashing at the vines, but they proved remarkably resilient, refusing to yield. Use your spiritual technique, Lu Ha shouted, conjuring his wind blade and aiming it at the woven prison Wuji sword. Lu Ha channeled his spiritual energy, invoking the Wuji sword. A small sword of condensed energy materialized before him. As Lu Ha rapidly manipulated his hand seals, the small sword split into 9, under his command, hurling towards the cage. Following Lu Ha's lead, Yang Hang did not remain idle. Flames engulfed his fist. Blazing fist, Yang Hang struck the cage with a fiery blow. Through their combined efforts, they finally breached a gap in the vine cage. Lu Ha shot through the opening, with Yang Hang closely behind. Having escaped the confines, the two fled without a moment's pause. Chapter 33, Lost. After escaping the cage, the two continued running until they were breathless. Master Uncle, what manner of spirit beast was that? Had we been a moment slower, we would have become its meal, Yang Hang gasped, bent over and struggling for breath. That was a plant spirit beast, the binding vine, a first-tier spirit beast. If we had been ensnared, our cultivation would not have allowed us to escape. Thankfully, we managed to shatter the vine cage in time. Lu Ha lamented the encounter with such a stealthy spirit beast. Had it not been for his prior hunting experience, he might have been ensnared and devoured. That was close. Yang Hang marveled at the existence of such a spirit beast. Let us change our course. Although they encountered a spirit beast, the search for spiritual herbs must continue. In the following days, Lu Ha and Yang Hang faced no further dangers and encountered very few people. Meanwhile, the spiritual herbs they found were scarce, with only a dozen first-grade herbs, rendering their efforts seemingly fruitless. Amidst the boredom, Lu Ha absent-mindedly looked up at the sky and sensed something amiss. Ever since they had narrowly escaped the ambush by the cage vine, the two had been unable to determine their direction. Merely wandering along the most navigable paths. However, upon glancing around now, Lu Ha felt as though they had strayed from their intended course, seemingly heading deeper into the Xintian mountain range. Yang Hang, have you noticed anything unusual? Lu Ha inquired, pondering that his solitary conclusion might be a mere illusion, but if both of them shared this sentiment, it would indeed be a cause for concern. Unusual, more danger. Yang Hang immediately halted, becoming vigilant of their surroundings. No, I mean we are lost. It seems our direction is problematic. We have been moving deeper into the Xintian mountain range. Lu Ha rolled his eyes, lamenting how his mere words triggered Yang Hang's sense of impending danger. As a prince of the dynasty, did he not possess any sense of caution? Deeper into the Xintian mountain range, Yang Hang exclaimed, promptly leaping to the treetops to ascertain their location. Master Uncle, it appears so. Yang Hang descended from the tree, his complexion grim. We're doomed. How could we have ventured into the depths of the mountain range? Lu Ha began to assess their position, preparing to retrace their steps. Wait, Master Uncle, since we have come this far, let us not turn back just yet. We have made little progress in terms of findings these past days. After all, this place is not the heart of the Xintian mountain range. The dangers should be minimal. I also need to search for some materials for weapon forging. Master Uncle, how about accompanying me for this expedition? Yang Hang implored, grasping Lui's ARM.at their current location. They had merely crossed the periphery of the Xintian mountain range and had not yet reached its depths. Furthermore, Yang Hang had already reached the foundation establishment stage and needed to gather materials to forge his own spiritual weapon. Well, Lu Ha considered Yang Hang's reasoning, which indeed seemed valid. However, was it necessary to take such risks? Forging a personal spiritual weapon was not a one-time endeavor, should suitable materials arise in the future. Further refinement would be possible. Master Uncle, just accompany me. Rest assured, if danger arises, I shall be the first to charge forth, ensuring your safety. Yang Hang expressed his earnest need for materials, as acquiring them within the sect was nearly impossible. Exchanging contribution points would take an eternity before he could successfully forge his spiritual weapon. Previously, to guarantee their safety, they had only ventured along the periphery, but now they had unwittingly reached this juncture. Thus, Yang Hang was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Very well, you have my word. I shall accompany you and assist in searching for materials, but you must heed my counsel and refrain from acting independently. Safety is paramount. Lu Ha ultimately decided to aid Yang Hang in his search. By accompanying Yang Hang on this venture, he could later request a favor from him. Additionally, remaining behind might lead to the discovery of something extraordinary. Chapter 34. Under the Master's guidance. Thus Lu Ha accompanied Yang Hang towards the central region of the Xintian mountain range. Upon entering the area, Lu Ha employed a breath-holding talisman for both of them, each grasping a binding talisman and a confinement talisman. After all, the central region of the Xintian mountain range was far less secure than its periphery, so preparation for safety was essential, should they encounter an insurmountable spirit beast. They must be ready to deploy their talismans. Cautiously, they traversed the thicket, preoccupied with the potential dangers around them. Momentarily forgetting their original purpose for being there, they passed by various spiritual herbs and ordinary materials for forging. Oblivious to their presence, several days later, having encountered no danger, they finally remembered. Master Uncle, have we perhaps been too cautious? Yang Hang remarked, noting their lack of findings. Indeed, we have been clutching our talismans and have seen nothing. Lu Ha concurred, realizing that their current state was amiss and could not persist any longer. Yes, Master Uncle, let us resume our normal search. Yang Hang tucked the talismans into his belt, looking at Lu Ha. Agreed. Lu Ha acknowledged the soundness of this approach. Indeed, once they stowed their talismans, they began to discover spiritual herbs. Had they known it would be this straightforward, they would not have been so anxious. For several more days, they searched normally, and their harvest of spiritual herbs vastly exceeded their previous finds. Furthermore, Yang Hang had recently acquired a material for forging, the heavy black iron. This dense, dark iron weighed almost as much as the large piece of gold Lu Ha carried. Yang Hang intended to forge a halberd as his personal spiritual weapon, and the heavy black iron was perfect for forming the primary structure. With a few supplementary materials, he would be well on his way. I'll gather a few materials as well. In preparation, Lu Ha placed the heavy black iron into his spatial ring, for such a sizable piece could not be carried around constantly. Rest assured. Master Uncle, we are in no rush to leave. You are certain to find what you seek. Yang Hang beamed, believing he was on the path to securing his personal weapon. The supplementary materials would be easy to find. While the primary material was the most challenging, the heavy black iron, known for its resilience and weight, perfectly met the requirements for the halberd. Moreover, as a royal offspring of the Desai dynasty, the halberd was the weapon of choice. And Yang Hang was no exception. Just as Yang Hang reveled in his good fortune, Lu Ha swiftly gestured for silence and urgently pulled Yang Hang into a nearby bush. What is it? Yang Hang whispered, sensing Lu Ha's alarm indicated something significant. There are people ahead. Lu Ha replied in a hushed tone. Master Uncle, did you see who they are? Yang Hang was astonished to encounter others in this secluded area. I can see it's Luo Jing, Luo Peihuan, and 3 other disciples under the master. Lu Ha frowned, contemplating the implications of Zhang Jin being among the master's disciples and whether they might conspire together. Luo Jing and Luo Peihuan are disciples of Lu Chengfeng, Yang Hang informed Lu Ha. Recognizing the gravity of their situation, Lu Chengfeng was the master's eldest disciple, already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Holding a status akin to that of an elder, mid-stage, is that not on par with my master? Lu Ha was taken aback, astonished by the formidable presence of the sect's leadership. How many disciples does the master have? Please enlighten me. Lu Ha had long been curious about the disciples of Shan Hezi and sought to understand which individuals belonged to the master's tutelage, yet he had never inquired or thought to ask. The master has 4 disciples in total, the eldest disciple Lu Chengfeng at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, the second disciple Fan Pinping at the early stage of the nascent soul, the third disciple Zhangjin also at the early stage, and the fourth disciple Long Haiping at the early stage. Among them, Zhangjin, as Master Uncle has already witnessed, is the most gifted and yet the most petty. Leveraging his talent and status, he has long been a tyrant within the sect. The other 3, Lu Chengfeng and Fan Pinping, are partners who rarely remain within the sect, while Long Haiping prefers the sea, living a life akin to a fisherman along the southern coast. Yang Hang elaborated on the disciples of Shan Hezi. Neither Fan Pinping nor Long Haiping took on disciples, but Lu Chengfeng and Zhangjin each had a few. However, Lu Chengfeng had only 2, Luo Jing and Luo Peiwan. Zhangjin, on the other hand, had a dozen or so disciples, each as unscrupulous as he was. Previously, Tan Zhua, who perished in the Qingming secret realm, was one of Zhangjin's most favored disciples. So that's how it is. This implies that Luo Jing and Luo Peiwan do not align with Zhangjin. The other 3 we see must be Zhangjin's disciples. Lu Ha pieced together the information, realizing that they must avoid detection at all costs. The other 3 were likely at the foundation establishment stage. Encountering them would be akin to courting death. As for Luo Jing and Luo Peiwan, their stance remained unclear. If they did not side with him, both Lu Ha and Yang Hang would be in dire straits. Let us move swiftly. We must not allow them to discover us, Lu Ha urged, promptly retreating. Chapter 35, The Assistance of Luo Jing. Master Uncle, wait for me. Yang Hang followed Lu Ha, both of them cautiously maneuvering backwards. They resembled 2 large wriggling worms hastily retreating. Suddenly, as they scurried back, Lu Ha failed to notice a small slope, slipping down and landing on the ground with a loud thud. The sudden noise echoed through the vicinity. Yang Hang turned to see Lu Ha sprawled on the ground, panic flooding his mind. This was the end, yet, despite his apprehension, he hurried over to help Lu Ha up. Master Uncle, are you injured? No. Who knew there was a slope here? Lu Ha glanced at the small incline, realizing that without it, they might have escaped unnoticed. That shot had undoubtedly caught the attention of the 5 individuals. At that moment, the 5 figures swiftly appeared before Lu Ha and Yang Hang. Master, Luo Jing and Luo Peiwan, upon spotting Lu Ha, were equally astonished but quickly assessed the terrain and deduced that he had slipped down from the slope. Ah, Luo Jing, Luo Peiwan, greetings. What brings you here? I found myself lost alongside Yang Hang, which led us to this place. Given that we have already been discovered, Lu Ha can only brace himself and move forward. Perhaps Luo Jing and Luo Peiwan will have a change of heart and stand by our side. Indeed, the Xiantian mountain range is vast, with a complex terrain that can easily lead to disorientation and injury. If it weren't for the map provided by our sect before our departure, we too would have been lost. Luo Jing nodded, but this reasoning seemed flawed. Prior to our journey, each individual was given a rough map of the Xiantian mountain range. With such a map in hand, one should not get lost. Why did Luo Jing sense from Lu Hai's words that he lacked a map? A map? Luo Jing, do you possess a map? Might I request a copy? Lu Ha glanced at Yang Hang. If he could obtain a map, it would greatly facilitate their search for items or their escape. A copy, Uncle Master. We each received a map before setting out. Luo Jing felt a sense of unease. Lu Ha truly did not have a map. Neither Yang Hang nor I received a map. With Luo Jing's corroboration, Lu Ha became increasingly convinced that there was indeed a conspiracy behind this Xintian trial. Otherwise, why would everyone else possess a map while he and Yang Hang did not? Peiwan, please lend your map to Uncle Master. We will share a copy. Luo Jing quickly devised a solution upon returning. He would certainly investigate the underlying issues. Entering the Xiantian mountain range without a map is akin to courting death. Such negligence from the sect is tantamount to willingly sending its disciples to their doom. Subsequently, Luo Jing thought of the 3 individuals behind him. They were all disciples of Zhangjin. Moreover, Tan Zhua had perished at Lu Hai's hands, and now Lu Ha lacked a map. Could there be a connection? Yes, senior brother. Luo Peihuan did not object and promptly handed her map to Lu Ha. Thank you, thank you. Lu Ha received the map, feeling elated. From the actions of Luo Jing and Luo Peihuan, it was evident that although they did not align with him, they at least stood for fairness. Uncle Master, why not join us? You two are not safe in the Xiantian mountain range. After handing over the map to Lu Ha, Luo Jing extended his invitation. After all, Lu Ha was the only disciple of Lu Yuchuan. If he were to perish during the trial, it would create instability within the sect. Staying with them would be relatively safer. Thank you for your kind offer. But our cultivation levels are low, and accompanying you would only hinder your progress. We do not wish to be a burden. Besides, we already have a map and can find our way out. So we shall not linger longer in the Xintian mountain range. Lu He politely declined, realizing that traveling alongside them would likely lead to constant anxiety. He could easily meet an untimely end without knowing how it happened. Since Uncle Master has his own thoughts, I shall not insist. Luo Jing pondered for a moment. With Lu He possessing a map, leaving the Xintian mountain range quickly was indeed a good thing. Fellow disciples, let us depart, Luo Jing called out, and the three who had remained silent throughout the encounter followed suit. Lu He and Yang Hang watched as the five departed, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been clever enough not only to obtain the map but also to convey his intent to leave the Xintian mountain range, even if Zhang Jin's followers sought trouble. They would likely only intercept him on the way out of the mountain range. Unbeknownst to them, neither he nor Yang Hang had any intention of leaving immediately. Yang Han, let us proceed. Chapter 36, Bone Blood Fruit. The two swiftly departed from their previous location, heading in the opposite direction of where Luo Jing and the others had gone. After a while, feeling they had distanced themselves sufficiently, they crouched down on the grass to examine the map Luo Jing had provided. Yang Hang, look, we should be here. Lu He searched the map for quite some time before confirming their location. Uncle Master, I do not understand. I cannot decipher it. Yang Hang also scrutinized the map for a long while but could only grasp a vague understanding of the general layout of the Xintian mountain range. As for accurately determining their position with his abilities, that was beyond him. How foolish. When I hunt, I often refer to maps. If it weren't for the vastness of the Xintian mountain range, I could easily pinpoint my location. Lu He put away the map, feeling exasperated. How could this prince be so uninformed? Is he an impostor? Uncle Master is impressive. Yang Hang had no retort. He genuinely could not comprehend it, and he had never experienced the hunting Lu He referred to. Enough flattery. Let us find the spiritual herbs. We cannot linger in the Xintian mountain range. Once I gather the materials for refining my innate spiritual weapon, I will leave immediately. Lu He was not inclined to listen to Yang Hang's flattery any longer. They had urgent matters to attend to. Subsequently, the two followed the map's directions and began searching for spiritual herbs and materials for refining their innate spiritual weapon in the central region of the Xintian mountain range. Lu He did not have many demands for his innate spiritual weapon. He simply wished to forge a sword. In his youth, he had sneaked into town to listen to storytellers recounting tales of chivalrous heroes wielding 3-foot swords, vanquishing villains and earning the admiration of the masses. Lu He held a profound admiration for those sword-wielding heroes, yet he also understood that these were merely tales. Their truth was uncertain. Nonetheless, he had long harbored a yearning for such a life. He sought not to uphold justice but rather to embody grace and elegance. Ironically, the elegance he sought was often attributed to women, showcasing Lu He's lack of cultural understanding. Upon entering the Danxia sect, Lu Yuchuan had informed him that he could refine an innate spiritual weapon, and Lu He had immediately resolved to forge a sword. However, he had yet to determine what materials to use for crafting it. He would first see what materials he encountered. After half a day's journey, the two discovered a 4th-rank spiritual herb, the Bone Blood Fruit, which had no other functions. Its sole purpose was to mend broken bones. When combined with the Rebirth Vine, it could refine the Rebirth Blood Elixir, which allowed severed limbs to regenerate, with the newly grown limbs being identical to the original, without any side effects for cultivators. Battles were commonplace, and having bones broken or limbs severed was a real possibility. Therefore, the Bone Blood Fruit, as a raw material, was an exceedingly precious spiritual herb. Uncle Master, please collect this Bone Blood Fruit. Yang Hang recognized the rarity of encountering a Bone Blood Fruit. Finding another would be nearly impossible. However, Lu He had previously mentioned that he only required one of each spiritual herb, so Yang Hang reluctantly had to let it go. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of things, he had not lost out, as they had gathered several of each herb previously. In total, he had still profited. Thank you, Yang Hang. Lu He did not hesitate, directly uprooting it and tossing it into the Wuji Tianzhu. Just as Lu He finished his task, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Uncle Master, run! A formidable spiritual beast is approaching. Yang Hang quickly looked around and spotted a massive spiritual beast charging toward them. Lu He turned to see the source of the tremors. It was a unicorn elephant, a 3rd-rank spiritual beast, incredibly powerful, equivalent to a cultivator in the Danxia stage. However, Lu He noticed that one of the unicorn elephant's legs was limping. It sought the Bone Blood Fruit to heal its injured limb. Without delay, the two turned and fled. The Bone Blood Fruit was the spiritual herb the unicorn elephant had long awaited. Today, it had been stolen, fueling an overwhelming rage that would not allow the two to escape unscathed. Thus it pursued, limping but relentless. Lu He and Yang Hang could only flee for their lives, forgetting even to discern their direction. The only thing they knew was that they needed to seek refuge in the dense forest, which could somewhat obstruct the massive creature and slow its pursuit, just as they dashed into a tall thicket. Suddenly their feet slipped, and their figures vanished. Chapter 37, The Tomb of the Earth Armor Beast. The unicorn elephant charged into the thicket without noticing the two culprits, angrily thrashing its head a few times before slowly departing. Lu Ha and Yang Hang, having stepped into the void, fell into a deep pit. The pit was exceedingly deep. After colliding against the walls several times, they finally came to a stop at the bottom. What is this place? Lu Ha steadied himself against the wall and slowly stood up, finding himself in complete darkness, as if within a cavern. Yang Hang also rose, able only to faintly see the whites of Lu Ha's eyes. Lu Ha retrieved a torch from his storage ring and ignited it, finally illuminating their surroundings. They were in an underground cavern, with two additional openings on either side of the entrance through which they had fallen. After observing the situation, Lu Ha approached the entrance they had fallen from and looked upward. Remarkably, they could only see a faint glimmer of light, indicating they had fallen from a considerable height. Making it difficult to climb back up, Yang Hang, shall we choose one of these paths to explore? Lu Ha decisively abandoned the thought of retracing their steps and directly addressed Yang Hang. Yes, I will follow Uncle Master's lead. Since we are here, it would be a shame not to explore. I have heard that such extraordinary places often contain valuable treasures. In truth, Yang Hang had already been eager to explore. Fearing Lu Ha would oppose the idea, which path shall we take, left or right? Lu Ha surveyed the two openings and inquired, the left one. Thus, the two ventured toward the left passage. Yang Hang took the torch. Leading the way cautiously into the depths, they walked for what felt like an eternity, as if the passage had no end in sight. Yang Hang, do you truly believe there will be treasures here? As Lu Ha ventured deeper, an unsettling sense of uncertainty enveloped him. The prospect of confronting the unknown invariably instills a sense of disquietude. Master Uncle, I too am unsure. During his time at the outer sect, he had overheard some senior disciples mention that peculiar terrains often conceal treasures. These enigmatic formations are either the work of nature or the handiwork of spiritual beasts. Observing the cave walls, Lu Ha noted their relative smoothness, which did not suggest the involvement of a spiritual beast. Perhaps it was the dwelling of a past master, excavated long ago, who, unable to ascend to a higher realm, chose to remain in meditation, awaiting a fated successor. Yang Hang's imagination soared. If that were the case, they could be in for a stroke of fortune. Could our luck truly be so fortuitous? Lu Ha rolled his eyes. Dismissing Yang Hang's overly optimistic musings, however, prompted by Yang Hang's words, Lu Ha recalled a certain spiritual beast known as the Earth Armored Beast, a formidable fourth-tier creature, clad in a tough exoskeleton. Previously, Lu Yuchuan had provided a detailed description of the Earth Armored Beast in the Spiritual Beast Compendium. Before its demise, it would burrow deep into the earth, creating an extensive tunnel, and then simply wait to die. The tunnels it excavates typically lead straight down, branching into two passages, one on the right for what it deems treasures, and the left for its own remains. Lu Ha pondered that if this were indeed the case, they might encounter a skeleton at the end of the path. Thus, it would be prudent to retrace their steps and explore the other passage. Yet Lu Ha remained somewhat uncertain, for the natural world can be quite strange and unpredictable. He had encountered various unusual terrains while hunting. Ultimately, having embarked on this journey, he resolved to see it through to its conclusion. With newfound determination, the unease that had gripped him dissipated, replaced by curiosity and a desire for validation. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the end of the passage, where a rather large skeleton of a spiritual beast lay. Let us hurry to the other entrance, Lu Ha exclaimed, having validated his earlier conjecture. Master Uncle, why, have you made a discovery? Yang Hang queried, closely following Lu Ha. This is the tomb of the Earth Armored Beast. One of the passages leads to its remains, while the other contains its lifetime collection of treasures, Lu Ha elucidated. The prospect of genuine treasure sent Yang Hang into a frenzy of excitement. The two hastened towards the next entrance, rushing to its conclusion. At the end, they found a small cavern housing a piece of purple metal the size of a human head, alongside some desiccated spiritual herbs. Master Uncle, is this purple gold essence? Yang Hang inquired, holding a torch close to the metal for a better look. Under the flickering flames, the metal gleamed with a delicate purple luminescence. Indeed, it is purple gold essence. Lu Ha beamed, elated to have acquired materials for crafting his life's spiritual artifact. Upon examining the desiccated herbs nearby, Lu Ha recognized them as well: a fourth-tier stone bone grass, a third-tier sun and moon grass, a fourth-tier earth fiend vine, and a shriveled fifth-tier fire phoenix fruit. In total, there were 5 varieties of herbs, each of considerable quality. The only lament was that they had withered, while still usable for medicinal purposes. They could no longer be cultivated. Lu Ha felt a tinge of disappointment, initially intending to offer them all to Yang Hang, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the fire phoenix fruit. This fruit could be used to concoct fire phoenix pills, which could enhance cultivation or be consumed directly. Moreover, within each fire phoenix fruit was a seed. With this thought, Lu Ha swiftly drew his sword and carefully sliced open the fire phoenix fruit. Indeed, there was a seed. Lu Ha collected the seed and deposited it into the infinite sky pearl. The damaged fire phoenix fruit, of course, could no longer be exchanged for contribution points. Yang Hang, stop looking. You can have all these spiritual herbs, however, since this fire phoenix fruit has been compromised, let us consume it here. Chapter 38, Great Perfection. Consume it. Yang Hang was taken aback by Lu Ha's suggestion. The skeleton they had just seen must have been dead for countless years. The items in this cavern likely had been here for ages as well. Who knew if they had spoiled? What if by some mischance they ingested something toxic? Though these herbs are dried, their medicinal properties remain intact. The underground cavern maintains a steady climate, ensuring the herbs do not decay. Previously, I had excavated a cellar to preserve excess food. Lu Ha, noticing Yang Hang's hesitation, swiftly cut a portion of the fire phoenix fruit and placed it in his mouth. No worries, it's sweet and warm, Lu Ha remarked, chewing on the dried fruit. How about this, Master Uncle? You finish consuming it first and absorb the medicinal effects while I guard you. Yang Hang, still somewhat reluctant, sought an excuse. Very well, Lu Ha promptly settled onto the ground, beginning to absorb the medicinal energy. Unconcerned about Yang Hang, such a rare opportunity was too good to share entirely. After a few breaths, Lu Ha's complexion grew flushed, and beads of sweat began to form the fire phoenix fruit. A fifth-tier herb, possessed potent medicinal properties and was also a highly yang-oriented herb. For an ordinary person, consuming it would feel akin to being engulfed in flames, rendering them unable to digest its power, ultimately leading to their demise. Yet a cultivator could transmute this energy into their cultivation. Yang Hang, unaware of the fire phoenix fruit's nature, observed Lu Ha's condition with mounting anxiety. Master Uncle, how do you feel? Please, do not let anything happen to you. Rest assured, I am currently refining the medicinal energy. I sense that if I consume an entire dried fire phoenix fruit, I could likely reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. Lu Ha replied, eyes closed. Perhaps Master Uncle should consume the whole fruit. Yang Hang was taken aback, misinterpreting Lu Ha's demeanor as a sign of distress. Really? Lu Ha affirmed with eyes still shut. Indeed, Yang Hang, devoid of hesitation, readily agreed. After all, Lu Ha had already offered him all the other herbs. If Lu Ha were to request half of the fire phoenix fruit, it would be too miserly to refuse. Feed it to me. Oh, Yang Hang quickly picked up the other half of the fire phoenix fruit and fed it to Lu Ha. Moments later, the remaining medicinal energy began to emanate, and Lu Ha felt as though he were ensconced in a furnace. Yet this furnace was not external, it resided within his heart, an excruciating sensation. Observing Lu Ha from outside, Yang Hang, aided by the torchlight, noticed Lu Ha sweating profusely, the evaporating moisture filling the entire cavern. This is dire. If this continues, he might turn into a dried husk. Yang Hang grew frantic, realizing there was no water nearby. At a loss for a solution, he suddenly saw Lu Ha's hand move, and a jug of water flew out from his spatial ring. Yang Hang, pour it over my head. Lu Ha remained remarkably composed, fully aware of his circumstances. All right, Yang Hang promptly complied. As the water cascaded down, it sounded like pouring onto a hot iron plate, sizzling incessantly. However, Lu Ha's condition began to stabilize. After a considerable duration, the heat around Lu Ha subsided. With a surge of spiritual energy, he opened his eyes, beaming at Yang Hang. Have I achieved great perfection? Yang Hang inquired anxiously. Yes, just right. Fortunately, I had consumed many spiritual energy pills beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached great perfection, Lu Ha replied with a smile. Having attained great perfection, the next step would be to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Master Uncle, what about this purple gold essence? Yang Hang gazed at the sizable piece of purple gold essence on the ground, wearing a charming smile. You already possess dark iron. Do you truly wish for the purple gold essence? Such greed. This purple gold essence was meant for Lu Ha's life artifact and was not to be shared with Yang Hang. However, considering he likely wouldn't need all of it for crafting his artifact, he could offer the remainder to Yang Hang later. Thank you, Master Uncle. Yang Hang's face lit up with joy as he drew his sword, channeling spiritual energy to cleave the purple gold essence in two. Chapter 39, Zhangjin, waiting for opportunity. Gazing at the bisected purple gold essence, Lu Ha felt utterly speechless. Was such haste truly necessary? Did Yang Hang fear he would not share? Master Uncle, look, 2 pieces of equal size. Upon our return we shall each have one, Yang Hang exclaimed, lifting the 2 similarly sized halves of purple gold essence. Grinning broadly indeed, now let us devise a plan for our exit, Lu Ha responded curtly, placing the purple gold essence and dried herbs into his spatial ring. The two retraced their steps, arriving at the outlet from which they had descended. Master Uncle, I'll go up first. If it's safe outside, I'll call for you. With that, he leaped towards the exit, ascending a mere 2 meters before spreading his arms to brace against the surrounding earth. He then began to leap upwards, gradually inching his way up. Lu Ha, watching Yang Hang's ascent method, sighed deeply. At this rate, how long would it take to reach the surface? Subsequently, he sat down, awaiting Yang Hang's return. Master Uncle, I'm up. The one-horned elephant has left. There is no danger. Come up quickly. After Yang Hang ascended, he surveyed his surroundings before leaning into the opening to shout back inside. Lu Ha, having heard Yang Hang's echo beneath him, immediately sprang into action. He leapt upwards with the same vigor, yet unlike Yang Hang, he did not spread his arms to brace himself. Instead, his fingers outstretched, he plunged them directly into the cave wall. With a powerful push from his feet, he leapt again, pivoting to face the wall anew, and once more embedded his fingers into it. Soon, after dozens of back-and-forth movements, he emerged triumphant. Yang Hang, gazing at the leaping Lu Ha, widened his eyes in astonishment. How was this so different from what he had anticipated? Was it too swift? Let us depart. This place is perilous. Who knows if that unicorn elephant still lurks nearby? Lu Ha remarked, brushing the dirt off his hands. He had collected a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and had also unearthed the primary materials for crafting his destined spiritual artifact. This mission to the Xintian mountain range was, by all accounts, drawing closer to fruition. Yang Hang, we must leave the Xintian mountain range at once, Lu Ha declared, surveying his surroundings and glancing skyward to ascertain their direction before making his way towards the periphery of the mountain range. Thus, the two embarked on their return journey. Although it was their way back, they did not overlook any spiritual herbs they encountered along the way. After traversing for more than 10 days, they once again reached the outskirts of the Xintian mountain range. Just a day away from departing the mountains, Lu Ha unexpectedly encountered the very person he wished to avoid, Zhang Jin. Since the commencement of the Xintian trials, Zhang Jin had entered the Xintian mountain range. Following the location provided by Hui's teleportation talisman, Zhang Jin had arrived directly at his destination. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Ha and Yang Hang had become lost, despite searching extensively. Zhang Jin had failed to encounter Lu Ha. It was only later that Zhang Jin's disciple, utilizing a talisman, relayed the news that Lu Ha had strayed without a map and was preparing to return. Thus Zhang Jin positioned himself along the inevitable path out of the Xintian mountain range, waiting like a hunter for his prey. At long last, destiny favored the diligent, and Zhang Jin finally laid eyes on Lu Ha. Lu Ha, upon spotting a figure perched upon a tree branch in the distance, Lu Ha recognized it to be Zhang Jin. As their eyes met, Zhang Jin exclaimed, "What a coincidence, Lu Ha, we meet here." He leaped down from the tree and swiftly approached Lu Ha. Zhang Jin, what do you intend to do? Lu Ha's heart raced, and he instinctively took a step back, with just himself and Yang Hang. They were no match for Zhang Jin. Having killed Tan Zhuo, encountering Zhang Jin in the Xintian mountain range meant he would not let Lu Ha escape unscathed. Lu Ha felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Was this to be the end of his path in cultivation? Chapter 40, Deception. You believe that killing my disciple would go unpunished? Zhang Jin advanced step by step towards Lu Ha, his smile contorting into a menacing grimace. What does Tan Zhuo's death have to do with me? Should I simply await my demise? Lu Ha retorted. Zhang Jin, it appears you have been waiting for me here. This surely indicates premeditation, but let me assure you, you shall not take my life. Are you aware of my master's current whereabouts? Lu Ha forced himself to maintain composure, striving to appear resolute, invoking the name of Lu Yuchuan, for only he could instill fear in Zhang Jin. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Jin's forward stride faltered involuntarily. Ha, Lu Ha, do not attempt to frighten me with Lu Yuchuan. I have been keeping an eye on Qingshan Pavilion. Lu Yuchuan departed from Danxia Mountain long ago. She cannot possibly be in the Xintian mountain range. Zhang Jin quickly realized that Lu Ha was trying to deceive him, hoping to dissuade him from confrontation, yet the situation had escalated to such a point that whether Lu Yuchuan was present or not mattered little today. It would be either Lu Ha or Zhang Jin who would perish. Zhang Jin understood that Lu Yuchuan would not appear here. He would have no savior to rescue Lu Ha. How can you be so certain that my master is not in the Xintian mountain range? How can you be so sure that my master left Qingshan Pavilion not to guard against you? How can you be certain that this Xintian trial was not a design between me and my master? Meant to eliminate future threats? Lu Ha's words pierced through Zhang Jin's resolve, each statement more compelling than the last, as if every utterance bore undeniable truth. Uncle Master, is it true that you and the fourth elder made such an agreement? Yang Hang listened intently, completely convinced. Did you think my master left Danxia Mountain for no reason? Lu Ha asserted with unwavering confidence, though internally he was filled with trepidation, where Lu Yuchuan had gone after leaving Qingshan Pavilion. And whether she would be in the Xintian mountain range remained a mystery, yet Lu Ha desperately hoped that his words would intimidate Zhang Jin into retreating. Zhang Jin halted, lost in contemplation. Lu Yuchuan had indeed departed from Qingshan Pavilion, but her exact destination was unknown to him. Moreover, Lu Ha spoke with such conviction. Was it possible that Lu Yuchuan truly was nearby? But if she were here, why had Lu Ha initially retreated in fear? Lu Ha, do not feign strength here. Lu Yuchuan is not in the Xintian mountain range. She has gone to the Great Sui dynasty. Zhang Jin, feeling uncertain, endeavored to mask his agitation with a random assertion. How absurd, Lu Ha challenged. If you doubt my words, try me now. I dare say the moment you make a move, my master will take your life without hesitation. Lu Ha boldly pointed at Zhang Jin. Shouting defiantly, Zhang Jin, caught off guard, could only point at Lu Ha, at a loss for words. Simultaneously he realized that his casual remark was met with Lu Ha's complete disbelief. Perhaps Lu Ha truly knew where Lu Yuchuan was? Could it be that Lu Yuchuan awaited Zhang Jin's attack? Zhang Jin, go ahead, strike, Lu Ha urged, sensing Zhang Jin's hesitation. Lu Ha, I will not fall for your ploy. The reason I have yet to strike is that Lu Yuchuan has no reason to kill me. Yet the moment I attack, she can claim I conspired against my fellow disciples, and I would be executed on the spot. I am not that foolish. Lu Ha's rhetoric dispelled Zhang Jin's doubts, and he laughed confidently. Having unraveled Lu Ha's scheme, he would not be ensnared, ensuring that their plot unraveled entirely. With that, Zhang Jin turned and soared away on his sword. Zhang Jin, if you have the ability, do not flee, strike, strike, Lu Ha bellowed in frustration as he watched Zhang Jin escape. It was not until Zhang Jin's figure vanished from sight that Lu Ha collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That was close, he muttered, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Utterly drained, clothes, Uncle Master, were those words all fabricated? Yang Hang crouched beside him, puzzled. Did you truly think my master was in the Xintian mountain range? You overthinking it. Lu Ha shot Yang Hang a glance, continuing, I have no idea when she left. How could I possibly know where she went? Uncle Master, you completely deceived him. Yang Hang finally understood that Lu Yuchuan's supposed presence in the Xintian mountain range was a mere fabrication by Lu Ha. What could I do? Zhang Jin is at the early stage of yuaning. Even 10 of us would be no match for him. It was better to intimidate him. Perhaps it would prove effective. Let us hasten our departure. If he discovers he has been deceived and returns, we will truly be doomed. Although they had managed to scare Zhang Jin away, it did not equate to their safety. Yang Hang affirmed, promptly setting off, only to realize that Lu Ha had not followed. Uncle Master, why are you not leaving? Yang Hang turned back, curious. Help me up. Upon reaching Lu Ha, Yang Hang noticed that his legs trembled. Relying entirely on Yang Hang for support, Uncle Master, what is wrong with your legs? Yang Hang remarked with a chuckle. When facing a formidable opponent and fabricating such an enormous lie, do you think one's legs would not shake? Lu Ha retorted, somewhat exasperated. Had it not been for his earlier hunting exploits and the frequent fabrications, he would not have been able to speak with such conviction. Yang Hang promptly stowed away his amusement, aiding Lu Ha as they moved away, albeit slowly. However, Lu Ha's apprehensions soon materialized. Zhang Jin had returned. Lu Ha, you almost had me fooled. Lu Yuchuan is not in the Xintian mountain range. Died to Zhang Jin, filled with indignation, felt utterly humiliated to have been deceived by a mere chi refining stage novice. He sprang forward, leaping onto his sword, gripping it firmly, and charged at Lu Ha with lethal intent. Lu Ha and Yang Hang were engulfed in terror, paralyzed at the sight of the oncoming Zhang Jin, completely devoid of a plan. Chapter 41, The Celestial Maiden Descends. As Zhang Jin advanced, Lu Ha and Yang Hang found themselves without any means of defense. Yet, surrender was absolutely out of the question for Lu Ha. Before entering Danxia's sect, he had lived alone, facing countless life and death dangers, and he had never once considered giving up. This time would be no different. Wuji Shield, Wuji True Form. Lu Ha forcefully shoved Yang Hang aside, shouting fervently. Instantly a surge of power coursed through his body, and he brandished a massive shield, determined to block Zhang Jin's strike. You are but an ant attempting to shake a tree. Zhang Jin scoffed, sweeping his blade across the Wuji shield. The moment his sword connected, Lu Ha was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Upon hitting the ground, the Wuji shield shattered, and the Wuji true form dissipated, leaving Lu Ha coughing up blood, immobilized on the ground. Not bad, you managed to withstand a blow without dying. Where did you acquire this spiritual skill? It seems it is not from our Danxia sect. Lu Ha, how dare you conspire with Yang Hang, colluding with outsiders and betraying our sect? You are truly despicable. Zhang Jin immediately accused Lu Ha of treachery. although this stemmed from personal vendetta, he intended to take the moral high ground. Today, Zhangjin shall cleanse the sect of traitors. With that, Zhangjin brandished his sword, poised to strike Lu Ha down in fiery fist. Just as Zhangjin was about to deliver the fatal blow, Yang Hang unleashed a spiritual technique. Propelling a colossal fire fist toward Zhangjin, seeking death, Zhangjin deftly flicked his sword, dispersing the fiery assault. Yang Hang, do not presume that your status as the second prince of the Great Sui will shield you. Here, there is no second prince of the Great Sui, only you, Yang Hang. Zhangjin cast a disdainful glance at Yang Hang. Since he was so eager to meet his end, he would gladly oblige. Zhangjin, you shall not succeed. Yang Hang swiftly dashed to Lu Yi's side, tearing off a crescent-shaped pendant that he had kept close, channeling spiritual energy into it. The pendant immediately radiated a protective barrier, encasing both Yang Hang and Lu Ha, the starlight shield of the Great Sui. Zhangjin was taken aback, surprised that a discarded prince possessed such a treasure. What a pity, the starlight shield is a consumable. Once used, it shatters. Yang Hang, with your nascent foundation cultivation, how long can you sustain the starlight shield? Zhangjin smiled faintly, swinging his sword to unleash a surge of spiritual energy against the starlight shield. The shield trembled violently on the verge of shattering. Simultaneously, Yang Hang's complexion grew pale. Yang Hang, you must escape. He seeks my life, Lu Ha urged, struggling to remain upright. None of you will escape. You all shall perish. Yang Hang, the starlight shield will soon falter. Die, all of you. Dansha armor. With a resounding shout, Zhangjin pointed his sword at Lu Ha and Yang Hang. The sword emitted a glow reminiscent of Dansha, and the radiant light shot toward the starlight shield. Just as the light was about to strike, a surge of spiritual energy intercepted it. Zhangjin, an ethereal voice echoed, and in the next moment, Lu Yuchuan, clad in white, descended gracefully before the starlight shield like a celestial being. Lu Yuchuan's gaze was sharp as it locked onto Zhangjin. Master, fourth elder. The appearance of Lu Yuchuan brought relief to Lu Ha and Yang Hang. They were saved. Lu Yuchuan, you are truly in the Shantian mountain range. Zhangjin was instantly dumbfounded upon seeing Lu Yuchuan. The Shantian trial was a scheme concocted between himself and Hui. There was no reason for Lu Yuchuan to appear in the Shantian mountain range. Could it be true, as Lu Ha claimed, that Hui had conspired with Lu Yuchuan behind his back to eliminate him through this trial? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhangjin's mind, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. Resolutely, Zhangjin steeled himself. Lu Yuchuan was merely at mid-nascent soul stage, slightly stronger than himself, regardless of the circumstances. He had already committed to this course of action. He would fight with all his might and take Lu Yuchuan down as well. Chapter 42, The Assassination. Do you believe I would not be in the Shantian mountain range? Lu Yuchuan replied coldly. Zhangjin glanced at Lu Ha, who had yet to rise, and then at Yang Hang beside him, before turning his gaze back to Lu Yuchuan. Suddenly, he pivoted his sword, aiming it at Lu Yuchuan. Heaven-blocking hand, Zhangjin had resolved to make a desperate strike, launching a surprise attack on Lu Yuchuan. In response to the flying sword, Lu Yuchuan effortlessly extended two fingers, precisely pinching the flying sword. As for the enormous hand descending from above, Lu Yuchuan merely raised his other hand, dispersing it with ease. Zhangjin launched two attacks, intending to summon his destined spirit sword back. However, he discovered his sword trapped between Lu Yuchuan's fingers. Unresponsive to his commands, left with no choice, he drew another sword from his spatial ring and charged at Lu Yuchuan. At that moment, Lu Yuchuan forcefully flicked his fingers, producing a resounding clang as Zhangjin's destined spirit sword shattered. Lu Ha and Yang Hang's eyes widened. Was this truly the extent of Lu Yuchuan's formidable power? Zhangjin, rushing toward Lu Yuchuan, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The destined spirit weapon was intimately linked to its master. Should the master perish, the weapon would enter a dormant state until it found a new master. When the destined spirit weapon was destroyed, its master would inevitably suffer tremendous harm. After shattering Zhangjin's destined spirit weapon, Lu Yuchuan charged at him without hesitation. Zhangjin hastily rose to defend against Lu Yuchuan's onslaught, yet, to his astonishment, Lu Yuchuan's speed and strength were extraordinarily overwhelming. Lu Yuchuan's small fist struck Zhangjin's crossed arms with a resounding crack, shattering his bones. Not only that, but Zhangjin was also sent flying several feet. As he lay on the ground, enduring the excruciating pain of his broken bones, he looked up in disbelief at Lu Yuchuan. This was no mid-nascent soul. Even a late-nascent soul or perfected nascent soul would not possess such power. No wonder Lu Yuchuan, despite being merely at mid-nascent soul stage, could hold a position among the elders. Lu Yuchuan advanced step by step toward Zhangjin, who was overwhelmed by fear and frantically attempted to flee. But how could Lu Yuchuan allow him to escape? With a swift motion, Lu Yuchuan extended his hand, and a black iron rod shot forth, striking Zhangjin's legs with a vicious spin. Zhangjin screamed in agony. collapsing to the ground, glancing at his legs, just like his arms, they were also broken, still thinking of escape. At this moment, Lu Yuchuan had already arrived beside Zhang Jin. No, I shall not flee. Zhang Jin gazed at Lu Yuchuan, filled with terror, and stammered, "Poof." Lu Yuchuan delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Jin's abdomen, flipping him over. Subsequently, he planted his foot on Zhang Jin's dantian. Zhang Jin cried out once more, You have actually ruined my cultivation." Zhang Jin was filled with immense rage and despair. His dantian shattered, his entire cultivation returned to the heavens. What of it? Lu Yuchuan seized Zhang Jin by the collar, dragging him before Lu Ha. "I intend to take him back and have the sect leader deal with him." Lu Yuchuan addressed Lu Ha. "Take him back?" Lu Ha was bewildered. Why would they take back someone so malevolent? Not only Lu Ha, but Yang Hang also shared this sentiment. After all, he is the disciple of the sect leader. He cannot simply be killed. I have already ruined his cultivation. Henceforth, he will be incapable of wrongdoing. Moreover, the act of assassinating a fellow sect member constitutes a grave offense. The sect leader will handle it appropriately. Lu Yuchuan understood the depth of Lu He's hatred for Zhang Jin, yet if Zhang Jin were to die, Shan Hezi would undoubtedly pursue the matter. Ultimately, Lu Yuchuan could not control how events would unfold. Listening to Lu Yuchuan's reasoning, Lu Ha lowered his head in silence, yet his hand had stealthily grasped the hilt of the sword at his side. Taking him back is out of the question. With a swift motion, Lu Ha slashed down, severing Zhang Jin's head from his body. Chapter 43, The conclusion of the trial. Lu Yuchuan exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that Lu Ha would dare to assassinate Zhang Jin right before his eyes. Master, he must die. When one becomes the prey pursued by a hunter, the hunter offers no chance for escape. If given the opportunity to become the hunter, failing to eliminate the powerful prey could lead to being bitten back. Thus, to avoid being bitten back and to ensure one's own safety, one must eradicate the prey completely. Lu Ha spoke with utmost seriousness. Master, you need not worry. No one will discover Zhang Jin's demise. Even if there are suspicions, they will never know I was the one who killed him. Lu Ha hastily explained to Lu Yuchuan, Why, my presence here will undoubtedly lead others to suspect me as the cause of Zhang Jin's death. Lu Yuchuan was unconvinced. As long as others knew he had arrived at the Shantian mountain range, they would inevitably suspect him. Master, every disciple participating in the trial received a map of the Shantian mountain range, yet Yang Hang and I received nothing. Does this not indicate something significant? Lu Ha whispered to Lu Yuchuan. Playing on his reasoning, Lu Yuchuan was at a loss for words. Lu Ha and Yang Hang's isolation due to their lack of a map suggested that the Shantian trial was a conspiracy. After all, the trial was a major event within the sect, and such oversights were improbable. If Zhang Jin were brought back to the sect, his dantian might soon be restored, but Master could not be by my side at all times. In that case, I would surely be at their mercy. Lu Ha laid out all his arguments, leaving Lu Yuchuan with no retort. If he still believed Lu Ha had erred, the deed was done. Zhang Jin was dead, and there was no point in dwelling on it. Lu Yuchuan rolled his eyes, exasperated by the multitude of excuses. The man was dead, and what good were further words? By the way, Master, how did you arrive at the Shantian mountain range? Seeing Lu Yuchuan no longer pursuing the matter, Lu Ha smiled slightly and continued to inquire. Upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, I discovered you and Yang Hang were missing. Therefore, I inquired within the sect and learned that you were participating in the Shantian trial. Knowing your insufficient cultivation, I hastily made my way here. So that is the case, Master. Yang Hang and I will dispose of the body. You may return on your own. Lu Ha nodded, having anticipated this outcome. Thankfully, Lu Yuchuan had returned in time, otherwise Zhang Jin would have succeeded. I naturally understand, Lu Yuchuan responded decisively, promptly departing with his iron rod. Just like that, he left. Lu Ha couldn't help but mutter a slight complaint. Yang Hang, dig a pit and bury Zhang Jin. Yes, Master Uncle. Yang Hang swiftly set to work, and soon had a pit dug. With a kick, he sent Zhang Jin's lifeless body into the hole and covered it with earth. Afterwards, Yang Hang supported Lu Ha, taking careful steps as they made their way out of the Shantian mountain range. Wang Tingfei, who had been waiting outside the mountain range, was taken aback when he saw Lu Ha and Yang Hang slowly emerging. Could it be that Zhang Jin had met his demise? Lu Shidi, the trial period has not yet concluded. Why have you returned so soon? Wang Tingfei, unable to ponder further, reproached Lu Ha hastily. Brother, I feel ashamed. My cultivation level is simply too weak. I barely reached the middle of the Shantian mountain range before I was injured by a spirit beast. Fortunately, Yang Hang was there. Otherwise, I would not have made it out. As for the trial, I had no choice but to exit early. Lu Ha spoke with a deep sense of regret. In that case, let it be your return and recuperate well. Oh, by the way, let us tally the items you acquired in the Shantian mountain range so I can help you adjust your contribution points. Wang Tingfei listened to Lu Hai's reasoning without any suspicion. Given Lu Hai's strength, it was indeed easy for him to get injured in the mountain range. Even for himself, venturing into the central areas of the Xintian mountain range could pose a risk of injury. Thank you, brother. Following this, Lu Ha produced a pile of spiritual herbs from his storage ring. While it appeared to be a substantial amount, it was, in fact, less than 100. Of course, Lu Ha had already discarded one herb into the Wujishan pearl. The others, with only a single specimen Lu Ha would not present. Why is there so little? Wang Tingfei furrowed his brow, knowing that spiritual herbs were abundant in the Xintian mountain range, even on the outskirts. It was implausible to harvest so few. Brother, it's a long story. Lu Ha shook his head with a sigh. I was injured by a spirit beast just a few days after entering the mountains, and I spent the following days recovering while making my way out. Thus, Lu Ha feigned a look of embarrassment, lowering his gaze in apparent disappointment. Do not lose heart, shitty. Once your cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, you can enter again and gather more. Let me calculate how many contribution points you can earn. Wang Tingfei felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Ha, yet also regarded him as fortunate. He was injured soon after entering, gathered few spiritual herbs, but thanks to his injuries, he evaded Zhang Jin's pursuit and escaped disaster. Lu Shidi, quite impressive, you managed to find a few fourth-grade spiritual herbs. Wang Tingfei remarked with a smile upon seeing the few withered herbs. It was sheer luck. I stumbled upon a spirit beast's lair and found them inside. Lu Ha smiled, offering no further explanation. Luck is also a part of strength. Alright, you have a total of 320 contribution points. Lu Shidi, how do you wish to divide them with Yang Hang? Wang Tingfei, still smiling, was curious to gauge Lu Hai's character through this matter. Let us give them all to Yang Hang. As an outer disciple, it's not easy for him to earn any contribution points, Lu Ha stated nonchalantly, as though bestowing over 300 points was a trivial matter. Very well. Wang Tingfei was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Lu Ha would allocate everything to Yang Hang. Contribution points are not easily modified, each adjustment is recorded in the secta's contribution ledger. Giving them away now means they are genuinely given. However, Wang Tingfei also regarded Lu Hai's character favorably after this incident. Soon, Wang Tingfei made the adjustments to Yang Hang's contribution points and returned the disciple token to him. Thank you, brother. We won't linger any longer. We shall meet again at the sect. Lu Ha bid farewell to Wang Tingfei and began to walk back with Yang Hang. Chapter 44. Returning home in suspense, Wang Tingfei stood at a distance, watching the two support one another as they walked. Observing this scene, he felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. How wonderful it would be to have someone to rely on. Lost in thought, he forgot an important matter. Normally, disciples finishing their trials would gather at the exit to wait, then board the sect's spirit beast together to return. It was only when Lu Ha and Yang Hang had disappeared from sight that Wang Tingfei remembered. Oh no, I forgot to tell them. Wang Tingfei slapped his forehead, exclaiming in regret. Yin Shao, you stay by the exit. If any disciples emerge, have them wait. Yes, Master Uncle. Wang Tingfei quickly took to the skies on his sword. Chasing after Lu Ha and Yang Hang, however, he turned in the direction they left several times and saw not a single figure. Wang Tingfei could only return in disappointment, estimating that it would be at least a month before the two returned to the sect. At that moment, Lu Ha and Yang Hang were comfortably resting in a patch of grass. The long and dense grass concealed them perfectly, making them invisible to Wang Tingfei flying above. Master Uncle, do we really have to walk back like this? Yang Hang sat beside Lu Ha, his face filled with reluctance. Just think about how comfortable it was when we arrived, riding on the spirit beast straight to the Xintian mountain range. Now that we've exited, we have to rely on our own legs to return. What do you think? Lu Ha also wished to return to the sect riding a spirit beast, but there were none available now. Enough complaining. Get up and cut some grass. Lu Ha speculated that his master Lu Yuchuan would likely pass through this area. Why did he think so? Because from the events in the Xintian mountain range, Lu Ha was certain that Lu Yuchuan cared deeply for him. Thus Lu Ha concluded that Lu Yuchuan would not return alone after leaving the Xintian mountain range, but would wait for him on the way back. Cutting a patch of grass was to ensure that Lu Yuchuan flying above could spot him. Alright, I'll do whatever Master Uncle says. Yang Hang had nothing to say, though he did not understand the reasoning behind Lu Ha's request. He complied nonetheless. Soon, Yang Hang cleared a patch of grass, revealing the figures of the two. Not long after, just as Lu Ha had anticipated, Lu Yuchuan, like a celestial being, appeared before Lu Ha and Yang Hang once more. Let us go. Lu Yuchuan's expression was frosty. Seemingly displeased with Lu Ha, with a simple command, he tossed out a rope, gripping one end and soaring into the air. Yang Hang and Lu Ha quickly grasped the other end of the rope. and thus, they were hoisted into the sky flying towards Danxia Mountain. As night fell, Lu Yuchuan finally brought Lu Ha and Yang Hang back to Qingshan Pavilion. Upon landing, Lu Ha released the rope and pinched his sore arm. Ouch! After being suspended for so long, the sensation was quite overwhelming. Initially, he considered asking Lu Yuchuan to stop for a moment, but recalling Lu Yuchuan's icy demeanor, he swallowed his words. If Lu Ha dared not speak, Yang Hang was even less inclined to do so. Enduring the discomfort in silence, Yang Hang, you should return and rest early. Once his arm felt somewhat relieved, Lu Ha called out to Yang Hang and entered alone. Chapter 45, The Blood of the Glimmering Turtle. After a night's rest, Lu Ha awoke the next morning and rubbed his sore arm. He truly wondered what Lu Yuchuan was thinking. If he accidentally let go, what would happen if he fell from the sky? Though he harbored resentment, Lu Ha dared not voice it. After all, Lu Yuchuan was his master, and he was not one to defy her. Lu Ha, come to the hall. Just as Lu Ha was lamenting his situation, he heard Lu Yuchuan's voice in his mind, startling him. Fearing that she had overheard his complaints, he rushed into the hall with trepidation. Inside, Lu Yuchuan sat upright, a red jade vial resting on the table beside her. Master, Lu Ha lowered his head, concealing his expression from Lu Yuchuan, speaking with utmost respect, anxious that she was there to reprimand him for his earlier thoughts. Sit, did you encounter any fortuitous events during the trial? Upon seeing Lu Ha, Lu Yuchuan immediately recognized his cultivation level had reached the peak of the qi refining stage. However, the urgency of the situation had prevented her from inquiring further at the time. Yes, I encountered some fire phoenix fruit, which I consumed directly, and then I advanced to the later stage of weapon refining. Lu Ha recounted everything without omission. It appears you consumed quite a number of spiritual herbs. Lu Ha could not discern Lu Yuchuan's thoughts from her expression. Some spiritual herbs can be ingested directly to enhance our cultivation. However, the medicinal power of these herbs is seldom fully absorbed, and the residual potency can accumulate within the body. If this accumulation becomes excessive, it may repel external spiritual energy. In other words, after an overabundance of medicinal power builds up, one can no longer enhance their cultivation through training. Therefore, after consuming spiritual herbs, you must find a way to fully absorb the residual potency. Lu Yuchuan looked at Lu Ha earnestly, emphasizing her point. Master, how can I absorb the remaining potency? Lu Ha had not anticipated that directly consuming spiritual herbs would have such adverse consequences. Yet, how could he absorb the excess potency? Lu Ha felt at a loss. There are 3 methods. The first is to use an external object with stronger spiritual energy to stimulate the accumulated potency. However, this method becomes less effective after the first use. The second method is to advance in rank. Advancing a significant tier, such as reaching the foundation establishment stage, would also stimulate the accumulated potency. But with the excess potency already built up, attempting to advance is challenging. In the final instance, the essence of the Ing turtle's blood was acquired. Upon consuming the Ing turtle's blood, the excess medicinal energy accumulated within the body would be continuously absorbed. Henceforth, regardless of how much medicinal energy was stored within, it would no longer pose a concern. As Lu Yuchuan spoke, he cast a glance at the red jade vial resting upon the table. The Ing turtle, a spirit beast I am familiar with, is a 4th-tier spirit beast, and its numbers are exceedingly rare. Lu Ha felt a sense of dilemma. A 4th-tier spirit beast is equivalent to a cultivator at the golden core stage. However, this was not insurmountable. He could enlist Lu Yuchuan's assistance. The real issue lay in the extreme scarcity of the Ing turtle. Finding one would be quite the challenge. Lu Ha, you possess only 4 petals of spiritual flower. Although you have swiftly reached the refinement stage, your innate talent for cultivation is ultimately limited. In the future, you will inevitably need to consume a large quantity of cultivation elixirs, yet oftentimes, one cannot refine spiritual herbs into pills and must resort to consuming them raw. When you first entered the refinement stage, I contemplated this dilemma. During my recent excursion, I ventured to the Ing Star Sea. At this juncture, Lu Yuchuan paused, lifting the red jade vial from the table. Inside it resides the very essence of the Ing turtle's blood. Master, you are truly benevolent. Thank you, Master. The issue of medicinal energy accumulation has been resolved, and in that instant Lu Ha was overwhelmed with elation. Unconsciously, he rushed forward and embraced Lu Yuchuan, nestling his head against her bosom in a manner akin to a child seeking affection. Master, you are exceptionally kind to me. Ever since my parents passed away, no one has treated me with such kindness. After embracing Lu Yuchuan, Lu Ha continued speaking, his head instinctively rubbing against her as if he were nestled in his mother's embrace. Chapter 46. The exchange of the alchemy furnace. Lu Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Ha's embrace. her cheeks flushing a deep crimson reminiscent of a ripe apple. When she regained her composure, she initially intended to push Lu Ha away with a swift motion, yet her thoughts lingered. Perhaps Lu Ha was merely overwhelmed with excitement. He had just remarked how she treated him as tenderly as a mother would. Could it be that Lu Ha genuinely perceives her as a maternal figure? However, being held in such a manner for the first time left Lu Yuchuan feeling rather peculiar. Is this what it feels like to be embraced by a man? Master, I apologize. Just as Lu Yuchuan was lost in her musings, seeking justifications for Lu Hai's actions, he finally came to his senses and hurriedly stepped back. He was anxious, fearing that such behavior might lead to dire consequences. I must be more cautious in the future. Lu Yuchuan quickly adjusted her mindset, casting aside her fleeting thoughts, and adopted a tone of a mentor admonishing a disciple. Yes, master, I will certainly be more mindful in the future. Lu Hai's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. You have already attained the great perfection of the refinement stage. Go to the contribution hall and claim your foundation establishment pill, then, consume the ing turtle's blood to activate the medicinal energy within you, followed by the foundation establishment pill, and see if you can advance further. Lu Yuchuan nodded, disregarding Lu Hai's previous faux pas, and instead offered him respectful guidance. Master, what if I fail to advance? Upon hearing about the attempt to advance, Lu Ha felt a twinge of worry. If he failed, there would be no surplus foundation establishment pills left. If I fail, I can always exchange for another foundation establishment pill and try again. Failure is simply an opportunity to try once more. Nonetheless, Lu Yuchuan believed the likelihood of Lu Ha failing was significant. After all, possessing only 4 petals of spiritual flower was a persistent disadvantage in the realm of cultivation. I understand, master. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Go forth. As Lu Ha exited the hall, a sense of comfort washed over him. Just moments ago, he had nearly frightened himself with his impulsive actions, recalling the last time he inadvertently witnessed Lu Yuchuan bathing. He felt a genuine apprehension about his recent indiscretion. However, with the crisis averted, Lu Ha felt unburdened, and his spirits lifted once more. Upon arriving at the contribution hall, he found Cheng Mingho on duty as usual. Lu Shishu, congratulations. The moment Lu Ha stepped inside, Cheng Mingho immediately recognized that Lu Ha had entered the great perfection of the refinement stage. Forgive me for the embarrassment. It has been nearly a year since I ascended to the great perfection of the refinement stage. Lu Ha replied bashfully. Oh Shishu, why does your comment sound so sour to me? Cheng Mingho retorted, speechless. Achieving the great perfection of the refinement stage within a year, especially with only 4 petals of spiritual flower, is nothing short of extraordinary. How would those with even greater talent fare under your remarks? In any case, congratulations. Here is the foundation establishment pill awarded by the sect. Cheng Mingho promptly concluded the topic, handing Lu Ha a foundation establishment pill. Thank you. Oh, by the way, the talisman materials you previously exchanged have all been crafted into talismans. Let us exchange them all at once. Take a look and see how many there are. Lu Ha produced all the talismans from his spatial ring, creating a sizable heap on the floor. Previously, to practice his control over spiritual energy while also cultivating, Lu Ha had exchanged for a total of 25,000 sheets of spirit beast skin. Did all of these succeed? Cheng Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a quantity. Not all were successful. About 100 were wasted. Lu Ha scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. The success rate exceeded 99%. Shishu, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Cheng Mingho was thoroughly impressed with Lu Ha. Typically, the success rate for crafting talismans hovers around 50%, with a high of perhaps 60%, yet Lu Ha surpassed this significantly. Moreover, his output was unmatched. If Lu Ha were willing, he could single-handedly supply the entire sect's consumption of talismans. You flatter me, Shishu. Now let us calculate how many contribution points can be exchanged. Very well. Cheng Mingho quickly organized the talismans, sorting them into categories based on 100 as the base unit. Ultimately, he calculated that there were a total of 24,863 talismans. Shishu, it's settled. All are low-tier talismans, which can be exchanged for a total of 4,972 contribution points. Adding to the previous contribution points, it amounts to 5,512 contribution points. Please keep the 3 excess talismans. Shishu, Cheng Mingho respectfully returned Lu Hai's disciple token along with the remaining 3 talismans. Shishu, I feel it necessary to remind you that while talismans can be exchanged for contribution points, their usage is inherently limited. Each month, only about 1,000 talismans are consumed in the contribution hall. I trust you understand my point. Cheng Mingho suggested subtly. I understand. Lu Ha realized that providing an excess of talismans would be futile. As the internal demand of the Danxia sect could not accommodate them, regardless of whether he could continue exchanging talismans for contribution points, Lu He was already beaming with joy at the prospect of 5,512 contribution points. Shirshu, please help me exchange for another Foundation Establishment pill. Lu He promptly requested, eager to obtain an additional pill, as Lu Yuchuan had advised that having an extra would be beneficial. Certainly Shirshu. Cheng Minghe was not surprised. Regardless of how Lu He had advanced, the inherent limitation of his 4 petals of spiritual flower was undeniable. Lu He secured the second Foundation Establishment pill and continued to inquire, Shirshu, how do I exchange for an alchemy furnace? Are you interested in learning alchemy? Cheng Minghe inquired, astonished. Indeed, I wish to give it a try, though I am uncertain whether I possess the requisite talent. Lu He chuckled lightly, merely wishing to experiment and see if he could succeed. Shirshu, that's impressive. Currently, within our sect, only my master and our ancestral master are the primary providers of medicinal pills. No other disciples have yet mastered the art of alchemy, Cheng Minghe exclaimed, giving Lu He a thumbs up. Should he succeed, it would be remarkable. Shirshu, perhaps it would be prudent not to exchange for the alchemy furnace just yet. After all, alchemy is no easy feat, and the contribution points required for the furnace are substantial. If one lacks talent, it would be a waste, Cheng Minghe advised kindly. What should I do then? Lu He furrowed his brow, sensing Cheng Minghe's hesitance. The contribution hall possesses a trial alchemy furnace, one previously used by our ancestral master. Shirshu, take it back for a trial run. If you can successfully refine any pills, then you may proceed to exchange for an alchemy furnace. What do you think? Cheng Minghe proposed a practical solution. Ensuring that Lu He would incur no loss. Chapter 47, Jia Yuanheng visits the Qingshan Pavilion. That sounds splendid, but is it truly permissible? Lu He pondered whether Cheng Minghe was truly offering him a favor. Fearing it might later be used against him. No worries, this alchemy furnace has been left here for over a decade. I inquired with the ancestral master, and she stated it could be disposed of at will. Cheng Minghe replied with a smile. If he were unable to make such decisions, it would be quite absurd. After all, he was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. His affinity for the contribution hall was merely a result of his dedication to the work. Then I am grateful, Shirshu. Subsequently, Lu He departed without expending a single contribution point and obtained an alchemy furnace. Shortly after Lu He left, Jia Yuanheng arrived at the contribution hall. Minghe, I have seen your master. Cheng Minghe immediately bowed in respect. Who was the person carrying the alchemy furnace just now? Jia Yuanheng inquired curiously, having never witnessed anyone exchange for an alchemy furnace within the sect before. That would be Lu He, the direct disciple of the fourth elder, Lu Shirshu. He wishes to learn alchemy. Jia Yuanheng felt a surge of astonishment within him. Could it be that Lu Yuchuan had not informed Lu He? Alchemy was not a mere casual endeavor that could yield success at whim. I asked master, and Lu Shirshu wishes to give it a try, he relayed. He also conveyed to Jia Yuanheng the matter of Cheng Minghe providing Lu He with the discarded alchemical furnace of Zhaowenqian. That is fine, it might as well be utilized. If another person can engage in alchemy, it will certainly lighten my burdens. Jia Yuanheng wholeheartedly supported this notion and harbored an earnest hope that Lu He would succeed. In the past, his master Zhaowenqian had been relatively diligent, but since he had matured and could produce a plethora of elixirs, she had grown increasingly lax, aside from occasionally refining Foundation Establishment pills. All other concoctions were left to him, leaving him with scarcely any time for his own cultivation. If Lu He could succeed, it would grant him some leisure time, which would be a tremendous boon. Minghe, keep a good watch here. I shall make a trip to Qingshan Pavilion. Jia Yuanheng resolved that he must personally seek out Lu He to ensure his success in alchemy. Yes, master. Cheng Minghe obediently complied. Fully aware of Jia Yuanheng's intentions for visiting Qingshan Pavilion, upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, Lu He promptly entered his chamber and began to consume the essence of the glimmering turtle blood. This was no simple matter of merely drinking it. The essence within the blood needed to be refined for it to be effective. He uncorked the crimson jade vial gifted by Lu Yuchuan and drank deeply. Immediately, he enveloped the glimmering turtle blood with his spiritual energy, commencing the extraction of its essence. Fifth Shirshu, Jia Yuanheng seeks an audience. At that moment, Jia Yuanheng arrived at the entrance of Qingshan Pavilion. Knocking on the door and calling out, Lu Yuchuan, curious, noted that there had been little interaction between Qingshan Pavilion and Jia Yuanheng in the past. Why would he come to visit? Come in, puzzled, Lu Yuchuan replied and proceeded to the main hall to receive Jia Yuanheng. I pay my respects to 5th Shirshu. Upon entering the hall, Jia Yuanheng immediately bowed to Lu Yuchuan. Yuanheng, has your visit to Qingshan Pavilion been prompted by urgent matters? Lu Yuchuan inquired, tilting his head in curiosity at Jia Yuanheng. Shirshu, I just visited the contribution hall and learned that junior brother Lu Ho wishes to exchange for an alchemical furnace, presumably to attempt alchemy. As you know, our Danxia sect has far too few alchemists. If we have another individual capable of refining elixirs, the resources within the sect would become even more plentiful. Thus, I thought it prudent to come in person. If possible, I would personally guide junior brother. Endeavoring to ensure his success in alchemy, Jia Yuanheng candidly expressed his intentions to Lu Yuchuan without any preamble. Lu Ho wishes to learn alchemy. Lu Yuchuan feigned ignorance, yet inwardly berated Lu Ho for his foolishness. Alchemy required a significant investment of time and a certain degree of innate talent. What use did he have for the four-petaled spiritual flower? Shirshu, what do you think? Jia Yuanheng, unable to discern Lu Yuchuan's attitude, could only inquire. Well, since he wishes to try, let him do so. However, he is not in a position to do so at present. Tomorrow, I will instruct him to seek you out. Lu Yuchuan pondered briefly before acquiescing. He considered Lui's talent. If he relied solely on his own cultivation, he might never reach the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. Yet, if he were to learn alchemy, perhaps he could enhance his cultivation through elixirs in the future. After all, with the glimmering turtle blood in hand, consuming any number of elixirs would not pose any adverse effects. As long as he had a sufficient quantity of elixirs to bolster his cultivation, it would suffice. Thank you, Shirshu. Jia Yuanheng promptly bowed in gratitude to Lu Yuchuan before departing from Qingshan Pavilion. Sometime later, Lu Ha successfully refined the glimmering turtle blood. Instantly, he felt a continuous emanation of spiritual energy radiating from within him. This is truly effective. He realized that the spiritual energy did not require his conscious absorption. It seamlessly integrated into his being, enhancing his cultivation. Lu Ha was overjoyed, wondering what means Lu Yuchuan had employed to acquire such a marvelous substance. Come to the main hall. Before he could revel in his triumph, Lu Ha heard Lu Yuchuan's voice resonating in his mind. Master, do you seek me? Lu Ha cautiously stepped into the main hall. Inquiring softly, the eldest disciple of the third elder Jia Yuanheng has visited Qingshan Pavilion. He is aware of your desire to learn alchemy but fears your failure, hence he wishes to teach you personally. Lu Yuchuan scrutinized Lu Ha, eager to discern his innermost thoughts. He wishes to teach me personally. What level of cultivation does senior brother Jia possess that he would consider instructing me in alchemy? Lu Ha expressed his astonishment. They had never even met, so why would he extend such kindness? Jia Yuanheng is at the mid-nascent soul stage, akin to your master. Presently, the elixirs within our sect, aside from a few foundation establishment pills, are predominantly crafted by him. His daily task is to refine elixirs. Thus, upon hearing of your wish to learn, he naturally thought perhaps someone could alleviate some of his burdens. Such an opportunity is one he wishes to seize. Do you comprehend your master's intentions? Lu Yuchuan gazed at Lu Ha, hoping he would grasp the underlying meaning of his words. Oh, he wants me to assist the sect in alchemy. Lu Ha quickly understood. It was too fortuitous for him to simply teach him alchemy without reason. Indeed, there must be an underlying motive. Since Jia Yuanheng wished to impart his alchemical skills, Lu Ha resolved to learn all he could and then refine elixirs for his own use. I have already arranged for you to visit him tomorrow. How you wish to proceed is entirely up to you. Having stated his piece, Lu Yuchuan refrained from further interference. For Lu Ha, engaging in alchemy bore dual implications. Assisting the sect in refining elixirs was not necessarily a negative affair. Understood, master. Lu Ha nodded, cognizant of how to approach his meeting with Jia Yuanheng. The following morning, Lu Ha returned to the contribution hall, requesting Cheng Mingho to guide him. Upon encountering Jia Yuanheng, Cheng Mingho withdrew. I pay my respects to senior brother Jia. Lu Ha greeted politely with a bow. There is no need for such formalities. Junior brother, Jia Yuanheng responded with warmth. Junior brother, I trust your Shu has briefed you. I shall not waste time and will first share some insights regarding alchemy. Jia Yuanheng was eager, his anticipation palpable for Lu Ha to learn the art of alchemy. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother. Lu Ha recognized Jia Yuanheng's eagerness and understood how fervently he desired for him to join the ranks of alchemists. It's a trivial matter, junior brother. Have you perused the alchemical compendium of our sect? Jia Yuanheng beckoned Lu Ha to sit, inquiring attentively. Yes, I have read it and grasped some concepts, but there are still many areas I do not comprehend. Lu Ha candidly admitted to Jia Yuanheng. Well, that's a good start. The alchemical compendium first emphasizes the importance of fire control. Fire control is an essential skill for alchemy. The fire must be cultivated by ourselves. Of course, some individuals are fortunate enough to possess innate gifts, allowing them to harness various powerful flames from the world. Lu Ha nodded. He was already aware of this aspect from the compendium. However, he remained ignorant regarding how to summon and control flames other than those bestowed by nature. Understanding this is sufficient. Therefore, without a guide, it is exceedingly difficult to succeed in learning alchemy. Now I will teach you how to cultivate fire. Jia Yuanheng raised a finger, and a flickering flame ignited at its tip. This is the fire I have cultivated, known as human fire. Human fire is a flame that emerges from our very being. Nurtured through cultivation, you should attempt to channel your internal spiritual energy and gather it at your heart's center. You will gradually sense a sensation of heat, and then release this warmth through your body. After providing a simple demonstration, Jia Yuanheng urged Lu Ha to give it a try. Alright, senior brother, I shall give it a go. Lu Ha closed his eyes and followed Jia Yuanheng's instructions step by step. As he gathered his spiritual energy at his heart, he suddenly felt a wave of scorching sensation. It was more than mere warmth. Sensing this burning feeling, Lu Ha emulated Jia Yuanheng and directed the heat through his fingertip. Coincidentally, Lu Ha's finger was pointed at Jia Yuanheng. In an instant, a mighty flame erupted from the tip of his finger, singeing Jia Yuanheng's hair. My apologies, senior brother, Lu Ha exclaimed, feeling quite mortified. But as his focus wavered, the flame dissipated. Jia Yuanheng's eyebrows had been singed by Lu Ha's fire, yet he bore no anger. Instead, he was filled with delight. No worries, your human fire is quite formidable. For most people, producing even a flicker of flame on their first attempt is commendable, yet your human fire, with proper control, is fully capable of being utilized for alchemy. Did you remember the sensation from earlier? From now on, you should mobilize your human fire in this manner. Yes, I have committed it to memory. Next, we shall learn how to cultivate fire. In essence, human fire is akin to kindling, as long as you add fuel. The flame can grow larger. Thus, to empower your human fire, you simply need to provide it with fuel. Jia Yuanheng continued to elucidate to Lu Ha's senior brother, what exactly constitutes this fuel. Lu Ha understood the gist of Jia Yuanheng's explanation. Yet there were aspects he found perplexing. The fuel for human fire is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once we summon the human fire, we shall allow it to encircle us in flames. The human fire will naturally absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. The it will then continuously grow stronger, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. Brother, the human fire possesses temperature. If it burns around me, it roast me alive. Lu Ha recalled the searing sensation he experienced when summoning the heart fire earlier and now, allowing it to surround him. Wouldn't that turn him into roasted flesh? That depends on your mastery over the flames. The day you can wield the fire without being scorched will signify that your fire control technique has reached a level sufficient for alchemy. Jia Yuanheng explained patiently. Hold your questions for now. I am aware you wish to inquire about how to cultivate fire control techniques. I have already prepared this for you. This is my method for mastering fire control, which you may refer to. Upon finishing his words, Jia Yuanheng produced a tome from his storage ring, containing his experiences and insights on fire control. Thank you, brother. Lu Ha accepted the book and flipped through several pages. We are of the same sect. There is no need for gratitude. Moreover, my teaching you alchemy is not entirely selfless. I hope to share the burden of certain tasks, thus my instruction is not without ulterior motives. Jia Yuanheng chuckled heartily. A brother, you jest. In that moment, Lu Ha considered Jia Yuanheng to be quite amiable. Although he acted with intent, he did so without resorting to unscrupulous means or deceit. Lu Ha felt that engaging with Jia Yuanheng more in the future would be beneficial. Go practice your fire control techniques first. Once you can have flames encircle you without harm, return to me. At that point, I shall teach you the true art of alchemy. Jia Yuanheng believed he had imparted all necessary knowledge for the time being, leaving Lu Ha's understanding to his own initiative. Thank you, brother. I shall not disturb you further. Chapter 50, Foundation Establishment, Part 1. After Lu Ha had learned the fundamental methods, he departed. At that moment, Zhao Wenxian appeared before Jia Yuanheng. Master. Upon seeing Zhao Wenxian, Jia Yuanheng smiled slightly and embraced her waist. Be careful. Zhao Wenxian did not resist but chided him playfully. Are you truly planning to teach Lu Ha alchemy? Zhao Wenxian had long been aware of Lu Ha's desire to practice alchemy but had chosen to remain uninvolved. Yes, his mastery of alchemy would not be detrimental to us, with him around. I will have more time to spend with you. Moreover, it might also slightly improve our relationship with Lu Yuchuan. The sect leader's ascension is common knowledge. Once he departs, the four elders will undoubtedly vie for power. Teaching Lu Ha alchemy can be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards Lu Yuchuan. Jia Yuanheng elucidated. You men think too much. Zhao Wenxian playfully pinched Jia Yuanheng's chest, to which he feigned great pain. only to tighten his embrace around her. I desire nothing more than to swiftly reach the peak of the nascent soul stage and ascend to the higher realms. Do not let alchemy consume too much of your time. Advancing your cultivation is of utmost importance. Zhao Yunshen gazed at Jia Yuanheng, speaking as both a disciple and a wife. Handing the task of alchemy to Jia Yuanheng left Zhao Yunshen with no other choice, as she needed to focus entirely on breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul stage without being distracted by other matters. If Luha could join in, it would indeed be a boon for both her and Jia Yuanheng. You are right, master. In truth, I am not preoccupied with such matters. Then what are you pondering? Zhao Yunshen inquired with curiosity. At present, my thoughts are solely on you, scoundrel. Jia Yuanheng suddenly swept Zhao Yunshen into his arms and carried her into the inner chamber. Upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, Luha recounted to Lu Yuchuan everything that had transpired during his meeting with Jia Yuanheng. So it seems Jia Yuanheng genuinely intends to teach you alchemy, Lu Yuchuan remarked thoughtfully. Master, regardless of Jia Yuanheng's intentions, learning alchemy will not be detrimental to me. As for whether I will contribute my skills to the sect afterward, that is entirely my decision. Make your own choices. If you are unwilling with me as your master, they will not dare to trouble you. After concluding their conversation, Luha returned to his quarters, though Jia Yuanheng had already provided guidance on preparing for alchemy. Luha did not wish to rush into it just yet. This moment, the most crucial matter for Luha was to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Luha laid out the remaining spiritual energy pills from his storage ring, confirming their quantity before immediately consuming one. After finishing one, he swallowed another. It was only when he had two left that he paused, with the support of the energy from the spiritual energy pills. Luha felt an abundance of power coursing through him. It was time to push for the foundation establishment stage. He retrieved the two foundation establishment pills from his storage ring and swallowed them in one go. Originally, Luha intended to consume them one at a time, but he understood that with his current capabilities, a single foundation establishment pill would not suffice to break through to the next stage. Thus, he chose to take both at once, doubling the effect. As soon as Luha swallowed the two foundation establishment pills, the medicinal energy began to radiate. After consuming the spiritual energy pills, the energy diffused throughout his limbs and merged into his meridians. However, upon taking the foundation establishment pills, the energy permeated his dantian, directly assisting Luha in refining his dantian. Upon reaching completion, Luha's dantian was enveloped in a thick mist, under the influence of the foundation establishment pills. The dense fog began to descend, gradually forming droplets of liquid. The accumulation of these droplets resulted in a pool of spiritual liquid at the base of his dantian. Luha sensed the changes occurring within his dantian. Yet he knew that the path to entering the foundation establishment stage remained long and arduous. According to the description of the foundation establishment stage, the once dense fog would have half transformed into spiritual liquid, while the remaining fog would circulate above the liquid in a certain order. Currently, however, only about 1/3 of the fog had turned into liquid. Far from achieving the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 51, Foundation Establishment, Part 2, Luha felt a sense of foreboding. As he was still quite distant from the foundation establishment stage, the medicinal energy provided by the two foundation establishment pills was dwindling. To put it bluntly, even after consuming two foundation establishment pills at once, Luha was unlikely to enter the foundation establishment stage. Considering this situation, Luha swallowed the remaining two spiritual energy pills, although the energy from the foundation establishment pills was insufficient to propel him into the foundation establishment stage. With adequate spiritual energy replenishment, it was still possible for his dantian to generate enough spiritual liquid to reach the next stage. With the consumption of the two spiritual energy pills, Luha was instantly infused with a surge of spiritual energy. The energy coursed through his meridians, arriving at his dantian, transforming into spiritual power, and manifesting as fog. As the fog thickened, the speed of droplet formation accelerated, each drop cascading into the pool of spiritual liquid below. Coupled with the medicinal energy of the foundation establishment pills, the fog began to rotate slowly above the liquid. However, this rotation was erratic and uncontrollable, sometimes clockwise, sometimes counterclockwise. As time passed, the quantity of spiritual liquid in Luha's dantian increased, nearly reaching the required amount for the foundation establishment stage. Now, only the final step remained, to cause the remaining fog to rotate above the pool of spiritual liquid. Once this step was completed, Luha would essentially have entered the foundation establishment stage, followed by the task of solidifying his advancement. Preventing the spiritual liquid from evaporating back into fog would ensure his complete entry into the foundation establishment stage. Presently Lu Ha's greatest concern lay in this final step. As for the fog above the spiritual liquid lacking a rhythmic rotation, he was not worried, it would eventually align itself. As time gradually elapsed, the medicinal energy from the Foundation establishment and spiritual energy pills was finally exhausted. Concurrently, Lu Ha's Dantian underwent a complete transformation. At the base of his Dantian, a pool of spiritual liquid formed. With a large mass of fog hovering above, rotating slowly in a clockwise direction, this state indicated that Lu Ha had indeed entered the Foundation establishment stage, reflecting the proper condition of his Dantian. Yet Lu Ha noticed that steam was slowly emanating from the spiritual liquid, rising into the fog above. However, no droplets fell back down. This was not a favorable sign. It was likely that within 2 days, his cultivation would regress back to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Lu Ha hastily began to circulate his cultivation technique in an attempt to control this phenomenon. Should this attempt to stabilize his advancement fail, it would not be so easy to break through to the Foundation establishment stage again in the future. After operating the Wuji Dharma image technique, the situation indeed began to ease, but the spiritual liquid within his Dantian continued to evaporate. In desperation, Lu Ha could only enter the Wuji space. The Wuji space was saturated with rich spiritual energy and stocked with numerous spiritual herbs. Indeed, after changing locations, Lu Ha finally managed to control the situation. However, to prevent a rebound upon returning, Lu Ha consumed all the excess spiritual herbs in the Wuji space that could be eaten raw. Instantly, a massive outpouring of spiritual energy surged forth, prompting Lu Ha to emerge from the Wuji pearl. It was imperative to avoid lingering in the pearl for too long. Should he miss the critical moment during the stabilization of his cultivation, the consequences could be dire. Upon exiting the Wuji pearl, with the ample spiritual energy provided by the herbs, Lu Ha hurriedly worked to solidify his cultivation. Yet, he could not have anticipated that despite the support of the abundant spiritual energy from the herbs, as soon as he emerged, the spiritual liquid within his Dantian began to evaporate once more. Lu Ha felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Was it necessary to remain within the Wuji pearl to truly enter the Foundation establishment stage? Would he have to rely on it indefinitely to solidify his Foundation establishment stage? Just as Lu Ha was feeling despondent and uncertain about what to do, Lu Yuchuan suddenly appeared. Lu Ha endeavored to ascend in rank. While Lu Yuchuan kept a watchful eye on her, just moments ago she had relaxed her vigilance slightly, only to return and discover that Lu Ha had vanished. Filled with concern, she hurriedly rushed over, only to find Lu Ha still within her chamber. A wave of relief washed over Lu Yuchuan. Master, please assist me. The spiritual liquid within my Dantian is evaporating. Upon seeing Lu Yuchuan arrive, Lu Ha felt as if she had encountered a savior. She believed that with Lu Yuchuan's intervention, she would undoubtedly succeed in stabilizing her foundation during the Foundation establishment period. Lu Yuchuan furrowed her brow, contemplating Lu He's dismal talent. It was troubling that Lu Ha could not even stabilize her realm upon entering the Foundation establishment phase. What would become of her in the future? Though Lu Yuchuan felt a pang of sorrow, she could not simply stand by and watch Lu Ha regress back to the Qi refinement stage. Therefore, she placed a hand atop Lu He's head, channeling a formidable surge of spiritual energy into her, forcefully suppressing the evaporating spiritual liquid within Lu He's Dantian. With Lu Yuchuan's powerful assistance, Lu Ha finally stabilized her cultivation at the Foundation establishment level. Chapter 52, Nirvana Fruit. Thank you, Master. Lu Ha exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Lu Yuchuan had arrived just in time. Otherwise her attempt to advance would have been in vain. Alas, your 4-petal spirit flower will always be a significant flaw. While I can forcefully help you stabilize your cultivation at this stage, I fear that when it comes time for you to ascend to the next phase, even my utmost efforts may not suffice. Lu Yuchuan felt an immense headache regarding Lu He's lack of talent. One thing she could never fathom was how Lu Ha had effortlessly entered the Qi refinement stage with such deficient aptitude during her initial attempt. Master, is there a way to resolve my issues with talent? Lu Ha inquired, her excitement dimmed upon hearing Lu Yuchuan's words. There is no solution. However, according to legend, there exists a type of spiritual herb that can enhance one's cultivation talent. Lu Yuchuan hesitated before finally deciding to share this information, hoping to provide Lu Ha with a glimmer of hope, ensuring his fighting spirit did not wane upon realizing the arduousness of the path of cultivation. Master, is there truly such a spiritual herb? Lu Ha felt a surge of boundless hope. If he could acquire this herb to improve his talent, it would vastly ease his path in cultivation and advancement. Do not harbor excessive hopes. This herb is called the Nirvana fruit. No one has ever truly seen it. It exists solely in legends. Moreover, in our lower realm, there is no information regarding it. No one knows what it looks like or where it grows. Therefore, I advise you not to place all your hopes on the nirvana fruit. While speaking, Lu Yuchuan closely observed Lu Hai's expression, attempting to gauge his changing mindset. Master, since such legends exist, it indicates that this spiritual herb must indeed be real. I will never give up. From an ordinary orphan to embarking on the path of cultivation, I have altered my fate. I will cherish and make the most of this opportunity, striving to journey further along this path. Lu Yi's gaze was resolute, his determination unwavering. Excellent. I fear nothing more than you losing hope in yourself. Lu Yuchuan smiled faintly, satisfied with Lu Yi's attitude. Master, was the nirvana fruit merely a means to motivate me? Lu He was rendered speechless, realizing that Lu Yuchuan had only intended to inspire him, and that the herb might not even exist. No, the nirvana fruit does exist, it is simply that no one knows its exact location. Lu Yuchuan was not jesting, she spoke earnestly. Oh, if that is the case, then even if I were to see it, I would not recognize it. Lu He was momentarily stunned, pondering the unfortunate scenario of encountering it yet failing to identify it. Indeed, thus, do not place too much hope on it. Prior to your next ascension, you should prepare more herbs and elixirs that can provide spiritual energy. This will also assist in stabilizing your realm. However, this means you will need even more resources for your advancement. Lu Yuchuan nodded in agreement with Lu Yi's statement. It was not solely the nirvana fruit that could resolve the issue. As long as one was willing to pay the price, stabilization during advancement was achievable. Yes, Master, I understand. Lu He formulated his own thoughts. Now, I must diligently cultivate. Lu Yuchuan imparted her final instructions before departing. Within the chamber, Lu He remained alone. Having just ascended, he did not continue his cultivation but instead pondered ways to stabilize his state after advancement. During ascension, he had no concerns about consuming ample spiritual herbs and elixirs. Possessing the Wuji celestial pearl, he could easily infuse it with numerous herbs to provide substantial spiritual energy. Additionally, he was learning alchemy, which, if successful, would allow him to concoct elixirs for himself. However, a pressing issue lingered. Lu He was uncertain how many resources would be required for each ascension. One thing he was certain of was that the higher the rank, the more resources would be consumed during stabilization. Therefore, to completely break free from this predicament in the future, he must find the nirvana fruit. The thought of no one having ever seen the nirvana fruit made Lu Hai's head spin. Wait, there is someone who might know. A faint smile graced Lu Hai's face as he thought of a potential solution. The figure he had in mind was none other than the leader of the Lingyue spirits within the Qingming secret realm. Her master was the Wuji celestial venerable of the celestial realm. And he was undoubtedly well informed. Once he next entered the Qingming secret realm, seeking out the Lingyue spirit would yield insights into the nirvana fruit. Chapter 53, Controlling Fire. Knowing how to obtain information regarding the nirvana fruit eased Lu Hai's worries. Yet, another problem arose. When would the Qingming secret realm open once more? 3 days later, Yang Hang, brimming with excitement, burst into Lu Hai's room, brandishing a black halberd. Uncle Master, look. Yang Hang presented the black halberd to Lu Hai. Is this your lifebound spirit tool? Lu He noted the glimmers of purple light along the halberd's shaft, realizing that Yang Hang had incorporated purple gold essence into it. Indeed, it is my lifebound spirit tool. Observe, Yang Hang pointed at the black halberd, which instantly vanished. He then extended his hand, and the halberd reappeared in his grasp. Impressive. Lu He gazed at the halberd, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy that he struggled to articulate. By the way, where did you store it just now? Lu He inquired, curiosity bubbling within him. I kept it in my Dantian's Qi. When I wish for it to appear, it does. When I wish for it to disappear, it vanishes. It feels as if it has become an extension of my own hand, Yang Hang boasted, wielding the halberd playfully, his delight palpable. Did you encounter any difficulties during its refinement? Lu He, like a curious child, continued to question Yang Hang. None at all, it went incredibly smoothly. I simply melded the materials using spiritual energy, and it was a natural success. Uncle Master, you have already entered the foundation establishment phase. Hurry and refine your lifebound spirit tool. I still have a bit of dark iron left, which can be added, Yang Hang eagerly urged, excited about the prospect. The dark iron and purple gold essence are compatible materials. He added, alas, I must wait a while longer. I will first learn alchemy, and once I master it, I will proceed to refine my lifebound spirit tool. Lu He replied, you truly intend to learn alchemy? Yang Hang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, now you should return to your cultivation. I need to continue practicing the fire control technique. Lu He nodded, gently ushering Yang Hang out. Uncle Master, wait, I haven't finished speaking. Regardless of Yang Hang's protests, Lu Ha firmly pushed him out. After dismissing Yang Hang, Lu Ha sat cross-legged on the ground. Slowly flames began to seep from his skin and the flames multiplied, forming a fiery line that encircled him. The flames did not cease there. They continued to emanate outward, creating a second circle of fire around him, followed by a third and a fourth. One fire circle after another emerged, enveloping Lu Ha entirely. Gradually, he became obscured within a massive ball of fire. Rendering him invisible, Lu Ha slowly rose from the ground, still encased in flames, perfectly sealed within. Surrounded by the fiery embrace, he executed various movements, and the flames morphed in tandem with his form within the inferno. Lu Ha felt no discomfort from the heat, rather, he sensed the flames responding obediently to his control, conforming to his every whim. After some time, Lu Ha extinguished the flames. This level of fire control should suffice for alchemy. He mused aloud. Since stabilizing his cultivation at the foundation establishment phase, Lu Ha had diligently practiced the fire control technique, and he was finally witnessing results. He retrieved the alchemy furnace, placed it into his spatial ring, and set out to find Jia Yuanheng. Already, Jia Yuanheng was taken aback upon Lu He's arrival. However, he quickly thought to himself that Lu He's arrival must indicate that he had nearly mastered the art of fire control. "Senior brother, I am uncertain whether I have met the requirements, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Lu Ha promptly conjured a humanoid flame, commanding it to perform a myriad of intricate movements throughout the process of controlling the flame. There was not a hint of hesitation or trepidation. To describe his mastery as effortless would not be an exaggeration. Jia Yuanheng watched Lu Ha's display of fire control with wide eyes. In such a short span of time, he had achieved a level that he himself could not reach in the past. "Senior brother, is my fire control satisfactory?" After his demonstration, Lu Ha retracted the flame and inquired of Jia Yuanheng. "You have honed your skills remarkably well," Jia Yuanheng replied. "Lu Junior brother, could you share your training methods with me?" Curiosity piqued, he hoped to glean some insights from Lu Ha. "I simply followed your guidance, keeping the flames encircling me, ensuring they do not scorch my person." Lu Ha felt a pang of worry. Could his response indicate a flaw in his understanding? So that is the approach, Jia Yuanheng mused. Realizing that individuals vary greatly in their capabilities, "Senior brother, may I now commence my true studies in alchemy?" Lu Ha asked, his heart brimming with anticipation. "Your humanoid flame is far superior to others. There is no need for extensive nurturing, you may attempt alchemy at once." Jia Yuanheng smiled at Lu Ha. Chapter 54. The demonstration of the spirit chi pill. After speaking, Jia Yuanheng led Lu Ha to his alchemy chamber. Typically, when concocting elixirs for their sect, Jia Yuanheng remained in this very room. Upon entering, Lu Ha beheld a colossal alchemical cauldron. His curiosity piqued immensely. This was unlike any pill furnace he had encountered before. The cauldron towered nearly 2 men in height, boasting a vast belly and a strikingly dark exterior, exuding an air of grandeur. "This is the cauldron I use for alchemy on behalf of our sect," Jia Yuanheng explained, gesturing towards a collection of exquisite pill furnaces lining the room. "Is such a large cauldron truly necessary?" Lu Ha queried, for he had always associated alchemy with the use of smaller pill furnaces. "The demand for medicinal pills within our sect is not merely a handful. Thus each alchemical session yields hundreds or even 900 pills. Were I to rely on a small pill furnace, I cannot fathom how long it would take. By employing this cauldron, I can produce a month's or even a year's worth of pills in just a few sessions," Jia Yuanheng elucidated with a grin. "Senior brother, is there a distinction between the cauldron and the furnace in the alchemical process?" Lu Ha asked. "There are indeed minor differences, yet they are not significant. The primary distinction lies in the precision required for heat control and the intensity of the flames, which must be more stringent when using a cauldron. Given your current capabilities, you are not yet ready for the cauldron. I shall first teach you to use the pill furnace. Now, I will demonstrate the simplest spirit chi pill." With that, Jia Yuanheng selected a pill furnace and placed it upon the ground. He then retrieved the spiritual herbs required for the spirit chi pill, healing spirit grass and celestial harmonizing grass. "Junior brother, pay close attention," Jia Yuanheng commanded, preparing to begin. "Ignite the furnace, heat it." A brilliant flame erupted from Jia Yuanheng's hands, instantly igniting the base of the furnace. Within moments, the furnace glowed a fiery red. Next, Jia Yuanheng used his spiritual power to lift the furnace lid and added the 2 herbs into the cauldron. When introducing the herbs, remember to adjust the flame's intensity. It must be diminished to prevent the herbs from becoming scorched. Understanding how to maintain this balance is essential. As you practice alchemy, strive to keep the flames as low as possible, then find your equilibrium. After delivering his instructions, Jia Yuanheng proceeded with the next steps of the alchemical process. As the flames continued to burn, steam began to rise from the furnace. Once the steam ceased, Jia Yuanheng swiftly manipulated the furnace with his spiritual energy, spinning it to evaporate the moisture, leaving behind the desired ingredients. However, some impurities would remain, necessitating meticulous control of both the heat and the furnace to separate them from the medicinal essence. He then increased the flames to eliminate the impurities while gradually forming the pill. Just as Jia Yuanheng concluded his explanation, the flames within the furnace surged higher. Lu Ha detected a burnt odor wafting through the air, which he surmised was the scent of the impurities being incinerated. Pill formation. At the moment the burnt scent diminished, Jia Yuanheng called out loudly, extinguishing the flames. Lifting the furnace lid, 9 spirit chi pills soared into the air. Lu Ha deftly caught them in his hands. Examining the 9 pills closely, he noted that their size and color were almost identical, a testament to Jia Yuanheng's formidable alchemical prowess. These are the spirit chi pills. They are the most frequently consumed elixirs within our sect. And I produce 3 batches each month. Each batch yields approximately 900 pills, Jia Yuanheng explained to junior brother. Did you manage to retain the details of the alchemical process we just witnessed? After offering a brief overview, he inquired of Lu Ha. Chapter 55, The First Fruits of Success. Senior brother, I have committed it to memory. Lu Ha nodded. Remembering the process of crafting elixirs was not particularly challenging, yet, he was acutely aware that the subtle controls and variations encountered during the process could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Excellent, now you should attempt to create the simplest spirit chi pill yourself. Here is the formula and the required herbs. Jia Yuanheng handed Lu Ha the alchemical formula. Lu Ha accepted the formula and glanced at it briefly. In truth, he had already observed the entire process when Jia Yuanheng demonstrated. He then recalled the steps Jia Yuanheng had taken and proceeded methodically. Ignite the furnace, open the furnace, add the herbs. Evaporate the moisture, separate the impurities, eliminate the impurities, and form the pill. These were the steps Lu Ha had noted, and he followed them diligently. In the initial steps, Lu Ha performed admirably. However, when it came to eliminating the impurities, his impatience led to a lack of control over the flames, resulting in a foul and acrid smell wafting into his nostrils. Be patient, take your time. Every novice in alchemy will encounter failures. We must learn from these missteps and strive to avoid repeating the same errors. Jia Yuanheng observed Lu Ha's struggles from the sidelines and quickly discerned the cause of his failure. When separating the impurities, Lu Ha had allowed the flames to burn too fiercely, scorching the materials for the spirit chi pill. Senior brother is correct. My eagerness proved my downfall, Lu Ha acknowledged, realizing that his anxiety had indeed hindered his performance. Determined to succeed, Lu Ha gathered the herbs once more and attempted to concoct the spirit chi pill again. This time, he maintained a calm demeanor, methodically executing each step when it came to separating and eliminating the impurities. Lu Ha exercised utmost caution. The furnace spun rapidly, yet he increased the flame's intensity gradually. However, he was uncertain how to manage the heightened flames to remove the impurities while preserving the medicinal essence. Junior brother, we can distinctly sense the impurities and the medicinal essence. As you increase the flame's intensity, be vigilant not to scorch the essence. Jia Yuanheng, observing Lu Ha's dilemma, offered timely advice. Taking the suggestion to heart, Lu Ha quickly found his bearings and strove for precision in his control. At last, after a quarter of an hour, Lu Ha extinguished the flames, opened the furnace, and retrieved the pills within. Given that this was his inaugural success in alchemy, he had produced only 3 pills. Senior brother, I have succeeded. Look, Lu Ha exclaimed excitedly, presenting the pills to Jia Yuanheng. Well done, although these are merely the simplest spirit chi pills. They are indeed a successful creation. However, the quality of these pills is rather average. You will need to practice more in the future. After carefully examining each pill, Jia Yuanheng felt a surge of joy. With consistent practice, he believed Lu Ha could become a competent alchemist within a year or 2. Indeed, senior brother, I shall diligently practice and reflect on my experiences. Lu Ha humbly acknowledged the wisdom in Jia Yuanheng's words. Lu junior brother, upon your return, I want you to successfully craft the spirit chi pill 100 times, then, attempt to concoct the detoxification pill, achieving the same success 100 times. Following that, try your hand at the spirit chi dan. Aiming to create it successfully just once, Jia Yuanheng continued, while retrieving the necessary herbs from the cabinet. Senior brother, I lack the formula and the herbs. Although astonished, Lu Ha felt a surge of happiness within. The sect would provide the materials for his practice, using the sect's formulas and herbs to hone his alchemical skills, and keeping the successful creations for himself was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Don't worry, I will provide them for you shortly. Before long, Jia Yuanheng had gathered the herbs required for the Spirit Qi Pill detoxification pill, and Spirit Qi Dan for the herbs needed for the Spirit Qi Pill and detoxification pill. I have provided you with 150 portions each. For the Spirit Qi Dan 10 portions, here are the formulas for the detoxification pill and Spirit Qi Dan. Jia Yuanheng handed Lu Ha the meticulously prepared formulas along with the herbs. Oh, and since you successfully crafted 3 pills on your first attempt, we shall count it as 3. Once all the spiritual medicines have been exhausted, you are required to submit 300 spirit energy pills, 300 detoxification pills, and 3 spirit energy elixirs. Do you understand what I am saying? As Jia Yuanheng uttered these words, a hint of seriousness appeared on his face upon hearing that he was to submit more pills and observing Jia Yuanheng's change in expression. Lu Ha realized that this was no jest. Rest assured, senior brother, if I cannot concoct these elixirs after utilizing so many spiritual medicines from the sect, then I might as well abandon the art of alchemy altogether. Senior brother, may I inquire if there is a time limit? Lu Ha added, as he feared that without a stipulated timeframe Jia Yuanheng might later retract his words, which would be quite troublesome. It cannot be an indefinite delay. Let us say within 6 months. After a moment's contemplation, Jia Yuanheng concluded that with Lu Ha's current foundation building cultivation, 6 months would be more than sufficient. No, wait, foundation building stage. Lu Shidi, when did you advance? Only then did Jia Yuanheng notice that Lu Ha had already ascended to the foundation building stage. I must apologize for causing you embarrassment, senior brother. A few days ago, with my master's assistance, I barely managed to advance. Lu Ha chuckled, simultaneously storing the spiritual medicines and alchemical formulas into his spatial ring. Chapter 56. Taken away. Congratulations, Shidi. Upon hearing this, Jia Yuanheng realized that Lu Ha had only entered the foundation building stage with the aid of Lu Yuchuan. Such a talent with the 4th grade spiritual flower still had its shortcomings. After parting ways with Jia Yuanheng, Lu Ha intended to return to Qingshan Pavilion. However, on his way back, he was intercepted by the enforcers of the law hall. Lu Shishu, please accompany us. A few disciples from the law hall stood before Lu Ha, addressing him with an unusual respect. To the law hall, is there something amiss? Lu Ha furrowed his brows, taken aback that the law hall would seek him out at this moment. Could it be that they are already aware of Zhang Zhen's demise at my hands? Lu Shishu need not inquire further. Please follow us. The disciples of the law hall offered no explanation. Immediately, 2 of them advanced, 1 on each side, to restrain Lu. Is this how you treat your Shishu? Lu Ha, rather amused than angered, recognized their attempt to force compliance. Please Shishu, do not take offense. We are merely following protocol. With this last statement, the disciples of the law hall escorted Lu Ha toward their establishment. This spectacle caught the attention of many within the sect, including several outer disciples who hurried back to report to Su Heping. What? Lu Shidi has been taken away by the law hall. Su Heping, upon hearing this news, was taken aback and immediately rose to his feet. Indeed, Elder Su, we witnessed it with our own eyes, several outer disciples affirmed with unwavering certainty. Detailing the circumstances of Lu Ha's abduction. Very well, I understand. You may leave for now. Su Heping regained a semblance of calm, pondering whether Lu Yuchuan was aware of Lu Ha's situation. After some contemplation, he rushed toward Qingshan Pavilion. Regardless of Lu Yuchuan's knowledge as an outer sect elder, he deemed it necessary to report this incident to her 4th elder. 4th elder, grave news. Lu Shidi has been taken by the law hall. Su Heping bellowed outside Qingshan Pavilion. Come in. Lu Yuchuan's voice resonated from within. Even Yang Hang, who was in a small room outside, hurriedly emerged, and the 2 entered Qingshan Pavilion together. What transpires? Lu Yuchuan inquired with a stern expression. Just now, outer disciples reported to me that Lu Shidi was walking along the sect's path when the law hall took him away. Su Heping recounted everything he knew. Lu Yuchuan fell silent, lost in thought, but soon arrived at a decision. They dared to brazenly seize my disciple. Su Heping, take Jia Yuanheng to the law hall. Yang Hang, come with me. We shall demand his release. With that, Lu Yuchuan, with a flourish of her sleeves, strode out with authority. The law hall's action stemmed from the incident involving Zhang Zhen. Lu Yuchuan believed that Lu Ha knew how to articulate the situation. However, the law hall was a formidable place. Without support, they could impose harsh penalties. Lu Ha had only recently stabilized his foundation building stage. If the law hall were to apply pressure, it could jeopardize his cultivation. Thus Lu Yuchuan had every reason to intervene. At that moment, Lu Ha stood trembling in the grand hall of the law hall. Surrounding him were members of the law hall and disciples of Zhang Zhen. Lu Ha, why did you leave Xintian mountain range prematurely, and why did you not wait for everyone to return to the sect together? Hui, seated at the head of the hall, questioned Lu He with a grave demeanor. I was injured, hence I left early. Why must I wait for everyone to depart together? Is it a sect regulation? If so, why was I not informed of it when I departed for and returned from Xiantian mountain range? Lu He steeled himself and responded, one sentence at a time, How is it that you returned to the sect so swiftly? At the time, you were merely at the peak of qi refinement. And with an injury, it is illogical for you to return in just a day or two. Hui continued pressing for answers. After leaving Xiantian mountain range, I had my own means to return. Is it because I did not wait for others that the Grand Elder seeks to accuse me? If that is the case, I would like to ask, was the Xiantian trial presided over by the law hall? With Lu Yuchuan providing support, Lu He countered boldly, that is indeed the case. Lu He, do not evade the question, answer me, how did you return to the sect? Hui persisted, intent on uncovering Lu He's connection to Lu Yuchuan. Believing it would give him leverage on how I returned is of no consequence. I merely wish to ask why the disciples who participated in the trial had maps of Xiantian mountain range. Yet only Yang Hang and I were excluded. I request an explanation from the Grand Elder. Lu He stood firm, refusing to answer Hui's inquiries. Impudent, Hui bellowed, incredulous that someone dared demand an explanation from him within the law hall. Who dares to act so presumptuously? As Hui's voice faded, Lu Yuchuan's commanding tone resonated from outside. Chapter 57, Disclosure Master, you have arrived. Upon hearing Lu Yuchuan's voice, Lu He was filled with elation. Rushing to her side moments ago, he had lacked confidence, but with Lu Yuchuan by his side, what was there to fear? Lu Shidi, how did you find yourself in the law hall? Shortly thereafter, Su Heping arrived with Jia Yuanheng at the law hall. Upon learning that Lu He had been taken there, Jia Yuanheng felt a sense of dread. He was well aware of the nature of the law hall's members. Lu He had been shouldering the burden of tasks on his behalf. If the law hall were to incapacitate him, all prior efforts would be in vain. Thus Jia Yuanheng hurriedly accompanied Su Heping. I am uncertain, I left my senior brother and was brought here en route. The Grand Elder has been questioning me ever since. Lu He recounted the events in detail. In truth, it is not only the Grand Elder who has questions, I have one as well. All other disciples who participated in the trial received maps of Xiantian mountain range. Yet Yang Hang and I did not. When I inquired, the Grand Elder accused me of being impudent. Finally you arrived. Now that I have support, Lu He felt no fear and reiterated his earlier question. Instantly, both Lu Yuchuan and Jia Yuanheng turned their gazes toward Hui, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation for Lu He's predicament. Since matters have escalated to this point, I shall clarify. Hui took a deep breath, initially hoping to condemn Lu He before Lu Yuchuan's arrival, but was surprised by the swiftness with which she had come. Most concerning was Jia Yuanheng's presence, who displayed an unexpected level of concern for Lu He. Hui knew that Zhao Wenxian and Lu Yuchuan had never seen eye to eye. How had their disciples formed an alliance? Furthermore, Jia Yuanheng held a significant position within Danxia sect, being the primary supplier of elixirs for the entire sect, making his importance undeniable. To provoke him would yield no advantage in the future. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, Hui decided to divulge part of the truth. Zhangjin is dead. He perished in the Xiantian mountain range. What? Yang Hang, Su Heping, Jia Yuanheng, Lu Yuchuan, and Lu He all exhibited expressions of profound shock. Zhangjin was a core member of Danxia sect, and his untimely death within the jurisdiction of the Xiantian mountain range necessitated thorough questioning of all involved. Hui feigned reluctance, indicating that his actions were unavoidable. The unexplained death of a core member warranted careful scrutiny. Lu Yuchuan interjected, then continued, Lu He and Yang Hang's prompt return to the sect is due to my efforts in retrieving them. Previously, I had ventured alone to the Yingxing Sea, and upon my return I learned that the Xiantian trial was commencing. I went to fetch Lu He, as he is my only disciple. Coincidentally, I encountered him just before reaching the Xiantian mountain range and brought him back. Lu Yuchuan cooperatively clarified how Lu He returned. So that is the case. Hui nodded, and with everyone present, the matter had reached a point where further discussion seemed unnecessary for Hui, whether it was Lu He or Zhangjin who met their demise. It fundamentally bore no consequence for him. The only necessity was for all parties involved to receive a reasonable explanation. Zhangjin, as the inspector during the Xiantian trial, was responsible for distributing the maps to the disciples. In return, Hui reciprocated by elucidating the reasons behind Lu He's lack of a map. Therefore, amalgamating all the disciples' testimonies, it was concluded that Zhangjin fell victim to a spirit beast during his inspection. Moreover, Zhangjin, being petty-minded, harbored resentment regarding Tan Zhuo's death in the Qingming secret realm, intending to exact revenge on Lu He through this trial. Hui's declaration effectively pronounced the verdict. he believed this outcome was one that all present would be inclined to accept. Simultaneously, it was a narrative that could be easily conveyed to the sect leader, Shan Hezi, chapter 58. The sect leader arrives thus, Elder, is Lu Ha still required to cooperate regarding the Xintian trial? Lu Yuchuan, having listened to Hui's words, posed the question directly. There is no need, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. Lu Ha bears no connection to Zhang Zhen's death, he is free to depart. A smile once again graced Hui's face, transforming him back into the affable elder he was known to be. Thank you, Elder, for your keen discernment. Lu Yuchuan let out a cold laugh and led his group away. Seeing Lu Ha exit unscathed, Jia Yuanheng cast a glance at Hui before following suit. Lu Shidi, are you alright? Jia Yuanheng inquired with genuine concern. I am well, thank you, I appreciate your concern, Lu Shixiang. Lu Ha replied with a smile, that's good to hear, I won't see you off then. Jia Yuanheng bid farewell to Lu Ha, bowed to Lu Yuchuan, and departed. Su Heping also exchanged pleasantries with Lu Ha, bowed to Lu Yuchuan, and returned to the outer sect. Lu Ha, Yang Hang, and Lu Yuchuan made their way back to the Qingshan pavilion together. Yang Hang, being perceptive, returned to his own quarters, while Lu Ha followed Lu Yuchuan inside to report on the events. Speak, now that you see the outcome, are you satisfied? Lu Yuchuan inquired, his eyes brimming with mischief. It is acceptable, however, Master, I suspect Hui himself has issues. The map of the Xintian mountain range could not have originated from Zhangzhen, and he could not have been the inspector of the trial. It is merely that he has died, and Hui has shifted all blame onto him, Lu Ha remarked to Lu Yuchuan. Concluding that the matter was now settled, and discussing it further was fruitless, just know this, let this matter pass, and do not mention it again in the future, Lu Yuchuan advised Lu Ha, emphasizing that the subject should be buried. Rest assured, Master, it was Zhangzhen's own pettiness that led to his demise at the hands of a spirit beast, Lu Ha replied with a smile. Now, your task is to diligently study alchemy, striving to enhance your cultivation so that I may witness what sets you apart from the rest. Lu Yuchuan smiled slightly and sent Lu Ha on his way. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Ha did not delve into alchemy but rather engaged in cultivation. Though his foundation was stable, continuous practice was essential to strive for early foundation establishment. 10 days later, Lu Ha successfully entered the early foundation establishment stage. Having accomplished his set goal, Lu Ha prepared to learn alchemy. Lu Ha, come to the main hall. As he arranged the alchemy furnace, he heard Lu Yuchuan summons, Master, I shall be there shortly. Lu Ha responded from his room and hurried to the main hall, where he found Shan Hezi present as well. Sect leader, what brings you here? Lu Ha inquired in surprise. Do not be disrespectful, Lu Yuchuan promptly reprimanded, others may be overlooked, but one must show respect to Shan Hezi. Sect leader, greetings. Lu Ha swiftly adjusted his demeanor and bowed to the sect leader. Yuchuan, there is no need for such formality. Children will always act like children, do not be too harsh on him, Shan Hezi said with a smile, showing no offense at Lu Ha's impoliteness. Sect leader, you are unaware of how mischievous he can be, I merely wish that you do not take offense at Lu Ha's antics. Lu Yuchuan replied with hidden implications. It matters not, from the moment we enter the path of cultivation, our lives are in our own hands. If one chooses the path of self-destruction, it cannot be blamed on anyone else. Shan Hezi understood the meaning behind Lu Yuchuan's words but expressed it clearly. Thank you, sect leader, and do not forget to thank the sect leader, Lu Yuchuan admonished Lu Ha, who stood frozen in place, unresponsive. Oh, thank you, sect leader. Initially Lu Ha had not comprehended their dialogue until Shan Hezi spoke, after which he understood. The so-called path of self-destruction referred to Zhangzhen. This indicated that Shan Hezi was not the kind of leader who remained aloof within his chambers, but rather one who chose to refrain from interfering in certain matters. Yuchuan, I come today primarily to inform you of one matter. The time of our master uncle has come. Shan Hezi's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. Chapter 59, Ascendance. What? Master uncle is still unable to break through and ascend independently. Lu Yuchuan was taken aback, his countenance reflecting profound sorrow. Alas, our master uncle has traversed life unmatched in combat, yet, even so, what can be done? Ultimately, he cannot withstand the passage of time. Unable to take that final step, soon he shall transform into a handful of dust, scattered across the heavens and the earth. Shan Hezi lamented deeply, reminiscing about the times when their master uncle had upheld the Danxia sect before they had fully matured. From a young age, master uncle nurtured and taught me. Now that his time has come, I must see him off. Lu Ha, accompany me to bid farewell to your master uncle, Lu Yuchuan declared, rising promptly to head outside. Lu Ha, let us go. Shan Hezi beckoned Lu Ha, and they proceeded out together. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the back mountain of Dansha Mountain. Luha beheld a humble thatched cottage, appearing exceedingly simple. It was clear that this master uncle, whom he had never met, resided here. Luha followed Lu Yuchuan and Shan Hezi toward the cottage. Inside, Luha encountered an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. His skin bore countless wrinkles, rendering his visage quite unappealing. As if he might perish at any moment. "You have arrived," the elder greeted them with a warm smile. "Yuchuan, it is good to see you, master uncle." Lu Yuchuan knelt in reverence before the elder. "Child, rise." The elder extended a hand to assist Lu Yuchuan, gently patting his shoulder. Upon standing, Lu Yuchuan noticed Luha still lingering behind Shan Hezi, unabashedly scrutinizing his master uncle, which caused his expression to darken. He quickly approached, delivering a kick to Luha's leg. Luha, seeing the elder, winced in pain but immediately knelt to pay his respects. "Luha greets master uncle. A fine child indeed," the elder smiled. Quickly discerning that Lu Yuchuan cherished this disciple. My time is drawing near, no more than 3 days remain. I, Lin Yizi, established my foundation at 10, attained the golden core at 20, and reached the nascent soul at 25. At 50, I achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Throughout my life, I traversed the cultivation world, earning the respect and fear of all, yet, alas, I find myself reluctant to let go, unable to quiet my mind and relinquish all. To focus on cultivation and achieve completeness of spirit, to break through the shackles, to ascend to the upper realms. After waiting many years, I have finally exhausted my lifespan, yet still, I have not taken that final step. Lin Yizi sighed deeply after speaking. Shan Hezi, Lu Yuchuan, and Luha listened to his words, at a loss for what to say. They could only silently ponder the sorrowful tone in Lin Yizi's words and the lingering sense of unfulfilled potential within. "I have made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall undergo tribulation and ascend." After several breaths of silence, Lin Yizi concluded with remarkable calmness. The following day, Shan Hezi, Lu Yuchuan, and Luha arrived early at the thatched cottage behind the mountain. At noon, Lin Yizi finally emerged from the cottage, dressed neatly and carrying an unassuming wooden sword at his waist. Lin Yizi appeared remarkably well, his countenance radiant. Witnessing this scene, Luha thought Lin Yizi resembled a dying old man drawing on his last breath. "Master, what is Master Uncle's life-bound spiritual weapon? Why does he carry a wooden sword?" Luha, captivated by the wooden sword, inched closer and whispered his inquiry. "That sword is called the Qinghui wooden sword. Crafted from ancient Qinghui wood. Before Master Uncle entered the golden core stage, he did not possess a life-bound spiritual weapon. Later, upon encountering the ancient Qinghui wood, he forged it into his life-bound weapon." Lu Yuchuan replied softly. "Oh, I never imagined such an unremarkable wooden sword could possess such a remarkable origin." One inquiry led to a surprising revelation. The ancient Qinghui wood, Luha knew, was akin to a divine material. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it could also dispel all illusions. Indeed, ascension requires confronting heavenly tribulations. "Regardless of my success or failure, you must observe closely. In the future, when you ascend, it may offer you some assistance," Lin Yizi stated, soaring into the sky, his nascent soul pinnacle cultivation evident. In the next moment, as if heaven itself recognized Lin Yizi's existence and his intentions, the clouds in the sky began to churn ominously. What had once been fluffy white clouds transformed into dark, foreboding tempestuous clouds. Immediately, a flash of lightning appeared amidst the dark clouds, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. The tribulation for ascension had commenced. Luha observed Lin Yizi's response to the heavenly trial with great attention. Sensing the surging spiritual energy emanating from Lin Yizi's being, even from the ground where he stood, the boiling spiritual power swiftly coalesced into a blue shield, encasing Lin Yizi within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, Lin Yizi unsheathed the gray-blue wooden sword that hung at his waist. As blue spiritual energy rapidly enveloped it. At that moment, the dark clouds had fully gathered directly above Lin Yizi. Lightning flickered incessantly within the thunderclouds, the thunderous roars echoing in the ears of the 3 onlookers. Such a spectacle in the sky was visible throughout the entire Dansha mountain. Disciples within the sect were drawn in droves to witness the event. "Is the sect master going to transcend and ascend?" Hui and the other 2 inquired as they approached Shan Hezi. Shan Hezi did not glance at Hui, Zhao Wenchen, or Lu Lian. His gaze fixed firmly on the dark clouds above. Soon, he too would face the tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. Thus, he wished to miss no detail of Lin Yizi's trial, for every nuance could be the key to success. Others in the sect were more focused not on the clouds but on the figure within them. Having been in the sect for so long, it seemed they had never seen him before. Nevertheless, they understood that everyone was concerned about what transpired in the heavens. If they were to inquire, it was likely no one would respond, unbeknownst to Lin Yizi, who was wholly absorbed in gathering his strength to confront the dark clouds. A multitude of people had gathered around him. Finally, after a prolonged period of brewing, the dark clouds above began to converge. At the very center of the dark clouds directly above Lin Yizhi, a colossal sphere of lightning formed. In the next breath, a blinding flash of lightning shot forth, unleashing a tremendous and fierce bolt. Break, Lin Yizhi bellowed, pointing his gray-blue wooden sword at the enormous dark cloud above. A powerful surge of blue spiritual energy erupted from the sword. Colliding with the descending bolt of lightning, the clash of these two formidable forces created a magnificent scene at their point of intersection. Yet, Lin Yizhi's strength ultimately fell just short. The collision of energies began to gradually descend. As the tremendous output drained his spiritual energy, Lin Yizhi's complexion grew increasingly pale. Fortunately, it was not just Lin Yizhi who weakened. The lightning sphere in the sky also diminished as it continuously released bolts of lightning. On the ground, Lu Yuchuan watched Lin Yizhi face the tribulation with palpable tension, his clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. Standing beside him, Lu He, however, did not share the same concern for Lin Yizhi's tribulation. For Lu He, transcending was a distant aspiration. Moreover, he understood that achieving true success in transcending required absolute strength. Much like Lin Yizhi, who pointed his sword towards the heavens, Lu Yuchuan's anxious demeanor did not escape Lu He's notice. "Master, Master," Lu He called out twice, but Lu Yuchuan seemed oblivious. Glancing around, Lu He noticed that everyone was fixated on the sky. Thus, he quietly reached out and grasped Lu Yuchuan's tightly clenched fist. Lu Yuchuan jolted as if electrified. "Master, you need not worry too much. The skills of our grand uncle are formidable. The heavenly thunder is surely no match for him," Lu He reassured Lu Yuchuan. Lu Yuchuan softly acknowledged, his hand instinctively withdrawing. "You must pay close attention and not look around. Witnessing the scene of transcending is a rare opportunity that will be beneficial for you in the future," Lu Yuchuan remarked, adopting the tone of a mentor as he tucked his hand into his sleeve. "Yes, Master, I will observe attentively." Lu He recognized that his earlier actions were somewhat inappropriate. Looking back to the sky, he noticed that the lightning sphere had shrunk considerably, while Lin Yizhi's situation had become dire. The point of collision between the lightning and spiritual energy had drawn alarmingly close to Lin Yizhi, appearing to be merely a short distance away. "Give me strength, obliterate," Lin Yizhi, seeing the lightning sphere diminish, gathered the last remnants of his strength and directed it towards the sphere above. With Lin Yizhi's final, desperate strike, the point of collision between the lightning and spiritual energies surged upward, scattering the bolt of lightning and driving it into the dark clouds. The thunder clouds flickered and began to disperse. Witnessing the clouds start to dissipate, Lin Yizhi's face lit up with joy as he descended back to the ground. "Xiao Shan, disperse them," Lin Yizhi softly instructed Shan Hezi. "Yes, Grand Uncle." Soon, the gathered crowd was dispersed. Only Hui, Lu Lian, Zhao Wenchen, Lu Yuchuan, and Lu He remained. "I have successfully transcended," Lin Yizhi declared with a sense of relief. "From now on, Danxia sect will rely on you." After speaking, Lin Yizhi gazed upwards. "If you two ascend to the upper realm in the future, I hope we will have the chance to reunite." Time was fleeting, and he bid them farewell. As his words fell, a burst of golden light emerged from where the dark clouds had vanished, swiftly transforming into a radiant halo. Golden beams shone down upon Lin Yizhi. As the golden light enveloped him, Lin Yizhi's body slowly lifted from the ground and ascended into the air. The onlookers bowed respectfully to Lin Yizhi. "Farewell, Grand Uncle." With their heartfelt farewell, Lin Yizhi vanished within the golden halo. Chapter 60. The purple gold sword. Everyone gazed in envy as Lin Yizhi ascended to the upper realm. Lu Yuchuan wore a smile, relieved that Lin Yizhi had not perished due to the tribulation, but had fulfilled his own aspirations and ascended. Back at Qingshan Pavilion, Lu He accompanied Lu Yuchuan into the main hall. "Master, why do I feel you are particularly concerned about Grand Uncle?" Lu He inquired, testing the waters. "Do you wish to know?" Lu Yuchuan smiled playfully at Lu He. "I do." Lu He nodded earnestly, grinning widely, as he admired his beautiful master. "In truth, I do not consider myself a disciple of the master." Lu Yuchuan leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. "Not a disciple of the previous sect, Master?" Lu He was puzzled. Unsure of what it meant to not be a disciple of the master, "When I joined Danxia sect, the previous master, King Mingzi, had already ascended. Although in name I am a disciple of King Mingzi, he never taught me. It was Grand Uncle who brought me into the sect, teaching me in place of his brother," Lu Yuchuan explained to Lu He, reflecting on those years spent living in that humble abode with Lin Yizhi. Lu Yuchuan felt it was the happiest time of his life. "So that's how it is." Lu He nodded in understanding. "Master, how old are you this year?" Lu He continued, curious, as King Mingzi had ascended several hundred years ago. I am just over 90, though I cannot recall the exact age. Why do you ask such things, you little brat? Lu Yuchuan replied, only to realize it was an odd question, reaching out as if to pat Lu Ha on the head. No, nothing, just curious, wanted to ask. Lu Ha chuckled, dodging Lu Yuchuan's hand and making his exit. You little rascal. Lu Yuchuan laughed, not dwelling on the matter. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ha resumed his alchemical pursuits. Setting up the furnace, he prepared the materials for 10 spirit energy pills and began to follow the procedures taught by Jia Yuanheng. Soon, a batch of pills was completed. Lu Ha opened the furnace to find 4 pills inside. Progress, Lu Ha encouraged himself, brimming with motivation as he continued his alchemical endeavors. After finishing the 10 sets of medicinal materials, he successfully produced 30 spirit energy pills. Looking at such results, Lu Ha felt immense joy. Though each successful attempt yielded 4 pills, there were 2 occasions where 5 were produced, indicating an improvement in his alchemical skills. By the time he used up this 150 sets of materials, the number of spirit energy pills would likely far exceed the quantity agreed upon with Jia Yuanheng. They say spirit energy pills are ineffective. I shall put them to the test. Lu Ha picked up a spirit energy pill and placed it in his mouth. Taking the time to savor its effects, he discovered that the gap between spirit energy pills and spirit energy dan was vast, almost unfathomable. While it could provide a modicum of spiritual energy, it felt lacking in potency. What a peculiar item! It was no wonder that the cultivation of outer disciples was so low. With such pills, even 20 would not be equivalent to a single spirit energy dan. Lu Ha mused, perhaps the sect's decision to provide such pills to outer disciples was based on their own considerations. Setting aside his unproductive thoughts, Lu Ha gathered another 10 sets of materials for detoxification pills and began the process anew. After a flurry of activity, he finally exhausted the 10 sets of materials. Alas, Lu Ha sighed deeply. The difficulty of crafting detoxification pills was greater than that of spirit energy pills. Just the number of herbs used was 4 types. Double that of the spirit energy pills. Moreover, the time required for purifying the impurities was longer. After 10 attempts, he succeeded only 4 times. With 4 successful attempts, he obtained a meager 10 pills. The yield was disheartening. I should finish the spirit energy pills first. Lu Ha slumped to the ground, feeling a profound sense of defeat. After resting for a while, an idea struck him. What about the purple gold essence and the deep black iron? Reflecting on Yang Hang's imposing halberd, Lu Ha felt it was time to forge his own innate spiritual weapon. In the corner of the room, Lu Ha carefully extracted the purple gold essence and the deep black iron, while also retrieving the method for crafting his life-bound artifact. He immersed himself in the reading, acutely aware that his knowledge of characters was limited. A careless misunderstanding could spell disaster. Lu Ha did not let a single word slip by, comprehending every detail thoroughly. What a tedious task! After finishing, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling overwhelmed. Initially, Lu Ha had assumed that the process would be akin to crafting a firewood knife or concocting elixirs, heating it until red, hammering it into shape, and then sharpening the edge. However, after studying the crafting method, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. With a sigh of frustration, Lu Ha enveloped the purple gold essence in his spiritual energy and let 2 drops of blood fall upon it. As the spiritual energy mingled with his blood, the purple gold essence began to shrink, gradually moving towards Lu Ha. Ultimately, it integrated into his body. Having completed the first step, Lu Ha did the same with the deep black iron. Once both metals entered his body, they settled in his Dantian's Qi. Under Lu He's control, the 2 metals began to rotate and slowly draw nearer, gradually merging. This process was of utmost importance. A moment of carelessness could lead to failure, or even serious injury. Lu Ha dared not relax in the slightest. Slowly, the purple gold essence and the deep black iron intertwined, gradually fusing together. At last, they completely merged into a single block of iron, displaying a mesmerizing blend of purple and black. He had finally completed the most crucial step. Lu Ha let out a sigh of relief. Nurturing the materials in his Dantian's Qi for a while longer before preparing to shape them. Suddenly, however, he spat out blood, causing the deep black iron and purple gold essence to violently separate and fly out of his body. Landing on the ground, Lu Ha stared at the bloodstains and the 2 pieces of metal, feeling utterly speechless. How could this happen? When Yang Hang crafted his artifact, there was no sign of repulsion. Why was he experiencing this? Lu Ha could not fathom it. If the 2 materials were indeed incompatible, Yang Hang would never have succeeded. Yet, the fact remained that Yang Hang had succeeded, and he had not. What was going on? Just then, Lu Yuchuan appeared at the door, noticing the blood on the floor, and chuckled. Master, you're laughing while I just spat blood. Lu Ha silently protested in his heart. crafting a life-bound artifact required not only consideration of material compatibility but also whether the materials suited one's body. If they were suitable, there would be no repulsion. If unsuitable, then naturally repulsion would occur. Every cultivator's body is unique, and a life-bound artifact is akin to a part of one's being. If the materials used for the artifact were inherently incompatible with the body, even the finest materials would be rendered useless. Therefore, one must discern whether it was the purple gold essence or the deep black iron that caused the incompatibility. If both materials were incompatible, he would need to seek out alternatives. Lu Yuchuan offered a simple reminder to Lu He. If that's the case, why isn't this clearly stated in the book? Lu He protested, pointing at the discarded crafting method. If everything were written in the book, what purpose would your existence serve, master? After saying this, Lu Yuchuan departed. How deceitful! Was it merely to emphasize the importance of the master that he skimped on details? Lu He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling indignant. After a moment of recovery, he assessed the two materials on the ground, feeling troubled once more. One of the materials, either the purple gold essence or the deep black iron, was undoubtedly unsuitable for him. A wrong choice could lead to failure and injury. He decided to choose the purple gold essence. Thus Lu He commenced the crafting of his life-bound artifact once again. After integrating the purple gold essence into his body, he skipped the fusion process since he was only using one material. After nurturing the purple gold essence for a short while, Lu He discovered that there was no adverse reaction. It turned out that the deep black iron was the one causing the repulsion. How fortunate he was to have made the right choice. A smile spread across Louis's face as he considered himself lucky. Amidst two options, he had drawn the right one. With no repulsion from the purple gold essence, he continued nurturing it. A day later, within his Dantian's Qi, Lu He utilized his spiritual energy to shape the well-nurtured purple gold essence. He envisioned the sword he desired, meticulously carving the purple gold essence into the form of his imagination. After a considerable amount of time, Lu He finally shaped the purple gold essence. Success! He exclaimed with joy as he held the sword he had forged. Unable to take his eyes off it, the blade was a rich purple, with a matching purple hilt. Apart from the slightly lighter hue of the blade's edge, the entire sword gleamed in purple. Beautiful! Lu He gazed at the sword in his hands, admiring it from top to bottom, left to right, inside and out. He could only think of one word: love. Master, look, I did it! After relishing his own achievement, Lu He excitedly rushed to show Lu Yuchuan, so happy over this. It's just a simple life-bound artifact. Lu Yuchuan cast a glance, showing little interest. Master, what do you mean by just a simple life-bound artifact? I bled to create this, Lu He immediately retorted, feeling that his hard-earned creation was being undervalued. It's merely a life-bound artifact made from one material. How valuable could it possibly be? Lu Yuchuan scoffed. Displaying a disdainful demeanor, you just achieved results, and you're already boasting. If that's how you feel, then what about your life-bound artifact, master? How many materials did you use to forge it? If it's fewer than 5. Then don't look down on me, Lu He shot back defiantly, feeling indignant that his master, who already possessed her own life-bound artifact, would belittle him. The teacher-student dynamic was rife with tension. Lu Yuchuan, instead of encouraging him, seemed dismissive. Well then, let me show you something today. With that, Lu Yuchuan conjured the iron staff Lu He had seen before. Is this really your life-bound artifact, master? Lu He exclaimed, astonished. How can a woman like you wield an iron staff? Upon closer inspection, Lu He realized this was no ordinary iron staff. Last time, he had been too far to see clearly. The staff bore intricate, indiscernible patterns, and it was not merely black, the patterns were golden and blue, with such fine lines that one would easily overlook them. Regardless of the iron staff's appearance, Lu He thought it odd for a beautiful woman to wield such a weapon. What, do you look down on your master's iron staff? Lu Yuchuan immediately adopted a serious expression and tossed the staff towards Lu He. A trivial matter. Lu He instinctively reached out to catch it, only to find it astonishingly heavy. Master, it's crushing me. Lu He was instantly flattened to the ground, struggling to breathe under the weight of the iron staff. No wonder Lu Yuchuan had broken Zhang Zhen's legs with it. Was this staff truly lacking in power? Lu Yuchuan approached Lu He, slightly lifting the iron staff. She was well aware of how heavy her life-bound artifact was. If Lu He could not withstand it, he might risk breaking a bone. Master, could you please take it away? It's too heavy. Lu He propped himself up with both hands. Without Lu Yuchuan's support, he might not have been able to catch his breath. How does it feel to wield your master's iron staff? Very good, exceptionally good, Lu He quickly replied, knowing how to read the room. Get up. Lu Yuchuan retracted her life-bound artifact and returned to her seat. Master, what materials did you use to craft your artifact? Why is it so heavy? Lu Ha hurriedly got up, imagining that if his lifebound artifact were as heavy, a single strike in battle would likely be unbearable for most. The primary material is diamond mother stone. Then I used water fairy liquid, flying rainbow gold, and glazed jade. Lu Yuchuan listed 20 or more materials, causing Lu Ha to drool with envy. Each of these materials was a treasure, far surpassing the worth of his purple gold essence. Master, where did you acquire these? Lu Ha wondered, knowing that his master possessed such an impressive lifebound artifact. As her disciple, he could not fall behind. Robbed, Lu Yuchuan replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, do you think a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like me could become an elder? I am not boasting. In the entire Danxia sect, during a life-and-death battle, apart from the sect leader, no one is my match, Lu Yuchuan declared with pride. So formidable. Master, do you have any leftover materials? Could you spare me some? Since they were acquired through theft, Lu Ha thought Lu Yuchuan must have a few reserves. None left. I used everything I stole. Lu Yuchuan shook her head, explaining that she took what she needed, seized it, and integrated it into her lifebound artifact, leaving no surplus. Alright then, Master, what is the name of your lifebound artifact? Lu Ha, realizing Lu Yuchuan had none left, displayed a look of disappointment. Shen Kuan, it has integrated over 100 materials. I believe no one in the entire cultivation world has a lifebound artifact with as many materials as mine. Your artifact has been successfully crafted. What do you plan to name it? Lu Ha pondered. I only used the purple gold essence, so what name could I possibly give it? I shall call it the purple gold sword. Lu Ha felt a bit disheartened, while Lu Yuchuan's name was meaningful and befitting. His own seemed lacking in comparison, unremarkable, quite acceptable. The purple gold sword. Lu Yuchuan chuckled softly, finding the name rather simplistic. Go ahead, return and diligently cultivate, study alchemy earnestly, and strive to make alchemy a tremendous asset on your path to immortality. As the master says, then I shall return to my cultivation. If the master has any matters, just call for me. Chapter 61, The Exchange of Pills. Upon returning, Lu Ha immediately entered a state of cultivation. He then devised a plan for himself, 20 days of practice and 10 days of alchemy within the span of a month, ensuring neither discipline would be neglected. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan had lingered at the mid-stage of the nascent soul for many years, quietly pondering how to advance to the late stage. In the small cottage outside Qingshan Pavilion, Yang Hang, besides attending to the daily chores, devoted himself solely to cultivation. The three individuals at Qingshan Pavilion were each engaged in their respective endeavors in an orderly fashion. Time slipped away quietly amidst their diligent activities, and half a year vanished in the blink of an eye. On a particular morning, Lu Ha gazed at the jade bottles arranged on the table, a broad smile gracing his face. There were 3 types of bottles. A solitary red one containing a spiritual energy pill, 10 green bottles each filled with 30 detoxification pills, and 3 blue bottles, each containing 100 spiritual energy capsules. These elixirs were meant to be submitted to Jia Yuanheng. Additionally, several jade bottles lay on Lu Hai's bed, containing over 500 spiritual energy capsules, more than 400 detoxification pills, and 30 spiritual energy pills. Over the past 6 months, aside from his cultivation, these were the fruits of his alchemical labor. It was during this time that Lu Ha mastered the techniques for crafting spiritual energy capsules and detoxification pills with remarkable proficiency. The ability to produce such a quantity of spiritual energy pills stemmed from the experience gained while refining the other 2. Lu Ha was confident that with his current skill level, he could successfully concoct other pills as long as he had the recipes. Within the Wajishan Pearl, he had planted all the necessary spiritual herbs for the spiritual energy pill. From now on, whenever he desired spiritual energy pills, he could produce them himself without the need for frugality. After carefully storing all the elixirs, Lu Ha promptly sought out Jia Yuanheng. Have you succeeded? Jia Yuanheng pondered. Given the long interval since Lu Ha had last approached him, it seemed Lu Ha must have achieved success. If he had failed, he would have come to inquire about the reasons for his failure much earlier. Sort of successful, Lu Ha replied with a smile, immediately presenting the pills for submission, placing them on a nearby table. These are the pills my senior brother requested me to submit. Upon finishing, Lu Ha set aside half of the surplus spiritual energy capsules along with all the detoxification pills and spiritual energy pills on another table. Senior brother, these are the extras. With a beaming smile, Lu Ha looked at Jia Yuanheng, awaiting his response. Junior brother Lu, very impressive. I hadn't anticipated your exceptional talent in alchemy, Jia Yuanheng exclaimed, astonished as he utilized his spiritual sense to examine the surplus pills. To his delight, Lu Ha had produced far more elixirs than Jia Yuanheng had when he first began learning alchemy. Moreover, the quality was commendable, with only a few subpar ones. The majority were of superior grade. The yield and quality were indeed commendable, and Jia Yuanheng mused that he could delegate half of his future responsibilities to Lu Ha. You flatter me, senior brother, were it not for your meticulous guidance, I would not have achieved such results. Lu Ha chuckled sheepishly. Despite his considerable accomplishments, he remained humble. Senior brother, I will submit these surplus pills as well. Quickly shifting the topic, he wished to avoid further discussion on his alchemical talent. Very well, junior brother Lu, since you have completed your training, I should inform you of certain matters and protocols. Jia Yuanheng's expression grew serious as he glanced at the pills on the table. Chapter 62, The Rewards of Alchemy. Junior brother Lu, I hereby officially declare you a qualified alchemist, Jia Yuanheng stated solemnly. And now, I must ask you, in the future, would you be willing to produce pills for the sect? I am willing, however, my time for alchemy is limited, given my current cultivation level, Lu Ha replied, acknowledging that alchemy was merely a means to enhance his cultivation. His primary goal remained to elevate his level of cultivation and ascend to the higher realms before his lifespan was exhausted. Do not worry, junior brother Lu, I have already taken your situation into account. While you will be producing pills for the sect, the primary focus will be on common elixirs such as spiritual energy capsules, detoxification pills, and recovery pills. With your current skills, it will not take up much of your time. Jia Yuanheng understood that a cultivator's main priority was to enhance their own abilities. Thank you for your consideration, senior brother. With Jia Yuanheng's reassurances, Lu Ha felt considerably more at ease. Yet, Lu Ha had one lingering question. What benefits would he receive for producing pills for the sect? Regarding the alchemical time, I believe you have no doubts. Let us discuss the primary pills you will be producing, the quantities needed, and finally the compensation. Jia Yuanheng smiled gently, continuing, outer disciples are required to receive 10 spiritual energy capsules each month. There are 982 of them, which amounts to a total of 9,820 capsules monthly, rounded up to 10,000. For the inner disciples, each month, 3 spiritual energy pills are allocated. And there are 84 of us below the peak of the valley stage, thus, that totals 252 capsules monthly. These are the 2 essential elixirs required by our sect, the foundation of Danxia sect. Additionally, for detoxification pills, recovery pills, tranquilizing pills, healing pills, and other elixirs, we consume at least 100 each month. As for some more specialized pills, you need not concern yourself with those. According to my expectations, I require you to produce 200 of each. Detoxification pills, recovery pills, tranquilizing pills, and healing pills. You may also craft other elixirs, especially spiritual energy pills. For each type of pill you produce, the sect will provide the necessary herbs, and you will earn 1 contribution point for each pill produced. However, there is a stipulation: each batch must yield a minimum of 5 pills. Any surplus can be utilized by you or exchanged for contribution points. Jia Yuanheng outlined his previously devised plan for Lu Ha. Such compensation was relatively generous for Lu Ha and would not adversely affect the sect. Lu Ha did not immediately agree, considering that a single furnace could produce a maximum of 9 pills. Currently, he could typically yield 9 spiritual energy capsules, with 8 being a rarity. The output for detoxification pills and spiritual energy pills generally ranged from 7 to 8. Contemplating other types of pills made him uncertain about potential yields. Yet Lu Ha also considered that he would inevitably consume various pills in the future, most of which he would produce himself. If he hesitated to produce new pills now, what would he do later? Ultimately, Lu Ha decided to take a bold leap. If he could not meet the required quantity of pills, he would supplement them with others. Lu Ha promptly conveyed his thoughts to Jia Yuanheng, who agreed with his reasoning. Should the quantity fall short, they could use alternative pills to make up the difference. Thus, Lu Ha's alchemical responsibilities were established. Starting next month, he would be submitting pills to the sect. Jia Yuanheng provided Lu Ha with the necessary herbs for detoxification pills, recovery pills, tranquilizing pills, and healing pills, supplying 40 sets of each. Lu Ha collected these herbs and requested an additional 40 sets of herbs for the spiritual energy pill. Upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Ha began experimenting with the 3 unfamiliar types of elixirs. Chapter 63, Yang Hang returns to the imperial capital. For an entire afternoon, Lu Ha immersed himself in alchemy. He refined 10 batches of the unfamiliar recovery pills, tranquilizing pills, and healing pills. The yield for healing pills was not optimal. From 10 sets of materials, he produced only 42 pills, failing to meet the requirement of 5 pills per batch. Conversely, both recovery pills and tranquilizing pills performed well, yielding over 60 pills each. Seeing such results, Lu Ha felt a surge of joy. At the very least, he no longer needed to worry about earning contribution points. The spiritual herbs cultivated within the Wajishan pearl could be reserved for his own use, eliminating the need to exchange them for contribution points. However, Lu Hua pondered, with the sect requiring such a vast quantity of pills, from where would the spiritual herbs for alchemy be sourced? If it relied solely on disciples gathering them from outside, could it sustain the entire sect's needs? Lu Hua resolved to inquire thoroughly when submitting the pills to Jia Yuanheng. Just as Lu Hua was organizing the elixirs, Zhao Heng entered his room, a troubled expression etched across his face. "Senior uncle, I have encountered a predicament." Lu Hua furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yang Heng was usually nearby in Qingshan Pavilion. How could he find himself in trouble? What has happened? Can I assist you? Sighing, Yang Heng recounted his troubles. "Senior uncle, I descended the mountain yesterday to retrieve a letter from my mother in Danxia town. However, upon arriving at the designated location, I found no letter waiting for me. Instead, I ran into a troubling situation. I was targeted by the guards of Prince Sa. In the end, they surrounded me. I had no choice but to negotiate with them. They demanded that I return and contend with my elder brother." A bitter expression clouded Yang Heng's face as he shared his dismay. "Who is Prince Sa?" Lu Hua asked, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. "Prince Sa is my imperial uncle, the youngest brother of my father, the emperor. My father has a total of 6 brothers, ranking 4th among them. The 3 preceding him perished in the war against the Great Yan dynasty. The 5th uncle met the same fate, falling in the conflict between the 2 nations. Master, you may not fully grasp the situation, so allow me to elaborate on the circumstances of the Great Sway." Upon hearing this, Lu Hua remained perplexed and resolved to start from the beginning. The previous emperor of the Great Sway had 6 sons. Among these, the first 3 and the 5th died in battle. The 4th, who was Yang Heng's father, ascended to the throne, while the 6th became Prince Sa. Currently, the emperor of the Great Sway suffers from lingering injuries sustained in earlier wars, which have remained untreated and have now reached a critical stage. Consequently, the governance of the state is overseen by Prince Sa, with the current crown prince, Yang Heng's elder brother Yangjin, assisting him. It is precisely because Yangjin is aiding in the administration that he plots to eliminate all of his brothers to solidify his position. Thus, Yang Heng was expelled from the imperial capital of the Great Sway. Initially, Prince Sa turned a blind eye to this matter, believing that as long as the Great Sway had an heir, all would be well. Subsequently, some of the other princes have either died or been dispatched to guard the borders. Prince Sa did not oppose this too vehemently, merely advising Yangjin not to pursue a path of total annihilation, reminding him that the Great Sway is not solely the realm of one individual, but a dynasty supported by the devotion of countless citizens and the Yang family. Fortunately, due to Prince Sa's counsel, Yang Heng was able to reach Danxia Mountains safely and has maintained correspondence with his mother in the capital every 6 months. However, now that Yangjin has held power for an extended period, his ambitions have swelled to alarming proportions. Viewing Prince Sa as an obstacle to his grand aspirations, he seeks to eliminate him and force his ailing father to abdicate. Sensing the impending threat, Prince Sa dispatched someone to find Yang Heng, intending to support him in opposition to Yangjin, striving to dethrone Yangjin and install Yang Heng as the emperor of the Great Sway. Prince Sa was already aware of the correspondence between Yang Heng and his mother, thus, he sent someone to Danxia town early on awaiting Yang Heng's arrival. So it is as such. What do you plan to do? Will you return or remain at Danxia Gate? Upon hearing this account, Lu Hua felt utterly overwhelmed. As a mere mountain orphan, he had never encountered such matters and was at a loss regarding the affairs of royalty. Helping Yang Heng devise a plan seemed futile. It would be better for Yang Heng to find his own way. I truly do not know. However, Prince Sa's guards informed me that my mother has been placed under house arrest by Yangjin. He perceives me as his greatest threat. As long as he keeps my mother captive, I shall not dare to oppose him. Therefore, I cannot return, for my mother might still survive for a while longer. Yet if my mother discovers that Yangjin is using her to threaten me, she would undoubtedly choose to take her own life. If returning would grant my mother her freedom, I would find myself a mere puppet, or worse, be eliminated in secret. Thus, I am at a loss as to what to do. Yang Heng felt dejected. He possessed no influence in the imperial capital to contend with Yangjin, while Prince Sa might grant him a certain status. Everything he did would merely unfold under Prince Sa's manipulation. In the end, he could very well become a discarded pawn. The lives of his mother and himself were equally precious, leaving Yang Heng in a quandary. Yang Heng, though I am uninformed about the intricacies of royal affairs, I do understand one thing. Once a mother is lost, she cannot be replaced. I have been an orphan since childhood. I know the importance of familial bonds. Lu Ha found himself unable to assist Yang Hang, offering only a few feeble words. "Master, I comprehend your words. I shall take some time to contemplate." After hearing this, Yang Hang cast a glance at Lu Ha before departing. The following afternoon, as Lu Ha was refining elixirs, Yang Hang returned to seek him out. "Master, I have made my decision. Whether for my mother or for myself, I shall return and fight for my rightful place. Why should he, of the same birthright, be the heir to the throne while I am cast aside? Master, I shall descend the mountain and return to the imperial capital, if you find time in the future. And if I am still alive, I would be delighted to welcome you as a guest in the capital." Yang Hang spoke fervently to Lu Ha, placing a token on the table before leaving. Barely affording Lu Ha a chance to respond to "Alas, I once envied the lives of the powerful, yet it seems their burdens may outweigh even those of an orphan like myself," Lu Ha sighed and resumed his training. Chapter 64, Late Foundation Establishment. Lu Yuchuan was well aware of the conversation between the two. For Yang Hang to choose to leave, serving as a mere decoy, was indeed a fortuitous decision for him. What sense does it make for a prince to abandon the pursuit of the throne in favor of cultivating at Dansha Gate? After several days of training, Lu Ha once again set about refining pills. Intending to complete the detoxifying elixirs in one go, subsequently he planned to attempt concocting 3 new types of elixirs. A day later, Lu Ha successfully finished refining the detoxifying elixirs, yielding a total of 358 pills. The success rate was remarkably high. Compared to before, there had been a significant improvement. Now the refinement of the other 3 types of elixirs should be feasible, Lu Ha mused, noting that the increased success rate of the detoxifying elixirs indicated another advancement in his alchemical skills. He prepared to refine the returning spirit elixir, the tranquil spirit elixir, and the healing elixir, aiming for each batch to produce no fewer than 5 pills. After resting for a night, Lu Ha rose early to begin his alchemical work. With all preparations in place, he closed his eyes, calming his mind, and meticulously recalled every step and detail of the refining process. After mentally rehearsing the entire procedure, he opened his eyes and swiftly commenced the refinement. Heating the alchemical furnace, adding the ingredients, and eliminating impurities, each step was executed seamlessly, showcasing his utmost capabilities. Finally, with a resounding pop, the lid of the furnace opened, revealing 9 elixirs inside, prompting a smile to break across Lu Ha's face. The previous scarcity of elixirs must have stemmed from my impatience. Elated, Lu Ha collected the elixirs and continued refining. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ha had already assisted the sect in refining pills 15 times. And a year and 3 months had passed. Each time he submitted elixirs, Jia Yuanhan would express admiration, noting Lu Ha's improved alchemical abilities. Indeed, Lu Ha consistently produced 9 pills per batch, regardless of the type. Once the maximum output was achieved, he focused on enhancing the quality of the elixirs, dedicating considerable effort to this endeavor. Moreover, Lu Ha finally grasped a crucial insight. The sect's ability to provide a large quantity of elixirs stemmed from the existence of a medicinal garden within Dansha Gate. Dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs for the sect's needs. Amidst his alchemical pursuits, Lu Ha utilized the surplus spiritual energy elixirs for his cultivation. With the abundant supply of spiritual energy elixirs, Lu Ha's cultivation progressed rapidly. Advancing from the early to the mid-foundation establishment stage, now, he was nearing the late foundation establishment stage. With a bit more effort, he would achieve that level. Today, Lu Ha prepared 30 spiritual energy elixirs. Intent on making a decisive breakthrough into the late foundation establishment stage, without hesitation, Lu Ha swallowed 10 elixirs at once, feeling a surge of immense spiritual energy flooding his body, within his dantian. The mist above the spiritual liquid had become quite thin. As Lu Ha absorbed the spiritual energy from the elixirs, the mist rapidly thickened. Simultaneously, this mist condensed into droplets, falling into the spiritual liquid below. As the energy from the 10 elixirs continued to emanate, the mist in the dantian fluctuated, initially increasing, then gradually decreasing. At this point, the medicinal power of the 10 elixirs had fully dissipated, yet Lu Ha found himself still short of entering the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, he seized another 10 elixirs and swallowed them whole. With the potent infusion of spiritual energy, the mist above the spiritual liquid continued to transform into droplets, cascading into the liquid below. Finally, regardless of Lu Ha's efforts to absorb the spiritual energy and control the mist, he could no longer induce it to condense into droplets. After the absorption of the 10 elixirs was complete, Lu Ha paused. He had finally entered the late foundation establishment stage. Lu Ha opened his eyes, exhaling with a sense of ease. No longer worried about the side effects of consuming a large quantity of elixirs, he felt as though he had acquired a formidable tool, however, to stabilize his cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. Lu Ha unhesitatingly consumed the final 10 spiritual energy elixirs. 3 days later, Lu Ha concluded this round of cultivation. Having not seen his master for quite some time, Lu Ha tidied up his room and made his way to Lu Yuchuan's quarters. "Master, are you there?" Lu Ha called out cautiously from outside the door, mindful not to be careless. Past experiences had taught him the potential embarrassment of being too lax. "Come in," Lu Yuchuan's voice called from within. Upon entering, Lu Yuchuan immediately discerned that Lu Ha had reached the late foundation establishment stage. "It seems that the Ying turtle blood suits you remarkably well," Lu Yuchuan remarked with a slight smile. Gazing at Lu Ha, upon seeing Lu Ha, Lu Yuchuan recognized his advancement to the late foundation establishment stage. "My rapid progress in cultivation is largely thanks to you, master. Without your assistance in procuring the Ying turtle blood, I might still be a practitioner at the later stage of qi refinement." Lu Ha chuckled, fully acknowledging Lu Yuchuan's kindness. "Indeed, in just over 2 months, the sect will hold the grand ranking competition. Have you considered how to respond?" Lu Yuchuan inquired, shifting the topic. Chapter 65, Wind God Cloak Master. The sect's grand competition will feature the finest talents and experts from various sects. As a cultivator of the four-petal spirit flower, must I truly step onto the stage and compete against them? Lu Ha finds himself in a quandary. His sole focus has been on enhancing his cultivation, leaving him with little combat experience. In terms of innate advantages, he cannot compare to others. It is likely that upon entering the arena, he would be swiftly defeated and cast off the stage, which would undoubtedly be a source of immense embarrassment. "You have already reached the late foundation establishment stage. There is no doubt you will take to the arena." The sect's ranking competition encompasses 4 categories: foundation establishment, golden cord, qi condensation, and nascent soul. Not only you, but I too will be participating. Therefore, in the time remaining, you must diligently contemplate your spiritual techniques and study how to synergize them in combat. Lu Yuchuan would not heed Lu He's concerns. Urging him to compete was also in Lu He's best interest. Lu Ha spends his days concocting pills and cultivating, without engaging in any real combat or exploration. In the future, even if his cultivation reaches great heights, if he cannot fully manifest it, he will find himself unable to advance far along the path of cultivation. "Very well, I shall heed my master's advice." Lu Ha appeared resigned. He truly wished to avoid fighting. Focusing solely on enhancing his cultivation, extending his lifespan, and ascending to the higher realms. "Master, I am off to the library to select a spiritual technique." Lu Ha had come with great joy to inform Lu Yuchuan of his cultivation progress. But upon receiving this news, his excitement vanished. After departing, Lu Ha arrived at the library and encountered Lu Lian once more. Lu Lian glanced up briefly at the newcomer, then returned to her tasks. Seemingly indifferent, yet, suddenly she raised her head again, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld Lu Ha, as if she could hardly believe her own sight. In just over 2 years since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. This was hardly the aptitude one would expect from a cultivator of the four-petal spirit flower. "Shixiang, I did not select a spiritual technique when I entered the foundation establishment stage. I have come to rectify that." Lu Ha called out. Go on, go on." Lu Lian observed Lu Ha as he entered, her heart filled with emotion. Lu Ha, however, paid little attention to her expression. He was solely focused on finding a suitable spiritual technique to learn swiftly and bolster his strength. Arriving at the location where he had previously selected his techniques, Lu Ha approached the spots of the Wind God Blade and the Wind Hate Leg. The wind-based techniques were not limited to just those. There were also the Wind God Sword and the Wind God Shield. Lu Ha resolved to choose the Wind God Shield this time. His reasoning was simple: if he could not overpower his opponent, he could use the Wind Hate Leg to flee. If he could not escape, he would rely on the Wind God Shield for defense. Thus, the 3 chosen wind-based techniques aligned perfectly with 3 distinct scenarios. As for counterattacks, Lu Ha had not yet considered that. If coexistence were possible, why resort to fighting? Subsequently, Lu Ha read through the Wind God Shield and committed it to memory. "Shixiang, I have chosen the Wind God Shield and memorized it. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." Lu Ha approached Lu Lian with empty hands, respectfully uttering a few words before departing. "Memorized?" Lu Lian was taken aback. It should be noted that even the simplest of techniques contain descriptions of at least 1,000 words. Lu Ha had only been inside for about a quarter of an hour and had managed to memorize it. At that moment, Lu Lian genuinely regretted not having fought harder for such a commendable disciple. Instead, allowing him to be given to Lu Yuchuan upon returning to Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Ha immediately began to practice the Wind God Shield outside, following the energy flow outlined in the Wind God Shield. He promptly executed the technique, and now at the late foundation establishment stage, Lu Ha was able to successfully perform most basic techniques of the Danxia sect, provided he followed the steps. As he unleashed the technique, a roaring wind surrounded him, and in the blink of an eye, a large bell-like shield formed around Lu Ha. Unlike other shields, this one was entirely composed of wind. The wind swirled around him rapidly, its impressive force suggesting a formidable defensive capability. Alas, if only Yang Hang were still here, he could have tested the defensive strength of the Wind God's shield. Lu Ha sighed, wondering how Yang Hang was faring back in the imperial capital. After retracting the Wind God's shield, Lu Ha returned to his room brimming with confidence. Chapter 66, Lu Lian's visit. Yet upon returning to his room, Lu Ha began to worry again. He had learned numerous techniques: Wind God Blade, Wind Hate Leg, Wind God Shield, Wuji Sword, Wuji True Body, so many techniques, but he possessed little practical combat experience. What was he to do? To the main hall, just as Lu Ha pondered how to enhance his application abilities, Lu Yuchuan summoned him to the main hall. Right, I have a master, Lu Ha exclaimed joyfully, realizing that his master was the best choice to help him gain combat experience. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the main hall. Upon arrival, he found not only Lu Yuchuan but also Lu Lian, third Shixiang. Lu Ha quickly composed himself and spoke respectfully. Junior sister, Lu Ha is a fine seedling. You must guide him well. Lu Lian smiled at Lu Ha before addressing Lu Yuchuan. Rest assured, Shixiang, if he truly possesses the affinity for the immortal path, I shall devote myself to his instruction. Lu Yuchuan shot Lu Ha a sidelong glance, clearly suspecting that Lu Ha had disclosed something to Lu Lian. Otherwise, why would she come personally to instruct him? Junior sister, with the sex ranking competition approaching, Lu Ha will undoubtedly participate. Considering his short time in the sect and his lack of experience, I have brought him a valuable item. Lu Lian presented a jade box, stating, "This is the 9-turn life-extending pill I acquired years ago. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as there is breath remaining, one can survive. Shixiang, this is too precious." Lu Yuchuan was aware of the significance of this pill. It not only had the power to save lives but also served as Lu Lian's means to win him over, with Shan Hezi's ascension imminent. The next sect leader would be none other than Hui or Lu Lian. No one else stood a chance against them, thus Lu Lian sought to cultivate a relationship with him, hoping to bolster her own position. Lu Ha looked at the two, puzzled as to why Lu Yuchuan would even consider refusing such a magnificent treasure. Junior sister, I hope you will accept this. The future is unpredictable for anyone. Lu Lian continued, for now, I can still look after you, but soon my time may be limited. With that, Lu Lian beckoned Lu Ha over. Lu Ha, come take it. Lu Ha did not heed Lu Lian's words but instead looked to Lu Yuchuan. Awaiting his guidance, take it, Lu Yuchuan sighed, ultimately conceding, thank you, third Shixiang. Upon receiving Lu Yuchuan's approval, Lu Ha eagerly grasped the 9-turn life-extending pill from the table. Very well, junior sister, I shall not disturb you further. The upcoming sect ranking competition will depend on you and my nephew, Lu Lian declared before rising to depart. Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha escorted Lu Lian out of Qingshan Pavilion, their expressions far from joyous. Back in the hall of Qingshan Pavilion, Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha sat down facing each other. Lu Ha was not happy because he observed a grave expression on Lu Yuchuan's face. Thus, even with the 9-turn life-extending pill in hand, he dared not show too much joy. Lu Ha, you must carefully safeguard the 9-turn life-extending pill your third Shixiang bestowed upon you, in the near future. You may find it indispensable. Lu Yuchuan spoke with a hint of seriousness. Master, why do you say that? Lu Ha was still confused. After all, it was merely a precious pill. Why did Lu Yuchuan treat it as if it were a matter of grave importance? Your third Shixiang has never been fond of the sect's internal strife. However, his visit to recruit me signifies that matters have reached a perilous juncture. From now on, you must exercise caution while navigating the sect. Lu Yuchuan admonished Lu Ha, as all recent events were entwined with Shan Hezi's impending ascension. Once Shan Hezi ascended, the internal conflict within the Danxia sect would likely erupt into chaos. Understood, I shall heed my master's words. In that moment, Lu Ha could not fathom the specifics of the situation, but he knew one thing. Following Lu Yuchuan's guidance was undoubtedly the right choice. Master, I have learned many spiritual techniques, yet I lack practical experience. Could you assist me by practicing together? Lu Ha had not forgotten his objective and sought Lu Yuchuan's help to gain combat experience. Very well, but you must be prepared to endure some blows. Lu Yuchuan replied with a slight smile, clearly harboring thoughts of mischief. I am ready, master. Let us begin right away. Upon hearing Lu Yuchuan's agreement, Lu Ha felt exhilarated. After all, to enhance his strength, one must be prepared to endure some punishment. Thus Lu Ha strode confidently towards the exterior of Qingshan Pavilion, awaiting Lu Yuchuan. Chapter 67, Master as sparring partner. When Lu Yuchuan emerged, Lu Ha had already drawn his purple gold sword and assumed a stance. Master, reveal your weapon, Lu Ha shouted excitedly at Lu Yuchuan. Do you believe I require a weapon to practice with you? Lu Yuchuan replied with a slight smile. If she needed a weapon to spar with Lu Ha, her nascent soul cultivation would merely be for show. Very well, then do take care, Lu Ha responded with a grin, brandishing his purple gold sword as he lunged toward Lu Yuchuan. Lu Ha, who had rarely engaged in direct combat, quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Lu Yuchuan merely sidestepped, easily evading Lu He's attack. In the next instant, she pushed him, sending Lu Ha sprawling onto the ground. Your speed is far too slow, and your aim is exceedingly poor. Delivering a frontal strike is a tactic best employed sparingly. Others can perceive your attack with clarity, instantly preparing to defend against it, rendering the chances of hitting your target nearly non-existent. Therefore, when you wield your sword to strike, it is advisable to employ thrusts followed by sweeping motions, as this increases the likelihood of connecting with your opponent. Lu Yuchuan instructed Lu Ha, teaching him the art of combat. Yes, master, I shall remember. Lu Ha grasped his sword and stood upright, etching Lu Yuchuan's words into his mind. Just remember. Now let's continue. Lu Yuchuan beckoned Lu Ha to proceed. This time, rather than launching a direct assault, Lu Ha concentrated the wind blade in his hand and aimed a strike at Lu Yuchuan. He then executed the Danxia sword technique he had learned. Lu Yuchuan discerned Lu He's attacking pattern with a mere glance. With a swift motion, she deflected the wind blade aside, causing it to embed itself into the ground. Naturally, Lu Yuchuan was exceedingly familiar with the Danxia sword technique. Every move and form was well within her grasp, and Lu Ha could not even graze her hem, after exchanging dozens of blows without any openings. Lu Ha decisively retreated. He needed to adopt a different approach. The infinite sword, Lu Ha's purple gold sword, emanated a violet glow, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of intimidation upon witnessing Lu He's demeanor. Lu Yuchuan furrowed her brow, puzzled. In her memory, Lu Ha had not mastered such a method of attack. Where could he have learned this? Despite her confusion, Lu Yuchuan remained vigilant. As Lu Ha launched his attack, Lu Yuchuan summoned her Qian Kuan staff into her hand. Recognizing the power behind Lu Yi's strike, she refrained from engaging unarmed and opted to counter with her weapon. Lu Ha swung the purple gold sword against the Qian Kuan staff. In that instant, Lu Yuchuan felt a surge of relief for having used a weapon. Otherwise, this young man might have indeed outsmarted her, although the force of the strike was not particularly remarkable. The spiritual energy infused within the blade rendered it exceptionally sharp. Had she attempted to receive it barehanded, she would certainly have sustained injuries. Lu Yuchuan resolved to inquire thoroughly after their session. Subsequently, Lu Ha's numerous attacks were all thwarted by Lu Yuchuan wielding the Qian Kuan staff. However, after over 10 attempts, Lu Ha realized he could no longer sustain this. The consumption of energy from the infinite sword was far too great. In just this short span, he sensed that nearly half of his spiritual energy had been depleted. This was untenable. Lu Ha swiftly retreated and retracted his strike, although Lu Ha lacked substantial combat experience. He understood that exhausting one's spiritual energy in battle was tantamount to courting death. Thus, he opted for an alternative method of attack. What is this? Running low on spiritual energy, Lu Yuchuan discerned Lu Ha's predicament at a glance. The power of his few strikes nearly rivaled that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Given Lu Ha's cultivation level, how could the consumption be minimal? Indeed, master, it has drained my spiritual energy excessively. Lu Ha did not deny his condition and promptly acknowledged it. Can you still fight? Unleash all your abilities. Allow me to observe them thoroughly. Lu Yuchuan was not inclined to conclude their session just yet. She wished to ascertain the extent of Lu Ha's capabilities that remained unknown to her. Very well, since you insist, be cautious, master, for I am about to unleash my most formidable attack. Lu Ha felt that as Lu Yuchuan was his mentor, some matters did not warrant concealment. He intended to employ the infinite true body in conjunction with the infinite sword to catch Lu Yuchuan off guard, demonstrating his prowess. Lu Ha's boastful declaration did not faze Lu Yuchuan. Was she not aware of her disciple's true strength? She stood quietly awaiting Lu Ha's demonstration. Soon, Lu Ha's eyes were enveloped in violet light, his entire being radiating a pressure that did not belong to him. This aura approached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Lu Yuchuan gazed at Lu Ha, her curiosity piqued. Even if Lu Ha unleashed an attack at the golden core stage, she could easily counter it. After manifesting the infinite true body, the purple gold sword also emitted a violet glow, remaining as the infinite sword. However, upon utilizing the martial arts true body and the infinite sword, Lu Ha instantly felt a severe drain on his spiritual energy. It seemed that even with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, sustaining two types of spiritual techniques simultaneously was no simple feat. He needed to conclude this swiftly. Lu Ha swung the purple gold sword, attacking Lu Yuchuan with no particular technique. Initially, he intended to utilize the Danxia sword technique, but he realized that it would bear no effect against Lu Yuchuan. It would be more effective to simply flail about. In response to Lu Ha's offensive, Lu Yuchuan merely held the Qian Kuan staff with one hand, effortlessly deflecting each of Lu Ha's strikes. Very good for a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. To be able to deliver such an attack is indeed commendable. However, no matter how powerful an attack may be, it must strike its target to be deemed effective. Simultaneously, during combat, one must not only understand offense but also defense. Or rather, how to withstand blows. As the words to withstand blows fell from her lips, Lu Yuchuan, wielding the Qian Kuan staff with one hand, deflected the purple gold sword, retrieved her staff, and thrust forward, striking Lu Ha in the abdomen. Lu Ha immediately staggered back, clutching his midsection, curling up in pain. All notions of the infinite true body and infinite sword were shattered in that instant. "Master, you are being too harsh," Lu Ha complained. Eyes shut, discomfort evident in his tone. "Yes, being a bit ruthless now will increase your chances of survival in the future. Do you remember the Beastmaster Valley? If you were to cross paths with them, they would not concern themselves with what is considered harsh or not. Get up and continue." Lu Yuchuan did not afford Lu Ha much time for respite, urging him onward. "Master, right good." Lu Ha, contemplating Lu Yuchuan's words, quickly understood the ordeal that awaited him. It would undoubtedly result in a severe thrashing, yet, before Lu Yuchuan, he dared not protest. Indeed, the subsequent practice devolved into a brutal beating. Lu Ha writhed in pain on the ground, his eyes reflecting despair. Initially, he had relished the opportunity to attack. When Lu Yuchuan countered, it was equally exhilarating. "Alright, today's training concludes here. To enhance your practical combat ability, we shall resume tomorrow, continuing until the day before departure." Lu Yuchuan declared before departing. Lu Ha felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, lamenting why he sought out Lu Yuchuan for practice. For the following half-month, Lu Ha would wholeheartedly attack for a while, only to be met with brutal beatings in return. Despite the physical pain, he found a peculiar joy in it, and his skill level surged rapidly, starkly contrasting with his previous novice status. After a fortnight, this rigorous training persisted until the arrival of a stranger 25 days later. Fifth Master Uncle, Lu Chengfeng requests an audience. The unfamiliar figure called from outside the Qingshan pavilion. Lu Ha, recuperating within, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Lu Chengfeng's arrival. The days of rigorous training with his master had finally come to an end. "Master, Lu Shixiang is here to see you." Lu Ha joyfully rushed out of his room, knocking on Lu Yuchuan's door as he called. "Get lost, I know." Lu Ha's warm enthusiasm was met with an icy response. Lu Chengfeng to the main hall. Once gathered in the main hall, they took their seats. "Fifth Master Uncle, the sect ranking competition is imminent. The venue for this contest will be at the Xinlei sect, and the date has been confirmed. We shall set off tomorrow." Lu Chengfeng glanced at Lu Ha, a faint smile gracing his lips. To Lu Ha, he appeared as a gentleman. Had the participants been finalized? Upon Lu Chengfeng's arrival, Lu Yuchuan immediately surmised his purpose. "Confirmed, Fifth Master Uncle and Lu Shidi are certainly going, and both will compete." Lu Chengfeng replied respectfully. "Understood. Please relay to the sect Master Shixiang that we are prepared and ready to depart at any time." "Yes, Fifth Master Uncle. Tomorrow morning, all who are heading to the Xinlei sect will gather outside the Great Hall." Chapter 68, Journey to Xinlei sect. The following morning, Lu Ha prepared the items he intended to bring. After a glance at the alchemy furnace nestled in the corner, he decided to take it along, as it might prove useful. Presently, the elixirs held immense significance for Lu Ha. In other words, the alchemy furnace was akin to a lifeline he could not afford to forget. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ha accompanied Lu Yuchuan to the exterior of the sect's Great Hall, where a gathering of individuals had already assembled. Among them were Sun Kai, Luo Jing, and Luo Peihuan, whom Lu Ha recognized. Lu Ha sensed that Sun Kai had grown even stronger since their last encounter. Perhaps he had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, or even higher. Lu Ha also noted that both Luo Jing and Luo Peihuan had experienced a surge in strength. However, he could distinctly perceive that they remained at the same level as himself. "Greetings, Fourth Elder, and Master Lu." The group politely greeted Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan, with only a few requiring Lu Ha's acknowledgement. After all, there were few who held a higher status than Lu Ha. Most were merely older disciples who had entered the sect before him. Ultimately, Shan Hezi and Lu Lian approached together, accompanied by several others. including Lu Chengfeng. Holding hands with Lu Chengfeng was a young woman who happened to be Shan Hezi's second disciple, Fan Pinping. The moment Lu Ha laid eyes on Fan Pinping, he was captivated. It was not merely her beauty that drew him in. While Lu Yuchuan undoubtedly stood as one of the most beautiful within Danxia sect, surpassing Fan Pinping, the latter possessed a delicate allure. Her exquisite visage and finely sculpted figure make it nearly impossible to overlook her. Behind the two of them stands a burly man with sallow skin. Lu Ha mused that this must be Shan Hezi's final disciple, Long Haiping. After casting a glance at the trio, Lu Ha was immediately struck by Shan Hezi's keen eye for talent. As each disciple possesses a distinct personality and unique traits, the eldest disciple, Lu Chengfeng, is as gentle as jade, the second disciple, Fan Binping, is indescribably refined, the third disciple, Li Zhangzhen, likely has a heart no larger than the eye of a needle. The youngest disciple, Long Haiping, resembles a gorilla and surprisingly enjoys living by the sea. Truly remarkable. When Shan Hezi arrived, all those heading to the Xinlei sect had gathered. Finally, at Shan Hezi's command, 10 spiritual sparrows descended before the crowd. Ready to embark, the sparrows flew for 5 days, and the members of Danxia sect took a respite. This was mainly because the sparrows needed rest, as each one carried 2 to 5 individuals. Tirelessly soaring day and night, their stamina inevitably waning, after half a day of rest, they prepared to set off once more. Just then, a massive cloud of dust rose in the distance, prompting all members of Danxia sect to turn their heads in curiosity. As the dust drew nearer, it showed no signs of abating, and the members of Danxia sect readied themselves for battle. When the distance between them shrank to about 3 zhang, the dust settled, revealing a group of cultivators riding 3-eyed spirit lions. Lu Ha instantly recognized their mounts. What a grand display! It is important to note that 3-eyed spirit lions are third-tier spirit beasts, possessing immense power. Especially notable is the third eye on their foreheads, capable of emitting spiritual energy that, when struck, causes the victim's spiritual energy to disperse, rendering them unable to concentrate. They are from the Beastmaster Valley. And should a conflict arise, one must be cautious to avoid injury, while also being wary of their contracted spirit beasts. Lu Yuchuan conveyed to Lu Ha through a mental message, "Thank you for the reminder." Master, Lu Ha nodded, realizing that these individuals were indeed from the Beastmaster Valley. Each rode a spirit beast, exuding an extraordinary presence, and for a moment, Lu Ha longed for a mount of his own. Meanwhile, Lu Ha discerned that there were no cultivators at the late stage of foundation establishment among them, meaning that the lowest cultivation level in the group from the Beastmaster Valley was the peak of foundation establishment. Shan Hezi, it's been a long time. The leader of the group dismounted from his 3-eyed spirit lion, laughing heartily as he approached Shan Hezi with open arms. Su Wenxiang, it has indeed been quite a while. Shan Hezi replied with a slight smile, appearing far less ostentatious than Su Wenxiang. At that moment, Su Wenxiang reached Shan Hezi and embraced him. This time, it seems Danxia sect will struggle to retain 4th place. Su Wenxiang whispered as he held Shan Hezi. If you desire it, come and take it by your own merit. Shan Hezi retorted defiantly. Su Wenxiang released Shan Hezi and laughed heartily. I heard that your sect's Tanjua has perished, and several outstanding disciples have also tragically fallen. What a pity, Su Wenxiang continued, clearly ridiculing Shan Hezi. Cultivating is, after all, a defiance against heaven. How far one can go is all up to fate. Over the years, the Beastmaster Valley has expanded rapidly. Be wary of being overly ambitious and making enemies on all fronts. Shan Hezi maintained an air of calm indifference. There's no need for your concern. We shall meet at Xinlei sect. As soon as Su Wenxiang's words fell, his expression darkened, and he turned swiftly to remount his 3-eyed spirit lion, raising another cloud of dust as he departed with the members of Beastmaster Valley. Let us go. Shan Hezi waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, clearing away the dust left by the Beastmaster Valley. 22 days later, the Danxia sect contingent arrived at the gates of Xinlei sect. Known as Thunder God Mountain, the disciples of Xinlei sect, responsible for receiving the members of Danxia sect, dared not show any signs of negligence upon their arrival and hurried forward to greet them. I've met with Master Shan Hezi. Welcome to all the esteemed brothers and disciples of Danxia sect. I am Chen Lin, responsible for hosting the disciples of Danxia sect. Chen Lin greeted them with a beaming smile and enthusiastic demeanor. It is worth noting that Danxia sect is the only sect outside of the 3 major sects that boasts a fully realized nascent soul cultivator. During the reception, any negligence could lead to difficult times ahead. Thus Chen Lin was utterly vigilant. Please show us to our resting quarters. Lu Lian stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Chen Lin. Of course, Elder Lu, may I ask how many individuals have arrived from Danxia sect, so I can arrange suitable accommodations? Chen Lin inquired, glancing up at the members of Danxia sect to ascertain their numbers. A total of 28 individuals. Understood, that's 5 more than last time. It appears that Danxia sect is confident in their prospects for this competition. Chen Lin complimented Shan Hezi and the others, promptly leading the way. Master, who exactly is this Chen Lin? He seems to know everyone. Lu He telepathically inquired of Lu Yuchuan. Chen Lin is quite an impressive figure. Known throughout the entire realm of cultivation. He has roamed various major sects for 50 years with his golden core perfection but has yet to break into the nascent soul stage. However, his strength cannot be assessed solely by his cultivation level. Even average mid-nascent soul cultivators are no match for him. This is common knowledge, yet no one has ever witnessed him in action. He has never participated in the sect competitions in past years. It remains a mystery why he has joined Shenlei sect. However, Chen Lin possesses an eccentric personality and is not someone to be trifled with. It is wise to avoid provoking him. Lu Yuchuan struggled to convey the complexities of one's character to Lu He. So he is quite formidable, Lu He thought, differing from Lu Yuchuan's perspective. To defeat a nascent soul cultivator at the golden core level is a significant leap. Indeed, not a common feat. Subsequently, the members of Danxia sect followed Chen Lin to a suitable courtyard. Once everyone settled in, Chen Lin took his leave, expressing that they could seek him out if they required anything. Due to his unique status as the youngest third-generation disciple of Danxia sect, Lu He was assigned to a separate guest room. According to the original plan, Lu He intended to begin his cultivation immediately upon settling in, striving to maximize his chances before the competition commenced. However, as he sat in meditation, he found it impossible to enter a state of cultivation. Frustrated, Lu He decided to seek out Lu Yuchuan. Upon arriving at Lu Yuchuan's room, he found no one there. Before leaving, he told me not to wander about, yet now I can't find him, Lu He grumbled before departing. In the small courtyard, no one was idling about, everyone remained within their own rooms. Lu He was not well acquainted with the others and hesitated to disturb them, so he left the small courtyard and made his way to the hill behind it. A gentle breeze rustled the air atop the hill, where Lu He spotted a pavilion. It was he. Lu He recognized the figure within the pavilion, drinking alone. It was Chen Lin. Recalling Lu Yuchuan's warning to be cautious of Chen Lin, he turned to leave. Since you are here, come sit and share a drink with me. Just as Lu He was about to depart, Chen Lin appeared before him, smiling warmly. Alright, fine. Considering Chen Lin's golden core perfection, Lu He dared not refuse and followed him to the pavilion. I hear you are the youngest third-generation disciple of Danxia sect. Chen Lin poured Lu He a cup of wine. Yes, Lu He replied cautiously, wary of saying too much. I also hear that your time in Danxia sect has been less than 3 years. Yet you have already attained the late stage of foundation establishment. Yes, I've also heard that you possess only 4 petals of spiritual flower. Yes, then tell me, how did you achieve the late stage of foundation establishment in such a short time with just 4 petals of spiritual flower? Chen Lin raised his cup and took a sip, inquiring once more. I don't know, my cultivation just progressed naturally. Perhaps it has something to do with my master's guidance. Lu He glanced at Chen Lin, unable to discern his intentions, and attributed his achievements to Lu Yuchuan. Indeed, Lu Yuchuan is an excellent master. There is no need for such caution. In truth, I know everything. It is merely because you consumed the blood of the luminous turtle and then used elixirs to bolster your cultivation. Is it not? This is hardly a secret. Chen Lin reflected on Lu He having such a good master, feeling a pang of envy for not having a mentor like him. Chen Lin, what exactly do you wish to convey? Noticing Chen Lin's mention of Lu Yuchuan and his incessant prattling, Lu He summoned his courage to ask. By seniority, you ought to refer to me as Shirshu. Do not be so rude. Has your master not taught you to respect your elders? Chen Lin blared at Lu He, his tone sharp. I only respect the elders of Danxia sect, Lu He retorted boldly. With Lu Yuchuan's support, he felt unafraid of Chen Lin. Enough of your nonsense. Did your master warn you that I am dangerous and to be cautious? At Chen Lin's question, Lu He remained silent. Come, let me take you somewhere. Seeing Lu He's disinterest in conversing, Chen Lin stood up, preparing to leave. However, when he noticed Lu He had no intention of following, he swiftly grabbed Lu He's collar, sealing his mouth with spiritual energy, and led him away. Before taking flight, Chen Lin stealthily drew a talisman with one hand, casting it into the air. Shortly after, he led Lu He to the periphery of a barrier. Chen Lin extended a finger, which emitted a dazzling red light that pierced through the barrier. As his finger penetrated deeper, the gap in the barrier widened progressively when the breach was large enough for a person to pass through. Chen Lin hurled Lu He inside and leapt in after him. Chapter 70, The Forbidden Ground of the Divine Thunder sect. Lu He scrambled to his feet, glancing around in a state of panic. The surroundings were entirely unfamiliar and exuded an eerie atmosphere. "What do you intend to do with me?" Lu Ha inquired, his heart racing, brandishing his purple-gold sword in a defensive stance, his voice trembling with feigned bravado. "Do not be afraid, this is a splendid place," Chen Lin chuckled, finding the situation exceedingly amusing, though he anticipated even greater intrigue to follow. "The Divine Thunder sect harbors a forbidden ground, a realm that none but the sect master may enter. Within this sacred space stands a thunder bamboo, a treasured possession of the sect. Their founding ancestor attained enlightenment through the observation of this thunder bamboo, establishing the Divine Thunder sect." Chen Lin spoke to Lu Ha in an engaging manner, utterly disregarding whether Lu Ha was listening, as he continued on about the thunder bamboo being the sect's treasure and of no concern to him. "If you do not join the Divine Thunder sect, then it has nothing to do with you. However, since you have come, it becomes your concern. I desire a segment of the thunder bamboo. Years ago, I joined the Divine Thunder sect at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, solely to uncover the whereabouts of the thunder bamboo of the heavens. Do not forsake the diligent. I have finally located it. I have even devised a method to breach the barrier, yet the power of the thunder bamboo is overwhelming, rendering me incapable of handling it alone. Thus, I sought assistance, but when they learned of the Divine Thunder sect, they refused. I had no choice but to seek others. After many years, I still found no suitable candidates and was left with no option but to coerce my original companions into action." A mysterious smile graced Chen Lin's face, his intentions becoming increasingly clear. "The ally you sought is my master." Lu Ha, not a fool, quickly discerned Chen Lin's scheme. Chen Lin had forcibly brought him to the forbidden ground of the Divine Thunder sect to threaten his master. Once Lu Yuchuan entered this barrier, he would be deemed complicit with Chen Lin, and even inaction would count as participation. Thus Lu Yuchuan would inevitably be compelled to retrieve the thunder bamboo. "You scoundrel! Despicable wretch!" Lu Ha erupted in a tirade. "I will not let you succeed." He immediately launched an attack against the barrier, intent on shattering it and escaping. "Futile," Chen Lin remarked. "Without special means, even a perfected nascent soul cultivator cannot break through this barrier." He watched Lu Ha futilely expend his efforts, pondering how Lu Yuchuan could possibly take on such a disciple. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan was engaged in casual conversation with Shan Heezy, inquiring about the details of the upcoming competition. At that moment, a talisman flew through the air, coming to rest before Lu Yuchuan. She was momentarily taken aback. Who could be sending her a message, especially while she was with Shan Heezy? Let's see. Shan Heezy, well-versed in such unexpected occurrences, remained unfazed. "Yes, senior brother." Lu Yuchuan infused the talisman with spiritual energy, which swiftly entered her mind. "Who is it that requires my brother's assistance?" Shan Heezy maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Chen Lin has coerced Lu Ha into the forbidden ground of the Divine Thunder sect." Lu Yuchuan furrowed her brow and conveyed the message telepathically to Shan Heezy. "This matter is not suitable for you to intervene. I will handle it myself. However, I would appreciate your assistance in navigating the situation. Indeed, prioritize safety." Shan Heezy nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Lu Yuchuan's words. Such matters were best handled with care. "Thank you, senior sister." With that, Lu Yuchuan transformed into a streak of light and departed. Chapter 71. The soul-dissolving pill within the forbidden ground of the Divine Thunder sect. Lu Ha poured every ounce of strength into attacking the barrier, leaving no trace of his efforts. "Chen Lin, you are courting death. Do not drag me down with you. Release me at once." Lu Ha finally ceased his attempts, realizing the barrier could not be shattered by mere brute force, and addressed Chen Lin. "Lu Ha, since I have brought you here, I shall not allow you to leave. Come with me. We shall behold the treasures of the Divine Thunder sect." Chen Lin's objective was to coerce Lu Yuchuan into cooperating, and he had no intention of letting Lu Ha escape. Subsequently, he bound Lu Ha with a spirit-binding rope, silencing him and escorting him deeper into the forbidden ground. Lu's collar was gripped tightly by Chen Lin. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the binding. After a short while, they arrived at a grove of bamboo. Each stalk was as thick as a thigh, intermittently flashing with arcs of electricity. "This is the Thunder Bamboo Forest. Once we reach the center, we will behold the true thunder bamboo." Chen Lin fantasized about finally obtaining a piece of the thunder bamboo, his excitement palpable as his voice trembled with anticipation. After years in the Divine Thunder sect, today would finally fulfill his long-held wish. "Madman," Lu Ha observed Chen Lin's unhinged demeanor, muttering darkly to himself, "You shall realize your folly once you lay eyes on the thunder bamboo." No sooner had he spoken than they entered the thunder bamboo forest. Upon entry, Lu Ha was struck by the electric jolts from the bamboo. Though not enough to injure him, they were undeniably painful. In contrast, Chen Lin was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy that shielded him from the electric shocks. Lu Ha inwardly cursed, recognizing Chen Lin's inherent madness. after enduring the electric shocks for some time. They finally reached their destination, the Divine Thundersek's prized possession, the Thunder Bamboo. Luha had previously assumed the Thunder Bamboo was merely a unique species of bamboo, but upon closer inspection, he was astounded. These were no ordinary bamboos, towering high above, thicker than a person. They crackled with countless bolts of lightning. A mere glance was enough to instill fear. Chen-Lin was contemplating seizing one. Oblivious to the danger of being electrocuted, after so many years, I am finally on the brink of fulfillment. Chen-Lin gazed up at the Thunder Bamboo, expressing his sentiments with a sense of awe. Luha, now we await your master, let me go. Luha struggled fiercely, but to no avail, only managing to deliver a cold glare at Chen-Lin. Not a chance, if your master arrives and tries to take you away. I will not stand a chance against him, therefore you must stay put, heed my commands, and do not attempt to flee. Open your mouth. Chen-Lin produced a pill from his spatial ring. Luha would not comply. Refusing to open his mouth even if it meant facing death, swallowing that pill would be the end. Smack. Chen-Lin, frustrated by Luhi's defiance, slapped his face. Luha cried out in pain, 5 finger marks instantly appearing on his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Chen-Lin forced the pill into Luhi's mouth and infused it with spiritual energy, ensuring it reached his stomach. After administering the pill, Chen-Lin released the spirit-binding rope from Luha. Luha, do not entertain thoughts of escape. This is the soul-dissolving pill. Should you not receive the antidote within 3 days, your soul shall rapidly dissipate, leaving behind naught but a mindless husk. Despicable, Luha glared with unbridled hatred. Vowing to kill Chen-Lin if given the opportunity. At that moment, Lu Yuchuan had arrived at the barrier's edge. She, like Chen-Lin, utilized the same method to create an opening in the barrier and swiftly entered. Lu Yuchuan, what have you done to Luha? She shouted upon arrival. Do not fret, as long as you assist me in obtaining the Thunder Bamboo, I shall provide Luha with the antidote. Chen-Lin replied, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lu Yuchuan. Master, he forced me to consume the soul-dissolving pill. Luha rushed to Lu Yuchuan's side, filled with resentment. Lu Yuchuan, you are aware of the dangers posed by the soul-dissolving pill. How you choose to proceed is up to you. Chen-Lin brimmed with confidence, knowing Lu Yuchuan cherished her disciple dearly and would inevitably relent. Chapter 72, Acquiring the Thunder Bamboo. Lu Yuchuan gazed at the imprints of fingers on Lui's face, her heart aching. She could not bear to see her disciple harmed, having never even allowed a single finger to touch him. Yet now he was struck by another. The fury within Lu Yuchuan had reached a boiling point, yet, the vile Chen-Lin had coerced Luha into consuming the soul-dissolving pill, leaving her with no choice but to temporarily acquiesce. Very well, I shall comply, but you must provide the antidote. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lu Yuchuan had resolved that once Luha received the antidote, Chen-Lin would meet his demise. Rest assured, I am well aware of the consequences of breaking my promises. Then let us commence. Chen-Lin's grin was unsettling to behold. Subsequently, Lu Yuchuan instructed Luha to remain in place and not to wander. While she approached the Thunder Bamboo, are you expecting me to act alone? Lu Yuchuan observed Chen-Lin standing idly by, showing no inclination to assist, and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. You go first. Chen-Lin was cautious of the Thunder Bamboo's might. He dared not confront it directly. He intended for Lu Yuchuan to draw the Thunder Bamboo's attention, allowing him to follow up when the time was right. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. Think of your beloved apprentice. Chen-Lin, having discerned the resentment in Lu Yuchuan's eyes, chuckled and cast a threatening glance at Luha, addressing her with an air of menace. Humph! Lu Yuchuan let out a cold snort and immediately channeled her spiritual energy, dashing towards one of the Thunder Bamboos. With both hands enveloped in spiritual force, Lu Yuchuan grasped the Thunder Bamboo with all her might. In an instant, it seemed as though all the Thunder Bamboos had been awakened simultaneously, unleashing bolts of lightning towards Lu Yuchuan. At that very moment, Chen-Lin felt the opportune moment had arrived. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy and vanished from his original position. With a handful of pink powder, he struck Lu Yuchuan on the back. Concurrently, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy coursed into Lu Yuchuan's body. With this newfound strength, Lu Yuchuan became immensely powerful. The Thunder Bamboo in her grasp was uprooted with sheer force, causing the surrounding Thunder Bamboos to loosen their roots and be pulled out slightly. Not far away, Luha stood in stunned silence at this spectacle, setting aside the depth of the roots of the Thunder Bamboo. Even with Lui's current strength, he could not uproot ordinary bamboo. Moreover, Thunder Bamboo, being a spiritual entity, naturally has roots that penetrate even deeper. The fact that Lu Yuchuan could uproot it entirely spoke volumes about her strength. Furthermore, to witness a woman possessing such extraordinary power was Of course, astonishing to those who had never seen it before, after uprooting the thunder bamboo, Lu Yuchuan swiftly retreated. Although the process had only taken a few breaths, her clothing bore numerous small holes from the lightning, revealing her fair skin beneath. Chen Lin, what did you just do? Lu Yuchuan did not immediately hand the thunder bamboo to Chen Lin, remembering the strange power that accompanied the spiritual energy he had just transmitted to her. She questioned him with rising fury. A potion that enhances one's abilities. The thunder bamboo was no ordinary spiritual object. Without adequate preparation, even with our cooperation, obtaining it would not be so simple. Chen Lin grinned wickedly. He would not be foolish enough to disclose what he had done. It is best not to conceal anything, for should this matter come to light, I will not hesitate to kill you. Upon finishing her words, Lu Yuchuan summoned her Qian Kuan staff, striking down with it, severing the thunder bamboo in two, one end dropping to the ground, the other tossed to Chen Lin. Thank you. Chen Lin caught the thunder bamboo, trimmed off the remaining branches, and placed it into his storage ring. Having achieved his goal, Chen Lin showed no intention of departing. Instead, he settled down at the edge of the bamboo grove. Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan exchanged uneasy glances at Chen Lin's actions. Lu Yuchuan quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Lu He. Do not be anxious, I merely wish to witness a splendid performance, Chen Lin declared with a smile. A splendid performance? Lu Yuchuan sensed something amiss. There was undoubtedly an issue when Chen Lin had transmitted his spiritual energy to her. In the next moment, an unsettling thought crossed Lu Yuchuan's mind as she turned to see Lu Hai's face rapidly flushing red. He radiated heat like a furnace, exuding warmth all around. Moreover, Lu Yuchuan caught a whiff of a fragrance emanating from Lu Ha that she found quite delightful. Almost immediately, Lu Yuchuan felt her own body temperature rising. Chapter 73, Chen Lin's Revenge. Chen Lin, what you have given Lu Ha is not a dispersing spirit pill. Lu Yuchuan felt her thoughts slipping from her grasp, fearing she might act in ways she would regret. Yet she knew she must not succumb. She gently pushed Lu Ha away to create some distance between them, finally realized, this is indeed not a dispersing spirit pill, such a rare item, how could I possibly acquire it? No need to guess, I shall reveal it to you directly. It is exactly as you suspect. In the past, I ardently pursued you, yet you treated me with indifference. Only later did you pityingly inform me that we were merely friends. I still vividly recall your aloof demeanor and resolute tone. Do you know how much I loathed you at that time? Initially, I gathered these potions for myself, yet alas, later, when I sought you at Danxia sect, I was ambushed and lost my dignity as a man. Thus, today, I must make do with Lu Ha. Let me witness the once cold and resolute figure transform into a desperate and yearning woman. It serves to alleviate the hatred I have harbored. Ha! As Chen Lin spoke, he laughed maniacally, his demeanor utterly deranged. Chen Lin, may you meet a most terrible demise. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yuchuan realized the extent of the plot against her. Whether I meet a terrible end, I cannot say, but I am certain you are about to become the very thing I long to witness. Yuchuan, do not restrain yourself, indulge freely. Chen Lin unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, propelling Lu Yuchuan toward Lu Ha. Instantly Lu Ha, almost devoid of rational thought due to the heat, embraced Lu Yuchuan. Chen Lin, I will kill you. Fueled by the remnants of her dwindling sanity, Lu Yuchuan thrust Lu Ha to the ground, brandishing her Qian Kuan staff in a strike towards Chen Lin. Yet, under the influence of the potion, Lu Yuchuan found her strength severely diminished, rendering her no match for Chen Lin. In less than 10 exchanges, she was brought to her knees. Yuchuan, you must understand my good intentions. For many years, you have been alone. Today, I bring you a man, a gesture of my concern for you in the days to come. Let Lu Ha care for you. Is this not a splendid outcome? Do not resist any longer. Do not struggle, simply accept it. As Chen Lin spoke, he advanced toward Lu Yuchuan, fully aware that the effects of the potion had taken their toll, leaving her incapable of resistance. With just a gentle push, Lu Yuchuan would be utterly ensnared. You must be dreaming. Lu Yuchuan gritted her teeth, resolutely declaring, then sat down cross-legged, attempting to dispel the energy. Futile, this is not poison. No matter how high your cultivation, you cannot expel it. Chen Lin stood before Lu Yuchuan, seizing her garment with a firm grip. Look, your disciple is on the brink. At that moment, Lu Ha was flushed, his veins visibly bulging beneath his skin, a sight both alarming and dreadful. If this state were not alleviated soon, it would not be long before his veins would burst, leading to his demise. Lu Yuchuan turned to see Lu He's appearance and felt an overwhelming wave of guilt. Had it not been for her, he would not be enduring such torment. Ripping, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as Chen Lin forcefully shredded Lu Yuchuan's clothing. Yuchuan, you remain as beautiful as ever. Chen Lin licked his lips, slowly leaning down, eyes closed, intending to kiss her. At that moment, Chen Lin was suddenly immobilized. A blood-stained purple sword tip protruded from his chest, It was Lu Ha's lethal strike. As the purple gold sword was withdrawn, a torrent of blood gushed from Chen Lin's chest. "How is this possible, you?" Chen Lin extended a trembling finger towards Lu Ha. His words unfinished as the strength drained from his body, collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Chapter 74. Nothing happened, master. You must flee and find a way to resolve this. I am fine. Do not worry about me. Lu Ha lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Yuchuan's gaze, fully aware of the precarious state of his body. Chen Lin's potion was indeed potent. The average person would be unable to endure it. When Lu Ha first sensed something was amiss, his soul had immediately entered the space of the Wajishan Pearl, allowing his body to succumb to the effects of the potion. Inside the Wajishan Pearl, Lu Ha remained in a daze, his consciousness not yet restored. However, soon after, for reasons unknown, Lu Ha regained his clarity. In his panic, he could not devise an effective solution to the predicament. Following Chen Lin's triumphant revelation of his scheme, Lu Ha heard it all clearly within the Wajishan Pearl. Lacking the ability to untangle the situation, he knew Lu Yuchuan possessed the capability. Thus, at a critical moment, Lu Ha returned to his body just as he regained control. For reasons unknown, the effects of Chen Lin's potion began to swiftly dissipate. This was why Lu Ha could strike Chen Lin with such precision. Lu Ha, Chen Lin's death granted Lu Yuchuan a fleeting moment of clarity, her concern for Lu Ha intensifying. Little did she know, Lu Ha was unharmed. He merely appeared terrifying, yet Lu Yuchuan attributed the current predicament entirely to herself. Feeling immense guilt for the suffering Lu Ha endured, "Master, you must flee." Lu Ha continued to retreat, taking several steps back to distance himself from Lu Yuchuan, desperate to avoid committing any sacrilegious acts. "Lu Ha, do not be afraid. I have a way." Lu Yuchuan refused to heed Lu Ha's words, disregarding her own situation as she stepped forward to comfort him. But at that moment, Lu Ha was no longer under the potion's influence, and he would not allow Lu Yuchuan to approach. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ha retreated once more, causing Lu Yuchuan to miss her grasp. Lu Yuchuan fell to the ground, her clarity once again wavering. But she quickly stood, seizing Lu Ha with a speed that left him utterly defenseless. "Master, if you do not regain your senses, you will cease to be my master and become my woman instead." Lu Ha cried out, but at that moment, Lu Yuchuan was reduced to her most primal instincts. Completely unable to comprehend his words, Lu Ha struggled fiercely, attempting to push Lu Yuchuan away, yet her strength was overwhelming. His efforts were utterly futile. At last, Lu Ha chose to relinquish his struggle. Perhaps this was simply the fate that destiny had ordained. After a considerable time, Lu Yuchuan rose from the ground and tidied himself. Lu Ha curled into a ball, his hands covering his face, unable to turn and face Lu Yuchuan directly. Once Lu Yuchuan finished his preparations, he approached the lifeless body of Chen Lin and, with a single motion, cast it into the thunder bamboo. Under the relentless strike of lightning, Chen Lin's corpse swiftly transformed into charred remains. "Put on your clothes and let us depart." Lu Yuchuan glanced back at Lu Ha before making his way out. At that moment, Lu Ha finally lowered his hands, casting a glance at Lu Yuchuan's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. After gathering himself, Lu Ha was about to follow Lu Yuchuan when he inadvertently spotted a fragment of thunder bamboo lying on the ground. Without further thought, he swiftly picked it up and planted it within the infinite celestial pearl. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the boundary. Lu Yuchuan opened a passage for Lu Ha to exit. Once Lu Ha stepped beyond the boundary, he did not wait for Lu Yuchuan, but instead, with a heart full of turmoil, hurried back to his room in the courtyard. Alas, Lu Yuchuan watched the flustered Lu Ha, shaking his head with a sigh. In truth, she had also been forcing herself to maintain composure moments earlier. Given the gravity of the situation, how could Lu Yuchuan remain calm? The nature of their relationship had shifted significantly, and she was uncertain of what to say to Lu Ha or how to engage in a natural conversation. Lu Yuchuan's heart was also in disarray. However, as a mentor, she could not afford to be more unsettled than her disciple. Upon returning to her room in the courtyard, Lu Ha dove beneath the covers, shrouding his head with the blanket, his mind racing with anxious murmurs. "What should I do? What should I do? Will she still be my master after this? After what we have done, must I marry her? When we meet again, how will I speak to her? If we truly marry in the future, what if she bullies me? She is so formidable. If I provoke her, could it lead to my demise?" After a torrent of frantic thoughts, Lu Ha finally managed to calm himself and lifted the blanket from his head. "It matters not. What has transpired has already occurred. In the future, if she is willing to be my woman, I shall marry her. If she is not, I shall consider this merely a dream. When I awaken from this dream, nothing will have happened. Lu Ha consoled himself with this resolution, devising a means to cope. Meanwhile, Chen Lin lay dead in the Thunder Bamboo Forbidden Grounds. The guardians of the Soul Stone within the Divine Thunder sect soon discovered the shattered Soul Stone of Chen Lin. However, after a thorough search throughout the sect, Chen Lin's body remained elusive. The Guardian reported the matter to the Grand Elder of the Divine Thunder sect, He Yuyi. Upon learning of the situation, He Yuyi pondered deeply. Furrowing her brow as she instructed the messenger to withdraw and commanded that no further inquiries be made regarding Chen Lin's affairs. Sect Master, I suspect that Chen Lin perished in the Forbidden Grounds. He Yuyi approached the sect master, He Bi1, to inform her of Chen Lin's demise. You may leave for now. Upon receiving the news of Chen Lin's death, He Bi1's expression remained inscrutable. Understood, sect master. He Yuyi could not fathom what thoughts occupied He Bi1's mind. Complying with her directive and departing, after He Yuyi left, He Bi1 immediately soared toward the Thunder Bamboo Forbidden Grounds. Arriving before the Thunder Bamboo, upon witnessing the charred remains scattered among the bamboo grove, the remnants of torn fabric on the ground, and the pits left by uprooted bamboo, she quickly comprehended the situation. After all these years, they remain undeterred. They deserve to perish, He Bi1 cursed under her breath. Waving her hand to disperse Chen Lin's remains into dust before departing the Forbidden Grounds. Chapter 75, Acceptance. Days passed, and Lu Ha had managed to regain his composure, finally stepping outside his room for the first time. Coincidentally, Lu Yuchuan happened to pass by. Master, Lu Ha exclaimed in fright, hastily lowering his head and retreating. Bowing to Lu Yuchuan, we are currently engaged in discussions regarding the competition. It is best not to leave the courtyard for the next few days and to focus on your cultivation. Lu Yuchuan observed Lu He's demeanor, feeling a pang of discomfort within. She could only admonish Lu Ha in the tone of a mentor. Yes, master, I will cultivate diligently, Lu Ha promptly replied and turned to re-enter his room. Swiftly closing the door behind him, alas, Lu Yuchuan sighed once more, contemplating that perhaps it would take time to mend the rift between them. A few more days passed, and the sect leader overseeing the ranking competition arranged the contest's procedures, which bore little alteration from previous years. The competition was divided into 4 rounds, the first round for those at the Foundation Establishment stage, the second for those at the Golden Core stage, the third for those at the Nascent Soul stage. The final round would be a free-for-all, where each participating sect would send forth 2 cultivators from the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages to engage in combat. For the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core rounds, each sect would dispatch 5 individuals. Victory would yield 1 point, while a tie would grant each side 1 point. In the Nascent Soul round, each sect would send forth 2 participants, with the victor earning 2 points. As for the final free-for-all, points would be awarded in accordance with finishing positions, 20 points for first place, 18 for second, and so forth, diminishing in value thereafter. Once the competition procedures were established, the Divine Thunder sect informed all participating sections. Lu Ha, who had been isolating himself in his room to cultivate, remained unaware of the competition's rules, ever since he had attempted to step outside, only to retreat upon encountering Lu Yuchuan. He had not ventured out again. Uncertain of what to do outside and apprehensive of another encounter with Lu Yuchuan, he chose to remain indoors. However, as a contestant representing Danxia sect, Lu Ha could not afford to remain oblivious to the competition's procedures. Coincidentally, the one tasked with informing Lu Ha of the rules was Lu Yuchuan. The previous afternoon, Lu Yuchuan received the news but had not yet formulated a plan for how to approach Lu Ha. After a night of contemplation, Lu Yuchuan resolved that no matter how awkward the situation might become, they could not avoid meeting in the future. Thus, this morning, appearing composed, Lu Yuchuan approached Lu He's door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Ha, I have matters to discuss with you. May I enter? Lu Yuchuan hesitated before refraining from barging in, instead showing respect for Lu Ha by knocking and inquiring, Master, I am in the midst of cultivation. Please state your business. Upon hearing Lu Yuchuan's voice, Lu Ha felt a surge of panic. He thought to himself, why has Lu Yuchuan returned? How should I address her? Lu Ha, do you intend to avoid seeing me from now on? Lu Yuchuan's question bore a hint of irritation. As a woman, she had taken the initiative to seek him out without concern. Why could Lu Ha, as a man, not adopt a more carefree attitude? No, Lu Ha, flustered, stood up to open the door, but upon reaching it, he hesitated, withdrawing his hand in inner conflict. After a few breaths, Lu Yuchuan, observing Lu Ha's indecision, felt her frustration mount and forcefully pushed the door open. Stepping inside, she turned to close the door behind her and fixed her gaze upon Lu Ha. Unable to withstand her penetrating stare, Lu Ha retreated a couple of steps, lowering his head, too timid to speak. Luha, does the fact that we have become intimate make you so uncomfortable? Do you believe it to be embarrassing? Lu Yuchuan scrutinized him for a few breaths before asking sternly, "No, master, I do not think that way. I simply do not know how to confront this matter." Luha spoke while keeping his head bowed, still too shy to meet Lu Yuchuan's gaze. "You are my master, and I am your disciple. What we have done defies convention, and I am filled with trepidation," Luha added meekly. Once he finished speaking, Lu Yuchuan was infuriated, taking a deep breath. In terms of losses, the repercussions of their intimacy weighed heavier on her. Moreover, previously at Qingshan Pavilion, Luha had seen her in her entirety. Coupled with what had transpired days ago, she had chosen not to dwell on it or take offense, yet he had the audacity to utter such words. Offering useless excuses. "Very well, let me now make you feel the nature of our relationship." Lu Yuchuan, exasperated, embraced Lu Ha and kissed him forcefully. Lu Ha struggled momentarily, but Lu Yuchuan's arms held him firmly, rendering him unable to break free. After a while, Lu Yuchuan straightened her attire and looked at Lu Ha, saying, "Do you now still remain unclear about our relationship?" "Master, I understand now. Regardless of our identities, you shall henceforth be my wife." Lu Ha thought to himself, with Lu Yuchuan so resolutely engaging in their marital affairs while in a clear state of mind, what more could he contemplate or concern himself with? Chapter 76. The competition begins. To think that I would become your wife. Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts." Lu Yuchuan tossed the clothing that lay on the table at Lu Ha. "Put it on, we have matters to discuss." Lu Yuchuan took a seat, awaiting Lu Ha. "Master, is it regarding the upcoming sect ranking?" Once Lu Ha had dressed, he approached Lu Yuchuan. "Indeed, this competition is different from previous ones. Some participants have come prepared, and over the years various sects have recruited formidable talents whose cultivation levels and strengths cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the capabilities of the major sects have diverged significantly. The competition's procedures and rules have been distributed to all sects." Lu Yuchuan then proceeded to relay the details of the competition to Lu Ha. "Therefore, during the contest, prioritize your safety. Losing is inconsequential, but it is imperative that you do not sustain injuries," Lu Yuchuan advised. Gazing intently at Lu Ha, "Understood, I shall heed my master's words." "Do I need to participate in the final free-for-all?" Lu Ha inquired, feeling that it was not a significant concern. "If one cannot prevail in the arena, it is prudent to concede defeat. No matter how significant any matter may be, it pales in comparison to the value of life, and Lu Ha is acutely aware of this, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Your participation is unnecessary." Lu Yuchuan is well acquainted with the individuals representing the Dansha sect. During the chaotic skirmish, alternative candidates will suffice, and Lu Ha will not be called upon. However, he must still take to the stage for the Foundation establishment trials. After a thorough discussion between master and disciple, Lu Yuchuan departed. 3 days later, all sects participating in the ranking competition gathered in the square outside the Great Hall of the Divine Thunder sect. The various sect masters stood before their numerous disciples, aligned according to their previous rankings. Finally, He Bihuan, the master of the Divine Thunder sect, announced the regulations for this competition. Among the crowd, Lu Ha only discerned the stipulations regarding victory. There were 3 criteria: first, if the opponent voluntarily concedes; second, if one is knocked off the stage; and third, if one incapacitates the opponent. The last criterion bore another interpretation: death to the opponent. Lu Ha finally comprehended why Lu Yuchuan had urged him to prioritize his own safety. The outcome of the contest was of minimal importance. Once He Bihuan concluded the announcement, the sect ranking competition officially commenced. The Foundation establishment trials began first, with participants drawing lots to determine their opponents. After a day of competition among the Foundation establishment cultivators, the Golden Core participants would proceed to draw lots. The following day would see the Golden Core trials, followed by the drawing for the nascent soul phase. Before the final chaotic battle, there would be a day of rest, culminating in the determination of the sect rankings. Subsequently, the participants lined up before the pre-prepared drawing box, each hoping to avoid the misfortune of drawing fellow sect members. However, with several hundred participants in the Foundation establishment trials, the likelihood of drawing a sect mate was exceedingly slim. When it was Lu Hai's turn, he drew number 21 according to the rules. His opponent was number 22. "How many did you draw?" Lu Yuchuan inquired as he approached Lu Ha, who had just completed his draw. "Master, I drew number 21. My opponent is number 22, though I do not know who it is." Lu Ha responded, handing the slip to Lu Yuchuan. "Regardless of who it may be, prioritize your safety and strive to avoid injury. Go ahead and register," Lu Yuchuan advised after glancing at the slip. Nodding in acknowledgement. Until the list was published, no one knew who their opponents were. The following morning, all gathered once more in the square outside the Great Hall, where the combatants' list was revealed. Many searched for their opponents on the list. And the square now featured 5 massive arenas. Once everyone had assembled, Ibihuan signaled to Hiyui, who then commanded the commencement of the trials. The first to compete were those who had drawn numbers 1 through 10. The first contestant was from the King Kong sect, while the second hailed from the Beastmaster Valley. The spectators were taken aback by the intensity of the first match in the arena. Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan exchanged fleeting glances at the competitors in the various arenas. Aside from the bout between the first and second contestants, the rest were rather lackluster. Lu Yuchuan perused the announced matchups without much interest. "Master, my opponent is Qi Shaojiang from the TNS sect. Have you heard of him?" Lu Ha inquired, unperturbed by the battles unfolding around him. He was far more concerned about his own adversary, a TNS sect. A rather minor sect, if I recall correctly, with fewer than 100 members in total. Their sect master and elder are merely at the early nascent soul stage. As for Qi Shaojiang, I would wager he is at best a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Yuchuan pondered before recalling the sect. Is that so? Then I shall not worry. With Lu Yuchuan's reassurance, Lu Ha felt a surge of confidence. How formidable could a sect so weak be in the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 77, Immersion. Lu Ha, having drawn number 21, soon found himself summoned to the arena. Upon arrival, he beheld Qi Shaojiang of the Tianhe sect, a middle-aged man whose cultivation was disappointingly at the early foundation establishment stage, slightly below Lu Yuchuan's expectations. Tianhe sect, Qi Shaojiang. Qi Shaojiang introduced himself with a bow upon seeing his opponent. Danxia sect, Lu Ha replied, bowing in return. Let us begin. Lu Ha was eager to conclude the match swiftly, drawing forth his purple gold sword. Qi Shaojiang, too, sought to expedite the battle, brandishing his blade. Despite facing an opponent of inferior cultivation, Lu Ha remained vigilant, employing the combat strategy he had devised earlier. Several wind spirit blades materialized in his hand. Launching towards Qi Shaojiang, utilizing his agility, Qi Shaojiang dodged each one, wielding his sword to strike at Lu Ha. Having undergone rigorous practical training under Lu Yuchuan, Lu Ha's combat skills had significantly improved. As Qi Shaojiang descended with his blade, Lu Ha executed a sweeping motion, unleashing a crescent-shaped surge of spiritual energy directed at Qi Shaojiang, who had yet to touch the ground. Seizing the moment, Lu Ha followed up with another wind spirit blade. Qi Shaojiang, now airborne and facing Lu Ha's attack, executed an urgent maneuver to evade, landing on the ground. However, his new position was precisely where Lu Ha's wind spirit blade was aimed. Startled, Qi Shaojiang's pupils dilated as he raised his sword to block the attack, only to find himself forced backward by the sheer force of the wind spirit blade. As he regained his footing, he discovered a purple sword resting upon his shoulder. The Danxia sect truly lives up to its reputation, I concede. Qi Shaojiang sighed, realizing that his chances of victory against a member of the Danxia sect were virtually non-existent. Indeed, the reality proved him right. Thank you for the match, Lu Ha replied with a slight smile, sheathing his purple gold sword and stepping down from the arena. The officiant promptly announced Lu Ha's victory as number 21. Upon descending, Lu Ha approached Lu Yuchuan. Master, how did I perform? Lu Ha asked, a beaming smile adorning his face, eager for praise. Quite well, you defeated your opponent in mere moments. The only drawback was that it lacked a certain decisiveness. When Qi Shaojiang attacked, you should have utilized your wind spirit blades instead of relying solely on spiritual energy. Had you sealed off his movements with several wind spirit blades while simultaneously closing in for an attack, he would have been instantly defeated. Lu Yuchuan provided constructive criticism regarding Lu Ha's performance. Understood, master, I shall remember that, Lu Ha acknowledged, reflecting on Lu Yuchuan's insights, recognizing the need for improvement. In the next moment, Lu Ha glanced around, subtly placing his hand at Lu Yuchuan's waist. What are you doing? Are you seeking death in front of so many people? Lu Yuchuan's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated Lu Ha's audacity. How had she overlooked such boldness in her disciple before? Master, everyone is merely spectating, the competition lacks excitement. Shall we return? Lu Ha suggested with a mischievous grin. Very well, let us depart, Lu Yuchuan conceded, and together they discreetly slipped away from the crowd. Retreating to Lu Yuchuan's quarters, after an extended period, Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha found themselves entwined, sharing whispers meant solely for their ears. Outside, in the square before the Great Hall of the Divine Thunder sect, Lu Lian and Shan Hezi continued to observe the matches. As they watched the various sects compete, Lu Lian felt that the strength of the foundation establishment cultivators was overwhelmingly one-sided in this ranking competition. The top 10 sects demonstrated a stark dominance over those ranked lower. Senior brother, I shall seek out junior sister to discuss our forthcoming matches, Lu Lian declared, no longer inclined to watch the competitions. Go ahead, and do your utmost to maintain our original ranking. Shan Hezi nodded in agreement, permitting Lu Lian to leave. While Lu Lian may have found the contests lacking in intrigue, Shan Hezi perceived their significance. The Foundation establishment trials served as a mere appetizer, showcasing the developmental status of each sect. Given the current circumstances, it appeared increasingly challenging for the Danxia sect to secure their fourth position. After departing, Lu Lian searched the crowd for Lu Yuchuan but failed to locate her. He thus returned to the compound of the Danxia sect. As he approached Lu Yuchuan's door, he overheard hushed voices from within. Lu Lian stifled his presence, straining to listen. A knowing smile crept across his face as he quietly departed, leaving Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan blissfully immersed in their own world, unaware of his presence. Chapter 78. A swift victory. In the evening, Lu Ha stealthily exited Lu Yuchuan's room, returning to his own quarters. Closing the door, he felt his heart racing, exhilarated by the thrill of the day. Having never engaged in such audacious behavior before, he found the experience utterly exhilarating. From that morning until dusk, Lu Ha had indulged in a series of unimaginable events. Moreover, he had not anticipated his master's openness and prowess. Slowly making his way to his bed, he reclined, contemplating that his earlier thoughts had been entirely valid. If he wished to cultivate a life alongside Lu Yuchuan, he must bolster his own cultivation, which remained a significant shortcoming. Resolute in this understanding, Lu Ha sprang to his feet, retrieving a spirit energy pill from his storage ring to begin his cultivation. The following morning, Lu Ha persisted in his training, unwavering in his dedication. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Ha, I am entering. Lu Yuchuan's voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of the door opening. Master, Lu Ha exclaimed, rising quickly, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. I bear unfortunate news. Lu Yuchuan's brow furrowed as she continued speaking. As disciples in the Foundation establishment stage of Danxia sect, 3 among us have sustained grievous injuries. Sun Kai, Luo Peihuan, and Zhong Xuanjie are all heavily wounded and unable to continue fighting, leaving only Luo Jing and yourself. Lu Yuchuan has informed Lu Ha of the sects responsible for the injuries inflicted upon the 3. Zhong Xuanjie encountered members of the Diamond sect and had little strength left to retaliate. Sun Kai and Luo Peihuan's adversaries suffered mutual wounds. Among our companions, we have merely 5 in the Foundation establishment stage, 5 in the Qi refinement stage, 10 in the Golden Core stage, and 2 attendants. The rest are all in the nascent soul stage, hence, you cannot abstain from the impending chaos. Lu Yuchuan gazed at Lu Ha. This was not favorable news for him. Master, how could this happen? After Lu Yuchuan finished speaking, Lu Ha pondered whether the changes were too drastic. According to the sect leader's initial estimation, those in the Foundation establishment stage were not expected to suffer injuries, while those in the Golden Core stage had a higher likelihood of being harmed. Thus 5 were summoned from the Foundation establishment stage, while 10 were called from the Golden Core stage. However, plans often falter against the will of heaven, and now all eyes are on you. Very well. Master, I shall give my all. With no other recourse, Lu Ha reluctantly prepared to take the field. Perhaps he was not as inadequate as he had imagined. Lu Yuchuan, observing Lu Ha's expression, discerned his intentions and chose not to elaborate further. Today marked the Golden Core competition, and she intended to witness it. Lu Ha spent the day refining his skills in his chamber, and by the end of the day, the Golden Core competition had concluded. Tomorrow would usher in the nascent soul competition. Early the next morning, Lu Ha stood outside Lu Yuchuan's room, awaiting her arrival. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuchuan emerged, having altered her usual attire to don a striking black ensemble. Appearing cool and poised before Lu Ha, let us go. Lu Yuchuan led the way, with Lu Ha cheerfully following in her wake. Like Lu Ha, Lu Yuchuan proceeded to the competition arena according to the number she had drawn. Attentively observing each bout, junior sister, what are your thoughts? At that moment, Lu Lian approached Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha, inquiring with a smile. The nascent soul participants are quite a few, and for newcomers aspiring to ascend to the nascent soul stage and take the arena, it is no easy feat. As long as I do not encounter those few individuals, I am confident of victory. Lu Yuchuan did not spare Lu Lian a glance. Her focus remained fixed on the stage. Junior sister, you possess great ambition. It seems the joyous days of late have imparted much wisdom upon you. For the future of Danxia sect, let us strive together. Lu Lian maintained his smile, yet his words carried an underlying implication as he departed. Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan exchanged glances, then turned towards the direction Lu Lian had left, both speculating whether Lu Lian had uncovered something. In this setting, the two could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The strength of those in the nascent soul stage is formidable. When matched evenly, they can engage in a lengthy duel, yet any misstep could lead to defeat, should there be even a slight disparity in power. Victory would come swiftly, thus, the duration of the nascent soul matches is notably shorter than that of the Foundation establishment in Golden Core bouts. Soon, it was Lu Yuchuan's turn to compete. Master, go forth and triumph over them, Lu He cheered Lu Yuchuan on. Indeed, Lu Yuchuan glanced back with a smile, responding softly. That smile instantly set Lu He's heart aflutter, filled with unbidden thoughts. I must not think of this now. This is not the time. Lu He slapped himself to regain his composure. Clad in black, Lu Yuchuan leaped onto the stage, her hands summoning the Qian Kuan staff into her grasp. The Qian Kuan staff. Lu Yuchuan's opponent was taken aback and quickly introduced himself. Elder Lu, I am Wei Yuchen from the Xuanqing sect. At the late stage of the nascent soul, the Wei Yuchen was unfamiliar with Lu Yuchuan. He knew of Elder Lu of Danxia sect, who wielded the Qian Kuan staff and had vanquished many in the mid-nascent soul stage. Even several in the late nascent soul stage were not her match. Wei Yuchen could hardly fathom that his opponent, Lu Yuchuan, was indeed the esteemed Elder Lu of Danxia sect. Lu Yuchuan, mid-nascent soul, acknowledging the reality, Lu Yuchuan would not let her sect's honor be tarnished. Please show mercy, Elder Lu. Wei Yuchen clasped his hands, bowing again, revealing his weapon, the Star Sword. As he advanced towards Lu Yuchuan twirled the staff, sweeping it horizontally to deflect Wei Yuchen's sword, causing him to stagger back several dozen steps. Moreover, one edge of Wei Yuchen's prized Star Sword bore a dent from the impact of the Qian Kuan staff. I concede, Wei Yuchen declared before Lu Yuchuan could launch an assault. Such a formidable opponent, he realized he was no match. Should he inadvertently suffer defeat, his path of cultivation would be irrevocably shattered. Such a fate was not worth risking. With Wei Yuchen's concession, Lu Yuchuan offered no further words and gracefully exited the stage. The officiating disciple from the Xunlei sect was momentarily stunned, realizing that the nascent soul matches could conclude in such a manner. Chapter 79, The Entanglement of Master and Disciple. Master, how magnificent! The moment Lu Yuchuan descended from the stage, Lu He rushed forward, exclaiming joyfully, "Do not be overly jubilant. The opponents faced thus far are merely common nascent soul practitioners. In the ensuing chaos, those nascent soul cultivators will prove to be the true powerhouses, particularly the members of the Diamond sect." Lu Yuchuan cast a slight glance of exasperation at Lu He. Feeling that winning against someone unheard of was hardly a cause for celebration. You speak wisely, Master. Since your match has concluded, shall we return to rest and prepare for tomorrow's tumult? Lu He proposed earnestly. However, to Lu Yuchuan these words took on a different connotation. Very well, let us return and rest. Upon arriving at their quarters, Lu He intended to retreat to his own room to prepare for the upcoming battles, but was abruptly pulled into Lu Yuchuan's chamber. Ah, Master Hu! At that moment, Lu He understood what Lu Yuchuan meant by resting. Following their intimate exchange, Lu Yuchuan reclined against Lu He's arm. Lu He, do you recall what Lu Lian said at the edge of the stage just now? Does he know something? Once the business at hand was concluded, Lu Yuchuan recalled that moment. Indeed, Master, I have been pondering the same thing. Otherwise, why would he speak in such a cryptic manner? Prompted by Lu Yuchuan, Lu He immediately remembered and concurred. Master, what kind of person is Elder Lu Lian? Lu He turned to Lu Yuchuan, aware that while the structure of Danxia sect was not complex, its members were anything but simple. Lu Lian had always struck him as a kind and gentle elder. My exchanges with Hui have been limited. I only know that Hui and Lu Lian do not see eye to eye. I have been somewhat closer to Lu Lian. This is why before our departure Lu Lian sought to win me over with elixirs. Though Hui oversees the discipline hall, he is generally amiable. However, he harbors a touch of pettiness. Should anyone offend him, he will seek retribution. I have interacted more with Lu Lian, and I find his thoughts to be quite profound and inscrutable. He appears indifferent to most matters and has no real authority, merely overseeing the transmission of teachings within the sect. Yet, I always sense that Lu Lian is more formidable than Hui. Lu Yuchuan reflected on past events, analyzing the personalities of the two. Master, I believe that since Lu Lian is such a person, it is highly likely he has already discerned our situation. His silence now may merely be a means to retain leverage for future use. Lu He considered carefully. Given Lu Lian's depth of thought, he was unlikely to be overt. He would always keep a backup plan. For instance, after Shan Hezi ascends, Lu Lian and Hui will vie for the position of sect leader. While it may appear that Hui holds the upper hand, the reality is not as it seems. Lu Lian is not in a disadvantageous position. Therefore, Lu has speculated that Lu Lian most likely knew about his and Lu Yuchuan's relationship. Lu He, once the sect leader ascends, we may find ourselves in grave trouble. Combining his conjectures with the personalities of the two, Lu Yuchuan sensed an impending storm. Master, whom do you think would be more suitable for the position of sect leader? Lu Yuchuan, as the fourth elder, held a degree of influence within Danxia's sect, making her stance a significant asset. If Lu Lian were destined to be an adversary, then Hui would be the only choice. Should Hui ascend, the sect's demeanor may become more oppressive, while Lu Lian's leadership might foster greater harmony. After contemplating, Lu Yuchuan spoke to Lu Ha. However, I still prefer Lu Lian to become the sect leader. On the condition that he remains unaware of our affair, Lu Yuchuan felt torn, uncertain how to decide. Master, perhaps we should wait until the sect rankings conclude before discussing this further. What do you think? Lu Ha recognized that it was impossible for Lu Yuchuan to reach a clear conclusion at that moment, yet, he was acutely aware that whoever obstructed his path would face his relentless retribution. Chapter 80, The Commencement of Chaos. The nascent soul matches consumed an entire day. Once the matches concluded, the results of the previous 3 rounds were revealed. The foremost sect was the formidable Diamond sect, whose members achieved near-total victory, suffering only a single defeat in the Foundation establishment stage, amassing a total score of 13 points. Following them was the Sword Pavilion with 12 points, and in third place was the Xunlei sect with 10 points. Danxia sect ranked 4th, trailing Xunlei sect with a total of 9 points, tied with Beastmaster Valley, which also secured 9 points. The remaining sects ranked below, accumulating scores predominantly under 9 points. Or rather, the sects ranked after the Beastmaster Valley are unable to compare in strength with the preceding few sects. According to the competition rules, after a day's rest, a grand melee will take place at the summit of Thunder God Mountain. In truth, this day of respite serves not only to allow those in the nascent soul stage to recuperate but also provides various sects an opportunity to deliberate on whether to withdraw from the fray. Some sects, with a significant disparity in scores, have virtually no chance of success. Those who have fortuitously garnered a few points but lack sufficient strength will merely serve as embellishments in the battle. In fact, they may even face total annihilation in the chaos due to their inadequacy. When the day of rest concludes, only 9 sects remain to participate in the melee aside from the top 5, Vajra sect, Sword Pavilion, Divine Thunder sect, Danxia sect, and Beastmaster Valley. There are also Chengtian sect, Tianluan Pavilion, Hanxue Palace, and Zhuling sect. On that morning, disciples from various sects arrived in succession at the summit of Thunder God Mountain to observe the battle. Those who would participate in the melee stood before their respective sect members awaiting the commencement of the final contest. Lu Ha stood beside Lu Yuchuan observing the participants in the melee, paying particular attention to those who appeared somewhat unique. He inquired of Lu Yuchuan about their identities and strengths. Most of these individuals exuded an aura beyond that of ordinary cultivators, and caution was imperative during the upcoming melee, once all were assembled. He Yudi, with Hebiawan's consent, soared into the air and surveyed the crowd below. Esteemed friends, our previous 3 rounds of competition have concluded, and the results have been fully disclosed. Today, we shall engage in the final melee contest to determine the ultimate rankings of the sects. A total of 9 sects will participate in the melee: Vajra sect, Sword Pavilion, Divine Thunder sect, Danxia sect, Beastmaster Valley, Chengtian sect, Tianluan Pavilion, Hanxue Palace, and Zhuling sect. Now, I kindly request all observing friends to step back from the light barrier, allowing space for the melee contest. As Yudi's voice faded, a circle of light barriers materialized at the summit, delineating a space for the contest. The spectators promptly retreated beyond the confines of the light barrier, leaving the combatants within. Once the participants and non-participants were separated, 100 disciples from the Divine Thunder sect emerged, encircling the outer edge of the light barrier. These individuals were tasked with recording the departing participants from the light barrier. Upon noticing the preparations for the contest were complete, Hiyudi issued a resounding command. The melee begins. Hiyudi exited the light barrier and approached Hebiwan. Yuyi, what are your thoughts on the rankings of the sects this time? Hebiwan inquired, her gaze fixed on the individuals within the light barrier. Sovereign, I dare not speculate until the results are revealed. Hiyudi responded cautiously, refraining from expressing her opinion. You are always so careful. Everyone's attention is focused on the melee, and no one will notice you. I shall not reproach you. Speak boldly, Hebiwan replied with a slight smile, tinged with reproach. Yes, Sovereign, I shall speak candidly based on the current situation. I believe the rankings of Vajra sect and Sword Pavilion will remain unchanged. However, the standings of Danxia sect, Beastmaster Valley, and our Divine Thunder sect may see some fluctuations. I hope the Sovereign will not take offense. This is merely my humble perspective. Hiyuyi promptly acknowledged her misgivings. Indeed, our Divine Thunder sect has lost too many points previously, which is detrimental to us. To improve our ranking, we can only rely on this melee. He Bihuan bore no intention of chastising He Yuyi, as her words were merely the truth. The Beastmaster Valley has expanded aggressively in recent years, acting without a shred of restraint, yet their fade is but a hollow display. And there is no need for concern. Conversely, Danxia sect has remained quiet, composed, and low profile, steadily accumulating strength, thus requiring caution in our dealings with them. As for Vajra sect and Sword Pavilion, they are merely exhausting the foundations they built in previous years. Posing little threat, after concluding her remarks, He Bihuan cast a glance at the distant Shan Heezy. All along, He Bihuan found Shan Heezy to be inscrutable, instilling a sense of trepidation even in her as an outsider. What you say is true, He Yuyi promptly replied, not daring to question He Bihuan's words. Chapter 81, Release me, Master Uncle. While He Bihuan and He Yuyi were conversing, the melee below had swiftly commenced. Those in the nascent soul stage took to the skies to battle. Were they to engage on the ground or at mid-air, the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators would likely be rendered obsolete and eliminated immediately. Therefore, to temporarily leave the battlefield for others, the nascent soul cultivators ascended into the heights. With the departure of the nascent soul cultivators, the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators quickly engaged in fierce combat on the ground or at mid-altitude. Prior to joining the fray, Lu Yuchuan had specifically instructed Lu Ha to protect himself and to retreat from the battle if necessary, asserting that conceding would not bring shame. Lu Ha, heeding Lu Yuchuan's advice, intended to safeguard himself, yet he also held his own aspirations. This grand contest was a rare opportunity, and the likelihood of future participation remained uncertain. To concede at this moment seemed a waste. Thus Lu He's intention was to at least take one or two opponents down with him if he were to concede. Amidst the ongoing melee, the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators continued their fierce exchanges. Each seeking their opponents, they were not to be underestimated. Their thoughts mirrored Lu He's, believing that even in defeat, they should take one or two adversaries with them. Lu He's first opponent turned out to be a cultivator from Vajra sect. The opponent was tall and robust, towering over Lu Ha, who had to tilt his head to gaze up at him. The aura emanating from him was one of golden spiritual power. Lu Ha immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. A Golden Core cultivator. Good heavens! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ha activated his spiritual energy and unleashed the Wind Hate Leg technique. Wishing he could run on 4 legs, the Golden Core cultivator from Vajra sect would be a match for 10 of him. Truly useless, the Golden Core cultivator from Vajra sect scoffed disdainfully and promptly sought another opponent. Just as Lu Ha evaded his adversary, he encountered another opponent. This one had an eagle perched on his shoulder. It was a second-tier spiritual beast, the Swift Eagle. The Swift Eagle was exceptionally fast in flight, its claws remarkably sharp. Should they strike, they would surely rend flesh. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was roughly on par with Lu Ha's. And having no favorable impression of Beastmaster Valley, Lu Ha unreservedly unleashed a Wind God Blade at the Swift Eagle. Dare to harm my treasure, you seek death. The disciple of Beastmaster Valley, incensed by Lu He's unprovoked aggression against his pet, retaliated angrily. With a tremor of his shoulder, the disciple sent the Swift Eagle soaring upward, evading Lu He's Wind God Blade, while he himself charged toward Lu Ha. Lu Ha felt no fear, gripping his purple gold sword. He met the charge head-on. Coincidentally, the Wind God Blade, which had missed the Swift Eagle, struck another person. The disciple of Sword Pavilion was the unfortunate recipient of Lu He's missed attack, as a result of Lu He's errant Wind God Blade. The Sword Pavilion disciple was caught off guard and severely injured, unable to continue fighting. Despicable, an ambush. The Sword Pavilion disciple's mouth slowly bled as he helplessly retreated from the battlefield. From Hanxue Palace, Zhou Shuoyan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. The one who had been engaged with the Sword Pavilion disciple was a female disciple from Hanxue Palace, Zhou Shuoyan. Initially, she was on the verge of being gravely injured and defeated by the Sword Pavilion disciple. But unexpectedly, someone had come to her aid at this critical moment. Lu Ha, however, was too preoccupied with his battle against the disciple of Beastmaster Valley to pay any heed to her gratitude. Having to fend off the Swift Eagle's ambush as well, seeing Lu Han embroiled in a fierce struggle, Zhou Shuoyan discerned from his swordplay that he was a disciple of Danxia sect. She also recognized that the individual battling against the disciple of Danxia sect was a cultivator from Beastmaster Valley. Apart from the 3 major sects, all other sects harbored disdain for Beastmaster Valley's conduct, holding them in contempt. Hence Zhou Shuoyan joined the fray, reasoning that since Hanxue Palace could not compete with Danxia sect, she might as well lend a hand to the disciple of Danxia sect and teach the disciple of Beastmaster Valley a lesson. Subsequently, the disciple of Beastmaster Valley found himself outnumbered, yet with the assistance of the Swift Eagle, which intermittently harassed and ambushed the two, he managed to hold his ground against Lu Ha and Zhou Shuoyan. Lu Ha felt puzzled by the sudden appearance of the woman, yet he quickly dismissed such thoughts, reasoning that as long as they could defeat the disciple of Beastmaster Valley, it mattered not who the ally was. "You take care of the Swift Eagle, leave the person to me," Lu Ha bellowed. Ice mist. Zhou Shuoyan immediately understood, unleashing a wave of frigid spiritual energy that coalesced into a mist, enveloping the Swift Eagle within. The Swift Eagle trembled in the icy fog, barely managing to maintain flight. Rendered incapable of assisting the disciple of Beastmaster Valley, Zhou Shuoyan leaped from her position, forming 3 ice needles in her hand, which she launched at the Swift Eagle, sealing off its escape routes. The Swift Eagle, with no choice but to flee in the remaining direction, was promptly pierced in the chest by Zhou Shuoyan's blade, meeting its demise. Meanwhile, on the ground, the disciple of Beastmaster Valley found himself at a disadvantage without the aid of the Swift Eagle. Lu Ha seized the opportunity, employing the Wuji sword to launch a fierce assault against the disciple. After more than 10 strikes, the disciple of Beastmaster Valley fell to Lu He's purple gold sword, his throat slit open, and he perished. Zhou Shuoyan, having dealt with the Swift Eagle, approached Lu Ha from Hanxue Palace. "I am Zhou Shuoyan. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance earlier." Zhou Shuoyan quickly bowed in gratitude. "No need for thanks," Lu Ha replied. "I am Lu Ha, a disciple of Danxia sect." Lu Ha soon realized that his wind god blade had inadvertently aided Zhou Shuoyan. "Lu, senior brother, amidst the chaos of the melee, danger lurks everywhere. A single misstep could lead to defeat or even death." Perceiving my abilities to be rather modest, I noticed Zhou Shuoyan casting a glance at the fallen disciple of the Beastmaster Valley. Then hesitating to speak, "Are you suggesting a collaboration?" Lu Ha instantly grasped Zhou Shuoyan's intention. "Indeed." Zhou Shuoyan smiled and nodded affirmatively. "That sounds splendid. Together, even if we do not eliminate others, we can ensure our own survival." Lu Ha considered this a commendable proposal, as the two could look out for one another, readily dealing with the other Foundation establishment cultivators without any issue. "Release my master." At that moment, Luo Jing's voice echoed from behind Lu Ha. Chapter 82. The contest situation. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Shuoyan initially thought there might be an ambush and swiftly prepared for battle. Misunderstanding. Lu Ha turned to see it was Luo Jing and quickly positioned himself between the two to halt the impending conflict. "Junior, I am currently discussing a partnership with Sister Zhou from the Cold Snow Palace, aiming to prolong our stay in this contest," Lu Ha hurriedly clarified. "Oh, is that so?" Luo Jing realized, pondering why he hadn't considered this earlier. It was regrettable that he had single-handedly defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator earlier. Had he known, he could have joined forces with Lu Ha, which would have been far more advantageous. "Then let us unite." Luo Jing observed the ongoing battles. Among the Foundation establishment cultivators, nearly all had been eliminated, leaving only the 3 of them and 4 others still engaged in combat. Most of the Golden Core experts were yet to conclude their skirmishes. The nascent soul practitioners soared too high for them to discern the nature of their battles, only catching glimpses of the radiant light they emitted. The trio then positioned themselves at the edge of the battleground. Spectating the clashes unfolding around them, they preferred to watch rather than engage, for the Foundation establishment cultivators had nearly all been eliminated, and those remaining were of a higher cultivation level. Recklessly joining the fray would lead to one of 2 fates: severe injury or death. Thus, it was far wiser to observe the ongoing battles. After a while, all Foundation establishment participants had been eliminated, leaving only Lu Ha, Zhou Shuoyan, and Luo Jing leisurely observing from the periphery, while the remaining Golden Core cultivators were too preoccupied with their battles to trouble them. The survivors had all endured exhausting fights, and engaging in a 3-on-1 conflict would yield uncertain outcomes. It would be a tragic irony to triumph over formidable opponents only to fall to 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus Lu Ha and his companions calmly witnessed the elimination of various cultivators. Ultimately, only 2 Golden Core practitioners remained in the contest. Judging by their attire in prior skirmishes, they belonged to the Diamond Sect and the Sword Pavilion. The aerial battles intensified, as the remaining factions of the nascent soul level had been eliminated. The Diamond Sect, Sword Pavilion, Divine Thunder Sect, Danxia Sect, and Beastmaster Valley. However, after prolonged combat, the nascent soul practitioners were significantly drained. And with the fights below concluded, they descended to the ground, only to find 3 Foundation establishment cultivators still present, leaving them in bewilderment. To their astonishment, the number of surviving Golden Core cultivators was outnumbered by the Foundation establishment ones. Truly a curious occurrence. Upon their descent, Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian approached Lu Ha and Luo Jing immediately, neglecting Zhou Zhuoyan entirely. Lu Ha, who is she? After ensuring Lu Ha's safety, Lu Yuchuan inquired, Master, she is Zhou Zhuoyan from the Cold Snow Palace. We have been supporting each other during the contest to reach this point, Lu Ha promptly explained, unaware of any underlying implications in Lu Yuchuan's words. Alright, stay vigilant and protect yourselves, senior brother, let us first locate the Beastmaster Valley's participants. Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly, realizing there was no time for further contemplation, then turned to Lu Lian. Agreed, let us eliminate Su Wenxiang first, and we can secure our rankings. Lu Lian concurred, with no thoughts of competing with the Diamond Sect. Sword Pavilion and Divine Thunder Sect. As their words fell, they immediately collaborated to attack Su Wenxiang. The Beastmaster Valley was left with only Su Wenxiang, as another nascent soul practitioner had already been eliminated. In an instant, Su Wenxiang faced the daunting challenge of battling two opponents. Seeing the others spring into action, the individuals from the Diamond Sect, Sword Pavilion, and Divine Thunder Sect promptly sought their respective adversaries and engaged in combat. The two remaining Golden Core practitioners exchanged glances, setting their sights on Lu Ha and his companions. It now was the battleground of the nascent soul practitioners. Not only were the Foundation establishment cultivators out of the equation, but even they, at the nascent soul level, were unable to intervene. Consequently, the two Golden Core cultivators decided to join forces to eliminate the three Foundation establishment practitioners, lest they be left to pick up the spoils in the end. Chapter 83, Double Elimination. Upon noticing the approach of the two Golden Core practitioners, Lu Ha and his companions heightened their vigilance and prepared for battle. Luo Shizizi, you should try to restrain one of them. I will withstand the other's assault. Sister Zhou, unleash your full strength to drive one of them out of the combat area. The trio, already positioned at the edge, was only a few steps from the boundary. If executed correctly, it was feasible to force the two Golden Core practitioners beyond the protective barrier. Luo Jing and Zhou Zhuoyan nodded in understanding, particularly Zhou Zhuoyan, who was the only remaining participant from the Cold Snow Palace within the barrier. If she could endure a bit longer, it might significantly elevate her sex ranking. As the two Golden Core practitioners closed in, they unleashed a fierce onslaught upon the trio, aiming to compel them to forfeit the contest. However, Lu Ha and his companions had already devised a strategy. As the two advanced, they deftly dispersed in opposite directions, Luo Jing veering one way, while Lu Ha and Zhou Zhuoyan took another. In doing so, the positions of the two Golden Core practitioners shifted closer to the barrier, while Lu Ha regained stability and immediately activated the Infinite True Body, gripping his sword with all his might and charging at one of the Golden Core cultivators. Zhou Zhuoyan, not far behind Lu Ha, swiftly gathered her spiritual energy. The Golden Core practitioner targeted by Lu Ha wore a disdainful smile as he regarded the approaching figure. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dares to challenge a Golden Core? How ludicrous! Louis's fierce strike was effortlessly blocked by the Golden Core practitioner. Just as he prepared to retaliate and subdue Lu Ha, a massive ice pillar rapidly grew larger in his view. Caught unawares, the Golden Core practitioner was struck by the ice pillar with tremendous force, causing him to stagger backward until he finally exited the protective barrier. Enraged, he glared at the barrier, stomping his feet in frustration. Yet feeling utterly powerless, meanwhile, Luo Jing was successfully restraining another Golden Core practitioner. Fortunately, he had focused on evasion rather than direct confrontation. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would have sustained severe injuries having dealt with one of the Golden Core practitioners. Lu Ha and Zhou Zhuoyan rushed to assist Luo Jing. They employed the same tactic as before. Lu Ha would engage in a direct confrontation to temporarily hold the Golden Core practitioner, while Zhou Zhuoyan would launch a full-scale attack to force him out of the barrier. The remaining Golden Core practitioner, having witnessed the prior expulsion of his comrade from the barrier, was already on high alert. When Lu Ha charged at him, he skillfully deflected Lu Ha's sword. Just as he did so, Zhou Zhuoyan's massive ice pillar hurtled toward him once again. The Golden Core practitioner chuckled, thinking he could easily dismiss this threat as well. With a swift motion, he unleashed a beam of sword energy that shattered the ice pillar into fragments, dispersing mist throughout the air and obscuring visibility. As he attempted to escape the foggy area, he suddenly found himself under attack by a glowing spiritual technique. Realizing the urgency, he quickly swung his sword to defend against it. At that moment, Luo Jing dashed toward him at full speed in an attempt to knock the Golden Core practitioner out of the barrier. However, the Golden Core practitioner was already aware of Luo Jing's approach and retaliated with a swift kick, sending Luo Jing flying. Yet, he soon felt another ice pillar barreling toward him from the front and quickly countered. What he failed to realize was that Lu Ha was right behind the ice pillar. As the Golden Core practitioner engaged with the ice pillar, Lu Ha ducked low and surged forward with all his might, although the Golden Core practitioner noticed Lu Ha charging at him. He was already committed to attacking the ice pillar and could not defend against both threats simultaneously. Thus, with a sense of bitter reluctance, the Golden Core practitioner was ultimately expelled from the barrier by Lu Ha's forceful advance. Chapter 84. The Elegant Gentleman. After successfully driving both Golden Core practitioners out of the barrier, Lu Ha and his companions promptly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The intensity of their earlier actions had been exhilarating. Although the duration of their skirmish with the Golden Core practitioners was brief, each of them had exerted their utmost effort, resulting in a significant depletion of their spiritual energy. The disparity in cultivation levels had been substantial. Without fully committing their strength, victory would have been unattainable. Engaging with Golden Core practitioners was an endeavor they would not have dared to contemplate at any other time. At the same time, the trio felt a sense of relief, recognizing that had the two Golden Core practitioners not underestimated them, they would likely have been the ones expelled from the barrier. Alright, now we shall await the conclusion of their battle. Lu Ha sat on the ground, observing the ongoing contest, particularly admiring Lu Yuchuan's form as he wielded the Qiankuan staff. Gratitude filled his heart. Thank you, both of you, had you not assisted me. The Cold Snow Palace might have been relegated to 9th place once more. At that moment Zhou Zhuoyan was overflowing with joy. Considering the present sect standings, the Cold Snow Palace could at least secure the 6th position. With such a ranking, the sect would surely experience tremendous growth before the next ranking event. Correspondingly, her contributions to the sect would earn her considerable rewards. No need for thanks, we simply aided one another. Luo Jing felt somewhat uneasy as Zhou Zhuoyan referred to Lu Ha as senior brother while also calling him senior brother, causing a potential hierarchy confusion. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, invite us to the Cold Snow Palace as guests in the future. Lu Ha smiled and remarked, I wonder how esteemed Zhuoyan's status is in the Hanxue Palace this week. If she is a disciple of someone of significance there, this matter could be considered a favor. He continued, well then, I shall extend a warm welcome to both of you brothers at Hanxue Palace. Here is my token. Upon your arrival, simply present it to the guard at the entrance. Upon hearing Lui's words, Zhou Zhuoyan felt that he was indeed correct. Thus, she retrieved a jade pendant from her storage ring and handed it to Lu Ha, the character Yan intricately engraved on its surface. Having received such substantial assistance, it was only right to express her gratitude. A token. A junior sister Zhou, are you affiliated with Hanxue Palace? Lu Ha began to inquire, but hesitated, recognizing it was inappropriate to pry into her circumstances. The palace master of Hanxue Palace is my father, Zhou Zhuoyan replied softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, I see. Lu Ha promptly tucked the jade pendant away. After some light banter, the three of them intently observed the battle at the nascent soul stage. As such opportunities were rare, Lu Ha gazed at Lu Yuchuan's grand and forceful assault, marveling at the sheer strength of his master in full swing. He pondered when he too might attain such power. Lu Yuchuan's opponent was Su Wenxiang, who was being overwhelmed by Lu Yuchuan's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Lu Lian was engaged in restraining Su Wenxiang's formidable pet, a 5th-tier spirit beast known as the Xidian Weasel. The Xidian Weasel moved with lightning speed and could unleash violet lightning, showcasing an impressive offensive prowess. It was precisely due to the Xidian Weasel's intervention that Lu Lian was unable to join forces with Lu Yuchuan, allowing Su Wenxiang to hold on until now. Had Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian teamed up, even two Su Wenqiangs would not suffice as adversaries, as Su Wenxiang continued to retreat in defeat. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed. At that moment, Lu Ha noticed a solitary figure remaining unengaged within the light barrier, a refined gentleman wielding an exquisitely adorned sword. He appeared as tranquil and gentle as his weapon, evoking no sense of hostility, yet, Lu Ha found it peculiar that the residual waves from the surrounding nascent soul battles did not reach this individual. He surmised that this person possessed extraordinary strength. Undoubtedly, he was the mightiest among them. Lu Ha etched the man's visage deeply into his memory, vowing to avoid provoking him should they cross paths in the future. Chapter 85. The 5th place of Hanxue Palace. The battle at the nascent soul stage raged on, with Su Wenxiang, the master of Beastmaster Valley, ultimately choosing to concede after enduring countless strikes from Lu Yuchuan. Realizing he could not best Lu Yuchuan with his Xidian Weasel restrained, he recognized that continuing would not only lead to his own severe injury but also risk the life of his pet. With no other option, Su Wenxiang retreated swiftly, casting a resentful glance at Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian before exiting the light barrier. With Su Wenxiang's surrender, only 5 sects remained in the fray. Zhou Zhuoyan, seated beside Lu He, beamed with joy, astonished that Hanxue Palace had managed to secure 5th place amidst the chaos, a stroke of serendipity. Initially pleased by Su Wenxiang's concession, Lu He was soon captivated by the previously silent refined gentleman who finally spoke. Elders Lu, your sect has performed exceptionally well in this ranking. Is Danxia sect aspiring for a top 3 position? Huang, the deputy master, inquired with a polite smile. Deputy Master Huang, Danxia sect does not presume to aim so high. We merely strive to do our best, Lu Lian and Lu Yuchuan quickly responded, showing the utmost respect. I do not seek to intimidate. I merely wish to understand your intentions, Huang continued. As you can see, my disciple is holding his own against 2 individuals from the Shintian sect's sword pavilion. Over yonder, Sun Lu from the Shintian sect had already sustained injuries, with another from the sword pavilion likewise wounded. In my assessment, while the sword pavilion may claim 2nd place, the 3rd position seems unattainable for the Shintian sect. Huang observed the 2 battlefields with a smile. Deputy Master speaks wisely. Lu Lian and Lu Yuchuan exchanged glances. Grasping Huang's implications, it was clear that Huang had no intention of joining the fray. He merely wished to engage in conversation. In that case, you may as well await the conclusion of their skirmish, he said with a meaningful tone. Subsequently, the 3 stood together, watching the unfolding clashes. Before long, Sun Lu from the Shintian sect, having sustained injuries, was compelled to concede and exited the combat zone. A late-stage nascent soul practitioner from the sword pavilion soon approached Huang, paying his respects before joining the spectators, refraining from further participation. Shortly thereafter, another nascent soul practitioner from the sword pavilion was also injured by Huang's disciple, leading to his withdrawal from the battle. Ultimately, Huang's disciple, along with the remaining nascent soul practitioner from the Shintian sect, ceased hostilities and flew toward Huang. Lu Bo pays respects to Deputy Master Huang. The remaining nascent soul cultivator from the Shintian sect greeted first. Indeed, the current situation is abundantly clear. The Jingang sect stands in 1st place, a consensus I trust all present would agree upon, Huang stated, and the assembly nodded in agreement without dissent. However, how shall we rank the 2nd and 3rd positions? Is it the Shintian sect, the sword pavilion, or Danxia sect that deserves the 2nd place? Huang continued. The sword pavilion. Several voices chimed in unison after a brief exchange of glances. Very well, the sword pavilion shall take 2nd place, and now for the 3rd, shall Danxia sect and the Shintian sect contend for it? Huang asked, a playful smile gracing his features as he looked at Lu Bo. Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian agreed. Let us compete, Lu Bo thought to himself. Conceding the 1st and 2nd spots was acceptable, but relinquishing 3rd place would be too humiliating for the Shintian sect. We also consent to the contest. Lu Lian promptly replied. To ensure fairness, it shall be a one-on-one duel. Is there any dissenting opinion? Huang concluded, and as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lian turned to Lu Yuchuan. Junior sister, I leave this to you. With that, Lu Lian stepped out of the combat zone, allowing Lu Yuchuan and Lu Bo to commence their duel. Just as the arrangements were finalized, Huang interrupted. Wait, I almost forgot about this little one. The young lady from Hanxue Palace, come here. Huang smiled slightly, having nearly overlooked the lucky charm of this ranking event. Hanxue Palace. I pay my respects to Deputy Master Huang. Zhou Zhuoyan approached cautiously. You have no objections to Hanxue Palace's 5th place, I trust? Thank you, Deputy Master, Zhou Zhuoyan exclaimed with immense joy upon hearing of Hanxue Palace's 5th place ranking, bowing to Lu He and Luo Jing before happily exiting the light barrier. Chapter 86. The duel. As soon as Zhou Zhuoyan departed, the duel between Lu Yuchuan and Lu Bo commenced. Luo Jing, shall we go and watch? Lu He suggested, his concern for Lu Yuchuan evident as he observed the fierce battle unfolding. Lu Bo of the Thunder God sect appeared exceptionally fierce, crackling with electricity. The very thought of Lu Yuchuan facing such a formidable opponent sent shivers down Lui's spine. Is there truly any difference between watching from here or closer up? Luo Jing queried, surveying their surroundings and feeling content where they stood. I worry for my master, Lu He replied, somewhat exasperated, as he felt compelled to explain his reasoning. Fine then, let us approach. Luo Jing, initially mystified by Lui's urgency, complied upon understanding it was merely a matter of concern. Soon, they joined the gathering of nascent soul practitioners. What brings you 2 little ones here? Huang inquired with a smile as he noticed Lu He and Luo Jing's arrival. I worry for my master, hence my presence. Lu He mustered his courage to reply, you are Lu Yuchuan's disciple. Huang recalled hearing of Lu Yuchuan's ordinary disciple named Lu He within the sect. Upon closer inspection, Huang found him rather likable indeed. Deputy Master Huang, well then, be cautious while watching. Do not let the residual forces harm you. Huang Huang stepped slightly forward to shield Lu Ha and Luo Jing from potential backlash. This small gesture caught the attention of the other onlookers as they were taken aback by Huang Huang's unexpected warmth toward others. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan and Lu Bo were engrossed in their fierce battle. Oblivious to the situation at hand, Lu Yuchuan wielded the Qian Koan staff, radiating a golden glow with each strike that echoed like thunder upon colliding with Lu Bo's sword. Lu Bo, empowered by the forces of thunder, unleashed a formidable display of lightning with each clash. The two continued their fierce engagement, neither gaining the upper hand, until they decided to momentarily separate after a powerful exchange. Lu Yuchuan, let us settle this with one decisive strike, Lu Bo proposed, eager to conclude the battle, as their strengths were closely matched. Very well. Lu Yuchuan initially hesitated, knowing that a single decisive strike would lead to a significant clash. He was concerned that the shockwave would be too much for Lu Ha to withstand. But upon glancing back at Huang Huang standing protectively in front of Lu Ha, he felt reassured and dispelled his doubts. After their agreement, both prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques. Lu Yuchuan hurled the Qian Kuan staff skyward, channeling all his spiritual power into the weapon. With the immense spiritual energy supporting the Qian Kuan staff, it spun ceaselessly in the air, simultaneously enlarging from a handheld iron rod into a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens. Under the control of Lu Yuchuan, the enlarged Qian Kuan staff gradually came to a halt. Lu Yuchuan then soared into the sky, conjuring ethereal projections from her form, gripping the colossal staff with both hands. As Lu Yuchuan cultivated her spiritual technique, Lu Bo was also far from idle. Under his command, lightning surged from his body into the sky, coalescing into a massive lightning sphere. Meanwhile, Lu Bo was enveloped in an uncountable number of lightning bolts. With only his eyes gleaming with brilliant purple light visible, the spiritual techniques unleashed by both sides were of unparalleled magnitude. Lu Ha and Luo Jing, two foundation-building cultivators, were witnessing a spectacle they had never seen before: the fierce clash between nascent soul cultivators. While it was an eye-opening experience, Lu Ha harbored a lingering worry in his heart. If Lu Yuchuan were to falter against Lu Bo, would she not be severely injured by the lightning? In an instant, Lu Yi's heart tightened with apprehension. After a few breaths, both Lu Yuchuan and Lu Bo completed their spiritual technique preparations. Lu Yuchuan's ethereal projection wielded the enormous Qian Kuan staff. Crashing down towards Lu Bo, not one to be trifled with, unleashed a barrage of colossal lightning bolts from the sphere above his head, striking against the Qian Kuan staff. The attacks from both combatants stirred up tremendous winds around them. And where they collided, minute bolts of lightning spread outward. Fortunately, Huang Huang stood before Lu Ha and Luo Jing, shielding them from the fierce winds and the dispersed minuscule lightning. Had it not been for Huang Huang's assistance, both cultivators would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries. In the air, the speed of the Qian Kuan staff's descent slowed due to the lightning assaults. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yuchuan poured every ounce of her spiritual power into the strike. This blow had to succeed. Observing Lu Yuchuan's desperate effort, Lu Bo, of course, held nothing back. Controlling the lightning sphere, he increased the frequency of his attacks and intensified their power. Ultimately, after enduring countless strikes from the lightning, Lu Yuchuan's projection could no longer maintain its grip, and the Qian Kuan staff was sent flying from her grasp. Yet the battle did not conclude there. The lightning sphere continued to unleash bolts towards Lu Yuchuan's projection. Almost instantaneously, Lu Yuchuan's ethereal form was shattered, and the lightning struck her body. Master, Lu Ha, constantly worried for Lu Yuchuan, called out at the moment the Qian Kuan staff was knocked away, disregarding the residual shockwaves as he soared upward on his sword. Upon seeing Lu Ha charging forth, Lu Bo immediately halted his onslaught. He was aware that Lu Ha was Lu Yuchuan's beloved disciple, and it would be disastrous if an accident led to Lu Yi's demise. In the heat of battle, Lu Bo did not consider himself Lu Yuchuan's match, yet the speed of the lightning attacks was alarmingly swift. As Lu Bo ceased his spiritual technique, the lightning sphere had already unleashed dozens of bolts. At that moment, several bolts struck Lu Ha, and if the remaining lightning were to hit him, survival would be utterly impossible. Witnessing Lu Yi's reckless act, Lu Yuchuan became utterly dismayed. If all the lightning struck Lu Ha, he would undoubtedly perish. Oh no! Huang Huang, taken aback by Lu Yi's impulsive decision at such a perilous moment, vanished in an instant, transforming into a solid yet ethereal giant ape, extending his massive hand. He intercepted the incoming lightning, shielding Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan within his grasp. However, Huang Huang's back endured the residual lightning unleashed by Lu Bo. Despite withstanding such a barrage of lightning, Huang Huang's demeanor showed no signs of injury or pain. The spectators outside the barrier had been observing intently, and when they witnessed Huang Huang's intervention to save Lu Ha, they were moved. For Huang Huang to act on behalf of anyone and risk enmity was unprecedented. And today, Lu He was that singular individual. In an instant, those familiar with Huang Huang pondered whether there was a special connection between the two. After rescuing Lu He, Huang Huang swiftly reverted to his human form. Stabilizing Lu He's injuries, Lu Yuchuan healing elixirs, Huang Huang bellowed, jolting the dazed Lu Yuchuan back to her senses. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yuchuan, regaining her composure, hastily retrieved the healing elixirs from her storage ring. This won't do, Lu He is hanging by a thread, these elixirs are ineffective. Are there any others? Huang Huang's voice, filled with urgency, was commanding and powerful, leaving no room for dissent. As a few others presented their healing elixirs, Huang Huang merely glanced at them before shaking his head. These were ordinary healing elixirs, utterly futile against Lu He's injuries. At this moment, Lu He, having been struck by lightning, lay gravely wounded and unconscious. Without Huang Huang's spiritual energy sustaining him, he might have succumbed instantly. I just remembered, Lu He's storage ring contains a 9-turn life recovery pill. Lu Yuchuan exclaimed loudly, feeling fortunate for having accepted Lu Lian's elixir back then. Lu He was saved, yet a new dilemma arose. Only Lu He could access his storage ring. If they attempted to erase the seal within, it would only exacerbate Lu He's injuries. What to do? Chapter 88, The Mightiest of the Diamond Sect. The 9-turn life recovery pill. Hearing the name of the elixir, Huang Huang's eyes brightened, and he swiftly reached out towards Lu He's storage ring, effortlessly retrieving the 9-turn life recovery pill. Storage rings are personal items, and retrieving objects from them is intricately connected to one's spirit. Huang Huang's ability to extract items without causing harm left everyone once again in awe of his strength. After administering the 9-turn life recovery pill to Lu He, Huang Huang immediately intensified his output of spiritual energy, hastily assisting in refining the elixir's potency. A few breaths later, Lu He awakened, and Huang Huang withdrew his energy. You're fine now. With some time for rest, you'll return to your former self, Huang Huang stated, his face regaining a warm demeanor. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master, Lu Yuchuan cried with joy, her heart finally at ease with Huang Huang's assurance. Next, it was time for the final rankings of the chaotic battle. Lu Bo. Huang Huang turned and called out Lu Bo's name but did not continue. I understand, Deputy Sect Master, Lu Bo replied, feeling resigned with Huang Huang protecting Lu Yuchuan's disciple. Even if he were to truly defeat Lu Yuchuan, he would not rank in the top 3. Without delay, Lu Bo decisively exited the barrier. Following Lu Bo's departure, Lu Yuchuan embraced Lu He, calling upon Luo Jing to leave together. Then it was the Sword Pavilion's members, followed by Huang Huang and his disciples, all within the barrier departed, marking the end of the chaotic battle. The onlookers outside were astonished by the rankings, particularly the Thunder God sect, which had failed to secure a position among the top 3, truly unheard of. Lu Yuchuan brought Lu He back to their courtyard. Although Huang Huang had stated that Lu He was unharmed, Lu Yuchuan remained concerned, disregarding her own injuries to continue treating Lu He. After some time, Lu Yuchuan paused. Master, I'm fine now. You're injured too. Focus on your recovery first. Lu He smiled foolishly, feeling incredibly warmed by Lu Yuchuan's concern. I'm alright, I'll recover in a few days, he reassured her. But why were you so reckless? Even if all of Lu Bo's lightning struck me, I wouldn't lose my life. At worst, it would just be serious injuries. But you, on the other hand, had it not been for Deputy Sect Master Huang's timely intervention, your life would have been forfeit. Lu Yuchuan chided gently. I was just worried about my master, Lu He replied. But master, what exactly is this Huang Huang? How can he be so powerful? Lu's curiosity about Huang Huang grew. He had intervened to save him and risked defending the Thunder God sect, aiding the Danxia sect in securing 3rd place in the chaotic battle. Lu He felt that Huang Huang's intentions were not purely altruistic. Huang Huang is the deputy sect master of the Diamond sect, though he is merely a deputy and his cultivation is only at the later stage of the nascent soul realm. His true strength is beyond measure. Huang Huang is the mightiest individual within the Diamond sect. Even our sect leader, my senior brother, might not prevail against him in a full-scale battle. Lu Yuchuan expressed her deep admiration for Huang Huang, whose cultivation journey was nothing short of legendary. Having emerged from humble beginnings, he joined the Diamond sect and surpassed everyone in cultivation speed. In less than 50 years, he ascended to the later stage of the nascent soul realm, singularly becoming the most formidable figure in the Diamond sect. Who would not envy or respect such a person? Is he truly that formidable? By the way, master, when Huang Huang saved me earlier, he transformed into a giant ape. I've seen others manifest ethereal projections, but none were so solid. Their projections merely resembled humans, yet his was different. It appeared so real, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Lu He continued to inquire, eager to learn more about Huang Huang. That giant ape was an archaic ape, a top-tier spirit beast of the 5th rank, capable of continual advancement to the 6th, 7th rank, and even beyond. However, the archaic ape has long been extinct in the lower realms. In ancient times, Huang Huang fortuitously acquired the remnants of archaic ape blood, allowing him to forge the archaic ape Dharma form. It is precisely this Dharma form that has earned him an almost invincible reputation. Lu Yuchuan elucidated, recognizing Lu He's curiosity about such a powerful being is entirely reasonable. So that's how it is, Lu Ha murmured, yet he sensed that Huang Huang was not simply what he appeared to be. In the Qingming secret realm, he had encountered the spirit moon essence leader who had transformed into a human. Lu Ha felt a similarity between the two, albeit with subtle differences that he could not articulate. Chapter 89. After the rankings on the morning of the third day, the members of the Shunlei sect had already compiled the results of the 4 rounds of competition and announced them in the plaza outside the Grand Hall. Many sect members anxiously checked their own sect's scores and rankings, eager to ascertain the allocation of cultivation resources. At the top of the leaderboard was naturally the King Kong sect, with a score of 33 points. The Sword Pavilion followed closely in second place with 30 points, while the Danxia sect secured third place with 25 points of the Shunlei sect, with a mere 1 point less than the Danxia sect. Ranked fourth with 24 points, the Hanxue Palace claimed fifth place with 20 points, while the Beast Control Valley, in sixth, trailed the Hanxue Palace by just 1 point. When Su Wenxiang learned of this ranking, he was so furious that he nearly spat blood, lamenting the considerable effort he had expended prior to the sect ranking competition, only to find they could not even secure fifth place and had fallen behind another sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai, the master of the Hanxue Palace, was overjoyed upon seeing the results, looking at his precious daughter with immense satisfaction. It was worth noting that Zhou Shuoyan had initially been reluctant to participate in the competition, as Zhou Kai had been extremely opposed to her involvement, given the frequent injuries and fatalities that occurred during such contests. In retrospect, Zhou Kai felt that allowing Zhou Shuoyan to compete had been the right decision. He had also prepared gifts, intending to visit the Danxia sect before leaving the Shunlei sect to express his gratitude. The 7th, 8th, and 9th places were taken by the Cheng Tian sect, the Tianluan Pavilion, and the Zhuling sect, respectively. Beyond the 10th place, the remaining sects no longer possessed individual resource territories, sharing them instead. Shan Hezi, upon learning of the Danxia sect's ranking, did not exhibit much joy, as he believed that the more prominent the success, the greater the danger. His sole concern was to stabilize the situation of the Danxia sect until the next fully realized Yuanying stage appeared after his ascension. However, the current outcome filled him with anxiety. In the chamber of the sect leader of the Shunlei sect, Lu Bo knelt before He Bihuan, his expression fraught with tension. I am sorry, sect leader, I could not maintain our position at third. It matters not, the Shentian mountain range is quite favorable. Many areas have yet to be developed due to the Danxia sect's limited foundation, which benefits us. Nonetheless, I hope that such a situation does not arise again in the next sect rankings. He Bihuan smiled gently and did not fault Lu Bo. But what of Huang Huang? Seeing that He Bihuan did not lay the blame on him, Lu Bo felt a sense of relief. Yet, reclaiming the third position next time would not be an easy feat. Huang Huang of the King Kong sect loomed like an insurmountable mountain. No matter, 20 years is ample time for Huang Huang to reach the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage. He Bihuan exhibited no concern for Huang Huang, believing that such a prodigious talent would not let sect rankings impede his cultivation. Pursuing the Tao should be his foremost aspiration. Yes, sect leader, I understand. 3 days later, members of various sects began to depart one after another. The Danxia sect, due to Lu Ha's injury, decided to stay an additional 5 days, waiting until Lu Ha could walk freely before returning to the Danxia sect. While the Danxia sect remained at the Shunlei sect, Zhou Kai and Zhou Shuoyan, accompanied by 2 subordinates, came to pay their respects to Shan Hezi Zhou Kai of the Hanxue Palace, along with my daughter Zhou Shuoyan. Greets Senior Shan Hezi. Upon seeing Shan Hezi, Zhou Kai immediately performed a gesture of respect befitting a junior. There is no need for such formalities, Master Zhou. We are both leaders of our respective sects. Standing on equal footing, Shan Hezi smiled, not particularly concerned with such formalities. Master Zhou, there is no need for excessive words. I appreciate your intentions in coming here. I merely hope that you do not take it to heart. We are all cultivators, each striving against the heavens, doing our utmost to ascend to the higher realms and seek our own paths. With just a few words, Shan Hezi had effectively dismissed Zhou Kai, who left with a tinge of disappointment, feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 90. Cultivating Relationships. Third junior brother, please see when they plan to leave, and discreetly escort them for a while. After Zhou Kai and his party departed, Shan Hezi promptly instructed Lu Lian to is the sect master concerned about potential underhanded tactics from the Beast Control Valley. Lu Lian immediately grasped the underlying concern. Indeed, the Hanxue Palace is commendable for their gratitude. However, my time is limited, and this favor from my subordinates is ultimately futile. You can only accept their goodwill, while the rest is up to you. Escort them along the way, fostering goodwill, which will facilitate future communication. Originally, Shan Hezi had intended to invite the Hanxue Palace to depart the Shunlei sect alongside the Danxia sect. However, if he were present, Su Wenxiang and the others would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. Thus, he could not extend such goodwill as it would not benefit the current Danxia sect. Therefore, he chose to delay, preparing the way for the future of the Danxia sect after his ascension. Allowing the Hanxue Palace's goodwill to be extended to the future Danxia sect rather than the present one. Rest assured, senior brother, I will summon junior sister to accompany me, ensuring everything is foolproof. Lu Lian's eyes sparkled as he called upon Lu Yuchuan. Be cautious. Lu Lian, along with Lu Yuchuan, set off, and Shan Hezi had little more to say, feeling that their joint efforts would indeed provide greater security. Zhou Kai left the Danxia sect's courtyard with disappointment, while Zhou Zhuoyan walked alongside him. Once they were away from prying eyes, she felt free to express her thoughts. Father, I told you from the outset that I did not wish to come. Yet you insisted on bringing me along. The sect master did not even grant you a chance to speak. Zhou Zhuoyan pouted, a hint of reproach in her tone. Alas, I never anticipated such a turn of events. Who could fathom the thoughts of those in such grand sects? To be honest, I truly cannot comprehend it. Our two sects forming a union should be a splendid matter. Why did he silence me so directly? Not even granting me the opportunity to speak. Zhou Kai was genuinely perplexed. Did Shan Hezi look down on them? Logically, a union should lead to mutual support and benefits. Moreover, the Hanxue Palace possessed unique spiritual herbs. The Snow Lotus spirit dolls, which were exceedingly precious, capable of stabilizing and enhancing breakthroughs at higher levels, a treasure coveted by all sections. Surely if a union were formed, the Hanxue Palace would naturally offer some Snow Lotus spirit dolls. Was it truly a matter of disdain for the Hanxue Palace's perceived weakness? Yet Zhou Kai was reluctant to deny that the Hanxue Palace was indeed lacking in strength. Nonetheless, the advantages the Hanxue Palace could offer to the Danxia sect were indisputable. Thus Zhou Kai remained baffled. Father, let it be. Since the Danxia sect is unwilling to form a union, we of the Hanxue Palace shall not humiliate ourselves by pursuing them. Zhou Zhuoyan was quite amenable to the union, particularly because her intended partner was Lu Ha. However, she had not anticipated such disappointing circumstances. Alas, let us return. Yener, Zhou Kai and Zhou Zhuoyan returned to their residence and soon departed the Shunlei sect. Heading back to the Hanxue Palace, meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan had been summoned by Lu Lian to secretly escort the members of the Hanxue Palace. Lu Ha lay alone on the bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Upon returning to the sect, how would he interact with Lu Yuchuan? They had already entered a marital bond. Would they need to maintain a master-disciple relationship? Yet, if they were to publicly acknowledge their marriage, there would be no place for them within the Danxia sect. If they continued to engage solely as master and disciple, Lu Ha felt discomforted by the thought. Alas, Lu Ha was deeply troubled by this conundrum. Little one, what are you pondering so intently? I have been here for quite a while and you did not notice. Huang stood at the bedside, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Lu Ha. Why, Yellow Vice Sect Master, when did you arrive? Startled by the sudden voice, Lu Ha nearly leaped from the bed. How had Huang come upon him so silently? I have been here for several breaths. I did not conceal my presence, but you were too absorbed in your thoughts to notice. Huang took a seat at the edge of the bed and began to examine Lui's injuries. How are your injuries? Are they healing? It is nothing serious, just that I still feel quite weak and require some rest. Lu sensed something amiss with Huang's concern, yet he dared not inquire further due to Huang's formidable strength. Yes, it is nothing serious. I should be able to set out for the Danxia sect tomorrow. However, Huang did not heed Lui's words. He insisted on conducting his own examination before believing that Lu Ha was truly unscathed. Vice Sect Master Huang, may I ask you a question? After much internal struggle, Lu Ha summoned the courage to inquire. What question do you have? Speak. Lu Ha had a suspicion regarding what he wanted to ask. Why do you take such an interest in me? You continuously assist me, yet I cannot fathom what it is about me that captivates the Vice Sect Master. Lu Ha fixed his gaze intently on Huang. Eager to uncover the reason, there is no particular reason. I merely find your face familiar and pleasing to the eye. Huang provided a casual answer. Lu Ha felt utterly bewildered. Was it merely because he appeared agreeable that Huang not only saved him but also tended to his injuries and now visited him? Such reasoning defied all logic. Enough, young one, do not overthink it, focus on your recovery, and once your master returns you shall return to the sect. Huang offered no further clarification regarding Lui's queries. My master is away. Lu He found this hard to believe. Lu Yuchuan seemed deeply concerned for him, so how could he leave at this moment? Indeed, your sect leader has dispatched your master and Lu Lian to discreetly escort the members of the Hanxue Palace. He will return in just a few days. Who is escorting the people from the Cold Snow Palace, or are they accompanying Lu Lian? Together with Lu Lian, Lu He felt an unsettling premonition in his heart. As if something ominous were about to transpire. Vice Master Huang, may I request a favor from you? Speak. I wish to follow and observe. Very well. Huang, without much deliberation, readily acquiesced. Subsequently, he infused Lu He with a surge of spiritual energy, granting him temporary mobility at the cost of prolonging his recovery. Under Huang's guidance, Lu He soon caught sight of the figures of Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian, who were suspended at a distance behind the Cold Snow Palace. Lu He instructed Huang to remain close, ensuring that Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian remained unaware of their presence. Since they had come this far, why not pursue them? Huang found Lui's thoughts puzzling. He could only assume that Lu He was concerned for his master's safety. Lu He did not wish Lu Yuchuan to discover that he had followed him. Very well, however, do remember that you now owe me a favor. Huang chuckled, unable to decipher the boy's intentions, yet Huang was certain of one thing: the bond between Lu Yuchuan and Lu He was undoubtedly more intricate than that of a mere master and disciple. Although Huang had likely surmised the truth, he chose not to expose it. Thus, the two followed Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian until they exited the territory of the Divine Thunder sect. Where Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian came to a halt ahead, the people from the Cold Snow Palace were intercepted by those from the Beast Control Valley. Zhou Kai, do you believe that simply ranking higher within the sect entitles you to resources that do not rightfully belong to you? If you are sensible, we can share the resources of the 5th-ranked territory, otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Su Wenxiang confronted Zhou Kai with a formidable presence, flanked by the members of the Beast Control Valley. Su Wenxiang, are you resorting to extortion? Do you not fear the retaliation from other sects? Zhou Kai frowned, taken aback by the shamelessness and audacity of the Beast Control Valley, daring to openly defy the rules of the sect ranking tournament. Retaliation? This is merely a dispute between our two sects. What right do the others have to interfere? Moreover, if we grant you the resource territory and you lack the strength to defend it, it only proves that your Cold Snow Palace is unworthy. I shall ask you once more, do you agree? Su Wenxiang's tone was aggressive, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhou Kai glanced back at the elite members of the Cold Snow Palace. If he refused, how many would survive this battle? If he agreed, how could the Cold Snow Palace ever hold its head high in the cultivation world? Faced with this dilemma, Zhou Kai found himself utterly helpless. For years, he had cautiously and quietly strengthened the Cold Snow Palace's power. This time, he had brought only the elite, and he did not wish to see them all perish here. Chapter 92, Retreat. Su Wenxiang. Do you intend to kill for your gains? Just as Zhou Kai was torn, unsure of how to proceed, Lu Lian and Lu Yuchuan arrived at his side. The Danxia sect. Su Wenxiang gritted his teeth, infuriated that the Danxia sect seemed to be everywhere. How could that old coot, Shan Hezia, be so fond of meddling? Zhou Kai, do not think that with Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian's arrival, you can escape unscathed. If you refuse to cooperate, then prepare to die. Attack. At Su Wenxiang's command, all members of the Beast Control Valley surged forward. In an instant, beasts and humans clashed fiercely, creating a tumultuous battleground. Do you require assistance? Do not rush your answer. Should I intervene, you will owe me another favor. Huang, concealed at a distance, grinned at Lu He. I will certainly need help, but let us wait a moment. If my master and the others can defeat the Beast Control Valley, then I shall not owe any favors. Lu He was not foolish enough to request Huang's aid while the situation remained so precarious. Such a favor would need to be repaid in the future. All right, I shall wait, Huang replied with a smile, continuing to observe the distant conflict. In their bid to participate in the sect ranking, the Beast Control Valley had assembled nearly all their elite members. Although the Cold Snow Palace had done the same, they ultimately could not match the numbers of the Beast Control Valley. Fortunately, with Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian present, the number of nascent soul stage cultivators was greater than that of the Beast Control Valley. However, they could only spare one nascent soul stage cultivator to assist the other disciples of the Cold Snow Palace, yet this was not a sustainable solution. The assistance of a nascent soul stage cultivator could only aid one at a time. If the conflict dragged on, how many disciples of the Cold Snow Palace would survive? In the end, only a few nascent soul stage cultivators remained, and even if they returned, they would be of no use. Elder Lu, this is untenable. the disciples of the Beast Control Valley have their beasts to assist them. We are no match, Zhou Kai exclaimed amid the battle, witnessing several disciples fall due to the lack of timely support from another nascent soul stage cultivator. Desperation filled his heart as he spoke to Lu Yuchuan. He truly did not wish to see all the disciples of the Cold Snow Palace perish here, and thoughts of compromise began to surface. In that case, we must attack with full force and eliminate Su Wenxiang. If Zhou Gongzhu is considering compromise, that would be a grave mistake. A single compromise now will lead to countless compromises in the future. If Zhou Gongzhu does not wish to face endless troubles and live under others' whims in the future, then we must strike down Su Wenxiang with all our might, Lu Yuchuan insisted, with the Danxia sect present. She and Lu Lian could not hope to truly suppress the Beast Control Valley. Initially, they had not anticipated such numbers, believing that Su Wenxiang would retreat upon seeing reinforcements. To their dismay, Su Wenxiang was relentless. Determined to battle the Cold Snow Palace, now if they wished to preserve any semblance of strength for the Cold Snow Palace, they had no choice but to eliminate Su Wenxiang or compel him to retreat. Very well, if Su Wenxiang is slain, the Beast Control Valley is certain to descend into chaos. Zhou Kai hesitated but ultimately concurred with Lu Yuchuan's suggestion. Killing Su Wenxiang was the only way to save the Cold Snow Palace. Upon hearing their conversation, Su Wenxiang sensed the impending danger. This battle, he had aimed to force the Cold Snow Palace into sharing the resources of the territory, but he had not anticipated it would escalate to this point. Under Lu Yuchuan's full assault, he found himself at a disadvantage, scrambling to respond, while his pet beasts were held at bay by Zhou Kai. He could gain no advantage. Su Wenxiang could not help but think that Lu Yuchuan was truly infuriating. Always meddling in matters and deliberately opposing him, yet he begrudgingly admired her sharp insight. Her methods were indeed effective should he falter and fall to their hands, no matter how many disciples of the Cold Snow Palace he had slain. His own death would render the Beast Control Valley's actions a failure. After much contemplation, he made a resolute decision: retreat. He could not allow himself to become a sacrifice alongside the disciples of the Cold Snow Palace. Chapter 93, Heart-Piercing Sparrow Retreat. Su Wenxiang bellowed, deflecting Lu Yuchuan's Qianquan staff before swiftly withdrawing. Zhou Kai, consider yourself fortunate this time. The Danxia sect may protect you for now, but can they safeguard you for eternity? Just wait and see. The members of the Beast Control Valley retreated, standing beside Su Wenxiang, seething with resentment as they glared at Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian. You need not trouble yourself, Zhou Kai. Relieved to see Su Wenxiang retreat, breathed a sigh of relief. Leave. Su Wenxiang left with that parting remark, leading his men away. Once the members of the Beast Control Valley had departed, the disciples of the Cold Snow Palace gathered to express their gratitude to Lu Yuchuan and Lu Lian. Promising generous rewards upon their return to the Cold Snow Palace, there is no need for formalities, Zhou Gongzhu. It is through mutual support that we can advance further on the path of cultivation. Lu Lian replied with a smile. Having secured Zhou Kai's favor, she recalled the precious Snow Lotus spirit doll of the Cold Snow Palace, a treasure she had coveted for quite some time but had yet to obtain. Elder Lu speaks true. Thank you, Elder Lu and Elder Lu. We shall take our leave now and strive to return to the Cold Snow Palace swiftly. Zhou Kai beamed, preparing to depart. Just then, a fist-sized white flying spirit beast darted in from the distance. Everyone was still basking in the joy of repelling the Beast Control Valley, almost oblivious to its approach. However, Lu Lian, standing opposite Lu Yuchuan, furrowed her brow, clearly having noticed the sudden arrival of the flying spirit beast and recognizing it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Lian chose not to sound a warning, feigning ignorance. In the next instant, as the white spirit beast flew by, it spat a glob of saliva at Lu Yuchuan before swiftly departing. Lu Yuchuan had no time to react before the saliva splattered against her abdomen. In an instant, the skin in the affected area turned dark and began to spread, struck by the saliva. Lu Yuchuan fainted and collapsed to the ground. Elder Lu, Zhou Kai and the others rushed to Lu Yuchuan's side, calling out urgently, but she was unresponsive. Elder Lu, what kind of poison is this? How can it be so potent? Zhou Kai, witnessing Lu Yuchuan's condition, dared not act rashly. To render a powerful nascent soul stage cultivator unconscious in an instant was a level of toxicity he had never encountered. If I am not mistaken, this should be the heart-piercing sparrow, Lu Lian remarked with a tone of lament. The poison of the heart-piercing sparrow is exceedingly fierce. Those afflicted often perish within a quarter of an hour. With virtually no means of remedy, Master, Luha, having sensed something amiss from a distance, hurriedly rushed over under Huang's guidance. Upon seeing Lu Yuchuan lying on the ground, pale and with her abdomen marred by the poisonous stain, he was heartbroken. The sudden appearance of Lu Ha and Huang left everyone in a state of astonishment. How did Huang and Lu Ha come to be here together? Lu Ha, This is the poison of the heart-piercing falcon. It seems that they retaliated using the heart-piercing falcon after thwarting Su Wenxiang and his companions earlier. Huang Huang immediately recognized the poison that Lu Yuchuan had been afflicted with. Vice Sect Leader Huang, please save my master. I beseech you to save him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha understood that Huang Huang must have a way. Saving him was feasible, though it would be somewhat troublesome. Huang Huang hesitated. He only had a vague understanding of the heart-piercing falcon's poison, and to rescue Lu Yuchuan, Lu Ha would have to take action himself. Lu Ha looked at Huang Huang with a pleading expression. Refraining from speaking further, "All right, disperse, everyone, return to your own tasks." Huang Huang left this remark before propelling Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha into the air with his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the retreating members of the Beast Control Valley were making their way back. Su Wenxiang glanced back, waving at the sky, and the heart-piercing falcon landed on his shoulder. Before Su Wenxiang could inquire, the heart-piercing falcon nodded, seemingly responding to him. "Good treasure, upon our return I shall reward you with a 5th-tier spirit beast core." With the falcon's acknowledgement, Su Wenxiang felt a surge of joy. "For opposing me, Lu Yuchuan, this is the consequence of defying me." Chapter 94, Detoxification. After Huang Huang and his companions flew away, Zhou Kai felt uneasy about Lu Yuchuan being injured due to the cold snow palace. If he were to return now, his conscience would be troubled, so he chose to head back to the Divine Thunder sect. Moreover, if he were to abandon his people, the Danxia sect might retaliate against the cold snow palace. In the future, he would face more than just Su Wenxiang. Lu Lian did not oppose Zhou Kai's decision. He mused that since Lu Yuchuan was poisoned by the heart-piercing falcon, even if Huang Huang could save him, his strength would surely be diminished. Once they returned to the sect, he would have one less competitor. At that time, he could win over Zhao Wenxian and Jia Yuanheng, and no matter how he stirred up trouble, he would be unable to turn the tides. Originally, Lu Lian had intended to win over Lu Yuchuan, but upon discovering the situation with Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha, he changed his mind. Perhaps a different approach would be more suitable. Huang Huang landed on a mountaintop with Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha. The poison in Lu Yuchuan's abdomen had already spread, only his head remained unaffected by the toxin. The poisoning had persisted for some time, and if aid was not rendered soon, he might perish here. Vice Sect Leader, how can I save my master? Lu Ha asked anxiously. Upon seeing Lu Yuchuan's condition, however, he found himself powerless and could only look towards Huang Huang. "Remove her clothing." Huang Huang turned to Lu Ha and commanded. "What?" Lu Ha was taken aback. "Does saving someone require undressing? Hurry, are you trying to let Lu Yuchuan succumb to the poison?" Huang Huang urged, flabbergasted that they were quibbling over trivialities at such a critical moment. Oh, Lu Ha hastily nodded, awaiting Huang Huang's further instructions. "Make a small incision on her neck, then use your mouth to draw out her poison blood. While extracting the poison blood, channel your spiritual energy into her to stimulate her Sea of Qi and Dantian. This will cause her Sea of Qi and Dantian to automatically circulate spiritual energy, activating her vitality and allowing the poison within her to expel through her skin. Remember, the poison blood in your mouth is fine, but if you swallow it, you will die. Also, do not let the expelled poisonous gas touch you, or the result will be the same." After clearly outlining all the steps and precautions, Huang Huang vanished from sight. Understanding the urgency, Lu Ha wasted no time and immediately followed Huang Huang's instructions. She removed Lu Yuchuan's clothing entirely and located the blood vessel on her neck, making a small incision. Under normal circumstances, an incision in the neck would result in a gushing of blood. But Lu Yuchuan was different. Her blood had turned entirely black, coagulated into a gelatinous substance, blocking the blood vessel. Lu Ha did not dwell on this and began to draw out the black blood from the vessel. Simultaneously, she enveloped Lu Yuchuan's body with spiritual energy, continuously channeling energy into her. After a few breaths, Lu Yuchuan's Sea of Qi and Dantian began to function, and black gas gradually emanated from her body. The black gas spread outward, and since Lu Ha protected herself with spiritual energy, she was not contaminated. However, the surrounding vegetation turned black and withered rapidly, showcasing the potency of the poison. Lu Ha kept extracting the poison blood from Lu Yuchuan's body, inhaling a mouthful and immediately expelling it. After countless expulsions of black blood, she finally detected a hint of red in the blood. Looking at Lu Yuchuan's face, the previous pallor had vanished, replaced by a flush of color. Seeing this, Lu Ha hastened to intensify her efforts, striving to revive Lu Yuchuan. After some time, the blood she extracted from the vessel had returned to its normal red hue, and Lu Yuchuan no longer emitted poisonous gas. Relieved, Lu Ha realized that Lu Yuchuan's life had been saved. A few breaths later, Lu Yuchuan opened her eyes and saw Lu Ha gazing at her. "Lu Ha, am I not dead?" Lu Yuchuan weakly inquired. Yes, master, you are fine, Lu Ha exclaimed joyfully. She intended to fetch a garment for Lu Yuchuan, but the clothing had already been contaminated by the poison and could not be worn again. Chapter 95. Inquiry. Lu Yuchuan observed Lui's expression and soon felt a chill. Realizing the situation, she retrieved a set of clothing from her spatial ring. Lu Ha, help me put this on. It was a strenuous effort for Lu Yuchuan to take out the clothing, and she lacked the strength to dress herself. After Lu Ha helped Lu Yuchuan into the clothing, she led her away from the contaminated area, as the surroundings were filled with poison plants, and any misstep could result in further poisoning. Lu Ha, why are you out here instead of recuperating at the Divine Thunder sect? As Lu Yuchuan regained some strength, she recalled that Lu Ha had been injured and was unable to walk. It was Vice Sect Leader Huang. He came to see me, and from him I learned that you had gone out with Lu Lian. I pleaded with him to let me accompany him to check on you. Later, when you were ambushed and poisoned by the heart-piercing falcon, it was Vice Sect Leader Huang who informed me of the antidote. Lu Ha recounted the events to Lu Yuchuan, relieved that she had secretly followed. Otherwise, Lu Yuchuan would have truly perished here. However, the ultimate gratitude belonged to Huang. Upon learning the full story, Lu Yuchuan smiled. Lu Ha, captivated by Lu Yuchuan's beautiful smile, instinctively leaned forward, and Lu Yuchuan closed her eyes in response. It's alright now, let's go back. Just then, Huang's voice came from behind, startling Lu Ha, who shivered, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Yuchuan quickly lowered her flushed face, unable to meet Huang's gaze. Still feeling embarrassed? With the two of you in this state, it would be easy for anyone to notice, Huang remarked, speechless. Though Lu Yuchuan was no longer in danger, she could hardly withstand such turmoil. The two were even contemplating romantic affairs. It was baffling what the younger generation was thinking. Ahem, Vice Sect Leader Huang, could you keep this matter between my master and me confidential? Lu Ha hastily approached Huang, earnestly requesting, I have no interest in your affairs. Huang was not one to indulge in gossip. Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan could do as they pleased. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader Huang. Given the potency of the heart-piercing falcon's poison, will it affect my master's strength? Setting aside any romantic notions, Lu Ha quickly shifted to a serious inquiry. There will certainly be an impact. Otherwise, why would the poison of the heart-piercing falcon be so difficult to resolve? However, there is no need to worry. It is merely due to the poison entering the body that Lu Yuchuan's strength is temporarily diminished. As long as she avoids major battles and recuperates properly, she will gradually recover. Moreover, the toxin has refined her body. And after recovery, her strength may surpass her previous state. That's wonderful news. With Huang's assurance, Lu Ha felt greatly relieved. Subsequently, under Huang's guidance, the three returned to the Divine Thunder sect. Lu Ha settled Lu Yuchuan and dealt with the inquiries from various individuals. Before retreating with Huang to a private courtyard, Vice Sect Leader Huang, the heart-piercing falcon's poison is so formidable. Why has no one known the antidote until now? Just earlier, amidst the crowd of visitors, Lu Ha had finally grasped what the heart-piercing falcon was and understood the reason behind its potent poison. Before Huang revealed the antidote method to her, no one had been able to counteract the poison of the heart-piercing falcon. Given the strength of the poison, how did Huang come to know the complete antidote? As one's cultivation level increases, so does their understanding of various matters. Huang anticipated that Lu Ha, having heard those words from others, would harbor questions and would naturally inquire about them. However, now was not the time to reveal the truth, as Lui's strength was too low, and knowing too much could be detrimental to her. Regardless, Huang had once again incurred a favor from the Vice Sect leader. Lu Ha sensed the implication in Huang's words but merely accepted them at face value, knowing that the truth was likely more complex. In due time, when the moment was right, Huang would surely disclose all matters to her, including why he had shown such concern and assistance towards her. Chapter 96. Return to the sect. After departing from Lu Ha, Huang left with the disciples of the Golden Armored sect. Taking his leave from the Divine Thunder sect, the members of the Danxia sect lingered for 10 days before departing with those from the Cold Snow Palace to return to their own sections. Approximately a month later, Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan returned to the Qingshan Pavilion. During this time, Lu He's injuries had completely healed, but due to the poisoning, Lu Yuchuan's strength was compromised, and her movements remained awkward. She could only recuperate quietly at the Qingshan Pavilion. Lu Yuchuan returned to the sect, and the news of his injuries swiftly spread throughout Danxia Gate. Those with a modicum of status hurried to offer their condolences. Among them was Su Heping, the chief elder of the outer sect, yet he possessed the self-awareness to recognize his humble standing. Arriving too soon would undoubtedly lead to an uncomfortable encounter with many visitors. Thus, he opted to wait until the crowd had thinned before making his appearance. It was only 5 days after Lu Yuchuan's return that Su Heping finally made his way to Qingshan Pavilion. Upon meeting the fourth elder, Su Heping offered a respectful bow to Lu Yuchuan, then discreetly glanced at his face, noting the lack of visible change. Had he truly sustained grave injuries? Elder Su, you have worked hard during this period. Has anything significant occurred within the outer sect? Lu Yuchuan nodded, fully understanding Su Heping's intent for visiting Qingshan Pavilion. While no major events had transpired, there were indeed some minor matters, after the fourth elder had departed from the sect. The Grand Elderess Discipline Hall had summoned several individuals from the outer sect. All disciples with 5-petal spirit flowers had been selected to bolster the ranks of the Discipline Hall. Consequently, the remaining few hundred disciples in the outer sect had none who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Su Heping sensed a storm brewing. Hui's audacious maneuver to transfer dozens of individuals was clearly an effort to expand influence. He pondered how Lu Yuchuan would respond upon learning this news. Indeed, our Dansha Gate is growing, and with an increasing number of disciples, it is only fitting that the Discipline Hall reinforces its personnel to maintain order within the sect. You must oversee the daily cultivation of the outer sect disciples and refrain from harboring any unwarranted thoughts. Do you understand my meaning? Lu Yuchuan was well aware of Hui's intentions. The outer sect was essentially a conduit for supplying personnel to the inner sect and other regions. Hui's actions were entirely reasonable, and she could find no fault in them, rest assured. I will ensure the smooth operation of the outer sect. Su Heping nodded, confirming his suspicions. A significant change was undoubtedly on the horizon for Dansha Gate. After Su Heping's departure, an outer sect disciple arrived at Qingshan Pavilion to report that the sect leader was in seclusion and that no one was to disturb him. Dansha Gate had secured third place in the recent rankings and was to exchange resources and territory with the Divine Thunder sect. The Xiantian mountain range would be handed over to the Divine Thunder sect, while the Red Earth mountain range would require Dansha Gate to take charge. Wang Tingfei, stationed at the Xiantian mountain range, received orders from Dansha Gate after the rankings were confirmed, having already packed his belongings and completed the handover with the Divine Thunder sect. He returned to the sect today. He received Hui's orders to head to the Red Earth mountain range for another posting. However, the Red Earth mountain range was much larger than the Xiantian mountain range, and many areas remained unexplored, necessitating development and investigation. Therefore, the number of personnel dispatched to the Red Earth mountain range far exceeded those previously stationed at the Xiantian mountain range. To facilitate the exploration and development of the new resource territory, 3 of Shan Hezi's nascent soul disciples, Lu Chengfeng, Fan Binping, and Long Haiping, would also accompany him. They would only return after confirming a safe area for development. Naturally, Wang Tingfei was expected to continue leading the station personnel. Today, Hui provided him with a list of those assigned to the Red Earth mountain range, which he needed to notify individually. Upon receiving the list and opening it, his brows furrowed tightly upon seeing Lu Hai's name. Wang Tingfei was taken aback. Did the master not fear the potential for trouble from the fourth elder's only disciple, or was this an intentional arrangement by his master? Chapter 97, Jealousy and Hatred. After putting away the list, Wang Tingfei decided that regardless of who was on it, as they had been assigned a task, he must proceed to notify them. Thus, he promptly made his way to Qingshan Pavilion. However, he had resolved that after informing Lu Ha, he would inquire with Hui about why other individuals were from the Discipline Hall. Yet only Lu Ha, who did not belong to the Discipline Hall, was singled out for this task. Upon arriving at Qingshan Pavilion, Wang Tingfei explained his purpose to Lu Yuchuan. Martial Ant, my master provided me with the list of station personnel, and it includes the name of junior brother Lu Ha. Wang Tingfei regarded Lu Yuchuan, curious about her reaction. Since this is a sect duty, it must be supported. Lu Yuchuan, after reviewing the list, remained silent. Hui's arrangement was clearly not without ulterior motives, but to oppose it now would only provide ammunition for gossip. It was better to agree for the time being. After all, as long as they had yet to depart, there remained the possibility for change. Lu Ha, please come to the main hall. Upon seeing Wang Tingfei, Lu Ha was initially startled, but soon understood. Greetings, senior brother Wang. Lu Ha composed himself and bowed. Junior brother Lu is too modest. Our sect secured third place, and your contributions were significant. Wang Tingfei smiled. Senior brother, you flatter me. It is only right to contribute to the sect. Lu Ha recognized this as mere courtesy, aware that Lu Yuchuan had summoned him for more than just listening to Wang Tingfei's praises. Junior brother, since Danxia Gate has achieved third place, resources and territories will be exchanged, necessitating a new assignment for station personnel. You are fortunate to be included. Wang Tingfei watched Lu Hut, eager to see his reaction to the news of his posting. Ah, I am to be stationed at the territory, splendid. I had been pondering when I might venture down the mountain for some experience, and now the sect has arranged it for me. Lu Hai's face lit up with anticipation. Oh, since you are pleased, that is even better. The departure date has yet to be set. I will inform you once it is confirmed. Martial Ant, I must now notify others, so I shall take my leave. Wang Tingfei found the exchange between the master and disciple rather peculiar. Ordinarily, this would not bode well for Lu Ha, yet they seemed oddly enthusiastic about this perilous assignment. After Wang Tingfei departed, he returned to the discipline hall to find Hui. Tingfei, you have returned. Hui greeted him with a smile. Master, I have just informed junior brother Lu Ha. However, I have a question. Traditionally, the task of guarding resource territories falls to the discipline hall. Why then, has an outsider been assigned this time? Wang Tingfei inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Tingfei, you are still young and unaware of certain matters. Simply follow my orders. As for the reasons, I will explain in due course. Hui's demeanor shifted as he tightened his grip, his smile fading momentarily before returning to a benevolent expression. But master, enough, attend to your duties. Once your master uncle concludes his retreat, you are to head to the Red Earth mountain range. Hui's tone grew slightly more forceful. Yes, master. Wang Tingfei wished to press further but swallowed his words upon witnessing Hui's demeanor. After Wang Tingfei left, Hui retrieved 2 letters from his storage ring, one from Lu Lian and another from his informant. Lu Yuchuan, since you have chosen to be with Lu Ha, do not blame me for tearing you apart. If I cannot have what I desire, neither shall anyone else. Hui seethed, having harbored feelings for Lu Yuchuan for many years. He had intended to wait until Shan Hezi ascended to invite Lu Yuchuan to be his partner, only to be outpaced by Lu Ha, since Lu Ha dared to claim the woman he loved. He should not expect to live. Chapter 98, Discovery in Xingshan Pavilion. After Wang Tingfei departed, Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan sat in the hall, strategizing their next steps. With your assignment to guard the territory, how do you plan to respond? Within the sect, Lu Yuchuan could assist Lu Ha, but once in the territory, he would have to rely solely on himself. Moreover, an unfamiliar territory held countless unknown dangers that could prove lethal. Master, do not worry. I will take good care of myself. I will not be alone there. I can navigate the situation with caution. Lu Ha understood that he lacked the resources for a definitive strategy. Instead, he would have to act prudently and avoid unnecessary risks. Sai, once you arrive, exercise utmost caution. On my end, I will strive to facilitate your early return. In the territory, Lu Yuchuan could not assist Lu Ha but could only devise plans within the sect to expedite Lu Ha's return. Earlier, Lu Yuchuan had thought that as long as they had not departed, there was still a chance for change. However, upon further reflection, she realized that since Hui dared to make such arrangements, the possibility for change was slim. With Shan Hezi soon to undergo tribulation and ascend, no one would be able to restrain Hui. Meanwhile, her own strength had diminished due to poisoning, rendering her incapable of confronting Hui. Presently, all Lu Yuchuan could do was to devise a way to withdraw Lu Ha from the territory within a limited time frame. Thank you, master. After concluding her discussion with Lu Yuchuan, Lu Ha returned to his room. While at the Divine Thunder sect, Lu Ha had refrained from entering the Wajishan Pearl, as its formidable guardians posed a risk. Should the secret of the pearl be discovered, his life would be in jeopardy. Upon returning to Danxia Gate, with numerous visitors coming to see Lu Yuchuan, Lu Ha also found it inconvenient to enter the pearl, and now, he finally had the opportunity. Upon entering the Wajishan space, the first thing Lu Ha beheld was a tall, verdant thunder bamboo thriving within. Previously, during his time at the Divine Thunder sect, Lu Ha had lacked the time to plant it. He had merely placed the rooted segment inside. To his astonishment, after nearly 2 months, the rooted thunder bamboo had firmly established itself and sprouted new branches and leaves. On the ground of the Wajishan space, Lu Ha also discovered several bamboo shoots. Leiju, the treasured gem of the Divine Thunder sect, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary powers. If it could be integrated into the purple gold sword, one wonders what transformation might occur. Lu Ha stood before the Leiju, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, the formidable lightning emanating from the Leiju was intimidating. He was certain he could not endure it, even if it could be melded into the purple gold sword. He lacked the strength to sever it. Lu Ha sighed once more, feeling a sense of predicament. Just then, his gaze fell upon a Leiju shoot on the ground. The mature Leiju was fortified by its potent lightning, yet the surface of the shoot did not exude the same overwhelming electric force. Perhaps it would be worth attempting to see if he could cut through the Leju chute. Lu Ha promptly summoned the purple gold sword. Deciding to give it a try, he gathered his spiritual energy and, with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of power upon the Leju chute. The struck root of the chute immediately bore a gash. Lu Ha rejoiced and continued his assault on the same chute. At last, after delivering dozens of strikes to the same spot, the Leju chute was severed. He grasped the chute and swiftly exited the boundless space the moment Lu Ha emerged clutching the Leju chute. Shan Hezi, who had been in seclusion, instantly opened his eyes. Leju? Could it be from Yuchuan? Shan Hezi surmised immediately. Without a moment's thought, he halted his retreat and vanished from his location, silently appearing at the source of the Leju's energy fluctuations. Master, just as Lu Ha intended to integrate the Leju chute into the purple gold sword, he was startled to see Shan Hezi, prompting him to hurriedly conceal the chute behind him. No need to be anxious. Whatever treasure it is, let your master have a look. Shan Hezi chuckled, surprised that this little fellow had acquired the Leju. What a significant fortune. Master, what do you wish to see? Lu Ha was acutely aware of the implications behind Shan Hezi's words. Yet he understood the necessity of denial. I already know, yet you still hide it. With a swift gesture, Shan Hezi caused the Leju chute in Lui's grasp to fly forth into his own hand. Master, I did not intend to, Lu Ha hastily explained, hoping to clarify, but Shan Hezi did not grant him the opportunity. No matter, Shan Hezi replied with a smile, showing no concern for the manner in which Lu Ha procured the Leju chute. To obtain it was already a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, Shan Hezi lowered his gaze upon the Leju chute, his eyes gleaming with desire. Chapter 99, Exchange. Lu Ha, is there any more? Shan Hezi inquired after gazing at the chute for a spell. There is none. This is the only one. It was a hard-won prize from when I was captured in the Forbidden Grounds by Chen Lin. Lu Ha lowered his head, telling a white lie. Fearful that if he looked up, Shan Hezi would see through his pretense. Can you give me this Leju chute? Shan Hezi sighed inwardly, wondering why there was only one. He greatly desired it but felt reluctant to seize a treasure obtained by his disciple. Lu Ha, may I offer you something in exchange for it? Shan Hezi promptly devised a plan. A trade, which would not be deemed as robbing a disciple of their treasured exchange. Master, this Leju chute is extremely precious. Upon hearing Shan Hezi's proposal for an exchange, Lu Ha perked up. If he relinquished this chute to Shan Hezi, he could always procure another. I know, no need for your reminder. Tell me what you desire. I shall surely provide it if I possess it. Shan Hezi sensed that this young man's thoughts were not as straightforward as they appeared, as if he were merely waiting for the exchange to be proposed. Master, my time in cultivation has not been long, and I know little about rare treasures. How about this? Based on your assessment of the Leju chute's value, you may select a few items for me. Lu Ha concluded that it was best to let Shan Hezi make the decision, acting in good faith. Should he name specific items and Shan Hezi lacked them, the consequences could be dire. Alright, the Leju chute is indeed very valuable. It would be impossible to equate it with a single item. Lu Ha, thus I shall offer you 3 spiritual items. The first is a thunder stone, a rare stone imbued with thunder attributes. The second is a 5th-tier medicinal seed, the cleansing marrow flower. The third is the 9 turns returning essence pill, which can significantly elevate one's cultivation. Each of these 3 treasures was indeed exceptional. After making his offer, Shan Hezi awaited Lu Ha's response with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the trio of treasures, Lu Ha rolled his eyes, though Lu Ha was new to the realm of cultivation. He possessed enough knowledge to discern that the thunder stone, while rare, was far from a precious item. Often, when used to forge a personal spiritual tool, it would result in rejection. Typically, even possessing a thunder stone rendered it mere decoration. The cleansing marrow flower was indeed an exceedingly rare herb that could enhance one's constitution and accelerate cultivation speed. However, it was a seed, not the flower itself. The cleansing marrow flower had stringent environmental requirements for growth. If the concentration of spiritual energy did not meet a certain standard, the seed would remain dormant. Moreover, Lu Ha could not ascertain whether this seed was viable or not. The only genuinely useful item was the 9 turns returning essence pill, which belonged to an elite class of spiritual elixirs, akin to the 9 turns revitalizing pill. Consuming it would bestow a substantial amount of spiritual energy upon the cultivator. For someone of Lu Ha's inadequate talent, possessing such a pill would be immensely beneficial. Then, I shall add one more item, the Thunder Crystal. With this addition, Shan Hezi, realizing that Lu Ha had seen through the inadequacy of the first 2 items, felt somewhat embarrassed. Very well, with such sincerity in your exchange, it would be remiss of me to refuse. Lu Ha had never heard of the Thunder Crystal and was uncertain of its usefulness to him. However, he understood that it would be unwise to further complicate matters when Sean Heasy had graciously offered to acquire the Leju Shoot through an exchange. Soon after, Sean Heasy handed over the 4 items to Lu Ha and took the Leju Shoot in return. Chapter 100. The villain. Upon returning to his seclusion, Sean Heasy felt immense joy that he was about to face the tribulation to ascend, and he had witnessed the ferocity of the heavenly lightning when Lin Yizhi underwent his tribulation. Sean Heasy believed he might not surpass Lin Yizhi's achievements or withstand the heavenly wrath, yet now, armed with the Leju Shoot acquired from Lu Ha, once refined and integrated into his being, he would be able to absorb some of the descending thunderbolts, mitigating the damage they could inflict. In other words, with the Leju Shoot, his chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation would increase significantly. This was also the reason why, throughout history, no one from the Divine Thunder sect had ever failed in their ascension. Meanwhile, Lu Ha, still in his room, gazed at the 4 items before him, secretly chuckling. With a bit of cunning, he had procured such valuable treasures from Sean Heasy in exchange for a single Leju Shoot. However, he needed to carefully contemplate the functions of these 4 treasures. The Thunderstone would be of little use to most, so he would hold on to it for the time being. The seed of the cleansing marrow flower would be planted directly in the boundless space. Given the rich concentration of spiritual energy within, it would likely take little time to take root and sprout. He would save the 9 turns returning essence pill for when he advanced to the next stage of cultivation. As for the Thunder Crystal, whose usefulness remained uncertain, he could only stow it away in his spatial ring for now. Once again entering the boundless space, Lu Ha exerted considerable effort to sever a second Leju Shoot. Determined to integrate it into the purple gold sword, after restoring his internal spiritual energy, Lu Ha set to work. First, he would remelt the purple gold sword. Once it was sufficiently molten, he would incorporate the Leju Shoot into his body for further refinement. Upon completion of the refinement, the 2 materials began to attract one another under Lu Ha's guidance, swiftly merging together. Observing this harmonious process, Lu Ha felt immense joy. The 2 materials exhibited no sign of rejection whatsoever, and everything unfolded seamlessly. However, at that moment, Lu Ha recalled the Thunder Stone. Being of the Thunder attribute, he wondered if it could also be integrated into his personal spiritual tool. If successful, the power of the purple gold sword would surely be greatly enhanced. Yet, if he failed, it could mean starting all over again. While lost in thought, the Leju Shoot and the purple gold sword completed their fusion, awaiting Lu Ha to shape them, taking a gamble, having previously experienced the sting of failure. Lu Ha found it less intimidating this time. If successful, he could enhance the might of his personal spiritual tool. If he failed, he would simply have to begin anew. With that, Lu Ha retrieved the Thunder Crystal, intending to fuse it alongside the Thunder Stone into the purple gold sword. In his dantian, the 3 items formed a triangle, crackling with lightning. The Thunder Stone emitted red lightning, constantly trying to drift away. As if seeking to escape, the purple gold sword, now infused with the Leju Shoot, transformed into a swirling mass of purple metallic liquid radiating violet lightning. Within the dantian, it behaved like a master, using its lightning to hold the Thunder Stone in place, preventing its escape. Meanwhile, the Thunder Crystal remained a passive observer, its surrounding yellow lightning flickering without offering assistance. Each item waged its own battle, unwilling to yield, as the air crackled with energy, leaving Lu Ha in a state of torment. Yet, he understood that to integrate the Thunder Stone, he must disrupt the balance among the 3. The only item capable of aiding the purple gold sword was the Thunder Crystal. With determination, Lu Ha channeled a portion of his power to stimulate the Thunder Crystal. Under his influence, the Thunder Crystal became volatile, its surrounding yellow lightning shooting forth to envelop the Thunder Stone, drawing it rapidly toward the purple gold sword. In just 2 breaths, the 3 items swiftly fused into one, and the Thunder Crystal and Thunderstone vanished. In the depths of the Chi Sea, only a swirling mass of violet remained, emanating a metallic liquid that crackled with 3 distinct colors of lightning. Lu Ha gazed upon his final creation, elated by the unexpected success that had come with a single attempt at fusion. Subsequently, he expertly shaped the newly formed artifact. Before long, he had successfully molded his new life spirit weapon, nurturing it for a brief quarter of an hour before summoning it into his grasp. The original purple gold sword, once entirely violet, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The hilt had shifted from purple to silver. The center of the blade was now red, transitioning to purple towards the edges, with the blade itself glowing a brilliant yellow. Visually, it was infinitely more impressive than before. Overjoyed, Lu Ha immediately infused the sword with his spiritual energy, causing the 3 colors of lightning to surge and dance upon its surface. He could distinctly sense that each type of lightning possessed a unique effect, though the specifics of their power would require further exploration. Remarkably, the ability to wield 3 kinds of lightning was a considerable boon, validating the risks he had taken. As he caressed the new sword, one word encapsulated his feelings: delight. Don't touch me, you villain. Just as Lu Ha basked in his joy, a playful voice echoed in his mind. Who is it? Lu Ha jumped in surprise. He was alone in the room. How could he hear another's voice? It's me. Who are you, and where are you? Lu Ha tightened his grip on the sword, adopting a defensive stance as he scanned his surroundings for the voice's owner. I am the sword in your hand. Why are you holding me so tightly? What? The sword can talk? Lu Ha widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the life-spirit weapon he had just forged. Animals and plants could speak once they attained sentience. He had heard tales from the elders, but a mere object possessing the ability to converse was utterly unprecedented. Are you truly the sword in my hand? Lu Ha still found it hard to believe. The notion was far too bizarre. You created me, thus you are my father. However, as your progeny, I shall not heed your every command. The feminine voice persisted in his mind, laced with mischief. Then how can I make you listen to me? Louis's thoughts raced. A sentient spirit weapon would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. He imagined how formidable it would be to fight alongside her in the future, prompting him to persuade and win her over. Given that you are my creator, I shall agree to obey you, provided you grant me a morsel of sustenance each year. The sword fell silent for several breaths before responding. Sustenance? What do you typically eat? As long as it's food, Lu Ha thought, considering it a trivial demand, especially since it was only once a year. I consume anything, metal, spiritual materials, anything will suffice. I only require 1 item each year, if you agree. I shall heed your commands from now on. Very well, it's a deal. Let me name you. How about Purple Thunder Sword? What do you think? The sword shall be named Purple Thunder, and I shall be called Zile. Agreed. Perhaps due to her recent creation, Zile seemed eager to converse, and the two engaged in lengthy dialogue until she willingly returned to Lu Ha's GC. Lu Ha felt as though the entire experience had been a dream. Utterly wondrous, however, he pondered whether a sentient spirit weapon could still be considered his life spirit weapon. A sentient life spirit weapon, this required further inquiry with his master to clarify, determined to uncover the truth. Lu Ha recounted everything about Zile to Lu Yuchuan, including the forging process, without omitting any details. A life spirit weapon with thoughts and wisdom is truly unheard of. Lu Yuchuan expressed astonishment upon hearing the tale. His own Shenkuan staff was renowned among life spirit weapons, but it did not possess the same sentience as Louis's Purple Thunder Sword. Lu Ha, are you saying you incorporated Thunderstone? Thunder Jade, the Purple Gold Sword, and Thunder Bamboo? Indeed, Master. Do these spiritual materials possess any peculiar qualities? Lu Ha gazed at Lu Yuchuan, eager for insight. I am not entirely certain. Thunder Jade is exceedingly rare, known to enhance the power of lightning-based spiritual techniques. But beyond that, little is understood. As for the other materials, their properties are generally accepted, yet only Thunder Jade may yield unexpected results. The exact reasons for this I cannot elucidate. Perhaps only after ascending to a higher realm will we discover definitive answers. Though Lu Ha did not obtain the answers he sought from Lu Yuchuan, he remained undeterred. A sentient life spirit weapon was, after all, a boon in itself. The reasons could be pondered later. His immediate focus had to be on how to elevate his cultivation and survive in the Red Earth Mountains. As he prepared for his journey to the Red Earth Mountains, Lu Ha aimed to elevate his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. Ideally, he would utilize the 9-turn returning essence pill to break through to the emptying the valley stage. Only then would his chances of survival in the Red Earth Mountains be significantly enhanced. Time trickled by, and Lu Ha dedicated himself to refining spiritual energy pills. Gradually a month slipped away. One day, as he was engrossed in the process, Lu Yuchuan approached him. Lu Ha, in 3 days, the sect leader will ascend to the higher realm, and all disciples must attend the ceremony. Such haste, Lu Ha remarked casually. But then recalled the importance that Shan Hezi placed on the thunder bamboo shoots. It was likely that Shan Hezi had prepared himself for the tribulation of ascension. By the way, how has your training progressed these past days? Just a step away from reaching the peak of foundation establishment, Lu Ha replied. However, I owe much to the Ying turtle blood you provided. Without it, I might still be in the Qi refinement stage. A faint smile graced Lui's lips. With only 3 days left, time was of the essence. Master, has the sect leader decided on the next leader? Lu Ha inquired, eager to discern whom Shan Hezi favored. The sect leader has said nothing, only that Lu Chengfeng was to inform all disciples of his ascension in 3 days. Lu Ha, regardless of who the next leader is, we will inevitably be apart for some time. Lu Yuchuan gazed at him with deep affection, the duration of their separation unknown, perhaps even a lifetime. Master, rest assured, I will seek opportunities to return to the sect. Lu Ha understood Lu Yuchuan's sentiment. But he had yet to reach the emptying the valley stage. How could he promise her anything? In a moment of heartfelt connection, the two shared an intimate embrace. 3 days passed swiftly, and Lu Ha achieved the peak of foundation establishment as planned. On the morning of the ceremony, Lu Yuchuan and Lu Ha arrived early at the sect's main hall to await Shan Hezi's ascension. Other disciples gradually gathered as well. Zhao Wenchen and Jia Yuanheng arrived one after the other. "Ah, junior brother Lu," Jia Yuanheng approached Lu Ha, lamenting, "the Grand Elder has assigned you to guard the territory, leaving me alone to shoulder the burden of alchemy for the sect, brother, whether in alchemy or guarding the territory. We serve the sect, and we must do our best. When I return from the territory, I shall continue to learn alchemy from you," Lu Ha responded with a smile, unsure if Jia Yuanheng's words were sincere or sarcastic. "Indeed, junior brother speaks wisely. Once you gain experience in the territory, you shall return even more remarkable. This is a compilation of my years of alchemy experience. I present it to you today, hoping you can excel in your journey as an alchemist." Jia Yuanheng solemnly handed Lu Ha a tome he retrieved from his spatial ring. "Brother, this is your hard work. If you take on disciples in the future," Lu Ha was taken aback by such a generous gift from Jia Yuanheng before he could finish his sentence. "Junior brother, there is no need for such modesty. We are all of the same sect, and helping one another is only natural. Besides, you know our master." Jia Yuanheng glanced at Lu Yuchuan and Zhao Wenchen, who were exchanging glances filled with disdain. The implication clear. I understand your meaning, brother." Lu Ha ceased to refuse and accepted Jia Yuanheng's alchemical summary into his spatial ring. "With master in the sect, if any assistance is needed in the future, I hope you will lend a hand," Lu Ha whispered, acknowledging Jia Yuanheng's goodwill. "Rest assured, mutual assistance," Jia Yuanheng replied with a smile as he regarded Lu Ha. Following the conclusion of their conversation, the sect members had mostly gathered, including outer disciples, all present outside the grand hall. At that moment, Shan Hezi emerged from within the hall, flanked by his 3 disciples. "Today, I have achieved perfection in my cultivation and shall undergo tribulation to ascend. The heavenly tribulation is fraught with peril. I cannot guarantee my success, however. I summon all disciples to witness, hoping you may gain insight or experience the might of the heavenly lightning. In the future, may there be better methods to confront tribulations." After a discourse from Shan Hezi, he soared into the sky. The disciples of Danxia's sect bowed in reverence to their ascendant leader. Once Shan Hezi stabilized himself in the air, an overwhelming aura emanated from his entire being, radiating grandeur. Lu Ha, standing beside Lu Yuchuan, sensed this formidable presence and realized that Shan Hezi surpassed Lin Yizhi significantly. This was to be expected. Were it not for the divine presence of Shan Hezi at the helm of Danxia's sect, it would likely be inferior even to Beastmaster Valley. As Shan Hezi displayed his cultivation and might, the clouds above began to churn ominously. What had been a clear sky transformed into a roiling mass of dark clouds, with countless bolts of lightning flickering within. Some spectators instinctively recoiled in fear. Shan Hezi gazed at the storm clouds above, extending his hand to reveal his life-bound spiritual weapon, a colossal sword, the Huangjing sword. As the storm clouds gathered their lightning, Shan Hezi resolutely unleashed a surge of spiritual power towards them. Propelling himself upward towards the tempest, his audacious act astonished all present. Never had anyone heard of a cultivator charging into storm clouds during tribulation. As Shan Hezi surged towards the clouds, 4 unexpected visitors arrived above Danxia's sect: Hebi Huan, the leader of the Divine Thunder sect; He Yuti, the Grand Elder; Dugu Wujian, the head of the Sword Pavilion; and Huang Shi, the leader of the Diamond sect. They witnessed Shan Hezi's bold move and were struck with profound awe. The might of Shan Hezi was unparalleled. Hebi Huan, having come to observe, felt a chill of fear and was relieved that he had refrained from taking action against Danxia's sect earlier, after Shan Hezi's strike. The storm clouds crackled with energy and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards him. Undaunted, Shan Hezi gripped his Huangjing sword and met the lightning head. In mere moments, he dissipated the lightning with 2 powerful strikes. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Shan Hezi raised his sword high, gathering boundless spiritual energy into the Huangjing sword. The onlookers beheld the immense sword as if witnessing a divine punishment capable of rending the heavens and earth. Instilling a deep sense of reverence within them, in the span of a breath, Shan Hezi completed his spiritual technique and struck towards the storm clouds. A deep yellow blade of light erupted from the Huangjing sword. Cleaving toward the clouds, the storm clouds, unwilling to relent, retaliated with lightning to counter Shan Hezi's attack. However, as the lightning collided with the light blade, it was effortlessly sliced in 2, scattering into nothingness. Ultimately, the yellow blade struck the storm clouds. cleaving them asunder. The fragmented clouds, now split, flickered with residual lightning before swiftly dissipating from the sky. The heavens returned to clarity. With his tribulation successfully navigated, a smile graced Sean Heasy's face. He had not anticipated that refining the lay bamboo shoots into his chi si would yield such extraordinary effects against the storm clouds. His successful passage through tribulation was undoubtedly thanks to Lu He's support. The four observers, having witnessed the spectacle, were left pondering their thoughts. Sean Heasy turned to gaze at the approaching four figures. "As for me, I have nothing further to say. The only thing I can declare is that you are the first," sighed Dugu Wujian before turning away. Perhaps only Huang Huang, who had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, could be considered a worthy opponent. Huang sure felt a sense of inferiority. The strongest aspect of his diamond sect was their physical prowess, were Sean Heasy's earlier strike to land upon him, he would likely be obliterated without a second thought. After expressing his thoughts, Huangshi departed, mirroring Dugu Wujian's retreat. "Impressive," remarked He Bihuan with a smile, bowing to Sean Heasy. Just as He Bihuan bowed, Sean Heasy swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a yellow blade towards him. He Yui, witnessing the ambush, instinctively defended, yet he was no match for Sean Heasy, who sent him hurtling away, the yellow blade continuing its trajectory towards He Bihuan. Chapter 104. The new leader He Bihuan was completely unprepared for Sean Heasy's treachery. "He Bihuan, this serves as a warning. I care not for your identity. Should you dare to wreak havoc in the lower realms, do not blame me for taking your life." Sean Heasy brandished his sword, pointing it at He Bihuan, his voice resonating with authority. The disciples of Danxia sect looked on in bewilderment at their leader's actions. Why would he attack the leader of the Divine Thunder sect without provocation? Was he not inviting enmity upon Danxia sect? "Do you know my identity?" He Bihuan, injured and astonished, gazed at Sean Heasy. "Humph. What do you think? This is a warning I hope you take to heart. For otherwise, I shall not hesitate to slay you, regardless of your background." "Very well, Sean Heasy, you are indeed powerful now, but having passed your tribulation, how long can you protect Danxia sect and the lower realms?" He Bihuan had not anticipated that his carefully concealed identity in the lower realms would be unveiled by Sean Heasy, yet he felt no concern. Sean Heasy would soon ascend to the higher realms, and he would no longer be able to meddle in the affairs below. "Foolish and obstinate. Do you think that upon my ascension I will be powerless to deal with you?" Sean Heasy scoffed, his yellow spiritual energy flaring as a portion of it swiftly coalesced into a humanoid figure beside him. As the brilliance faded, another Sean Heasy appeared before the crowd. An external incarnation, He Bihuan gasped in shock. How could someone from the lower realms wield such a technique? "Indeed, you think that just because I ascend to the higher realms, you can act with impunity. Let me make this clear. As long as you remain in the lower realms, you shall not escape my grasp." Sean Heasy was acutely aware that the form he had conjured was not a true external incarnation. A genuine external incarnation would possess equal strength to the original and could be sustained indefinitely with spiritual nourishment. In other words, as long as this incarnation existed, He Bihuan would remain under his control. Unfortunately, Sean Heasy had only heard of such a powerful technique and did not possess the ability to execute it. He Bihuan glared at Sean Heasy with resentment, harboring malevolent intent as he swiftly fled Danxia sect. Sean Heasy observed He Bihuan's hasty retreat without pursuit, instead turning his attention back to his disciples. "This incarnation is not a true external incarnation. It can only last for 3 days. Upon my ascension, I hope to intimidate He Bihuan, preventing him from acting recklessly. At the same time, I wish to convey to other sects that Danxia sect can still stand strong in the cultivation world. Even without Sean Heasy, you need not worry. He Bihuan has sustained grave injuries and will take at least a decade to recover. Therefore, I hope that within this 10-year span, Danxia sect can produce a nascent soul pinnacle cultivator to continue safeguarding our sect." After delivering his final words, 7 colored clouds appeared in the sky. The radiant hues illuminated Sean Heasy as he ascended amidst the light, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Lu Ha watched Sean Heasy ascend, feeling as though he had overlooked a crucial matter. The next leader had yet to be determined, so how could he depart? Just as Lu Ha pondered this, the incarnation left behind by Sean Heasy landed outside the Grand Hall. "The Master has left me to guard Danxia sect for 3 days. Within this time, we must complete the ceremony for the new leader's inauguration." "New leader Hui, step forward. The Master instructed me before departing to pass the leadership to Grand Elder Hui." "Brother leader, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Hui immediately stepped forward and bowed to Sean Heasy's incarnation. "Hui, I hope you can lead Danxia sect onto a path of strength." After the incarnation spoke, it transformed into a streak of light and flew into the Grand Hall. Lu Lian, standing at the other side, gritted his teeth silently, vowing, "For 3 days, I will allow you, Hui, to bask in glory." But after 3 days, your end shall come. Chapter 105, Delayed Departure. The members of Danxia sect, witnessing the departure of Shan Heezi's incarnation, found themselves at a loss. The leader had already given his instructions. So they resolved to follow his arrangements, prepare for the new leader's inauguration ceremony tomorrow, who he announced to all, his face beaming with a smile. We shall obey the Grand Elder's command. The crowd responded in unison before dispersing. The following day, the inauguration ceremony for the new leader proceeded as planned, and Hui finally ascended to the coveted position of leader, sitting upon the leader's throne. Hui surveyed all present in the grand hall. A sense of satisfaction washing over him as he reveled in the feeling of superiority. However, upon spotting Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan, resentment surged within him. Yet, as it was his first day in office, it would be unwise to act violently. Dear friends, today I, Hui, have taken on the mantle of leader. I hope that everyone present will dedicate themselves to elevating Danxia sect to greater heights. In the sect conference, Danxia sect ranks third, and our future resource territory shall be the Chita Mountains. Tomorrow, the exploration team for the Chita Mountains shall set out immediately. The Grand Elder's position was vacated, with Elder Lu assuming the role. Elder Zhao promoted to second elder, and Elder Lu elevated to third elder. Elder Lu Chengfeng was appointed as fourth elder. Furthermore, now that I have become the leader, the discipline hall remains without management. Fourth elder, upon your return from the Chita Mountains, you shall take charge of the discipline hall. Fan Binping is named fifth elder, and Long Haiping shall become sixth elder once his cultivation reaches the mid-nascent soul stage. As the fourth elder has no prior experience managing the discipline hall, the fourth elder shall serve as the chief seat, while the sixth elder shall act as the deputy seat. I hope both of you can manage the discipline hall effectively, allowing Danxia sect to flourish. Here, I also hope that the three of you, as brothers and sisters, can recruit disciples widely, contributing to the expansion of Danxia sect. Hui elevated Shan Heezi's disciples, enhancing their positions accordingly. It is evident that Hui seeks to win over the three individuals swiftly to solidify his position as the sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. Lu Chengfeng exchanged glances with the other two. Acknowledging the sect leader's command, the positions of the others remained largely unchanged, marking the conclusion of the inauguration ceremony for the new sect leader. Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan returned to Qingshan Pavilion without engaging in extensive discussion. Anyone with a modicum of intellect could discern Hui's intentions. Moreover, Lu Ha had more pressing matters at hand. He needed to consume the 9 transformations returning essence pill to advance to the vitality refinement stage. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ha calmed his mind, preparing himself to take the 9 transformations returning essence pill. Meanwhile, Hui settled into the quarters designated for the sect leader. Wang Tengfei stood before him, contemplating how to negotiate for an additional day. Today marked the new sect leader's inauguration, and to depart tomorrow seemed rather hasty. Tengfei, we have already delayed for quite some time, but if we do not head to the Chita mountain range soon, we risk unforeseen complications, Hui remarked with a smile, bemused by Wang Tengfei's sudden urgency. However, now that he had assumed the role of sect leader, Hui felt joyous and refrained from reprimanding his beloved disciple. Master, I understand your concerns, but given the delays we've already faced, whether it's a day sooner or later, it hardly makes a significant difference. Why are you so anxious? Wang Tengfei sensed something amiss with his master, who had previously arranged matters with utmost diligence, never displaying impatience, yet now the directive seemed obscure. Fifth junior brother, simply heed your master's guidance. The Chita mountain range is the very foundation for our Danxia sect moving forward. We cannot afford to linger. Just as Wang Tengfei wrestled with these thoughts, 4 individuals entered the premises. They were Hui's other 4 disciples, the eldest, Yin Xiu, the second, Su Yechen, the third, Guan Tian, and the fourth, Chui Feifei. It was Yin Xiu who spoke first. Indeed, fifth junior brother, you should listen to the master and cease your stubbornness. Su Yechen echoed the sentiment, a shadowy smile gracing his face, which did little to inspire goodwill. Not only Yin Xiu and Su Yechen, but Guan Tian and Chui Feifei also conveyed similar sentiments. Are you all conspiring to make things difficult for Tengfei? Hui felt discomforted by the quartet's collusion to pressure Wang Tengfei. They were well aware that Wang Tengfei was his favorite disciple and yet dared to act so brazenly. Master, please allow us to explain. That was never our intention, Yin Xiu hurriedly clarified, eager not to provoke Hui. Don't try to deceive me. I am well aware of your intentions, Tengfei. I will permit you a slight delay, but it cannot be for long. Go inform the others. Hui could not bear to see the 4 bullying Wang Tengfei. Regardless of the situation, they always found ways to trouble him. This was precisely why Hui assigned his cherished disciple to guard their territory. Leaving Wang Tengfei within the sect could very well lead to calamities. Chapter 106, The Vitality Refinement Stage. Thank you, Master. Every encounter with the four elder brothers and sisters left Wang Tingfei feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. However, unexpectedly, their presence inadvertently aided his cause. Well, this is your hard-earned opportunity. The rest is up to you to arrange. Understood, Master. I plan to set off the day after tomorrow, Wang Tingfei ventured, uncertain whether Hui would acquiesce. Just manage it as you see fit. After departing from Hui's residence, Wang Tingfei bore a smile as he informed everyone, yet, upon returning to his abode and finding tranquility, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why had he sought to extend his stay by a day? It seemed to bear no benefit for him. If it served no purpose, why had he acted thus? Ultimately, he shook his head, realizing he might have been engaging in a futile endeavor. At Qingshan Pavilion. Upon receiving Wang Tingfei's notification, Lu Yuchuan furrowed his brow. Why had the schedule suddenly changed? Lu Yuchuan mused, wondering what scheme Hui was concocting. He decided against informing Lu Ha for the moment. Opting to wait until he emerged, Lu Ha remained engrossed in his cultivation, wholly unaware of the altered departure date, his mind solely focused on accelerating his advancement to the vitality refinement stage. That night, Lu Ha sensed his condition had reached its peak and promptly retrieved the 9 transformations returning essence pill, swallowing it whole. Immediately after ingesting the pill, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. Lu Ha swiftly harnessed this energy to break through to the vitality refinement stage. In the Qi Si, the mist hovering above the spiritual liquid rapidly liquefied, cascading down into the liquid below. However, the transformation did not occur instantaneously. Only a portion of the mist transitioned to liquid. The spiritual energy provided by the 9 transformations returning essence pill, upon entering the Qi Si, transformed into spiritual power mist, which further liquefied and dripped into the spiritual liquid. Lu Ha understood that the moment all the mist transformed into spiritual liquid, it would signify his entry into the vitality refinement stage. At this moment, the spiritual mist continued to generate, swiftly dripping into the spiritual liquid. However, the overall volume of mist was rapidly diminishing. Provided there was sufficient spiritual energy, entering the vitality refinement stage was entirely feasible. After some time, only a scant amount of mist remained above the spiritual liquid. The liquid below had expanded several-fold due to the continuous liquefaction of the mist. Lu Ha noted that as the volume of spiritual liquid increased, even the mist above, whether liquefied or not, would be drawn in and assimilated. The advancement persisted throughout the night, and as the first light of dawn broke, the medicinal potency of the 9 transformations returning essence pill had fully dissipated. Absorbed by Lu Ha did not disappoint the efficacy of the pill, successfully advancing to the vitality refinement stage. Within the Qi Si, the spiritual mist had entirely vanished, leaving only the spiritual liquid. As soon as the mist formed within the Qi Si, it was promptly absorbed by the liquid. This marked the hallmark of the vitality refinement stage. Although he had entered the vitality refinement stage, Lu Ha did not relent. During his previous advancement to the foundation establishment stage, he had frequently faced the risk of regression, which weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, he dared not let his guard down. Continuing to cultivate to solidify his newly attained strength. After several hours, once there were no signs of the liquid transforming back into mist within the Qi Si, Lu Ha finally exhaled in relief. From now on, he was a cultivator of the vitality refinement stage. Eager to share the news of his success, Lu Ha sought out Lu Yuchuan. Master, I have advanced. I am now a master of the vitality refinement stage. Lu Ha exclaimed joyfully upon encountering Lu Yuchuan. Splendid news. Lu Yuchuan was naturally elated at Lu Yi's advancement. How did you manage to stabilize your cultivation? Lu Yuchuan remained slightly apprehensive due to past experiences. It was the 9 transformations returning essence pill. After taking it, the spiritual energy was abundant, and I faced no regression whatsoever. Lu Ha replied with a grin. Oh, so it was acquired through dubious means. Master, it cannot be termed as dubious, Lu Ha protested. By the way, weren't we supposed to set off today? Why hasn't Brother Wang come to summon me yet? Lu Ha suddenly recalled the planned departure for the Chita mountain range. I saw you were in the midst of your advancement, so I refrained from interrupting you. Yesterday, Wang Tingfei came by to inform me that the departure time has been postponed by 2 days. Chapter 107, Let me sit. That is even better. Lu Ha expressed his surprise upon hearing this. Master, I have a matter to attend to. I will come to bid you farewell before I leave. Remembering something, Lu Ha left a message for Lu Yuchuan and hurried back to his room. He retrieved the alchemical experience summary given by Jia Yuanheng and began to study it meticulously. Lu Ha realized that the efficacy of the 9 transformations returning essence pill was substantial and instrumental to his advancement. If he could master the art of crafting the 9 transformations returning essence pill, He would no longer have to worry about instability during future advancements. After studying for a while, Lu Ha finally discovered information regarding the 9 transformations returning essence pill along with its recipe on the last few pages. It turned out that there was a series of pills related to the 9 transformations, totaling 7 types. Each of these pills possessed remarkable effects. The 9 transformations life extension pill, 9 transformations spirit recovery pill, 9 transformations returning essence pill, 9 transformations detoxification pill, 9 transformations clarity pill, 9 transformations barrier breaking pill, and 9 transformations soul calming pill. All 7 types were top-tier pills, however, while the pills themselves were exceptional. The required medicinal materials were anything but ordinary. On the final page, Lu Ha noted Jia Yuanheng's emphatic remark that if one could refine these 7 types of pills, it would render one's life utterly fulfilling. Lu Ha instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Even Jia Yuanheng had not yet attained the level required for crafting these 7 types of pills, underscoring their difficulty. Alas, I wonder if I shall ever fulfill this aspiration. Lu Ha sighed, resigned to waiting until he reached the Chita mountain range to give it his utmost effort. That night, Lu Ha and Lu Yuchuan spent the night together, and it was not until dawn that Lu Ha departed for the sect's main hall. Wang Tingfei, Lu Chengfeng, Fan Binping, and Long Haiping had already gathered there. The individuals listed began to arrive one by one. Once everyone was assembled, Wang Tingfei issued a command, and they all boarded the Spirit Sparrow. Setting off towards the Chita mountain range, the journey to the Chita mountain range was long and could not be completed in just a few days. However, on the second day following Lu He's departure, Lu Yuchuan announced his seclusion under the pretext of recovering from injuries, relinquishing control of sect affairs to Su Heping, just as Lu Yuchuan declared his seclusion and sealed off Jingshan Pavilion. The protective formation of the Danxia sect was unexpectedly activated. Who could have activated the protective formation?